Yeah, Devontae's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
Going to be here in the building today, or
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Devontae went on the Up and Adams show and discussed a social media post earlier this week. Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
have you communicated with Devontae, and where was the relationship with you? And
Me and Devontae talk often.
have you talked to him since all of
I
this?
believe that between me and Devontae.
The idea of strife heading into a game like this, maybe a locker room that's having a little bit of trouble keeping team chemistry together. It depends on who you ask, but there's two different ways of sort of looking at this. One is it's a positive for the Broncos. That team isn't together. Team's got a little bit of inner turmoil that they're dealing with. And you can take advantage of this situation of team isn't all together. Not to mention their two best players are dealing with two different things. Davante Adams is a I don't want to be here problem. Max Crosby is a high ankle sprain, although he did say yesterday, and I believe it was Jim Gray's show, that his plan is to play this weekend. That's the plan. Doesn't mean it's going to, but the plan. I think this is good for the Broncos. I was listening to PhD yesterday, and D-Mac kind of thought the same thing. And I don't know if it's like the Denver Nuggets brain that's going on in Hastings' head, but he said there could be an issue at least with this. The idea that team back against the wall, not getting along, maybe it brings some other guys together. I don't know if I buy that. Not with this Raiders team. You know, they're still trying, at least it feels like, to figure out what their locker room vibe is going to be under Antonio Pierce. You know, although he took over as interim last year, maybe they got a little head start on the culture setting conversation, but still got a couple of guys, it sounds like, that aren't in. And here's the thing with Devontae. Devontae is supremely talented. We all know that. One of the best wideouts in the NFL. He went to the Raiders, I was going to say in large part, but how about this? In most part, to play with Derek Carr. And Josh McDaniels, because he's stupid, decided, hi, best player. I know the reason you came here was for this quarterback, but no more of that. I'm going to give you Aiden O'Connell. And then the guy who took over for Josh McDaniels, because he's stupid, not talking about Antonio Pierce, still McDaniels, stupid guy. Pierce takes over, and instead of maybe making a move for a QB that might excite Davante Adams, they go out and get Gardner Minshew. Like, I can't blame Davante Adams for this at all. Kind of saw the writing on the wall in Green Bay. Knew that his star quarterback wasn't long to be there. Could have stayed and played with Jordan Love. But, you know, in fairness to anybody who watched that story evolve in Green Bay, it's really hard to imagine that Jordan Love can be as good as what Aaron Rodgers was. And even with Aaron Rodgers, that team had a very difficult time getting to the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. But then you look at his, quote, wish list that has been rumored about, and it's the Jets and it's the Saints. And I'm confused. Jets make some sort of sense. Good team. I don't know if they're great, but good team. Go back, play with Aaron Rodgers, get that chemistry back, and then it's him and Garrett Wilson on the same field at the same time. Okay. Go back to a coordinator that you remember in Nathaniel Hackett. All right, get that. The Saints is just following Derek Carr around, and I need to be explained that one a little bit. I mean, Derek Carr's okay. But kind of the start to the Saints season is the Derek Carr experience, isn't it? Couple of really good and a couple okay to bad. But I think this is a great thing for the Broncos. Look, man, you're just coming off 2 straight road wins against really good opponents, coming back home for the next 3 out of 4 weeks, you being at Mile High Stadium. And at the end of the day, you're facing a team that is okay to bad, that's dealing with like locker room issues. That's a pretty good situation to walk into. Then you can talk about rattling off 3 wins in a row, and then what? Like, sky's the limit, dude.
Brett, here's my concern, though. So yesterday, Kreckman and Lindahl had Aiden Hill on their show. Actually, no, excuse me. Aiden Hill, I believe, is an NHL goaltender. They
Yes.
had Adam Hill of
Adam
the Las
Hill.
Vegas Review-Journal. He hopped on the Raiders beat in 2019. He went down the rabbit hole of all the crazy Raiders drama that he has covered. He has never had a normal Raiders season since he joined the beat. And keep in mind, through everything I'm about to say, the Raiders still beat the Broncos, okay?
All right.
Antonio Brown cooked his feet in a cryo freezer on Hard Knocks.
That's right.
And then they beat the Broncos.
Uh-huh.
He was flying into practice in helicopters. The Raiders still won. John Gruden got busted for his emails. Rich Bisaccia came in. First Bisaccia game, Raiders won.
Bisaccia did good for them, too.
One of the Raiders wide receivers literally killed a woman with his car, and then they came in and beat the Broncos.
God, that's right, Henry Ruggs.
I mean, you name every Josh McDaniels can't pour water out of a boot with instructions on the heel, and they still beat the Broncos.
God, they had that other one, that first-round pick, that Damon Arnett.
Yeah, he was flashing guns on social media.
Well, and threatened some guy who was talking trash to him that he was going to show up at his house and kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can name every form of strife in the book that the Raiders have gone through in the past 5 years, and they still come in here and beat the Broncos. So look, I understand what you're saying, that a toxic locker room bodes well for the Broncos, especially with how well their defense is playing right now, but I'm not going to pull a Mosier and say that this thing is a done deal. There may be some truth to the fact that if they get this problem out of the locker room, this guy who's making business decisions, if he's not even playing with the team anymore, maybe that gives them a boost. They've beat tougher odds against the Broncos before. I hope that they come in here and they can't do anything correctly. I hope the Broncos snap the streak. I'm just saying, let's not be too sure about this.
I think it's a decent point, but here's what I would consider to be the difference. Over that time frame, there was also a few other weird things that were cooked in the middle of that. Some of it was bad coaching. Others were just sort of lack of talent on the field. And I guess here's the difference to me. The Raiders' offense, at least for most of that time frame that you're talking about, had a quarterback that was at least a threat in Derek Carr. I don't see the threat, and especially with a defense right now that, go through the numbers. For the Broncos defense, a month into this season, they are number 2 in yards allowed per game. They are number 3 in passing yards allowed per game. And they are number 3 in points allowed per game. I mean, they're giving up less than 14 per against much better offenses than the Raiders, especially much better offenses than the Raiders without Davante Adams. They also had another big threat that always seemed to be a sort of thorn in the side, which was Josh Jacobs, who is no longer there. And I am not afraid at all of Alexander Mattison. He is not even close to whatever Josh Jacobs was. So the Broncos averaged 266 yards of total offense per game. The Raiders are at 288. About 20 yards more. They're separated by 3 spots. So I think the Broncos in offensive yards per game are 26th. The Raiders are about 23rd. And here's what the Raiders really do poorly. The only thing that's kind of been exposed at times for the Broncos is they can give up some yards on the ground. The Raiders are the second worst rush offense in the NFL. They average 76 yards per game on the ground. As far as yardage goes, they're up there in terms of passing. But take Davante off the field and tell me what that looks like, especially with the way that the Broncos pass defend. Not to mention, the Raiders are in the same ballpark as the Broncos as far as points scored per game, too. They average under 20. Like, this game is going to be a slog. It's going to be terrible as far as the viewing experience, unless you take the monsoon game, throw it out the window. The last game that you can go back to is the Bucs, which they had a decent rushing offense. And I'll tell you right now, there's going to be a key that I think can very easily tell you if the game's going to be won or lost. And we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. The spread in this game, 2.5 in favor of the Broncos. The over-under is 35.5. It's
Ugh.
dropped a full 2 points since it opened up.
Because they're assuming that Davante Adams won't play, so I'm assuming that's why
Yes.
that's why the total dropped. Oh, that's gross.
I mean, the leading receiver for the Raiders so far, can you name him just off the top of your head? The leading receiver for the Raiders, if I tell you, I'm going to tell you off the top, it is not Davante Adams. Who is it?
Mark Davis's bowl cut. I have no idea.
Brock Bowers.
Oh, wow. There you go. Should've
20
known.
catches for 216 yards. Right after that is Davante's got 209 in 3 games, and then Jacoby Myers has 201. Jacoby Myers is a fine wide receiver. He's fine. Same thing with Trey Tucker. He's fine. But it's like between Alexander Mattison, Zamir White, like, they can't run the football. And there's a very easy key to winning this football game that I'd like to get to in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. The key here is pretty simple to me for Sunday. Javonte runs the football like he did in the second half of last week, you win. Like, I don't think it's even close. You give him the opportunity, and he takes advantage and capitalizes on what he started last week in the second half, you win. And I think I can apply that to a host of games that are going to be played in the next month. You know, the Broncos got a window to make this year pretty exciting. You win this week, you're 3-2 with another home game against a Chargers team that is yet to throw for 200 yards in a football game. Then it's at the Saints, who have struggled the last couple of weeks on, I think that's a Thursday night game. And then you have the Panthers at home again before you head into November with a much tougher slate of football games on tap. But think about what could be there and what could be possible heading into the month of November. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. They still need to execute. I still have a lot of concerns and questions about what that team actually is. But when you steal a game like you did against the Jets, like you just kind of fumbled your way along the first couple of weeks. Both games were ripe for the win, and you just couldn't make enough plays. Okay, fine. New quarterback, that's going to happen. You have that really dominant performance against Tampa, and then you steal one against the Jets. In the same way that the CU team stole a game against Baylor, used that as a springboard into a game they were 14-point dogs and beats UCF. Like, perhaps you can use that one. As the 3 out of 4 road games to start the season, you spent, a full week and a half on the East Coast at a hotel, and then you come away with 2 victories. Despite how the play might have started in the middle or at the start of this season, and even in the Jets game, you stack wins, build confidence and experience, and capitalize on that as you go. But I think Javonte is going to be the straw that stirs the drink here. Like, had that awful start to the year, but that second half, if you give me Javonte Williams 16 carries for 77 yards every single week, like, I'm in. And the team might be able to do something. Like, actually make it exciting when we're in, the month of December and you're in that playoff graphic and putting yourself in position to actually make some plays. By that time, hopefully, Bo Nix, a lot more experience, a lot more comfortable within the offense. They figured out sort of an identity. I think they're still in the early phases of that. What kind of offense do you want to be? And to be, I guess, a little bit more complex about it. I know what offense Sean Payton wants to be. It's just, are they going to be capable of that? And if not, can you adjust to something different? Maybe a dumbed down version of the offense you want to be. So all of that stuff is going to be on the table. But run the football, establish a rushing game, give Bo Nix a play action that's actually going to be effective. And who the hell knows, man? Like, you could find yourself in the middle of November talking about, hey, you rattle off a couple of wins, we could have a fun little December and in January. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Was thinking about something else. We're going to have another true-false today, by the way. And it's going to be a college football version when it's Sanford and Vic get in here. But on the subject of that, the Buffs are 4-1 right now. I'm listening to national TV, national radio, national podcast talking about how there is an absolute indefinite pathway to that team getting to a college football playoff. And here's what I wonder. For CU fans, it's funny that we got Sanford with us yesterday and today, because Nelly just told me yesterday, 2 years ago, Carl Durrell was fired. Mike Sanford took over as the interim head coach. And then shortly after that offseason, Deion was hired. And a lot of things changed about the way that CU was perceived and discussed. Because first of all, they were discussed again. They were in a national conversation. But we've all had that feeling in the back of our heads that how long is this guy for the job? Like, in the same way that we talk about Joker, you have this unbelievable time frame. So pocket in Denver sports history where it's the greatest player the franchise has ever seen, and let's be honest, probably ever will. I mean, we're talking about when it's all said and done, Jokic is going to put himself near that top 10 ever type of conversation. To most people, he's already like a top 20 player of all time. And he's 30. Wait, is he 30 yet? Did I add an extra year? Is he still only 29? Nikola Jokic. He's still 29. He will be 30 in February. But we all have that inner dialogue as we watch Jokic play, especially when an offseason hits, and it's kind of like you're reflecting on how to make this team championship caliber again. What are the best routes to take? Where you're like, how much longer can we rely on Jokic to keep loving basketball? Because he is one of those guys that has other interests in his life that at any second he could just walk away and just be like, all right, I had a great time, made a lot of money, but I think this is it. You know, I think the appeal of the contracts that he's going to get is going to be really hard to turn down. Like Nelly, by the time his next max contract is up, I think he's going to be 32 by the time that runs out.
I'm a freak of nature, and
so just checking this quickly on the go. Jokic is going to be 32 when he has a player option. And in that year, he's going to be owed $62.8 million. By the time he signs his next max, he'll be making, I would assume, close to like $80 million a year. And that's at the beginning of the contract. At the end of it, it'll be close to like 90, 92, 94, something like that. I don't know. But as these TV deals continue to garner more and more cash, and the NBA makes more and more money, and a bigger share of that pie goes more and more to the players, especially the high-end max players, I think even for him, could he see himself? Could we all see him walking away at like 32? Maybe.
Especially if the Nuggets win again. If he has 3 MVPs, maybe even another one. If he gets a 4th and another title, he's gone. He'll be out of here before you can say freak of nature. He's back to Serbia to ride all 6 of his horses.
But if I give you the option to make $80-some million a year playing basketball for another few years, I mean, that's pretty difficult to pass up when it's right there on the table.
He already has $300 gazillion. What's another 80?
$380 gazillion. That's what it is.
Hey, there's that Nebraska math coming in
Yeah.
clutch. I'm just saying, if he feels like he's done everything that he needs to do and he has enough money to set himself up for life, he's got nothing keeping him here.
See, but I bring that up just because, to me, you always have that in the back of your head with Jokic. And I think we always have this in the back of our head with Prime. We don't know how long he is to be here in Colorado. And I want to be fair. He said nothing of the sort of him leaving. He has always reiterated he loves it in Boulder. He doesn't want to go anywhere, that he wants to stay, that's home, that's all that stuff. And so this isn't a fault on him. I don't know what else. He's probably frustrated with this sort of narrative out there because he's like, what more can I say? But there's always going to be that in the back of your head. Like after this year, his kids are gone. Shiloh, Shador are going to be out. Travis Hunter, who he considers another one of his kids, is going to be out. Does he truly feel like this is going to be a place that he stays long term?
I think the one thing that he has left is, suppose that the Buffs do make a bowl game this year and they make a good one, and so he proves that he could take the Buffs to the promised land, the place he's been talking about.
Sure.
Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter are high picks in the draft. Maybe Travis Hunter gets the Heisman. Like, he does all that. I think the last thing that he would have left to prove, if he wanted to go that route, is stick around for a next season and now show us that you can truly recruit.
See,
Your son, who's a quarterback, is gone. Okay, what's the next Gucci you're going to bring in that you don't share blood with? You know what I'm saying? That's the next step.
I get it. I don't think that he's going to care about proving anything to anybody. Like, I don't think that interests him at all. Like, to me, I know this is going to sound weird, but it feels like his idea of proof that we, as in the fan base or media or whatever, need to prove that we are loyal and believers to him, not the other way around. Like, for somebody who lacks confidence, that doesn't lack confidence, that is supremely confident, I don't feel like they need to be in prove-it mode with people. You know, I don't think LeBron looks at this and goes, I need to prove something. He probably feels like, I've already proved it. I don't know what the hell's the matter with you. And from the very beginning, I mean, you win the first game against TCU, and it's, do you believe? Like, I think that's him saying, I've proven it. Now you need to, like, jump on board.
You don't believe.
So I only bring this up to say this. Do you think it would make Deion more likely or less likely to leave CU if the Buffs are successful this season? For example, let's say the Buffs, they're 4-1 right now. They finished the year 6-1. So at the end of the Big 12 season, they have a 10-2 record. And they make the Big 12 championship game. And from there on out, who knows? They win it, they make the playoff, they lose it, they go to a big bowl game. Does that make him more or less likely to stay?
You know, I would say that it would make him more likely to stay because you want to build on that resume of success. There is one reason that I would be apprehensive that he'd want to stick around, and that one reason is Florida State's one win this year.
Mm-hmm.
Florida State football has one win.
Yeah, he does that.
The stars are aligning, man. I mean, if he like you brought up a very valid concern a couple weeks ago. You said, can Deion actually coach X's and O's?
That's what I'm getting at.
We know he's a lightning rod. We know he can recruit. We know he can be a leader. We know he's an orator. He's an inspirational speaker. But does he understand the X's and O's? And then, as you've said, now he's starting to show us that he can work with the X's and O's. He outcoached Malzahn last week. So if he shows that he actually can put together some wins and he can coach, and then Florida State says, you want to come down here?
Well, there's two things to that. The first one is, you nailed it. It's exactly what I'm getting at. If they have like a 10-2 season and they're on the brink of a college football playoff appearance or something like that, then you for sure have an argument that the coaching part is there, and then here's what comes with it. Big-time boosters at big-time schools are going to look at CU and be like, we can pay more than that, and they're going to throw a giant number at them. That's one. Number two is this. As the Florida State thing goes, from my understanding, his relationship with Florida State is not, it's more like an ex that you have where things ended a little bit rocky but not terrible. Like, if you saw your ex out at a bar, you would say, hi, how's it going? But you're still kind of like, yuck. You know, it's not total avoidance, but you aren't happy to see him either. I don't think that Florida State and him are simpatico at the moment.
It's kind of like, do you remember a few years ago you went semi-viral, not quite Marty O level, on Twitter you shared that video of the guys. It's a clip from some movie, and it was Chris Harris going to the Chargers, and it was something like, "Hey man, I hope you have success. Yeah man, I hope this year's good for you." And it's the two guys.
Exactly right.
That's kind of the vibe with Deion
you smell
Sanders.
nice.
Yeah.
You smell nice.
Hey Deion, you want to come back here and coach for your alma mater? Yeah man, it's good to see you around. It'd be that
a
vibe.
little bit like that. And that's the thing, dude, is if the Buffs have success, he is going to be a giant candidate to be poached. He is. And so it's just, to me, I think that success could actually bode worse for the argument of Deion staying. But 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. One price, one person, 1 hour. So a lot more to get to here. We got Jeff Lakewall joining the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Also, when we got Katie today.
I believe the mighty destroyer Katie Wingy is going to hop on from Abu Dhabi, and I'm hoping she can join us on Zoom because I want to see the view from her hotel. What are they looking at out there?
Well, you and me both. Not to mention, saw some videos yesterday, if you guys missed it, of Nuggets players as they are doing all of the Abu Dhabi things, which is riding camels in the desert. And did you see the welcome that they got to the hotel? A whole bunch of people lined up playing music for them as they walked in. Got to feel like a king. So it's got to be a pretty good time over there in Abu Dhabi. So hopefully we'll be able to connect with Katie Wingy a little bit later in the show, back after this. So there is an anonymous NFL player poll, and I do love these, just to get kind of a look at what the players are thinking at the current moment about a multitude of things across the league. So we'll get there in just a second. Got our second to last Avs preseason game tonight, 8 o'clock at Vegas. And a lot of things going on this weekend that we'll tell you in just a little bit. Keep in mind, Kreckman and Lindahl, they're going to be live at number 38 for Thursday Night Football tonight, which is Bucks at Falcons, and I think it should be a good game. Falcons kind of coming on a little bit, but the Bucks, they're only lost to Denver and have been pretty dominant outside of that. So you can go watch that game if you've never been to number 38, it's a phenomenal place. You been there, Nelly? It's huge, first of all. They have this beautiful outdoor area with a giant TV. Well, there's TVs everywhere there, but one giant screen. No better place to go and watch a game than number 38, I promise you.
I haven't been there yet, but I know that they happen to book a lot of bands. So if anybody from number 38 is listening and you need a couple different bands to play there, I know a few.
There you go.
But yeah, no, I mean, I've seen pictures. It's got that huge patio, all the chairs, big lawn, great place to hang out and watch the game.
Absolutely right. So here's just a few of these. We can play this game in your head. The next active NFL player to win his first MVP. So this is 102 players responded in this poll in the NFL. The next active NFL player to win his first MVP award will be. The most votes in this were for Josh Allen, and I think that's a pretty safe bet. Right after that is Joe Burrow.
Josh Allen.
So Josh Allen had 17.6%. Joe Burrow was right behind him at 15.7%. Then it was Christian McCaffrey with 11%, and then C.J. Stroud. And it kind of goes on from there to Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Prescott, and Max Crosby thrown in here, which I don't know the last time a defensive player won the MVP, but God, that'd be difficult. Josh Allen feels like, especially now when he's lost a whole bunch of pieces on his team, and it's kind of just like Josh Allen's got to run the show for them to be successful. Yeah, he's going to put himself firmly in that conversation. This one's interesting. If you were to start an NFL team from scratch, who is the first non-quarterback you would draft? Most responses on this list, Tyreek Hill. Okay, makes sense. After that, Justin Jefferson. Sure. Here's the next four. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, TJ Watt. And this is what I've been trying to tell people. When you look at where these guys, players and front office members, value success in the league, take a look at where people are drafted, take a look at what positions get paid, and take a look at who players consider best players in the league. Like, voted by their peers.
J.J. Watt.
It's wide receivers, and it's edge rushers. That's the next two. That's why wide receivers are getting $30+ million a year. That's why guys who sack the quarterback are getting $30+ million a year. Everything after that, it kind of falls in line. You know, it's more like offensive linemen kind of come afterwards, which ironically, Trent Williams is the guy who's right afterwards. Now, I would tell these guys, non-players, if you were to start an NFL team from scratch, who was the first non-quarterback you would draft, I wouldn't draft Trent Williams because he's like 37 years old. That's a bad GM move. You don't start a team with a 37-year-old cornerstone, okay? Not how this works. But should probably check that just to make sure. I know Trent Williams is old. I want to get the exact age right. He's 36. Okay, close enough. Now you start your NFL team. But this is what is valued. And let's look at where the Broncos are at. One reason as to why the defense might be stellar and the offense might be struggling. The two positions valued most outside of QB, one of them at wideout, you're lacking in talent. You don't have Tyreek. You don't have Justin Jefferson. You don't have Devontae. You don't have Jamar Chase. You don't have Malik Neighbors. You don't have St. Brown. You name the top wideouts in the league. You don't have one of those guys. Don't have one. And so with that, it's going to contribute to a little bit tougher time on offense trying to make things go. But what do you have? You might not have Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or Max Crosby, but you got a host of guys who can get after the quarterback. Maybe not at the very upper echelon of what that position is and the guys that are at that position at the elite level, but you got a host of different guys. Why is the defense different this year? We went into this season talking about the front seven. God, they look good, right? That they were deep, that you were able to rotate multiple guys at multiple positions, keeping them fresh for all 4 quarters. And over the last 2 weeks, I mean, what's the number, Nelly? Don't they have 12 sacks in the last 2 weeks? I think it was 7 on Baker and 5 on Aaron Rodgers last week. Well, when you're able to throw in Benito with Jonathan Cooper, with Jonah Ellis, with John Franklin Myers, with Zach Allen, with DJ Jones, you got a lot of guys that you can rotate through that have fresh legs deep into a game that can get pressure on a quarterback, and that stuff matters. So you just follow the money and follow where the peers are pointing within the NFL. You'll find exactly where the positions are most valued. But how about this one? Favorite NFL road trip. So what I have on here is 4, 8, 12, 15 different cities. If I were to tell you that the favorite road trip of NFL players, they listed off 15. Denver wasn't on it. Would you be surprised? Number 1 is pretty obvious. It's LA. Number 2, pretty obvious. Las Vegas. Number 3, I think, surprised me. It was Seattle. Wouldn't have guessed that Seattle was going to be 3rd on this list. Miami, I get. That's 4. New York, I get. That's 5. But then he goes Dallas, Tampa, New Orleans, San Francisco, Houston. I've never been to Houston. All I've heard about it is that it's hot as hell and it's super crowded. Oh, you know what it is, though? It's got to be the old James Harden approach, right?
Bingo, I was going to say.
Houston's got some of those in there.
and hey, man, don't sleep on Seattle. Aside from how expensive everything is, that's a good place to be.
Yep. Thank you for writing that down on the whiteboard there, Coach. I thought the exact same thing. But how about this? Houston is tied with Kansas City. KC on the list? Yeah, what are you going to write on the whiteboard for me now? Because it doesn't start with an S and a C.
Good barbecue in KC.
Barbecue?
Yeah, Kansas barbecue. Do we have to play this weird game of charades? Coach, you could turn your microphone on if you want. I know you.
No, I kind of like this.
Okay, never mind.
I kind of like Coach being the mute. And he's just got to, like, Helen Keller these things down. I like it. But then you get to...
Known whiteboard user Helen Keller.
Good point. Least favorite road trip. These start to make a little bit more sense, but it's funny cross-pollinating here. Coach said Buffalo. They're number 2 on the list. Number 1 is Green Bay. Green Bay is brutally cold. Yes. Denver was listed on this one, though. 3.1%. And I think I know why. I don't think they like the altitude stuff. I think that bothers them. Like, the more I thought about it, because I saw this too, I was like, why would they not like to come to Denver? I'm like, oh, yeah, they're playing a football game in conditions they aren't prepared for. Just like physically. It's impossible to get prepared for this. I've said this multiple times. I always thought the altitude stuff was like, all right, a little bit overblown. It has to be. And then I walked up one flight of stairs when I moved here. And I go, oh, nope, that's real. Very, very real.
And then you went to Red Rocks and said, nope, I'm out.
I mean, it is pretty crazy, though. When you first get hit with one of those, you're like, woof, okay. But how about this? Has Taylor Swift's presence at Chiefs games been a positive, a negative, or neither? What did you think NFL players said, Nelly?
I'm going to go with overwhelming positive.
72.5% said positive. Positive impact on the league. How about that? I thought they would have been a little salty. They aren't.
No,
Maybe
because
we're
what-
the problem.
What are NFL players about? They're about the bottom line. And what does Taylor Swift do? She increases the bottom line.
I still don't get it, though. I'm like, what about Taylor Swift increases viewership? Like, are people who aren't football fans tuning in for the 2-second cutaway to a luxury box? Like, Katie Wingy's a big, and hopefully we'll talk to her later. She's a huge Taylor Swift fan. Let's say she hated the NFL. Does she start watching the NFL because Taylor Swift might be on screen for 2 seconds?
It's less about that. It's just that it's the whole thing. It's the fact that she watches the games. She's dating Travis Kelce. It's the whole allure of it. If your favorite pop star is Taylor Swift and you've never followed the NFL, and now this person you idolize is
reality
watching
TV
the
show
league,
now.
you're going to watch it to see what it's all about.
Gotcha.
There were Swifties making Jason Kelce tribute edits when he retired. That's what she's doing.
That is true. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can save more with Safeway, receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway for You member every day. Earn points and redeem for exclusive offers. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. Moshe Lombardi and Kane with Mike Sanford next.
Yeah, Devontae's dealing with a hamstring. He's rehabbing, and the rest of us are focused on Denver.
Gonna be here in the building today, or
He's supposed to be rehabbing.
So yesterday, Devontae went on the Up and Adams show and discussed, a social media post earlier this week. Was that something that was accidental on your part in terms of liking the post? Or?
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
have you communicated with Devontae, and where is the relationship with you? And
Yeah, me and Devontae talk often.
have you talked to him since all of
I
this?
believe that between me and Devontae.
Yeah, well, we're on to Cincinnati.
Bill, do you think, you mentioned Tom's age at the draft.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Do you think having a 37-year-old?
We're on to Cincinnati. It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. It's right now we're preparing for Cincinnati.
An odd exchange yesterday with Antonio Pierce and the media in Vegas as they get ready for the Broncos game in Denver this weekend. Mike Sanford filling in for Mosier again today. The main question I sort of have off this, and I was listening to PhD for a second yesterday, so there's two things that you can kind of do. You can take this and look at, there's some strife in the locker room, and that's going to provide a advantage for the Broncos because there's some turmoil over there, and your team seems to be more cohesive, and maybe that works on Sunday. And I heard Scotty say, hey, and this might be Nuggets brain, Vic, because he goes, I remember when we played teams that had guys injured or something like that, and we think it's going to be a walk in the park, and then we lose that game because we've seen the Nuggets lose those games quite a bit over the last couple of years. I think this one's a little bit different, though. I don't think this is going to provide some sort of moral boost for the Raiders this weekend, especially when it's like your best player on the field.
Yeah, I don't know what a moral boost would do if you're missing Devontae, Coach, but it's causing some strife behind the scenes. And I'm sure as a coach, you've had to deal with strife behind the scenes. It's the worst thing that can happen. Any type of distraction like that from a star player, what do you do if you're the head coach? What do you say if you're the head coach? Is it on to Cincinnati?
It is. It's on to Denver. The only thing I go back to is just constantly with Davante Adams. I love Davante Adams. I loved him as a Packer. I loved him in the receiver documentary, and he is an extremely talented football player. But there is one thing that just keeps on coming up with Davante Adams, and the word is malcontent.
Mm-hmm.
Malcontent in Green Bay. Because guess what? The next quarterback's nowhere near as good as the guy that was throwing me the perfect back shoulder in Aaron Rodgers time after.
Yeah.
In receiver, the big that documentary on Netflix, the big storyline was
he's pissed.
Hospital balls.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna die on this field here with Jimmy G as my quarterback.
Like didn't he say in the middle of a game, I got to get the bleep out of here?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said that. He threw his helmet and said, I have to get the bleep out of here. So Gardner Minshew comes in. Don't think that Davante Adams didn't have at least some hand in getting Gardner Minshew there. And he's malcontented again. Yet again. So here's what I'd say, Vic, to your question. Sometimes these are distractions, but the locker room's been knowing about this one issue, this one malcontent. And the rest of the locker room, outside of Max Crosby, are guys that are trying to make it in this league.
Yeah.
Not are guys that are made men
They
in
don't
this
care.
league. And so I think this actually ends up sometimes being a rallying cry. And as a coach, and this is why I think Scott Hastings has this take, you go into these games and the outside world is saying, oh, yeah, these is a walking wounded. I always say, man, the most dangerous team is the wounded team.
Mm-hmm.
And it ends up playing out in real time.
Well, the locker room is usually the first to find out. They talk amongst themselves, right? We watched it on Netflix last year. We saw what his attitude was like. The locker room already knows that, Coach. They know from day one what he's like and what he brings to the table. But you're so right. Watching him and hearing him, there's always something, right? There's always something bothering him. It's never like, let's be happy. But that's the sort of the mindset of most receivers.
Yep.
I'm thinking of every receiver I've ever known, top-notch receiver. They're so dependent and so reliant on the ball. And the ball comes from the quarterback. And if the right quarterback or the right system is not in place, that receiver, for some reason, is never going to be happy. That's just the way it is. I mean, that's the test of time. It happened in Denver. I mean, we saw it. Emmanuel Sanders wasn't happy when they switched quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We saw it. We saw it with receiver after receiver. They're never going to be happy unless they get the ball in their hands. Courtland Sutton was not happy. He was not happy when all that stuff was going on with Russell Wilson. Hell, the last few years with Courtland Sutton. Not a happy camper. Because you know why? At the end of the day, it affects their paycheck. They're about stats. It's about numbers for them. Can I get numbers? It's not about blocking downfield. It's about numbers.
Well, I mean, Jerry Jeudy was happy last year.
Yeah.
That was one of the wildest things was hearing weekly Jerry Jeudy say that how much he loves Sean Payton. I'm like, the guy doesn't throw you the football. How do you love him?
Well, and on top of that, I can understand at least a little bit of the Davante thing and why he's unhappy now anyway. Like when he makes a move, and look, man, this is a pretty big leap. You go from a team that's been winning a lot lately to a team that hasn't been winning, and you do that specifically because you're like, I want to play with this quarterback who I have a relationship with, and you get there, and the coach goes, yeah, but I hate this guy, so he's going to go. And you're like, well, then what? That was the whole reason I wanted to go here. If you look at his wish list of teams to be traded to, what are they? It's his former QB in Green Bay and his former QB in Vegas. Like, that's the two guys he wants to play with again. So, I mean, part of me understands it. I think, Vic, if you were on a football team with Josh McDaniels, you might be unhappy for a little bit, too.
That one adds up.
Yeah.
That one, I understood the malcontent aspect of playing under Josh McDaniels from every story I've heard about what coaching under him is like, playing under him is like. That makes sense.
I think 53 guys in that locker room last year under McDaniels were malcontent, at least for a little bit.
That's why Max Crosby, after every win that Antonio Pierce led them to, was just ripping those cigars, man. Like, thank God we don't have that Josh McDaniel character here.
But they have the Broncos have this. I mean, you were mentioning, you know, how winning cures a lot of things and blah, blah, blah yesterday, that you know, the winning is the magic elixir to this. But you brought something else up, Coach, where you said dysfunction is a problem. And you know what? For all the issues that maybe the Broncos have right now, like the offense still a little sputtery, they aren't dysfunctional.
No.
Like, they're all kind of pulling the same direction, which is a good sign. The Raiders don't have totally all of that right now.
But dysfunction is the norm in Vegas, and it has been the norm. Yeah, I listened to yesterday, I think you guys talked about on the appetizer hour, it was Kreckman and Lindahl. Kreckman and Lindahl had Aiden Hill, right? Adam Hill?
No, Adam Hill.
Yeah,
Aiden Hill is the Vegas goaltender.
Yeah.
From the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and he went through a 5-year, 6-year recap of all the drama that has existed covering the Raiders organization.
Yeah, Vic, he went through, if you go back to 2019 when they got to Vegas, do you remember what happened? It was Antonio Brown's feet. It was John Gruden's emails. Yeah. It was Henry Ruggs' car wreck. It was Damon Arnett threatening to kill somebody on Instagram and getting cut. Pick. Yeah, first-round pick Damon Arnett. They've been through the ringer as far as scandals that have just gone through that locker room every single year.
They arrived in Vegas
and then Josh McDaniels.
They Vegased Vegas.
Yeah.
They basically, what stays in Vegas, it did not stay. It did not stay. And frankly, the fact that the Denver Broncos have not beaten the Raiders since they've been in Vegas is quite troublesome. And that's got to end this week. And the more I think about it, guys, and I hate to jump to these type of conclusions, but I think this season will be defined by the next 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks will define this Broncos season because you've got two division rivals who are right there with you in the standings, one of which you have not beaten in 4 years. The other is considered the second best in the division. You've got them at home in back-to-back weeks. You've got them right here. Here's a chance to climb that hurdle and show them we're for real. These next 2 weeks are big. In fact, so big, I'm going to the game Sunday as a fan.
Whoa!
I haven't been. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Yep, I'm gonna pay the price to go as a fan. I have not been to a Broncos game as a fan from the stands since I was 16 years old.
Let's get weird.
Well, does that mean you're drinking?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
16 years old is the last time I've been to a Broncos football game as a fan. Now, it's a little different than, and frankly, being in the damn press box is boring. I've got to sit next to the D-Mac and listen to him mutter. I mean, Coach is there last week, and he bored the hell out of me for 3 hours. I got to get the hell out of there.
Be honest. Because I exclusively go to these games as a fan because I hate the press box so much. Do you hate it up there, or do you like this?
It is a football coach's dream.
Is it really?
Everything's quiet.
The X's and O's are just playing out beautifully with the angle that we have up there. So
it's so silent though. You can't. You can barely hear the crowd.
It's what I wanted, like the coach's booth to be like, because I get a little bit of the end zone camera, and I get a little bit of the sideline camera, and it's so demure, as they say, the cool kids these days. But I will say this: I learned something from being up in the press box for the first time. Really, since preseason, I was up there once, and then I was up there for the Steeler game. I learned that the same people that were scrutinizing me as a head coach and saying that I didn't know what the hell I was doing, these people don't watch the game. They don't
talk
watch
too much.
the game.
That's why I don't like it.
No, I 100%. Hey, coach, you notice something I notice, right? And one of the reasons, and I hate to say this about our brethren, stop talking. Shut up. And I want to watch the game.
They
stop talking to me.
Like it's some sort of happy hour where they get a little bit of food, they drink a couple of sodas, and then they just chat. They just chat the whole time.
If you are a media, tycoon in the Denver market and you're listening to our program this morning and you see me up in the press box, leave me the hell alone. I want to watch the football and hopefully report back to the people, whether it's on Altitude or the Denver Gazette, on what I saw.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to hear the rumors. I don't care about the rumors.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to D-Mac and get the rumors for me. I'll get the Cliff's notes later.
Coach,
I told you.
I had the opportunity to cover one game in the press box during the preseason, and I was there with D-Mac and Dan Tanner, and we would maybe have a sidebar about something, like Bo would have a good pass, and we go, oh, that was a dart from Bo. And there was another media member, like down the row from us, who was eavesdropping, who would go, yeah, that's pretty good, huh? Yeah. I'm like, you're not even in the inner circle, man. It's okay. We're all doing our own thing.
Is? It's a media Tupperware party because it really is.
Yes.
You're in your own little area. You're talking amongst yourselves, and as much as I value what I do for a living, I do want to be left alone. And I hate to say that because I want to watch the game and just see what's happening. And almost in the stands, you're almost left alone more in the stands than you are in the damn press box.
You are exactly right. I actually was left alone so much in the stands at my first NFL game. It was in a long time since my dad was coaching. It was Broncos-Jets a year, I guess it was about a year ago.
Yeah.
And I was up there with my family, and we were up in the 500 section, way up there, end zone.
Those are my people.
And I was watching. I had the greatest view of everything that was going on with Robert Saleh's blitz package, and I ended up having to talk to the guy next to me because I needed somebody to talk to and break down the game. So maybe I'm the problem. Yeah. I don't know.
Go ahead, Vic.
If I am going to go though, Brett, I need to go because again, I say this almost with guilt. I don't know what to do. I haven't been to a Broncos game in so long as a fan. I'm gonna have to wear some Broncos gear, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I've got plenty of that. I'm gonna have to drink a little bit.
Yep.
I may have to get in a fight or two.
Yes.
Because that's what a lot of unruly fans do.
Uh-huh.
There would be.
I might have to go to jail.
Like truly cosplay this weekend. Like go in there and like wear the skin of an actual beer drinking, beer bellied football fan. You got to do it all.
There would be nothing greater than turning on the X machine Sunday night and seeing Vic Lombardi in an all-out fracas on NFL Fight Twitter with somebody dressed up like Skeletor that's a fan of the Las Vegas Raiders.
You should.
I got my money on Vic, by the way. Cardio.
Yeah, right.
Cardio. It matters.
Yep. Cardio, a little like quick twitch, twitch stuff.
The man's got quick twitch. He's got cardio.
Vic is actually going to hit the pose of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish logo. Fisticuffs.
Running helps. The games at Mile High are a little more tame than some of the other places I've been. I've noticed that in the stands. They're not as crazy. You go to some places and it gets flat out nuts. You think it's crazier at a college game or a pro game?
Pro game by a long shot. And I don't know what it is. There's something about the culture of it. There's something about the all-day drinking that goes on, of course, starting out with, hey, it starts out classy with mimosas, and it just continues to go downhill into the point where you are now viral on the X machine.
Well, dude, Derek White got smacked right in the mouth at that CSU-CU game earlier this year. Remember that?
You know what football games are? Yeah. You know what football games are? It just hit me. It just dawned on me. So you go to the tailgate, and you have so much alcohol that you're sitting there going, wait, we got to finish this. And we got 3.5 hours just to sober up.
Yep.
So that 3.5 hours is just like a sober locker room. That's all it is. Just sober up.
303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. And one thing here, Vic, you were just talking about something. And it might, first of all, as I say this, Vic, I agree with you. But it does sound stupid. But I think this is the truth and applies both to the Broncos and the Buffs. We'll get to it next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and it's the favorite lottery app of many, where you download the app, use my code MAGIC, and you get a free credit to play in Mega Millions, in the Powerball, in Lucky for Life, whatever you choose. The next drawing is going to be for the Mega Millions. That's tomorrow, $108 million up for grabs. Maybe try your hand in Lucky for Life. Get some cash every single day, and all you need to do is download that Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC, and you receive a free credit to play in your first lottery game. Again, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, Tulatero has it all. Download the app today. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, so this might sound stupid on the surface. By the way, I was something was brought to my attention as Coach Mike Sanford is with us filling in for Mosier today. Yesterday was 2 years to the day that Karl Dorrell was let go and you took over as interim head coach of CU. And first of all, how does that process go when a coach gets let go? They're trying to decide who's the next guy in charge, and it lands on a guy like you. Like, how does that happen?
Well, I think they just picked the guy that was least terrible because we were pretty bad. We were all pretty bad, and I was the leader in the clubhouse in terms of the least terrible coach to promote, at least from Rick George's perspective.
Yeah.
I think it was just watching the way and the way that Rick George communicated it to me was watching the way that I interacted with the players, watching the way that I'd been a football gypsy in the last 7 years since I'd been at Western Kentucky as a head coach. I also had head coaching experience that played into it, but I just think that the offensive side of the ball, while very deficient of talent, I mean, mind you, we lost Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son, before the season due to the portal issues, and lost Jarek Broussard, the running back, to Michigan State. So there was a lot of problems from a personnel standpoint, and really, I love the players, but we were just playing a lot of freshmen.
Sure,
a lot of freshmen, sophomores. So it was a wild day. My wife sent me that actually before I heard it on the radio yesterday, and I was like, "Whoa, that was a very stressful day, and a hard day."
Portal before the portal. You got NIL before NIL.
Yep.
You started losing players before all this stuff.
Yep, and it was crazy. The wildest thing about my time at CU is their background check process. Probably because I've lived in 75 different places, and they had to go check with the local authorities to make sure I had no major issues.
Right.
My background check took 6 weeks.
What?
Yeah, so I was hired 6 weeks before it was made public, and I couldn't legally recruit. So I was just sitting in my home in Minnesota checking Twitter and seeing player after player, starter after starter leaving the CU program because of the NIL opportunities elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah. And then I was like, we got to do something about it. Like, I'm texting Coach Dorrell, texting Chandler Dorrell, his son, who is our director of player personnel. And I started sending him guys like, hey, we need to go get this guy. We need to get this guy. And I learned pretty quickly that there were some major issues with CU in terms of being able to get transfer portal guys into school.
Mm-hmm.
And, this was a lot of people want to heap a ton of criticism at Karl Dorrell. I've heard all the different things about it. This was a systemic issue at CU, and I was a part of attacking that when I took over as interim head coach.
Yeah.
I say this if and when Prime leaves, and eventually he's going to leave. The one hurdle that's been cleared, and it started with Dorrell and your regime, and then Dion coming in took care of everything else. That hurdle, that systemic issue with the administration, just not playing in a fair game, a fair field with the rest of the NCAAs, that hurdle's been cleared. Is that fair?
100%.
CU's now, okay, because that was a problem for many years, and we talked about it on this show. Hell, Coach, you weren't here in Denver at the time. We had a regent on our radio show, one of the CU regents, okay, a real-life regent, who wanted to ban football. And he came on our radio show. Were you with us, Brett?
No, not yet.
You weren't with us. He came on our radio show with me and Moj and explained why he wanted to banish football. This is one of the major decision makers of the institution. And he wasn't alone either. He was not alone. There are others who felt that way, may not have voted that way, but that's where we were.
It's changed
We were
now.
at a point where we openly discussed this. Longtime listeners will remember. We openly discussed, Coach, maybe CU should not play football. Maybe they should go the DU route. Just get rid of football and embrace some of those other sports. That's where it was. Maybe 5-6 years ago. That's where we lived.
The wildest thing was that I was coaching at Stanford when CU entered the Pac-12.
Yep.
And you're at Stanford, right? Like, academics are a pretty big thing, and they're pretty well respected internationally.
Sure.
We would come and play CU, and we would talk amongst ourselves as coaches, even players. Like, they think that they are what we are supposed to be at the time. An academic institution, devaluing the athletic side of things, particularly football, because of these evils that exist in the realm of college football. It was a very hard and challenging time for a long period of time, and I do feel like it's fixed. The one thing that isn't fixed at CU is there is no Phil Knight, there is no T. Boone Pickens, there is no single team owner, and that does make a massive difference in terms of sustaining in this new NIL world.
They're sugar daddyless, needless to say, and it's hard to compete in the modern college game without the sugar daddy. Again, you could define it however you please. You can call it NIL, you can call it the school's collective, call it whatever you want. It's all the same thing. It's money, and you need it from somebody.
And what I wanted to get to here, you said something earlier, Vic, that, again, on the surface, this is going to sound dumb, but I completely agree with it. Because I said this about CU, and I think it applies the same to the Broncos. When it was leading up to the UCF game, I said, I don't care that this is the middle of the season. You had a 3-game stretch with 2 games on the road, at UCF, Kansas State at home, at Arizona. And I go, if they can go 2-1 during that 3-game stretch, like, they can kind of go wherever they want with this season. That's how it felt anyway. Because you got a couple easier games coming up after that. And as we've discussed before, the Big 12 doesn't have some dominant behemoth at the very top that you have to worry about.
I still say it is Utah, if indeed the 62-year-old quarterback Cam Rising is a game-time decision with the following answer of, yes, he's playing.
I think that you could be right, but the point, I guess, is CU's going to be in position to kind of do a whole bunch of different things that I didn't think were possible before the season started. Like, I'm just accepting, and maybe this is dumb, but I'm just accepting they're making a bowl game now. It's just a matter of how much farther can you get to. And the same thing, I think, applies to the Broncos. They had a very tough opening of the schedule, 3 out of 4 games on the road against really good football teams. I believe, 3 of the 4 are all 3-1 so far, right? Yeah, Seahawks 3-1, Steelers 3-1, Bucks 3-1, and the Jets are 2-2, and they might be the best team in the bunch. Who knows? The next 4 games for Denver, I think, are going to tell you kind of everything. This little next quarter poll in their schedule, 3 out of 4 games at home, a little bit easier opponents than what you started with. You can, I think, base a lot off their success or failure this year off this next month of football.
Vic already said it, that this 2-game stretch is, I believe, the defining moment of the direction of the season. Vic said that. I totally agree. I want to ask you, Vic, you've followed this team. You've been a fan of this team for the entirety of your life. In the last decade or so, these have been the games that the Broncos have not won with consistency.
Well, let me define the last decade. It's been the worst decade of Broncos football of my lifetime, my generation. Okay, I wasn't around in the 60s when they just started off and they couldn't win a damn game and they were struggling. And then the franchise, Floyd Little, came in and saved the team. You know, my generation of Broncos football started with that 77 Orange Crush team. And since that season, this has been the worst stretch of Broncos football, Coach, ever. Ever. I mean, if you're in your 50s walking around Denver, Colorado, this is the worst it's ever been. So it's almost like numbing. You know, it's like, where am I? What is this? I can't believe I'm saying that in 2024, beating the Raiders and Chargers in back-to-back weeks at home are so key and clutch when that was always a foregone conclusion. That used to be like, yeah, home games? Oh, yeah, got that. Chargers? Raiders at home? We own them at home. I mean, do you understand Mike Shanahan's record against the Raiders was 21-7?
Yes,
Do you understand that Mike Shanahan did not lose to that team? He was 21-7. Owned them. And now we live in a world where you've lost to them 8 straight times. You've lost to them in 4 years, you haven't beaten them. So these next 2 games are critical to the season. That's where we are as Bronco fans.
Vic, you bring up this series, this rivalry between the Broncos and the Raiders. I would love to hear your top 5 all-time moments from
Recue yesterday's segment 3, please.
Hey, Nelly, you got that ready to go, man? You got it ready to go?
You know what's interesting?
You know what's funny you say that, Coach? You guys poked fun at me, and I know a lot of people, said that was long. Okay. I want you to know something. I want you to know something. One of our sponsors, Joe Willie's on Broadway, Matt Fleming, he emailed me and said, I stopped my car and had to pull over when you played that segment. I couldn't get enough of it. There are those among us who live among us who loved it. So take that,
I loved
Sanford.
it. I loved it. My favorite thing was right when we went to break after that, you looked at us and you go, yeah, that was way too long.
True.
No, but here's the thing. This is where you're so right, though. The next couple of weeks, like this Raiders game, if you want to be serious this season, this is a game that's like you have to win it, okay? You can't drop this game to a Raiders team that's kind of limping in here, not only with Davante Adams issues, but I heard that Max Crosby was on Jim Gray's podcast. He said with the high ankle sprain, he tried to play, I forget which game it was. He goes, I was so ineffective that I had to take a step back and take the next week off because I wasn't helping the team. He goes, but my plan is to play this weekend. So looks like he's still kind of iffy on whether he's going to go or not, but he's planning to play. But the other thing is, you beat them. This is a really interesting quirk to the beginning of this football season that I don't know how much it's been discussed. Do you know how many times Justin Herbert's thrown for 200 yards in a game this year?
0.
None.
Yeah.
None.
Well, are you surprised? I mean, Harbaugh comes in and runs a diversified system. That's what he did at Michigan. We talked about it. Michigan, when he needed J.J. McCarthy to win a game, he did. But most of the time, he just ran the ball.
Yeah.
If throwing the football were a sex, then Jim Harbaugh would be sexist. It
might be the worst analogy ever given on this show. That tops Mosier.
He hates.
You went full Mosier there, Coach.
I thought you were just going to say it's missionary. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Hey, you know what though? Hey, somebody else pulled over their car. Like, what's he going to say?
Yeah.
Where are we going with this?
He told me, by the way, last week when both you and Moj were out, he told me the story when Harbaugh took over at Stanford, and you said it was the first practice. So all these coaches, you said you were in there with all the other coaches grinding for hours about like, all right,
practice
this
plan.
is what practice is going to look like. We're going to do this for 30 minutes, and we're going to go to this drill and this. And what did he do?
Well, every single play was mapped out, both the offense and the defense, which is normal.
Mm-hmm.
That's normal in every level of football. It's normal in high school. He just said, hey, guys, we're gonna put the football down, and we're gonna play tackle football, and we'll finish when I see fit for this football team. And so all the work, 3, 4, 5 hours of scripting every single play, the defensive coordinator was never communicated with that we weren't going to be on the script for every play.
Yeah.
And so the personnel groupings don't match. His defensive personnel didn't match. He's screaming about 35 yards away, and on film, he rips up his entire script, and you see him throw it into the air like LeBron James in his powder before a game. So fun, man.
But I love that. It's just, you and me were talking about this. What did you guys do? You practiced playing football.
We actually played physical.
Yeah.
We actually hit and tackled. Wow, what a novel concept.
I mean, it's so basic, but it's so true because so many people don't do it anymore. It's like you practiced actual game situations like you played a football game.
Yes.
It makes you better.
Yeah, coaches, we're the worst. All of us. I am the worst, or I was the worst. We always overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm looking at some video emerging from Abu Dhabi, and the Nuggets are getting ready, obviously, to play the Celtics. That game is Friday morning. You can hear it, 10 a.m. Friday morning tomorrow on Altitude 950.
Yep, AM 950.
But they're sending back some video right now, and oh my gosh, does that look crazy out there? I mean, look at a map and find out where Abu Dhabi's located. All right, first of all, not too far from Dubai. It's on the other side of the world. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from India, the Persian Gulf. It's far. It's hot. It's a desert. And I'm looking at video of Nuggets players riding camels. Did you know that the proper hump to ride on a camel is the secondary hump, not the first? You don't jump on the first hump, Coach. It's the secondary hump.
I'm confused by this. Do you actually do you saddle up on top of the hump?
No.
I thought you go between the humps.
No, you go on the secondary hump, behind the humps.
Oh, behind them. Gotcha.
Yeah, because there's a little more room behind the humps. Go ahead, look at some of that video. These boys are saddling up. And to see a camel, to see how strong these animals are, a camel's lying on the ground. DeAndre Jordan goes up on there, gets on, and this camel hops up like nothing.
So if Sean Payton were to be in Abu Dhabi right now, what would he say to the first hump?
It's not my hump.
It wasn't our hump.
You know, I am a
still
father
love
of
that.
3, so that was right on brand.
Oh,
right there.
yeah,
I
it
just
was.
leaned all the way
Yeah.
into the dad joke.
By the way,
Next question.
just quickly, quick shout out from what it looks like, Vic, Ish Smith is retiring after playing for 13 different teams in the league, been in the league a long time, NBA champion with the Nuggets. One of the coolest guys in the world, too. I loved Ish.
I can honestly say of all the athletes I've ever met in this world, in this business, he is top 5 for me. Top 5. And there's a reason why teams went out of their way to sign guys like Ish Smith. There's a reason he has a championship ring with the Nuggets, albeit he barely played, right? He didn't play. He played, garbage time during the regular season. He didn't play during the playoffs. But he was so vital to the culture of that room because he was such a nice guy, such a good dude. He was like a father figure to some. He's so good. So I congratulate him. He deserves everything he has. He's going to work as a scout now for the Washington Wizards, and he's going to be a good one. I think Ish Smith, in 10 years, will be a high-profile front office figure in this league.
Yeah, Ish was a hell of a guy. One of those glue guys that are needed. Maybe doesn't play a whole lot, but same thing with kind of DJ. DJ doesn't play a whole lot, but he's vital to that
Isn't that
locker
funny
room.
in this business, in whatever business, if you're a good person, if you're just a good dude that's well-respected, how easy it is to advance in life and business and whatever you do. Just be a good dude, a good, normal person.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
That's why you're with us, Coach.
It's also why you've been stuck in this position, Vic, for...
Yep.
Yeah, good
Exactly.
point. It's as far as it goes.
Back after this.
Oh, yeah. Get it,
Yeah,
Vic.
turn it up.
It wasn't
now.
our hump.
Turn it
I
up.
see it, Vic.
It wasn't
The
our
man
hump.
can cut a rug. Italian weddings.
Tell him, Sean Payton. Tell him.
It
Tell him.
wasn't our hump. It wasn't our hump.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, bite the hell out of that upper lip, man.
All right, so look, I want to know.
Wedding season, baby. Wedding season.
I can only imagine. I want to. Hey, Vic, can I crash the next wedding that you attend? I want to go.
Come with me, brother.
Yeah. Can I be your +1?
We have plenty of them. Usually wedding season encompasses the average maybe like 7 weddings.
I want to go to
weddings during wedding season.
I want to go to the most stereotypical Italian wedding possible.
I think you just
They're
missed
what
it,
they
right?
used to be.
Was that Michael from Computers? Was that pretty stereotypical?
No, that was a little more over the top than the normal ones.
Leaned all the way in.
Well, from what I heard about that wedding, Michael from Computers is somebody I got to be friends with. Because I need to figure out what's going on there. What kind of computers is he selling?
Guys on gelato.
Gelato carts.
Yeah.
Speaking of money, do you know what I would really enjoy? Owning an NFL team and landing my helicopter in the middle of the practice field while my team is practicing, which is what Jerry Jones did yesterday.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Still a great drop.
I mean, can you imagine this, though? Imagine landing your helicopter saying, guys, can you break up practice for a minute? I got to get down here. And you just take your chopper and put it at the 50-yard line. Did you guys see that video yesterday of Jerry Jones? See if you can find that, Nelly. For
I
people
will
who
never
missed
say
it.
anything bad about Jerry Jones.
I'm not saying anything bad. I think it's cool. I want to do
He
it.
bought me. Jerry Jones bought everybody. Back when let me tell you something, Coach. Let me tell you how smart that man is. When the Cowboys used to have training camp in Austin, Texas, and I worked in Austin, do you know what he did? And it was so smart at the time. He rented out a bar pub in Austin, Texas, as he lands his giant helicopter. That looks like an army copter. Oh my God. As when he worked there, Coach, he would rent out a beer pub place for all the media. After practice sessions, you go there, all drinks on the house. Hang out with all the media buddies.
Every day?
Every single day.
Wow.
Vic, were you a part of the ice cream list from Sean Payton postseason?
I never got ice cream, dude.
Yeah, so D-Mac
I didn't get
got
it.
ice cream from Sean Payton.
Really?
Yeah. We wonder why D-Mac was celebrating that Bo Nix pick like somebody
Yes!
who was.
Yes!
I'd say a month full, a 5-6 week stretch of open bars is a little better than ice cream.
I think so too. What was that interview from? Why was he telling? Because that was his weekly hit on that Dallas station. I forget. Is it The Ticket in Dallas that he's on? Yeah. Why was he telling the guy to settle down?
I think he was asking questions about Dak Prescott or Zeke or the offense struggling or something.
Yeah, settle down. Get your act together.
By the way, look at that. They're parking that copter between the. They're parking it between the building and the field goal post.
Yeah.
If you're in that thing, aren't you worried the damn blade's going to hit the post?
That gave me a little anxiety watching that.
Me too. You're just squeezing that into a shoebox there.
Is that Dak right there? I'm trying to see if that's Dak. He was trying to warm up. I don't even know what. Does Dak wear number 4?
Yes.
Okay, that's Dak. Watch him. He's like, I'm going to warm up.
Yep,
Well,
right there.
I can't. Boss has got the copter
And
coming.
he looks over. He's like, all right, okay, I see how it is. And then he cocks the football like he's gonna fire it at the copter.
That would have been cool though if you put it right into one of those blades. You see it get like sliced up a little bit,
And then it just goes sideways.
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones, he dives
No,
at
not that.
the
Not that.
football of Dak Prescott. You know what's wild about this? When you see this video,
Look how close he is.
it
though.
reminds me of Vic. This reminds me of playing street football. Right, you're playing street football. And you're in it. It's 3rd or 4th down. It is goal to go game on the line. And then the damn car goes through your street.
Oh yeah.
And it's like game off.
Yep.
Everybody's sitting there on the side staring at whoever that jerk of a driver was. And then he leaves. They're like, game on.
I can't parallel park, let alone do what that guy did with the helicopter. That's just crazy how he squeezed that in there.
I mean, those blades, the helicopter chopper blades have to be mere inches from the Omni Hotel that also Jerry Jones owns right there at the facility. I mean, look at that.
See, this is like a scene out of Succession.
I was thinking the same exact thing.
God, what a show.
I just rewatched it. I had to. I was like, that show is so good. So good.
Wait a minute. You went back and rewatched the show you just watched?
I did,
How
yeah.
bored are you?
See, but I need to have, I've explained this to you before. I rewatch shows because I need something on at night, but I can't have something new because if I watch something new, then I don't go to sleep. If I know what's coming, then I don't need to pay attention all that much. But I just saw that.
I don't want to hear about your personal life.
I just saw that last scene again, and I want to find a way to mix this into the show at some point, but when he starts yelling, I'm the eldest boy! I want to put that in the show somewhere, and I can't figure out any way to do it. Anywho, so couple things here. Number one, as this is, I mean, I don't know how many times we've been able to say a big game for the Broncos this weekend over the past few years, but it's a big game. It feels like if you want to crumple up last week's game with the quarterback play, throw it out the window because of conditions. I'm cool with that. Totally fine. What I hope carries over, and you mentioned this yesterday, Sanford, that there could be some contributing factors as to why this was as successful as it was. If Javonte can give me 16 carries for 77 yards a week, I'm totally happy. And I feel like that's going to help out massively to what you want to do offensively. Like, they've been able to have, like, a Tampa game in which they didn't run the football well. And they kind of, I mean, I remember in the Tampa game, 34 passing attempts through 3 quarters to I think it was 12 attempts with your running backs on the ground. And that was a game that you were winning by, like, 13 or 17 points. And I was just like, God, that's weird. I mean, it's working, but it's weird. Can you get a consistent rushing game? Because if you can, it's going to make a world of difference. And the second question is, can Sean Payton stick to it?
This is my hottest take of the day. When I studied this game a little bit deeper over the course of the
Hot
last
take coming, everybody.
24
Hot take.
hours.
Buckle up, grip that saddle. Here we go.
Game 1, you faced an incredible defensive coordinator, head coach in McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
Michael McDonald. Famous. So Game 2. Game 2, the Steelers, awesome defense. Game 3, you faced a great defensive scheme plus Hurricane Helene.
Yep.
Am I dropping bars or what?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, Baker Mayfield. I left out the Bucs. The Bucs, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Just good performance. But if there is one opportunity for head coach Sean Payton to double down on Bo Nix, the passer, and Bo Nix airing the ball out, this is the number 22 ranked overall passing efficiency defense in pro football. This is a game where Sean Payton is licking his chops.
Yeah.
And is going to prove to every doubter, yeah, I'm talking to you, Lindahl. Yeah, I'm talking to me. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Hastings. That you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. Bo Nix is going to have his massive coming out. And it's going to rival Jaden Daniels.
But do you have a concern that Sean Payton is putting ego over the best path forward to winning a football game?
Are you saying that Sean Payton has an ego? What's the question?
What's the question?
I think that's been established, but I don't want him to put ego in front of best game plan to win, is all I'm saying.
Come on.
And I feel like that's happened before.
What's better for this franchise? 7-9, or excuse me, what are we, 7-10 these days?
Yeah.
7-10, 8-9.
Okay.
Bo Nix starting to kind of get a little comfortable.
Little rhythm.
Or just lean into Bo Nix development and win 5.
I think that's what he's doing. We mentioned this just yesterday. If you look at the Jets game, if there's ever an environment to stick to the run game and not even mess with the pass, it was that game. It was monsoon-like conditions, RPO, whatever. And instead, at halftime, there were 15 passes to 10 runs, even though the runs averaged 5 yards per carry, and we're sitting there going, why? I think Coach is onto something. I think he's trying to microwave Bo Nix. Pop him in the microwave. Let's go.
But does it change anything when you see how good this defense is? Number 2 in yards allowed per game.
If
Number 2.
If the goal is to just win games. And I do believe that. I believe that Sean Payton, he's never lost more than, 9 in the season?
He's never won fewer or lost 7 or more. He's never lost 7 or more, I believe
No,
the number.
he's at least won 7 games every year.
At least won 7 games every year.
That.
Yes.
My bad.
Well, I
Yes.
did too. I started it off real bad.
Sean Payton has at least won 7 games every season he's coached.
And that's probably going to happen this year. And you're probably not going to have the chance to draft an elite playmaker at the receiver position.
Yeah.
Then what?
So wait. Are you telling me then that Sunday you expect the same kind of game plan we saw against Tampa, where they opened the game with, 4 for 4, 70 yards through the air, that kind of game plan?
That and or just the ultimate rhythm game for Bo Nix, which I believe Sean Payton attempted to do in the Seattle game plan, where it's completion. Not a lot of yards on those completions, but, hey, get him into some rhythm early. Take a shot down the field.
Bo had in the Tampa game, I still remember this. There was a drive in the third quarter when they're up 13. And I think it started with like 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Here's what their play chart was. They passed the ball on 8 straight plays to start the drive until they ran it. And what was the run? A quarterback sneak. That was the first run of the drive. And I'm just like, God, it's working, but this is pretty crazy.
Not QB sneak, right? It was shotgun empty draw, correct?
I thought it
Quarterback
was
draw.
I thought it was 4th and short, and it was a sneak.
Okay, yeah. Is the one that he kind of took it
Yes,
outside
right.
the tackle.
Right.
Yep.
But here's the thing heading into this game, and this is why, look, if you're just looking to, at least in my opinion, win the football game, this is going to be your best path forward. If there's one thing the Broncos haven't been excellent at defensively, because they've been really good at a lot of things, I think they're 3rd in the league in passing yards allowed per game. They're 12th in rushing yards allowed, which is still pretty good. It's still upper half, but out of all the other things they've done, they're top 3 in like every category outside of that. You know what the Raiders are worst in the NFL at? Running the football. Like, they lost Josh Jacobs and Alexander Madison, and who's the other guy? Zamir White is their other running back. They average 76 yards of rushing per game. That's it. And it's like, this is almost tailor-made. Time of possession, keep it in your favor, extend drives, run the football, do it that way. I just don't know if he's going to commit. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. Going to talk to Jeff Legwold here in a few minutes. 303-504-0925. Leggy joins us next.
I'm just making sure.
Making sure what? I said, I'm not,
Just giving you an opportunity.
no, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference. I'm good. I don't want to discuss injury.
I
Is
just
that
want to
okay?
see if he's going on the plane.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see. Is that fair?
More than fair.
All right, we'll see. Anything else? Thank you.
Hey, Sean.
And with that, we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Leggy, don't even think about asking me that question. Don't you dare.
Ever.
Well, then I just asked it again. That's what happened.
If you ever ask me how I'm doing, I swear to God, we're going to get into it. Listen, Leggy, we heard that exchange in on Monday's show. In fact, that night I did a show, Coach with Coach and DMAC, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
You probably weren't shocked, Vic, after standing in a lot of those rooms with me. But
I know. I'm not shocked, but I was really upset. I was upset for this reason. We saw a man on the field that had to be stretchered out, and we obviously are all concerned and empathizing and sympathizing, and I get it. He probably wanted to alert the family first, whatever. But you're just exchanging information because people are genuinely concerned. And his reaction to that genuine concern was out of pocket. I didn't like it. And I have no problem Sean Payton knowing that. That was ridiculous. Having that kind of exchange about a man's injury was ridiculous. It's not about you, Sean. It's about the guy that got hurt. It's not about you. I don't care if it's your press conference. It's about the guy that got hurt. That's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I conveyed later that the thought was, sort of America saw this young guy go out off the field on a backboard, and my job is to get updates, information, and people can answer questions any way they choose. And but to me that it's a pretty low key exchange on my list of exchanges I've had with head coaches over 38 years. But again, I just thought because of the appearance, the optics of Tyler Bidet going off the field on a strap to a backboard after collapsing on the sideline, that telling people he was going to go home on the plane or that he would be back in Denver, later that night, I didn't think was too much. But that's I've always said, my job's to ask the questions and people can answer them any way they choose.
Jeff Legwald with us, ESPN.com. So to the game, Leggy, look, I don't know who would have had, especially after an 0-2 start, the Broncos at 500 through 4 weeks. But what's your biggest takeaway from the last couple? And we can talk more specifically about the Jets game. But is it just about this defense and how good they are, or what's the main takeaway for you?
Yeah, I mean, the defense has played 4-0 good, in my opinion, but that it is what's carried them. I mean, they have one touchdown pass as a team, and they haven't run the ball very well except for a couple of halves of games. They're not doing much heavy lifting on offense. This is decidedly a defensive effort, and it will be difficult for any team to keep up the scoring defense pace the Broncos have going right now. 13.8 in the NFL is, this ain't homecoming weekend. That's hard to do in the NFL. Keep anybody under 20 even. So they're doing some stuff defensively. I think Vance Joseph has done a really good job of mixing a lot of things from, his time with Wade Phillips. I see a lot of Wade Phillips's influences. I know I've talked to Mike Sanford about it, but there's Jim Leonard influences in there, the new secondary coach, and that just tells you Vance is something a really good coach needs to be, and that's a good listener, because I see a lot of influences, and I certainly see a lot of things Vance believes in. They have 9 different players with sacks right now, and that's certainly something Vance Joseph believes in.
Like he's sticking with the theme. It is Mike Sanford. I don't know if I'm filling in for Mosier today, so the show got dumber and a lot less cool. Just sticking with the theme of defense, with the amount of pressures, particularly even 6-man, 7-man hits, cover zero has been, it's showing up at a higher rate than any other team in the National Football League. The performance of the defensive backs, in particular Riley Moss, Pat Surtain, and Jaquan McMillan. What do you make of just that trust that Vance Joseph has in them to play man-to-man coverage with no safety help on a fairly high percentage of the snaps?
Yeah, I mean, it's a luxury a lot of NFL teams don't have, Mike. I mean, here's what we figure. Here's my awesome analysis of, study. Pat Surtain's pretty damn good, and I think Riley Moss is ahead of schedule. Really competitive player, and I've always felt if you're going to be the corner opposite the alpha, the biggest attribute you can have is competitiveness, because you just can't get bothered by what happens, no matter how much you'd like to be bothered by it or how much a normal person would be bothered by it. You can't get bothered by it. And Riley Moss is competitive. He's tough. He's athletic. That's a quality draft find for them. And McMillan is one of the best nickel corners in the league. So they have probably the best corner, one of the best nickel corners, and they have one of the best young corners in the league. And that gives you the luxury, if you're Vance Joseph, to play a lot of the cover zero, because you feel like you can match up, because the number one receiver, for the opposition needs basically the route of his life on every play to get the ball. And unless Pat Surtain makes a mistake, and he's human, he'll make one or two, but they really have a luxury a lot of teams don't have. And it really sort of reflects what football is right now. If you don't have corners like that, you're really going to struggle to play defense in the league, and it's a difficult position to get that many people that you feel comfortable with.
Leggy, I think these next two home games are huge, monumentally huge for various reasons, primarily the fact that you're playing two division rivals. You're tied with those rivals. You have a chance to take a leg up. You're playing a team this week that you haven't beaten in 8 tries. It's been 4 years. My question to you is, what happened to the Broncos' home field advantage when it was truly an advantage? Even the Bronco teams of yesteryear that were, mediocre, they always won at home. You always had that assurance. Home games were like, okay, don't worry about it, they're at home. That's gone. What happened to that?
Vic, I think about that a lot, because, I'm like you. It used to be even average Bronco teams would be, 5-3 at home back in the 16-game schedule years. I think my opinion is they've wasted a lot of not awesome defensive efforts, but good defensive efforts they've wasted over the years, because it's been a long time since they've been a consistent offense that sort of knew what it was. I year after year, and even this year, I see Bronco offenses sort of not play to who they are. And I've said it. I know people are probably sick of it, but this is yet another year where they're playing offense the way they wish they were instead of what they are. And I think that's why the home field advantage is gone. I feel like Mike Shanahan's Broncos teams and Gary Kubiak's, and even, back to Dan Reeves, I think those teams played to who they were, what their roster was, what they could do best. And I don't always feel that way over the last 8 years of offenses that the Broncos have put on the field.
Javonte entered that game last week averaging 2 yards a carry, and then he had 16 carries for 22 yards. Did he find something last week?
I think the Broncos found a little something. I mean, I'm an old man. I like duo in the run game. I like inside tosses. I like, the inside zone plays. I think they had more things that he does better, like we were just talking about. Just play to what you can do better. And he was more decisive when they ran those plays. I think it was a combination of both. It was like, hey, I have a comfort level with this. And he was far more decisive in those plays. Now, I chart it, and I haven't added it up. Some of it may be anecdotal, or it might be full of crap, but it just felt like they were doing more of those power looks on the interior, and they're better at that than they are pushing it to the perimeter.
Leggy, I'm actually looking at the stats right now, and right now the Broncos are 4th in the NFL in rushing yards over expected, plus 44 when running in between the tackles, and then conversely, when running outside the tight end surface, 25th at negative 31 yards, rushing yards over expected. And it's so interesting to think about the interior the interior run game, and also contrasting that versus what maybe Sean Payton is going to want to do in terms of facing a Raiders defense that's 22nd in the league in pass efficiency on the defensive side of the ball. Can Sean Payton lean into the success that it found in the second half to make the next right decision to get to 3-2 and 1-0 in your division?
Well, if it certainly helped the Broncos, Mike, if Max Crosby didn't play. He's been a nightmare for them over the past few years. But I've yet again, it's only a year and 4 games, but I consistently have seen Sean Payton leave the running game during games because I just feel like he's trying to get to a lot of the other things on the play sheet that he wants to get to. So I don't often see with him, and just in my limited time watching his offense, but I would often see Shanahan and Kubiak just pound the same plays at a defense until they figured out a way to stop them. I don't think these Broncos always do that. And sometimes I think that lets the defense off the hook. They did it a little more in New York because out of necessity. Would they have looked that way on a sunny day? I have my doubts. So I think that's the question. If at least until a rookie quarterback gets his feet under him, and I don't have any idea why the Broncos seem to be in such a rush to sort of prove Bo Nix is not like other rookie quarterbacks instead of just giving him some help in how they're calling games. And what you're saying is how would really help them is, even if runs are stinky from time to time, just keep pounding it in there. You've proven it can work if you just hang in there with it a little bit.
Leggy, can I interest you in my top 5 games of Broncos Raiders lore, complete with some NFL films music behind the scenes? Interested in that at all? I can give you a quick rendition.
Certainly, Vic. I love when you remember when.
All right, great. Somebody hit the commercial break, and we'll get to that right now.
Exactly right. Jeff, always appreciate the time. Thank you, Leggy.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Circus Sports available now. Get an early look at the games this weekend between the Broncos and the Buffs, but can also take a look at Bucks Falcons tonight, as that spread is 1.5 in favor of who? Atlanta, who's at home. Over under 43.5, and all the props you could imagine. How about the first player to score a touchdown? You think it's going to be Mike Evans plus 875 on the Circus Sportsbook. Find that and so much more by downloading that app And check out those tight money line splits, the best odds in the game. You will not find them anywhere better than Circa Sports. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coach, can you hear me?
Yep,
I got you.
You're going to find my soft spot in addition to gangster rap. I have a soft spot for pop. Dua Lipa. I'm really into Sabrina Carpenter of late. Espresso and some of the other songs she has. She has a new one out, Feather.
I feel like I'm driving my 14-year-old daughter to school right now.
I have the musical taste of a 14-year-old high schooler. There's no doubt about it.
Here's the thing. I've I've been so out of the loop now. Like, I hear names like Sabrina Carpenter. Have no idea who that is.
You know the
this
first
other
name,
one,
though.
Is
The
it
first name?
Chappelle Roan or
Chapel Roan.
Chapel Roan?
Chapel Roan.
Yeah.
I have
First of
no
all,
idea who
Sabrina
that is.
Carpenter is politically motivated. She got the mayor of New York City indicted. Read about that.
I did not know
but,
this.
But her music is her last song is outstanding, and I won't argue that. It's not debatable to me.
Dua Lipa.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dua's good.
Yeah. Very, yeah.
Yeah, so Dua Lipa's music is great
fantastic.
to you. Really good music.
Really, really good.
Really good music.
Yeah.
We did a version of this game yesterday. I'd like to play it again.
We're not doing true and false again, are we?
Nelly?
I'm kidding.
Nelly? This is now. We did it in the NFL ranks yesterday. Let's go college football, true or false.
Oh, it's going to get really weird here.
Again, we're going to start sort of locally with some Buff stuff and then go a little bit more national.
What's the order of answer?
What do you mean?
Vic first?
If whoever's most passionate, you jump in first. First.
Dua Lipa, true or false?
True! That makes me want to sing a George Strait song. Girl, I love for you. It's true.
True or false? The Buffs will have at least 9 wins at the end of the year.
False.
False.
Okay.
I think they'll get to 8, and 8 will be great. 8's great.
Where would you say the losses come? That means 3 more losses. Where would they be?
I can't predict anything with this team.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
They are the most unpredictable team in Division I football.
Would you guess that Kansas State is going to be an L?
It's Avery.
True or false? Kansas State's going to beat CU next weekend.
True.
Vic?
I would say that they're more apt to lose on the road than they would be at home. Although last year they gave one up to Stanford at home when a game that looked like it was all but theirs. True.
Okay. True or false? Travis Hunter's value to the Buffs is higher on defense than offense.
False.
I'll say false too. I'll say false.
It's funny. They have a bunch of offensive playmakers, especially at wideout, and look who leads the way every single week.
Yeah.
He's getting 100 yards a game. He's getting 9 catches a game. But I can't deny he turns the ball over for him on defense.
He does. But it's the both that makes him so impactful. But if you solely looked at him on this roster as a wide receiver, he is by far the most gifted aerial catcher of the football. The ability to catch the ball in such awkward spots is such a luxury to a quarterback and as a play caller.
And Coach, there's a misconception that he's a blazer, that he's got blazing speed. He doesn't. He's fast enough, though. And that's the difference.
I actually had heard some things about his laser 40 time, and it wasn't what I thought it was. Mm-hmm. But all I know is his play speed.
It's football fast.
Is ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just and to do it play after play after play in all 3 phases at times.
Last one for CU. This is a deeper sort of discussion. But if CU is successful this year, it hurts the chances of Deion staying more than helps.
False.
I think he's gone either way. So I have an incomplete on that, true or false.
Okay.
Would that be incomplete?
Explain your case then, Mike.
Momentum is contagious. Momentum will also force the hand of maybe not one big booster, but a collection of boosters to break him off big.
Yeah.
And it also is big with recruiting.
Sure.
And at times it is tough to reestablish when you are already in a Power 5 conference team that is cool. Like, it's cool right now.
Yeah.
You're not trying to knock the door down to get it relevant. He already has that.
So I'm just saying, stars align. Here's what I'm getting at. Stars align, the Buffs win 10 games. Maybe that's good enough for a Big 12 championship appearance or something. But at the end of the year, Deion's going to cross that hurdle into, we actually did a good coaching job this year. Other schools with big names would come calling with a bunch of money.
And that's the argument I want to make, is one of the reasons why he ended up at Colorado, to Colorado's credit and reward, is that some schools may have passed on him not knowing whether can he coach. Well, if he coaches this season successfully, that hurdle's been cleared, And there are going to be some very wealthy schools who are willing to open up the purse strings much more than what CU can handle. And I think those schools will emerge.
I think that Deion Sanders is more likely to make a decision based off what he wants to do rather than what the market in terms of teams that want him. That's what I think.
All right, so be honest. Let's be abundantly honest and transparent. Do you think Deion Sanders wants to live in Boulder for the rest of his life?
No. I think where Shedeur is drafted will – and the timeline is very strange.
Yeah.
Think about it. This is not your typical December, January timeline. Where he ends up is going to, I think, impact all of this.
Going more national. True or false? Texas will win the SEC conference.
False.
When you say win the conference, do you mean win the conference championship?
Win the
game?
championship, the SEC championship.
I think false too.
Who is it?
I think it's going to be Alabama or Georgia.
Alabama. Because Kalen DeBoer, the new head coach, I had my questions about him following in the footsteps of the GOAT, Nick Saban.
Yeah.
And also not being from Southern America. And you could say, well, Nick Saban was an Ohio guy. No, he was a West Virginia guy.
Yeah.
He is from the cultural South. What Kalen DeBoer did against Georgia and winning that football game and doing it authentically his way, and that's an exciting brand of football. He actually has taken Alabama from a really good program with really good personnel and actually made them kind of fun.
Yeah. Follow-up.
You know what else he's done? You know what else he's done, Coach? I was sort of getting tired of everybody and everything revolving around Alabama, going back to Coach Saban. Oh, Coach Saban and Miss Terry and that whole story. He's made it about Alabama,
Yes.
DeBoer has. He's made it about the team. It's not about him.
I like that too. Follow-up question on Texas. Arch Manning, true or false? Arch Manning should start for Texas the rest of the year.
True. I am not a Quinn Ewers guy.
You're not?
I just think he is the quintessential 1995 to 2008 stereotypical quarterback. Tall, pocket passer, rifle for an arm. Those guys have problems when you play teams that are like you. Whatever team ends up with Quinn Ewers, if drafted in the first round, is going to make a big mistake.
Vic?
You could say true, but I think it's going to be false. They're not going to take the starting spot away from a guy who got hurt. They're not going to do it.
I love Arch Manning's wheels, man.
Yeah,
Quinn Ewers, though, he does not have those wheels.
True or false? A quarterback will not win the Heisman Trophy this year.
True.
True on that as well.
Ashton Genty. Yes, Ashton Genty. Say his name, Kaner.
Ashton Genty. I said not John Tay, like I was saying earlier. Genty.
And then somebody else on these airwaves called him Genty. That's Ashton frickin' Genty from the Boise State Broncos. He wears a blue uniform and he plays on a blue field. Yeah. And Travis Hunter are the two leaders in the clubhouse.
Where is Ashton Genty from?
Frisco, Texas.
How the hell did Boise end up with him?
He was a little too short for the Power 5 program.
He's what, 5'9"?
You know what we do in Boise, Vic? We don't care about star rankings. We don't care about all the hype. We just watch the film. We evaluate the player.
Well, be honest, you can't really care about it. You just sort of take the ones that fall between the cracks.
I'm with you, though. I think it's going to be one of those two. It's going to be Hunter or it's going to be Genty.
And then the other guy in the conversation is Jalen Milroe. And it would take, in my opinion, we won't use the I word here. It would take an extended leave of absence from Genty and Travis Hunter, plus Alabama going undefeated for Jalen Milroe to win the Heisman.
Sticking with the quarterback theme, true or false? Cam Ward will lead Miami to a college football playoff spot.
False. They came close to losing already, and I think they'll stumble at some point.
False, because of his head coach. He is the notoriously worst manager of end-of-game scenarios. Mario Cristobal.
Yeah, we saw it last year.
Terrible.
True or false? His former school, Cristobal. Oregon is the most overrated team in college football.
God, that's a tough one. Overrated. There are a few that are overrated, but
I had to.
They're number 6 in the country right now.
I had to take.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, go ahead, Vic.
They came out slow. They won the first 2 games slowly, and then they're getting better each week. So I'll say false.
Incomplete.
Okay.
I will rephrase it. and I want you to ask the question and replace overrated with boring.
True or false? Oregon is the most boring team in college football.
True. Especially when they're Oregon, known for their fast-paced offense and scoring points. They've gotten boring. And I think they might end up winning a bunch of games, but it's boring. You watched that game against UCLA this weekend? It was terrible.
They are, like, for Oregon standards, too. Oregon's usually fun. They're fun. Last one here. True or false? With Nick Saban gone, the best coach currently in college football is Kirby Smart.
False.
False, too.
He's the best recruiter and evaluator.
Yeah.
The best coach is?
Kalen DeBoer.
I'm liking him more and more. Either DeBoer or the guy running the UNLV operation right now.
Barry Odom. Doing a great job, man.
Dude, since Sluka left I forget the guy who came in for Sluka, he's pretty athletic and pretty good. I saw some highlights of him the other, they're what, 24th, 25th now in the country?
You know that guy's name? It's like a word sandwich. It's like
it's a lot of letters.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
It. There are a lot of letters going on.
Good player, though. You know where he transferred to UNLV from? Campbell.
Oh, yeah.
So they got a guy from Holy Cross and a transfer from Campbell?
Yeah, do you know what the mascot is of Campbell?
Soup?
We just talked about it in Abu Dhabi. You get on the second hump.
Camel?
They're the Campbell Camels.
It wasn't our hump.
That feels pretty lazy. It's pretty lazy for a nickname. All right, there you go, college. Well, I could do this, by the way. True or false? Who's your favorite player? That's a big true or false question. True or false? Your favorite player to watch right now in college football is?
I like false.
For me, it's Travis Hunter. It's up close. I know for you, you're going to say Genty.
I think false has great hips, tremendous short area quickness. I'm going with false in this one.
How about, Ryan Williams is pretty fun, too. God, he's fun to watch. All right, there you go. That's a little true or false for you in college football.
I'm going to bleed
True
blue,
or
and I'm
false?
going Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, true or false, Brett Kane, you almost witnessed a hole-in-one yesterday.
I'm not kidding. So Vic calls me. He says, you want to play with myself, my brother, and my son? And I go, sure.
Played Omni. Beautiful, beautiful resort course in Broomfield.
I've never seen it in my life, dude.
California.
His son,
beautiful,
Dante, hits this shot that doesn't just lip out of the cup, lipped out with it was trickling.
Did like a 180.
And then it went, spun hard around the hole. Never seen it in my life. And I don't know how he continued to play afterwards. I would have probably just given up.
Well, it was in the hole and then it wasn't. It was the weirdest thing because it went past the hole, spun back toward the hole. We were all thinking, well, this night's done. Because had it gone in, Coach, we would not have been a part of this show today.
Yeah. You would have been doing this yourself.
Great.
Because it was literally, it spun past the hole, back into it. It was in the cup. It did like a 180 circular wash machine thing in the cup and then popped out.
On the morning show, who leads? You guys play a lot of golf. I question if you guys actually do any form of work.
Yeah.
Because of how much golf you play.
Mm-hmm.
Who leads the club? Who's the leader in the clubhouse with career aces?
Well, I have none.
I've only got one. I've got one.
Any word on Moj?
Does
I
Moshe
don't
have
think
one?
Moshe has
I don't think he has one.
any.
No. So, yeah.
Who told
Vic,
you that? What?
I told my kid after missing that, I said, golfers go their entire lives without an ace. Just remember that.
Vic, what year did you get your ace?
The day I turned 50 years old with our boy G-Man out of Bear Creek, number 3, 6-iron.
That's impressive.
Every detail.
Was
Every
it
detail is remembered on that one.
A 200-yard par 3?
It was the back tips. I think we were playing 190 downhill over a thing of bushes. I couldn't see it go in. We didn't see it go in. I thought it was long.
Oh, see, that sucks.
I know we
couldn't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking for it, and G says, I think it's in the hole. I said, G, if it's in the hole, you and I are going to lay together here on the side of this hill. And he passed on that, but it was in the hole.
What color balls do you use, golf balls?
White ball.
What about you, Kaner?
White.
Because somebody's accusing you of being a yellow ball golfer.
Me?
Oh,
yeah.
First time I played with Kaner, and Kaner's improved steadily. I mean, he's at the point where I'll play golf with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you what kind of improvements he's made. But the first time I played golf with Kaner, Coach, he played a range ball.
I did. It was an accident,
On the course.
but I did play it, yes.
Did
I don't know why it was in the bag.
Did you have a Bush latte, a sleeve of Bush lattes right next to your range ball?
Here's the thing, though. I played the range ball, and Vic goes, "Is that a range ball?" And I go, yeah, I guess it is." And I birdied that hole.
And then he birdied.
By the way, speaking of balls, here's Cam Ward about Cal's defense and their interceptions so far this year.
Cal's defense, I guess, I know you had a couple of interceptions which you had back, but they have 10 already through 4 games. So they seem to really enjoy grabbing the other guys' balls. What do you think about their defense and their interceptions?
They're good sound defense. They are what they say they are on the stat sheet.
What are we doing here?
What
is that?
Who asked that question?
Yeah, what do you know what that's from?
It's from the press conference this week.
It was just some guy in Miami?
Yeah.
One more time.
So I sent this one to the text thread. I was like, this is going to come up at some point.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to ask.
Defense, I guess, I know you had a couple of interceptions which you had back, but they have 10 already through 4 games. So they seem to really enjoy grabbing the other guys' balls. What do you think about their defense and their interceptions?
They're good sound defense. They are what they say they are on the stat sheet.
Why is he being such a pro after that?
Because I actually think that is the most Heisman moment worthy time of his season thus far.
It's going to be on the reel.
To keep a straight face after whoever this reporter is, he planned it. The reporter had to have planned it because he heard him giggling before.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to, I was going to say, if you really wanted to go viral, all you'd have to do is go to any of those joint press conferences where you're just lobbing questions and ask a question in the most immature sophomoric manner. It's easy to do.
Should I do that after the Raiders-Broncos game with Sean Payton after the game? How do you think that? How do you think that go over?
Yeah, that'd be good. Former coach asks current coach sophomore question that goes viral.
Well, I actually was just talking to somebody outside yesterday when we talked to Bednar, and it's that we spent about 3 minutes with Bednar talking about flat bill hats.
Brim hats, yeah.
And I go, imagine trying to have that convo with either Sean Payton or Michael Malone. Because Mike Malone is also a flat brim guy. He is.
I think he's flat bill light. Bednar is an OG flat biller.
Yeah.
Now, you could have this conversation with Sean Payton on his shoes because he's a Jordan Brand sneakerhead.
Right.
He wears just Jordan Brand sneakers, and they're awesome. So I think you can go down that road on that subject. Now, I don't know if you can do it in the middle of the season, but you could.
By the way, just got word, speaking of the Nuggets, Katie Wingy, who is halfway across the world, is going to join us on Zoom, and we'll get a look.
When?
Next. Do you guys want to take a trip out to Abu Dhabi for a second?
I've always wanted to go to Abu Dhabi.
Well, we can take a virtual trip. She ready to go here, Nelly? All right, Katie Wingy now joins us. Is she going to be on? I want to see this screen. So I'm told we only have a few minutes with Katie here.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
So, Katie, is this Dubai? Is this Abu Dhabi? What are we looking at here?
This is the Dubai Mall, the famous Dubai Mall. I'm only going to show you me because there are rules in this country, so I have to be very careful.
Okay. Well, don't get in trouble. Do what you can.
I'm not going to get in trouble, but it looks like a mall.
I was going to say, you call this a famous mall. Does that mall have
It's
a...
massive. I just walked by an ice rink
store
inside of it. No dollar store. No dollar store in this mall. We did just walk past a giant waterfall, which we were in the commercial break. I wanted to show you guys. We were in the commercial break. And then we walked by, they have an ice rink, like a full ice rink in the middle of the mall as well. Aquarium. Okay. What else?
The only thing, Katie, that I was wondering if it had is a food court with a hot dog on the stick and an Orange Julius. Does it have said stores?
I did not see that here, unfortunately. So you're going to have to maybe go to your local establishment to find that.
All right, so Katie, basketball is going to be played tomorrow, and it's going to be played against the Boston Celtics. But I know that this is a part of the world that most of us have never seen, and you were eager to see it. On a scale of 1 to 100 in gluttony, how gluttonous is that part of the world and what you've seen so far?
You know, Vic, I haven't seen like a lot of everyday life. Our schedules have been so jam-packed with activities, which have been amazing, but also like basketball practice and clinics and community service and things like that. So I don't know if I can give an accurate scale reading on that so far, but I can tell you that this is one of the nicest malls I've ever been in my life. Very high-end stores. You can just kind of feel the luxury as you're walking around. And we did a really cool dinner in the desert last night, which was an unbelievable experience. Riding camels, and they treated us so well. We had awesome food and true like Arabian culture, and it's been awesome, like seeing how different it is on this side of the world and being welcomed as warmly as the Nuggets have been.
So what's been the coolest activity?
I mean, the dinner in the desert was awesome. It just was like the sunset, and I really wanted to ride a camel. I don't know why, but it's the coolest thing to be able to be like, yeah, I rode a camel in the Middle East. And it just was like such a surreal experience. I'll tell you too, the clinic that the Nuggets did yesterday, they brought in a bunch of kids for NBA Cares and junior NBA, local kids, and seeing the guys with the kids they're always so great in those environments, but being here and having them, give back to the community in some way, shape, or form, that was really cool to see as well. So lots more activities along with actual basketball that will be played very soon.
Yeah, we don't care about kids in the community. We do care, though. Do they have vending machines there, Katie, that actually give you bars of gold? I've heard this story.
I heard that as well, and I have yet to see that in real life. So I have been looking for it. My eyes have been peeled. I have not actually seen it yet. So I will report back on that in days to come.
Katie, were there any weight limits on the camel ride experience? And did Nikola Jokic ride a camel?
I don't believe that there were. I did not see Nikola Jokic on a camel. I did see DeAndre Jordan on a camel and Aaron Gordon on a camel. So with that in mind, no one was told they couldn't get on a camel because of their weight. So I think anybody who wanted to did.
Katie, I know you got to catch the bus to get back, but we appreciate the few minutes. I just have one request. Can you bring me back a Sbarro from that mall before you get back here?
You guys have the weirdest requests. No, you can just get that in Colorado.
But I don't know. Maybe it tastes different over there. I want to see.
It's got gold
contrast.
leaves. It's gold-leafed Sbarro
yes.
No.
Katie, thank you so much.
Not
have a great time.
Food court. No.
Thanks so much. Have a good time. We'll talk to you later.
Bye, Katie.
All right, that is Katie joining us halfway around the world on the Ramos Law Hotline.
By the way, she just delivered some sound that she got from practice this morning. What time is it there? It's got to be 8:00 at night. It's nighttime.
idea.
Ask Siri. It's nighttime over there. But she got some sound from practice this morning from all the players. And when you travel with these teams and you have these NBA sanctioned guides, a lot of it's spent doing these clinics. Because what they're trying to do, why are they playing in Abu Dhabi? People ask that. Because Abu Dhabi paid the NBA a ton of money to go play there. That's why. All right? A ton of money. So to say that they're not chasing that money would be false. They paid the NBA a ton of money to go there. They're trying to grow the game. It's already a universal sport, but there's money to be spent in that part of the world, and they're having clinics with youth teams and all that. Did you see, by chance, some of the stuff that they sent, some of the stuff that Altitude Television has shot? Have you seen the facilities over there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They're beautiful. The basketball facilities in Abu Dhabi are simply stunning.
I'm sure. That place literally looks like, when your kids or when you were kids or whoever, your parents were kids and they imagined what the future would look like and it looked like some, Jetsons cartoon. Like, Abu Dhabi is the closest thing we have to that, isn't it? It's like, it's some futuristic pocket of a whole bunch of cash that has turned into a city that we imagined, 150 years in the future sort of thing. Like, didn't they make a man-made island where the sand is palm tree? It looks like a palm tree if you have like an aerial view of it, but it's all man-made stuff. And I'm just like, I don't even know how you do that. They make their own rain, which would make me feel like a god. If I could snap my fingers and be like, hey, I want it to start raining now. It's a lot of power to wield.
I'll tell you what, man. Oil, as they call it in West Texas, oil.
Yeah.
That's a powerful drug, brother.
Oh, my God. Katie just sent me a photo of where she's at right now. We got it from inside the mall, right? Inside the mall where she's
is she
roaming.
not allowed to, do video outside? Was that the deal, is what she was talking about?
I don't think you're allowed to just walk the streets with video cameras in hand unless you get permission. I don't know. First of all, can we all agree if I were on that trip, I'd have been kicked out and sent back to the U.S. by now? Because there's no way I'd be rolling on everything.
Prison.
What do you think? What do you think
away.
the actual punishment would have been?
I don't know, but dude, there's no way I would have survived 3 hours. She's a rule-abiding person. She follows. I do not when it comes to this stuff. There's no way I would have survived Abu Dhabi.
Filming in the UAE is an exciting and rewarding experience. However, it's essential to know that filming without a film permit is illegal and punishable by law. I'm trying to figure out what the punishment would be. So you can't even FaceTime somebody if you're on the street in Abu Dhabi?
Dude, I'm telling you, that is crazy. Some of the laws and rules, they're different.
Huh.
There's no way I would survive a week there.
No, Vic,
I would survive 4 hours.
Your entire life would be upside down. The entire thing.
Did Katie just FaceTime us from Abu Dhabi?
I think it was Dubai, actually, is where she was at.
Yeah, she's in Dubai right now.
Is she allowed to FaceTime us?
But I think that's what she said. If you're inside the mall, it was okay.
Oh, you're good
but
in the mall.
You couldn't go outside and do it, I think is what she was saying.
I just want to make sure
I think
everything's
what you're
okay.
saying, if Katie does not return with the Nuggets, then we know why.
Yeah. Am I implicated in this scheme? Or is this Nelly?
What if we got Katie thrown in prison?
So let me ask you this. If I'm walking the streets of Abu Dhabi with a glass of wine and my camera rolling. I got a glass of wine. I got my camera rolling. I'm wearing hoop shoes and a tank top because I'm looking for a hoop court.
Might even be ripping your Colorado vape pen.
Wait, that's true. There's no booze allowed there, right?
No booze.
Yeah.
No booze.
So I got boxed wine. I'm slapping the bag. I got a boxed wine. I'm rolling the streets of Abu. What would happen?
I think some bad things, probably. Yeah, some bad things. Well, they had this in, remember,
So
the World
a normal
Cup.
day in downtown Denver would not end well in Abu Dhabi.
No,
The World Cup in Qatar, they had the same thing, but they made an exception for inside the stadium, right? For alcohol sales or something, if I remember this correctly.
It was like at the 11th hour.
Yeah, like last second they said, okay, we'll serve some alcohol inside the stadium. But remember, they had those rooms like were drunk tanks. If you acted out of line, they were going to lock you in there until you were good to go. Yeah, I couldn't make it. There.
We got a good.
Did you see the photo? Look at my Twitter. Look at the mall where it's located in Dubai, and look at from the outside because did they ferry in? I don't know, but that's where they are. Look at that building. Are you kidding me with this?
Where do you have it at? Where's it?
It's on my Twitter.
Okay.
Katie just sent me the photo. I just want everybody, when you have a chance, look at this. That is unbelievable. The skyline. It's a skyscraper that goes so high into the sky. I think it pokes the moon. That's where she is right now.
And that's the Persian Gulf.
That's insane. Yeah, that's wild.
It's like touching the Persian Gulf.
303-504-0925. Can get in touch with us, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Are you concerned at all about this being a distraction? No, because we're focused on Denver.
Antonio, given all the reports that are out there about Davante, how are you able to focus simply on the Broncos coming up?
I've been doing it. You talking about me personally?
You, and then how do you keep
because I mean, it starts with me, because that's my only focus. I get paid here to get ready each and every week for the opponent. I don't blink, I don't flinch. I don't know, I've said it before, like, I've been through enough in my life with adversity and stuff that it doesn't bother me. I just move forward. The next obstacle in front of me is the Denver Broncos. And that's what I presented to my team, and that's what they're doing right now in the meeting, and we're about to go out to practice and do it versus the Broncos.
Get the sense that they absorb that message?
100%.
Antonio Pierce yesterday talking about the Davante Adams situation. I will say this. You know what's nice is not having one of these. Not having one of these moments overshadowing your team.
It is nice. Yeah, it's also nice to not have a head coach that says, I don't blink, I don't flinch. Because, like, come on, man. Like, you're the head coach. You're not the starting outside linebacker. You're not the run stuffer.
What's the balance for you between that? Like, we have a few coaches in the NFL now that are former players. You know, the Antonio Pierces, the D'Amico Ryans, the Dan Campbells. Like, how do they balance the line between speaking like I'm the former player guy and I'm the coach guy?
I guess what I always say is just lean into, I guess, who you are.
Yeah.
And that's probably who he is. So while I am criticizing it, I think the whole quote, I don't blink, I don't flinch. Well, let's see what you say after Vance Joseph dials up copious amounts of pressure. Right. Nick Benito is going absolutely ham in the backfield. Are you going to be blinking then? Are you going to be flinching then?
Like when you heard the Campbell introductory press conference of the biting kneecaps and stuff like that, where you're like, ugh.
I was at first, and then I started getting to know him through the show, and I was like, I like that dude.
Yeah. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I don't know what to think of this game because I don't know what we're going to see. How do the Raiders go on the road to Baltimore and beat the Ravens? How? Like anyone?
Like kind of dominated, right? For a good chunk of that football game.
Well, they had to rally to win the game. They had to rally to win they were down by what? A couple touchdowns late. They rallied and won that game, but they did so by I don't know what to think here. I think the Raiders are one of those teams. They're so curious and so they may be better on the road. And that's what scares me about this game.
So this is something I want to get into in more detail. There's one of those anonymous player polls that The Athletic did in the NFL with a whole bunch of different categories. We'll get to it in, let's say, 20 minutes. But one of these things, what I'll bring up now, was if you were to start an NFL team from scratch, who is the first non-quarterback you would draft? So these are 103 current players in the NFL anonymously responding to this. Their number one guy that they said is, do you want to take a guess?
Justin Jefferson.
He was 2. Vic?
The first non-quarterback. Tyreek Hill?
Yes. Nailed it. That's 1 and 2. Tyreek was number 1. Justin Jefferson was number 2. And here's what's interesting. The next 4 responses, as far as highest percentage of votes, was Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, TJ Watt. So wide receiver, edge rushers. Next 4. Which is exactly where you see the pay discrepancy go out. If you're a non-quarterback, these are the highest paid positions in the league. And what hit me in reading that was the Broncos don't have the top 2 guys, right? They don't have the Tyreek Hill, and they don't have the Justin Jefferson. They also don't have a Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons. But they kind of moneyballed their way into getting that production. They've had 12 sacks in the last 2 weeks. They had 7 on Baker. They had 5 on Aaron Rodgers last week. It's like, even though you don't have the name value of a Micah Parsons or Max Crosby, you, to quote Moneyball, in the aggregate, have created this Jonah Ellis, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito, Zach Allen, whatever thing that is giving you the same contribution as those guys, which I think is, Leggy said it earlier, this defense has played to a 4-0 level through 4 weeks this season. And I don't think that's going to change this weekend with Gardner Minshew. If you can get after Baker Mayfield and Aaron Rodgers, I got a pretty good idea you're going to be able to get after Gardner Minshew, correct?
I think so. I think that, Gardner Minshew, the one thing that he is used to doing, and I know this from coaching against Mike Leach, that air raid system, like quarterback abuse was part of the deal.
Yeah.
It was throw the ball 50 to 70 times a game, and you were going to get hit. So Gardner Minshew is proficient at getting away when he can. But man, the player that I keep going back to, which didn't seem like a massive offseason acquisition before the 23 season, Zach Allen.
Oh my God.
He is the straw that stirs the drink, man. And it's what he's doing on the interior. He's a top 5 interior pass rusher in pro football and is playing in such a way that he commands double teams, which takes away double team help.
Did he do the same thing last year?
He was hurt. He was coming off an injury-plagued season.
Yeah.
It was not to full form.
Feels like he's got a different attitude this season. Like he's getting in people's faces after every play. And if you had to give an MVP to this team, is it Zach Allen through 4 weeks?
I think it probably has to be.
Him or Surtain, maybe?
I think the collective on defense, it's a very complimentary defense.
Yeah.
You're so right. The guys up front are doing damage, and the back end they trust. And if you can trust your back end, like the Broncos trust theirs, you see the effects.
Yeah.
Guys, we could talk all day. Frankly, I'm tired of the talk. I've got to see it. You got to win at home. You have to establish home field again. And it's something the Broncos have not done for quite some time. You got the Raiders and the Chargers in back-to-back weeks. I'm going to go watch as a fan this week. I want to see what it's like. I want to feel it. I haven't felt it there in a long time. I want to feel the home field, and if it finally works to the Broncos' favor. If you can't win these next 2 weeks at home, when can you?
Yeah.
When can you?
It's proven out over the last 2 weeks for the Broncos. It's an old coaching adage that defense and the run game travels.
Sure.
So my question to you, Vic, and nobody ever talks about what makes you a winner at home. Yeah. People talk about what makes you a winner on the road.
You got to score.
I agree.
Yeah, here's a stat from our guy Doug, who does stats for us at Altitude. The Raiders have outgained the Broncos total yards, right? Total yards. Not just out, they've beaten them now 8 straight times, but total yards in each of the last 10 meetings. Not since 2018 have the Broncos offensively outgained the Raiders. It's been an offensive cesspool, a desert, especially at home. Score the football at home. Entertain me at home. Every Bronco fan listening right now, I know you're nodding your head in agreement. What's it been like going to those games at Mile High? You've been asleep by halftime. You've been asleep.
Well,
entertain me. Score.
If last week it was about weather, looking at the forecast, 80 degrees, nothing but sunshine on Sunday. So you want perfect conditions for offensive football. I don't think it gets much better than that.
I've only lived here since 2022, and the majority of the games that I've attended have felt sunny and without any weather conditions here in Denver.
And boring. Hey, Coach, you were in the press box for that Pittsburgh game. Honest to God, and again, I'm not here to mince words. I could have easily I could have gone fetal position there in the corner. I could have slept really well that game.
You, me, and D-Mac in our spot there on press row, about a quarter and a half into this game, we're like, again?
Right.
Again?
And I'm not saying that you have to do that to forsake wins, but by God, we're in this. Football it's entertainment. You can't ask fans to keep paying to come to these games, fill out give me something. Give me what you gave me in Tampa.
Yeah. And you know
give me that.
So, Coach, we were talking about this coming out of the Tampa game, and maybe it's just like you've been eating ramen noodles for like a month straight, and somebody gave you a fast food burger, and it just tasted like a gourmet burger because you just haven't had that in so long.
Well, that's assuming I don't love ramen.
I do love ramen, though, personally. But what I'm getting at here is, like, you go back and look at the numbers from the Tampa game, they weren't mind-blowing. Like, they weren't amazing on third down. They had 350 yards of offense. That's okay. But it felt incredible when you were watching.
You want to know why, which I believe is the formula for the Broncos to continue these winning ways. They got up early.
Mm-hmm.
And when you can get up early and you build a 2-score lead, a 2-possession true lead, what does that then give your pass rushers the opportunity to do?
Just tee off. Yeah.
You know, in fact, the more I think about it, over the last 8 years, I'm thinking about great Bronco wins, complete games. I'm thinking about at Dallas, okay, under Fangio. I'm thinking about at Houston. Big win when the Texans were favored in that game. I'm thinking about at Tampa when the Bucs were favored. Give me the last. Somebody help me out, because again, my brain it's a salad right now. What's the last entertaining home game? A home game that you were like, whoa,
Last year's
hey.
last year's Packers win? Was that?
I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Help me out.
It was a weird game.
Help me out. Anybody got one? The last home Broncos game, because I can point to Texans. I can point to the Cowboys. I remember what they did because they were entertaining as hell. When's the last time you left Mile High and you're like, whoa, hey?
Yeah, I don't think anything at home last year was fun. Yeah,
Help me out, Texters.
It's been a minute.
You tell me. That's the desert we've lived in. I mean, Katie's live from the Persian Gulf in that desert. This desert's bigger. The Browns game last year, somebody wrote. Help me out with the Browns game.
I was there. I mean, it was.
I don't remember it.
29-12 win.
I don't remember the game. I remember Dorian Thompson Green, something, a bunch of names.
Yeah, I don't know. Chiefs game, you won 24-9, but guys, Russell Wilson had 114 passing yards in that game.
That was the game in which, Russell outplayed Mahomes. Remember, Mahomes was sick, and he was doubtful, then probable, and he played sick, and Chiefs fans said, hey, will you beat a sick Mahomes? There was nothing eventful about that game. That game was boring.
Yeah, but I go back to our conversation with Leggy. What were we on this program begging Sean Payton to do coming off the win in New York offensively? What are we begging him to do?
Go back to what he did against
Run the
Tampa.
football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Is that always sexy?
No,
Is
you're
it
right.
always
You're
exciting
right.
and entertaining? So we can't have our cake
You're
and
right.
eat it too.
You're right. I'm gonna slap my wrist.
But
I'm sorry.
But Tampa was fun. Like, that was a fun game to watch.
Because
I'm sorry.
it started with an aerial attack to say back the hell off.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
it was like, you're going to play man coverage and put an extra defender in the box? Cool. We're going to have Bo Nix do what he
Okay.
does well, and that's throw a back shoulder fade. And then we're going to have Josh Reynolds run by somebody.
Listen, for me, it's very fundamental, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about it this morning. I'm going back to the roots of why we watch sports. Why do we pay money to go to these games? You and I called a high school game the other night. Was that entertaining, Coach?
Absolutely.
There was offense galore, back and forth, big plays,
Great
right?
quarterback play.
Great quarterback. It was entertaining. I mean, like, if I went to that game, I would have left that game being entertained. You go to a random Avs or Nuggets games, most of the time, you're going to get entertained. It's entertaining. When we watch CU play football, win or lose, is it entertaining? Right? It
Yeah.
leaves you like, whoa.
One thing
Am I asking too much for the Broncos at Mile High Stadium, something they haven't done? Just entertain me.
Could I give you one from last year that kind of has gotten lost in the shuffle because it ended up being a loss?
Don't say Washington.
Okay.
Don't say it.
I was just, numbers-wise,
But that game was gross.
Yeah.
It was gross. It was two bad teams.
They
two
had
ba-
350-plus passing
two
plays,
bad
though.
defenses. Those were
Yeah.
two really bad defenses. So it was almost a comedy of errors that led to a
Sure.
bunch of the offense production. But Vic, I go back to this desert you keep talking about.
Yes.
And not being entertained. What's been the missing ingredient during that desert?
Quarterback play.
Yes.
Yeah. Quarterback play. Yeah. And every time we go back to yesteryear, remember Peyton's teams? Remember the most electrifying offense at that point in NFL history? Every week you saw something you'd never seen before. Hell, 7 touchdowns against the Ravens. Are you joking?
Yeah.
We saw things we'd never seen before. You can go back for the last 30 years before that, and you're seeing things you'd never seen before. It's been 8 years of miserable offense. You're exactly right. Miserable offense.
But then we go back to the question you need to answer, do you have that quarterback? So you're Sean Payton. You're designing the game plan for this game against a bad pass efficiency defense, most likely without their best pass rusher.
Yeah.
What do you think you're going to do?
Yeah.
And my hockey lab says NFL plays good defense. I agree. Defense is great. I don't know, though, but I watched a Seattle-Detroit game Monday night, which was fun as hell to watch.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Both those teams play good defense, right? The Broncos played Seattle. They had a good defense. That was fun as hell.
Are the Washington Commanders fun to watch right now, Vic?
Yeah. Really
Might be the
fun.
most fun team in the league.
303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in. So I want to get to some of this anonymous player poll stuff, but something else. A quote yesterday that I don't think you hear all that often. It's somebody taking responsibility that is very rare in sports. We'll get to it next. Circus Sports. Circus Sports available now. Get an early look at the games this weekend between the Broncos and the Buffs, but can also take a look at Bucks Falcons tonight, as that spread is 1.5 in favor of who? Atlanta, who's at home. Over under 43.5, and all the props you could imagine. How about the first player to score a touchdown? You think it's going to be Mike Evans plus 875 on the Circus Sportsbook. Find that and so much more by downloading that app. And check out those tight money line splits, the best odds in the game. You will not find them anywhere better than Circus Sports. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Can we forget about the things I said when I was drunk?
Didn't mean to call you that.
The song rules.
Can't
Is this Sabrina Carpenter?
Yes. It's actually, no, this is Doja Cat, believe it or not. So a couple things. Before we get to this anonymous player poll in the NFL. Yesterday, you had 3 out of 4 of these wild card series in the MLB were sweeps. So the Royals swept the Orioles, the Tigers swept the Astros, and the Padres swept the Braves. The only game that's still left to winner take all is today between the Mets and the Brewers.
That's going to be a fun game to watch.
Very fun. I love the season on the line type of games in the MLB. Every pitch is intense. I love it.
What's our guy for the Barstool, Frank? Have you watched
Frank, yeah, Big Frank, whatever his name is, yeah.
That is wild to watch.
I can't watch him.
It's hard.
What does he do?
Dude, he like snaps his glasses. He's a big guy. Snaps his glasses. He has a thing that he bites. He's biting things the whole time.
He has like a necklace that's
it's got like a chew toy.
Yeah, it's
While he's watching the game?
Yeah, and he just
it's like his stress ball is like doing that. It's really bizarre to watch and uncomfortable.
What's really uncomfortable is the circle of saliva on his shirt around his chew toy.
That too. Now, so that game should be fun today. But remember, last year, the World Series featured the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks, 2 teams that did not make the postseason this year. And so on 98.7 in Arizona, flagship for the D-backs, the owner of the D-backs, Ken Kendrick, was on one of the shows discussing the season. And he said this, which I don't think I've heard owners say very often.
Signing Jordan Montgomery and Erod. I'll stick with Montgomery because Erod was hurt for a lot of the year, and we didn't get to see him in a full season. But Jordan Montgomery was $25 million, and he pitched to an ERA well over 6 and got demoted to the bullpen. How disappointed are you in that signing?
Let me say it the best way I can say it. If anyone wants to blame anyone for Jordan Montgomery being a Diamondback, you're talking to the guy that should be blamed. Because I brought it to their attention. I pushed for it. They agreed to it. It wasn't in our game plan. You know, when he was signed right at the end of spring training. And looking back in hindsight, a horrible decision, you know, to have invested that money in a guy that performed as poorly as he did. It's our biggest mistake this season from a talent standpoint. And I'm the perpetrator of that.
How often do you hear an owner say that?
You'd
like that,
wouldn't you?
Like, that's
Take actual ownership?
when I saw that, I don't know if I've ever heard an owner do that before.
This was a radio station in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
I almost couldn't. I almost couldn't
A lot of
listen
different
to the
accents
content.
happening.
You had a New Yorker that was running the radio program, interviewing a Texan.
Yes.
Go Diamondbacks. Talk about transplant nation.
Dude, I lived in Arizona, dude. It's crazy. It's Phoenix in the 90s is what Denver is today in terms of just mass transplant and people coming from all over the world, really. But I used to do a radio show with a dude, Bruce Jacobs, who had that East Coast accent, and I used to remind myself, wait, I'm in Phoenix, right?
You started finding yourself talking about the Jets and Giants and the Ranges.
Well, here's what's weird, though.
$25 million. And
The crazy thing is, never heard an owner just straight up say, blame me, this is totally my fault, I pushed for this, I'm the idiot, right? That's one.
And also called the player an absolute garbage of talent.
Well, that's the thing. That guy's got a player option for next year. So is this a play to be like, we don't want you back, decline this, but here's the issue. That guy's due to make $25 million, probably not getting that in the open market. He's probably opting into that contract, I would assume. That's going to be pretty weird. Like, it's twofold. Like, that's what's crazy. But Kreckman and Lindahl were talking about this in, like, could you ever imagine Dick Monfort saying something like that? And I was like, yeah, I probably doubt it. But to be fair, I can't imagine any owner doing that. Yeah. Like, Jerry Jones has his own radio show. I can't imagine him doing that.
But you know, my favorite part about baseball is we talk often about how ridiculous their CBA is and the fact that they don't have a salary cap. But then you have stories like the Kansas City Royals. Did they not lose 106 games last year? Check my math on this. The Kansas City Royals 2023 team, I believe, lost 106 games. And here they are.
The Royals last year, you're correct, Vic, 106.
And here they are. And here we go.
Sweeping the hottest young team in baseball, the Orioles.
And when the Royals collected themselves for spring training, did anybody sit up there and go, oh, watch out for the 106 loss Royals? They'll get you. Nobody expected that. Nobody saw it. Nobody anticipated it. Certainly not the Detroit Tigers this season.
Well,
it's the beauty of sports. It's the beauty of why we watch. Even baseball, as unbalanced as it is, as inequitable as it is salary-wise, it gives us these gifts. It gives us the Royals of 2024 and the Tigers.
Well, that's why I was telling you, like, it was not the year prior, but 2 years prior to winning the World Series, the D-backs lost 110 games. 110. And then they snuck their way into the postseason. They actually won more regular season games this year than last year by 5, and they missed the postseason. But still, it's like you're capable of turning things around in a hurry if you have a core of players that you believe in and are able to surround them with the right pieces.
Kaner, Vic, what are you guys doing to me right now? Are you setting the stage for a Rockies World Series run in 2025?
I've been called the delusional one here, and no, I'm not calling that. But I've been called the delusional one multiple times on this show because I'm like, look at the young assemblage of talent, at least in the lineup for the Rockies. That's capable in a year or two of being something that you can mess around and win some games with, depending on pitching.
Championship windows!
And it's always kind of dependent on the pitching. But again, 2 years prior to the Rangers making the World Series, I'm sorry, I said the Diamondbacks one, I meant the Rangers one. The Rangers lost 102 games 2 years prior to it. Like, baseball's weird in this way. People can find lightning in a bottle. Now, the difficulty for teams like the Rangers, the D-backs, and the Royals, and I think the Orioles are going to have this problem coming up, is they can't extend that. Because once those guys play to that level and are that successful and are World Series members of teams, they need to get paid, and those teams can't pay what the Mets and the Yankees and all those teams can.
The difference between the Rockies situation and what happened with the Diamondbacks, the Rangers, and the Royals is that none of those teams live in the NL West.
That too.
Because we've talked a lot about the Broncos being in the same division as the Witch.
Mm-hmm.
The NL West is one big witch.
Yeah.
But
you know what?
I'll take it a step further.
The Royals and the Rays, they've been able to be pretty successful over the last few years despite having the Red Sox and the Yankees in that division.
Royals?
I'm sorry, the Orioles. Orioles and Rays.
Yeah. I'll take it a step further, Coach. Think about this. Yes, you're right. The Rockies live in a very crowded neighborhood, and it's crazy. It's a rich neighborhood, and they may not have the money to participate. The Nuggets division, head to toe, best division in basketball.
Yeah.
Think about it.
That's true.
Think about the Nuggets division. Think about what they did last year in the Western Conference. The top 3 records in the West from this division. The Broncos division, I know Kansas City's heads and tails better than, but they're the Super Bowl champs. Automatically, it's up there. There are tough divisions in this town, man. You're not only competing against the rest of the league, you're trying to get out of your own cul-de-sac.
The other 3 teams in the AFC West were all picked to finish in the bottom 8 in the preseason analysis of this of the landscape.
Right.
And that's why I thought all along the 5.5 win total that Vegas was throwing out in front of the Broncos was a little bit ridiculous because you're going to have at least 4 games against bottom 8 teams.
Yep. Well, and texters are saying, well, the Diamondbacks are in the NL West. Again, this is about sustaining the success for long term. The Diamondbacks made the playoffs last year with 84 wins. Okay, that's not something you can rely upon, obviously, because they won 89 this year and they couldn't make the postseason.
Well, the Diamondbacks are one of those teams. Every 4 or 5 years, they'll bite you. A Diamondback, they'll bite you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not sustained. The Dodgers, they live in that sustained world. They live in that we're going to spend enough money to sustain something.
Yeah.
And that's rare in Major League Baseball. Outside of the top markets, that's very rare.
And the D-backs have good starting pitching, too. That matters.
Which is how the San Francisco Giants did it in their 3 World Series in 4 years or 6 years.
To this anonymous players, Paul, I want to see what your guys' answers are and see if they line up with what these 103 players responding to this have said. Who will be the next active NFL player to win his first MVP award?
The next active NFL player to win his first MVP. All right, so Lamar's the reigning MVP.
So Lamar, Mahomes, those guys off the list because they've won.
It's Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's
Josh
number one.
Allen?
Yeah. 17.5%. Close behind that is Joe Burrow at 16%.
Ooh, I'm not.
No? And then shortly after that is Christian McCaffrey. I don't think that's going to happen. He probably should be more considered for it. I just don't think voters will go in the direction of running back over quarterback for that award.
It also depends on when this poll was taken and if the double Achilles tendonitis was widely reported at that point.
C.J. Stroud is fourth on that list.
I like that one.
You ready for a name?
Yep. I know where you're going.
That could emerge?
Bo Nix.
Jared Goff.
I don't think so.
That's just you being...
If he keeps going 18 for 18 every week.
Yeah. If he does that, then sure.
Another one?
Jordan
Daniels.
Love? Oh, Jaden Daniels, yeah. Jordan Love was also on that list. I think he was fifth on that one.
Yeah, by the way, did you guys watch that game? Jordan Love couldn't even throw the football. He was in so much pain in the first quarter. They get down 28-0. I had to go to my son's flag football game, and next thing I looked, he had 389 yards passing.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? And the game went from
Toradol shot and then get back out there? What happened? So a couple other ones. You were here for a couple of these in the appetizer when I was reading these off, Sanford. But favorite NFL road trip? Would you be surprised to hear, Vic, that Denver is not part of the top 15 cities responded with in favorite road trip?
Well, I'm sure a lot of the players take into account the altitude. Yep. They don't like coming here and playing in thin air, so that's probably one of the reasons. I would think that the weed would override all of that. For years, I've heard stories about weed trips. I mean, literally sanctioned weed trips by visiting teams.
Vic, I think I had the exact same thought, but there was a C-level option to fulfill said trip.
Yep.
Seattle.
And Seattle is number 3 on this list, outside of L.A. being far and away number 1 and Vegas number 2. Least favorite road trips. What do you think is number 1 in that category?
Least favorite road trip, Green Bay.
Green Bay is number 1, and Buffalo is number 2.
Yeah.
Just a couple of more.
Well, that's where you could tell. That's where most NFL players, they don't think like fans. I think most fans going to Green Bay is like a cathedral.
Yes.
You would love to go watch a game in Green Bay, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's Lambeau Field.
Vic, I went last year.
History.
The family, we went out for a game, and it was the best football trip that our family has ever been on. I mean, it is incredible. It's Notre Dame Stadium in Lambeau Field.
So you go there, you think about the history of the game. I think most players don't care about that.
They could care less.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They just don't care.
They say it's cold.
Yes.
Has Taylor Swift's presence at Chiefs games been a positive, negative, or neither for the NFL? What do you think players said?
Well, it's increased ratings.
73% said positive.
Yeah.
It's been a positive effect. Almost nobody said negative. Most of the rest were indifferent.
Players love when the spotlight is a little bit brighter.
Yep.
And just her presence at games brought a brighter spotlight. And so they love it.
Most annoying player in the NFL. I don't know if you guys know too much of this dude. C.J. Gardner-Johnson of the Eagles had 21% of the vote. I guess they can't stand him.
I don't know much
He's a
about
yapper.
He's big time.
God,
yapper.
my
He's
daughter.
Patrick Beverly.
My daughter uses that term to describe me a lot.
Yapper?
She calls me a yapper.
Here's the one that's interesting, and I called this from the beginning. A lot of suspensions for gambling stuff, right? Is the NFL doing enough to educate players and prevent gambling from impacting NFL games? Most said yes.
Yeah.
83% that they had. What's the matter, Rick?
I just find it so funny when people say the NFL needs to better educate. I mean, it's pretty simple. You can't bet on your team. You can't bet on the game. Now, geographically, that's where they need to educate. You can bet on sports, but you can't do it from here. If you walk 3 feet there, you can. That's where it becomes a little crazy.
Yeah.
But betting on your game, you can't bet on your game. It's pretty easy. You can't bet on your game. Your game is off limits.
And then finally, who are the top 3 players you take on your flag football team? Who do you think got the top responses in that?
Tyreek Hill,
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce.
Tyreek Hill was far and away number 1. Mahomes is tied with Lamar Jackson for 3rd.
Justin
I
Jefferson.
feel like I'm better than
Jefferson.
Patrick Mahomes.
Justin Jefferson 2nd.
Yeah.
By the way, there was quite a few votes for PS2 in this one.
That's a good call.
I think this is the only one that I've seen a Bronco.
Could you
on any of
imagine
this list.
Travis Hunter in that conversation?
Oh my God. Yeah, he might be number 1 all-time flag football player. I mean, CU might be able to put together a pretty damn good flag football team between Shador and Travis Hunter
And
alone.
then Will Shepard at 6'5", he looks like.
Yeah.
LaJonte Wester's a little water bug.
Anyway, just a few of these from that NFL player poll. 303-504-0925 can watch the show live on Twitch. And that is the Safeway Twitch stream. You can save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member every day. Earn points and redeem for exclusive offers. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. Keep in mind, from 3 to 6 today, at number 38, Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be there for Thursday night football. Tonight's game is Bucks and Falcons. You guys surprised that the Falcons are 1.5-point favorites tonight? I know they're at home, but 1.5-point favorites over the Bucks?
That is a bit surprising.
No. I think they're pretty evenly matched teams.
Yeah?
Kirk Cousins is kind of coming into his own as the season's progressed. One more game further removed from the injury.
By the way, just quickly, Coach, what are your thoughts on Kyle Pitts? Because I get really tired of hearing that Kyle Pitts is really good and he's misused and he never puts up any stats. I don't get what's going on with him. Giant body, super fast, super athletic. Why can't he not produce?
Because he's probably going to have about 125 yards receiving tonight and shut you up. Because he has ability. He does have ability.
So what is it? Is it just like the play calling in Atlanta? What the hell's going on?
It was Des Ritter. Okay,
That's true.
That was his quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's how he started his journey in the National Football
Right.
League. And early on, it's been a fairly banged up, a little bit limpy old man that shops at Kohl's and Kirk Cousins.
But go to number 38. If you've never been there, number 38 is a awesome place to
is
watch
big
a
time.
game. Yeah, really cool.
And you can even play a little beach volleyball while you're watching
Yes,
the game.
you can. So check that out. Number 38 in Rhino with Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6 today for Thursday Night Football. Fact checker next. Let's all give it up for Mike Sanford, who's been filling in for Mosier the last couple of days as he goes back to that 10 to 2 role tomorrow with Dempsey and company.
You gave me an extra 2
leaving us
hours. 10 to noon. Give me a 10 to 2 spot.
Wait, today?
No, you said he's going back to the 10 to 2 spot.
Oh, I'm sorry, 10 to noon.
Yeah.
Yes, 10 to noon.
You can stop listening at noon if you're. Yeah, it just goes downhill with D-Mac and Scotty and Tyler.
Yeah, do you got a rivalry with those guys?
No, I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always stick around. Kind of talk a little mess.
D-Mac, he's still. I saw he's still waiting for that Bo Nix holy bleep game. He thinks it's coming this week, and you know what? It might.
It very well
might
could.
against the Raiders. Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's part of me. Again, this is what I'm super interested with this weekend. Like, what's the Sean Payton plan? What are we going to see? Is this going to be one of those like, oh, Javonte found something second half, maybe we can run the football a little bit? Or is this going to be like the beginning of the Tampa game? Hey, 20-yard downfield, back shoulder, sideline throw to Courtland Sutton.
That's my
up.
prediction.
That one?
Yes, because I know Sean Payton listens to this program. He listens to.
Of course he does, yeah.
It's a number 2.
Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. And there is
It's actually number 1.
Yeah. There's just one thing that I know Sean Payton is considering as he's putting this plan together.
Yeah.
He needs to entertain Vic Lombardi.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And I know I sound like a spoiled brat fan when I say that, and the pushback is, listen, it's growing pains. You're trying to establish a rookie quarterback. You just want to win games. I get that. I get all of that, and I understand that. Am I being selfish? And yes. But it's been a while since I've gone to a Broncos game at Mile High specifically and held the edge of my seat. I don't remember it. My memory's going. I just don't remember it.
There has to be, again, like, it felt like you found a little something in the Tampa game. I'll do this. I will waive any sort of judgment from the Jets. You want to tell me monsoon conditions made it impossible to move the football? I watched how Aaron Rodgers played. He certainly didn't look right either. Okay, fine. But that means that this weekend comes with some expectation. Like, I can't have a 13-7, Pittsburgh game like we saw in week 2.
There should be expectation.
Yes.
We are out of the first quarter, I know it's 17 games, of the season with a rookie quarterback.
Yep.
Sean Payton is a bona fide offensive genius. There absolutely should be expectations for this game to not only end with a win, because the Raiders are stumbling in. Did you see their injury report yesterday, by the way?
Yeah.
It looked like a manifesto.
One of those scrolls.
This is a game where the Broncos need to make a statement. And Sean Payton knows that.
Well, this is what I said for week 3, Coach. And tell me if you feel like this is being unfair. I don't think it is. Vic told me to hold my horses when I said this. In that Tampa game, in which the offense looked good, and you said a lot of that came from early start, big lead to start the game. It made everything feel more palatable.
Sean Payton threw the ball down the field and looked over at Todd Bowles and said, "Get off my lawn."
Well, and let me say this. In that game, Bo Nix threw for 216 yards. You had 352 yards of total offense. You were 4 of 13 on third down.
Still not great.
I said that is now my standard every week. You should be able to do that.
And yet we were entertained, right? We were entertained.
Absolutely. But I'm just like, you should be able to do that weekly in the NFL. A little over 300 yards, 216-yard passing, and 4 of 13 on third down. Like, that's not asking for a lot, okay? It's really not.
And I guess the only measuring stick I have is this, because we keep being told, well, it's a rookie. You got to take baby steps. I don't know. Commanders have a rookie. Are those baby steps? What are those steps?
Towards 91.9% completion percentage on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, Jay Daniels is that 6-year-old that's taken like Harvard classes already. You're like, look at this freak.
And my other point is
pianist
pretty
at 3
simple.
years old.
Exactly.
My other point is pretty simple. This isn't a defensive-minded head coach who wants to employ a conservative defensive game. This is an offensive wizard, right? This is a guy who established offensive wizardry with the Saints for years. I'm told that this is going to be fun to watch. That's what I've been told.
Can I ask you a specific question, Coach? Because at least I think this applies the last couple of weeks. I can't remember the first couple and how that went. A problem last year and a big problem, and I think a big reason as to why Russell Wilson was paid $85 million to get out of town, was that he ran into a lot of sacks.
Yes, he did.
The last 2 weeks, there's been 0 sacks allowed from the Broncos offensive line in Bo Nix. There's a lot that goes into that, but what surprises me is that coincides directly with Mike McGlinchey out of the lineup and Palczewski stepping in at right tackle. Has he looked better than McGlinchey? Or is this just sort of coincidence?
He's done a fantastic job.
Okay.
As a fill-in at right tackle. I'm not willing to say because the sample size isn't large enough.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, of this two-game sample size, has Palcho faced an elite pass rusher?
No.
Bucks don't have an elite pass rusher. They were banged up.
Yep. If Crosby plays, then you'll be looking at one.
Welcome to the league, buddy.
Yeah. If Crosby's in there, you'll see one this weekend, but that's still
But
unknown.
it also goes back to this, right? Everybody wants to laud the 0 sacks in the last 2 weeks. But on the other side, want to complain about -7 passing yards at halftime.
Sure.
You're getting rid of the football by the screen game. If you get sacked on a screen, you should announce your retirement from football and get your expired AARP card that Vic Lombardi has.
I have one.
And it is expired.
Yeah, I told my wife about that. She was none too pleased. Some of the bonuses that we were expecting not going to be there.
Oh, you know what I noticed the other day? We didn't even talk about this. I don't know what the conversation was. I don't know if it's fit for air or not, but we're on the golf course yesterday, and Vic takes a phone call from the Queen, and he puts it on speaker. And all I hear is her yelling at you about something.
Yeah.
And you said, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, and she is still yelling at you, and you said, I got to hit by, and then you hung up on her. I have a feeling that didn't go well.
Well, I mean, she ruined the party because that happened just seconds after. Remember, it happened. I got that call seconds after my son nearly had the hole-in-one, and we were still like in shock and awe.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, your son almost had a hole-in-one, and she didn't even want to worry about that, and she went on to complain about something. I was like, what kind of person are you? Are you that selfish where you're going to complain to me after your son? You don't understand the moment.
Vic, but you didn't just say, you should have just said, I'm sorry. Whatever happened, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You didn't say that. You were trying to defend yourself and explain that a hole-in-one almost happened simultaneously.
You can't, listen, I'm playing golf, man. I don't have time. I don't have time to argue. I don't have time for stuff.
Just saw something come across Twitter that Roger Goodell said on Good Morning Football yesterday that this dynamic kickoff thing that they're doing in an effort to try and encourage more kickoff returns. The games I've been watching, I haven't noticed. Feels like a lot of touchbacks, and teams are like, just take it at the 30.
Yeah, take the 30. We're good. I don't want to work on this play.
Well, now he's saying, well, maybe we need to change it to a touchback goes to the 35. And I'm like, what, are you just going to keep doing this here? Like,
well, can you make the rules. It's your league. Why can't you just do it mid-season? Oh, you can't do it this season. Do it next season. Why? If it applies to everybody, why can't you make a rule change on the fly? Can somebody explain why they could? This week, we're changing it. 35-yard line. What's everybody go, how are we going to prepare for that? What are we going to do? I don't know. It applies to everybody. Figure it out.
Go to the 40.
Just go straight to the 40. Because teams will not do that then.
Go to the 40.
But answer my question. What is wrong with making a blanket rule change mid-season?
Nothing.
Tell me why you can't do that.
There is absolutely nothing wrong in an experimental year of the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? It applies to every team. Nothing changes. You still have the same personnel. Mid-season. Why wait till next year? You know it's not working. You know it's boring. You know it takes away from the game. Change it now.
I think that the most ridiculous current position to invest money in is a return specialist.
Yeah.
There are no returns anymore. The league leader a year ago in punt returns had 1 touchdown.
If they make it,
and they were tied.
If they say what you say, if they make it to the 40, then it becomes one.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of teams requiring a specific spot for a return guy. That used to be a thing that you did. You used to have Dante Hall and Devin Hester on the roster.
Hey, do you want to take it a step further?
Let's do it. Let's get weird.
Kicker not allowed to kick it through the end zone.
Like Katie Wingy on FaceTime in the streets of Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
Or Dubai? What happens if you kick it through the end zone, though, Vic?
Then it's a penalty and you get it awarded at midfield. 40-yard line, whatever you want. You're not allowed to kick it through the end zone.
Hear me out. 2 balls. 2 balls.
I knew we were going to get to that.
You kick 2 of them, and then you see what happens. 303-504-0925.
Where do you spot the ball?
You spot them in between where 2 guys take it out of the end zone. That's what happens. So it goes. 2 guys take it out. They both get tackled, and it goes the halfway point between the 2. It's an old running joke on this. It was about how you make the game more exciting. I think we were talking about not more exciting with hockey, but some rule change to hockey. What's the one rule change you would make? And Marty, our old producer, said, hear me out, 2 pucks. It's like 2 pucks would certainly be pretty exciting in a hockey game. Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Coach had an interesting metaphor earlier in the show that he used to describe his old business partner, Jim Harbaugh. Vic said it was, quote, the worst metaphor that's ever been used on this show, even worse than Mosier. So I'm going to play it back here. Keep in mind, I didn't edit this in any way, and you can decide if Vic's assessment holds water.
If throwing the football were a sex, then Jim Harbaugh would be sexist.
Is that the worst metaphor in the history of the show?
The reason it is because it could mean so many different things.
Yeah, good.
You know, your mind takes you in so many different places there.
Where did I come up with that? Yes, it was terrible. But hearing it back, it kind of smacked a little bit too.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
My favorite part is the almost 2 seconds you completely paused at the beginning here.
Yes.
If throwing the football were a sex, then Jim Harbaugh would be sexist.
Again, I thought it was a different version of the word that you were talking about. I thought it was going to be a style coming up.
Welcome to morning radio where the brain takes time to turn on.
Hey,
you got to warm it up.
Just wait until you fill in on the appetizer once and you're forced to do math for a second. Oh, yeah. That's a disaster.
Did it get better? Did it age like a fine wine, or did it get
No,
worse?
you basically accused Jim Harbaugh of being a sexist. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Here's the thing that I enjoy, though. If you just say that, it's going to get attention. Like, you're going to keep people locked in for a minute. I mean, it's going to work.
You just say I had sex?
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. Again, Kreckman Lindahl at number 38 in Rhino today from 3 to 6 before Thursday Night Football. Stop by and say hi to them. Thank you for sitting in the last couple of days, Coach. Appreciate it.
Get Moj back at some point, right?
I think in a month.
Okay.
I think in a month he's coming back.
Thanks, Coach.
Everybody have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
If there was ever a team ripe for the taking, it certainly sounds like the Las Vegas Raiders would be that team. So much drama happening. Welcome into the program. Dempsey and Company, Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan, MEKJ, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Turn the Page Thursday here in the Mile High City. We are looking forward to the weekend of football. The Raiders feel like it doesn't feel great. Like I've been around some teams where the week has sounded like that, and then what happens is on the weekend they play like the mess that's happening within their organization. We'll see if the Broncos can take advantage of that. Hi, Raj. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? Yeah, I love this chaos. A team that you've lost to 8 straight. Like you beg for this type of chaos, and it's like it'd be one thing if it was wide receiver 3. Or it'd be one thing even if, I was going to say Max Crosby, but like I know his injury concerns going into this week are an issue for Las Vegas. But I was going to say, like, if this was Max Crosby, would it be causing as much chaos? I think the answer with Crosby is yes.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it was Robbie Spillane. Like, no, it wouldn't be the same exact thing. The fact that it's Davante Adams is everything. And you need to take advantage of it. I was saying, like, you haven't beaten them by more than a score since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the week it happens. And I don't think I'm getting over my skis on it.
Yeah, okay, let's just start right there. Yeah, I mean, are we all right, think about the arc that how far we've come. Let's call it before the season. Let's go all the way back to after the draft, and then everybody's projecting what this Broncos team might look like. We are actively looking at the schedule and picking out the wins and the losses, and it didn't look good from that standpoint early in the season. And context changes, right, over the course of time. And so what we see from the Broncos, especially in the first 2 weeks of the season, probably still the same analysis, which was, I don't know about this football team, and it's going to take a long time for them to get, any kind of competent play out of their offense. And then Tampa Bay happens. And then they go to New York, and the offense wasn't super competent there, but the defense was amazing. And now you're 2-2. Now the Raiders appear to be falling apart. Their quarterback play is average at best. Antonio Pierce sounds like Bill Belichick in press conferences. We're on to Denver. I'm just thinking about Denver. And
he gave a little bit more than a Belichick answer there.
Well,
the inner player came out hard from Antonio Pierce there.
They're like three-word answers, all of them, right? Like hold on. I want KJ to kind of find that, and just it was a very. When your press conferences sound like this, it's tough to focus because it might not be tough for him to focus, but then that same group of media members goes right into the locker room and they ask all the players that are there all those questions as well. And this is Antonio Pierce again. Okay, let's cut it right there. So when your press conferences sound like that, when everything is super irritated, 2-3 word answers, it's an issue. And that was about 3 days away from them being in Denver for this football game. But I think you bring up a good point, Raj, because the question is should we be expecting the Broncos to win any of these games? I mean, have we already arrived to the point where we're like, you should beat this team, when we know in our hearts probably we maybe shouldn't be that confident in this team?
The defense playing to top 3 levels in the league so far allows you to move the goalposts a little bit. And I've always been a staunch supporter of, if you have expectations for a team at the beginning of a season, in the offseason, it is short-sighted, it's dumb of you to not move the goalposts after what you see during the season. Teams change.
Yep.
The Royals lost 100 games last year, and they're now in the ALDS. They're going to go take on the New York Yankees in round 2. And listen, the Royals don't make the playoffs. When they do, they win a bunch of games. But the goalposts for the Royals, if I can take a Major League Baseball stance at it this year, were moved throughout the season when Bobby Witt Jr. became an MVP candidate. That's what's happening early on in the first quarter of the season for the Broncos. The defense looks so dominant that it can keep them in games that we didn't think were going to be viable. I had them winning the first 2 games of the season and then losing the next 2. It just got flipped.
Yep.
I didn't think there was a chance that they could walk into 2 East Coast teams, back-to-back weeks, morning games, at least here in the Mountain Time Zone.
Yeah, which is why he stayed out there. He stayed so they'd be used to the time change.
I certainly did not think it was going to happen. But because the defense is so damn good, I think that they should be expected to win games at home. And Vegas is a team that should be a top 8 pick again this year.
Mm-hmm.
They should. That's what they should be. They just don't have the pieces around them.
And they're losing another one. I mean, they're going to trade Davante Adams, and it could be...
Yeah, he's not going to play on Sunday.
Yeah, it could be any day now.
He's not. The fact that he doesn't play on Sunday makes this a very winnable game. Right? They're 2.5-point favorites right now at home. I'd be shocked if it doesn't move higher as soon as Davante is... It's definitive that he won't play this weekend. I bet you that's another 0.5-point move. It gets him to 3.5 at the most.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game you should expect to win. The history be damned. You should expect to win this football game.
Even in the face of, and look, Davante is not going to play in this game. This is a Raiders team that went to Baltimore and won. And we have seen the Baltimore Ravens pretty much just trample every team, including the Buffalo Bills last season. So, and that's what maybe gives me a little pause is, well, the Raiders we have seen them rise to the occasion at quite honestly, with all due respect to the Broncos, a tougher venue to play against a tougher team to play than what they will be facing here in Denver. And does that give you any kind of pause, or is this the fact that their star players will not be on the field make that a completely changed scenario?
I think Davante Adams in that situation is everything.
He balled out in that game.
Dude, it's everything.
In Baltimore.
It is absolutely everything. Gardner Minshew's your quarterback. Who are you going to throw the ball to? If you can find a way to stop Brock Bowers this weekend, he doesn't ball out. And again, like, I'll eat crow. I wanted Brock Bowers at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Or I wanted the Broncos to trade down and then take Knicks later on in the first round. And that was, what I got roasted for through the text line. Is like, oh, how could you say that you wanted to trade down and take the chance? I'm a gambler. Like, I like to take chances when I think that a possible outcome could be still available to me, where I can then bank either money in that situation or picks if I was the Broncos. You can lock up Bowers and you can still keep your yards per carry to under 4.5 yards against. Dude, they win this game by a touchdown, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying like Bo has to ball out this week, but I think through
Should he ball out?
I think through 4 weeks at home, you should be able. Is 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick too much to ask for? I don't think it is. I'd like to start seeing a little bit more of an evolution from him. 250, 2 TDs, 1 turnover.
And this is a Raiders defense, as KJ put in our show thread, allowing 344 total yards per game. They've allowed 97 total points. They're ranked 30th in turnover differential. It's a defense that, quite honestly, was one of the better ones in the NFL last season, but they are not proving to be that same unit this season.
The Crosby injury hurts.
Okay. And if he's not on the field, then
Max Crosby not playing to the level that he did last year, which was Defensive Player of the Year level, is everything for them. Everything.
On the on the Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We have from the 303 Broncos country, just has to expect too much. We like being disappointed, it seems. And then from the 915, don't forget the last time the Raiders fell apart during the Broncos week, John Gruden got fired and Henry Ruggs had his issues. So it's a how resilient are you? It's a good question. I don't know how resilient the Raiders are. As a Broncos supporter, I pretty much don't care how resilient they are. I mean, I do insofar as can the Broncos get through whatever they need to get through to get this team defeated and move up to 3-2 on the season. But I think for me, Raj, I completely dismiss the majority of what happened offensively in the Jets game. The weather was just too bad for Aaron Rodgers looked bad in that weather. So that's all I really need to say about that. It's going to be a beautiful sunny day on Sunday, and I would really like to see the Broncos offense get back to something that looked like it looked in Tampa.
I think it's like a 20-10 or a 24-10 win.
Yeah.
And maybe that's very optimistic for me, but it just feels like this is the time that streak ends, that something starts to click with the offense, especially if you can build upon Javante's last game, and that dude can start carrying guys after contact and can sniff 100 yards. If you can get up to 140 yards on the ground combined from everyone, and then Bo throws for 250, I think that's all she wrote. Yeah. The defense isn't going to Gardner Minshew and nobody else outside of Brock Bowers. Again, rookie. I loved him. A lot of people loved him out of Georgia. Rookie through 4 games. They're going to put up more than 2 full scores against you. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't either. Jason on the text line, let's not play to the Raiders level here for that. All right, we're off and running here on the program. We got a lot to do. Today we're going to have our quarter poll. Now, look, because they changed the season to 17 games, it's not an actual true quarter poll. That's gone forever. But it's close enough to a quarter poll that we're going to do our quarter of the season awards coming up next. Later on in the program, we'll have KJ's NFL notes and head-to-head against the spread. Back live from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Chris, Raj, and KJ, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I got a question for you, Raj. So it was announced today that Denver, as in the Denver University, was awarded the 2028 Frozen Four. Okay, that's the headline news. Yep. That's amazing. That's completely amazing. Congratulations to them. Except for one thing. It's at the United Center in Chicago. How does this? It doesn't compute in my head that you get you're awarded the Frozen Four and they play it in Illinois. What's the deal?
I have honestly, man, no clue. I have no idea why that's the case. They're hosting regionals in 2026 and 2027 in Loveland. So you'll have regional final action for collegiate hockey here in the state for 2 consecutive seasons, regardless of whether or not, DU makes the postseason tournament or not. And then 2028, they host it, but it's in Chicago. I have no idea why that's the case.
That's so weird.
Maybe it's a safeguard, and this is me completely guessing, guys.
Yep.
Maybe it's a safeguard to ensure that a team doesn't have home ice advantage in a potential Frozen Four, so you can host a Frozen Four, but not in your own state. That complete guess from me.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems crazy, man.
It's so weird. I wonder if when is the Frozen Four roughly? I guess it's at the beginning of late March, early April,
early April.
Something like that.
That's my guess.
I wonder if there's a
top of my head.
Yeah, usually late March.
I wonder if that's just a scheduling issue with Ball Arena. Maybe?
It's like, doesn't it always coincide with the Masters? So that would put it with like the tournament starts late March.
Yeah,
and then Frozen
you're
Four
right,
is the first or second weekend of April.
Yeah, because you're right, because the Frozen Four comes just after.
And there's
the
always
tournament.
there's always that week of waiting, which I always think is weird for hockey, is that they take a week off so that you don't compete against other major.
Yeah.
Because it's college hockey, it's not going to compete well against the Masters and the NCAA basketball
they want to make sure
tournament.
they have the most available eyes to them. Yeah, it's just interesting. But congratulations to DU.
I guess
it's an honor, no doubt about that. But I mean, if Ball Arena is not available, then do you just say, well, can we just get it to a year that is available?
I mean, when would it be available? Because in late March and early April,
it's Avs and Nuggets.
It's Avs and Nuggets, and they're going into the final month of their regular seasons.
Yeah.
It's never going to be.
And there's a state. I think the state wrestling tournament still is at Ball Arena. I think that's the one high school event that continues to be played their championship matches. Anyway, congratulations to DU. We'll fly out to Chicago to see. They'll play in it because they're that good. Congratulations to him. Okay, we are 4 games into the regular season in the NFL. We're starting to get some teams with bye weeks this week. So that's the first instance of that so far this season. And so it's kind of a fun time to take stock in what we have seen because we've seen some crazy things happening in the NFL so far. So prior to the season, we did our MVP, our offensive and defensive players of the year. I don't think we got to all of these, but what we're going to do today is the quarter poll for that, a little bit under the quarter poll for that. MVP, offensive and defensive players of the year, rookie of the year, coach of the year. And yeah, that's right. KJ, we're gonna get yours on these as well.
Hold on, I do have a question though.
Yes, sir.
Is this the MVP through 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Or is this who I think is going to win the MVP at the end of the season with the first 4 weeks of data at my disposal?
Why are you clouding it all up?
It's not. No, that's very.
I'm messing with you.
Come on.
It's a good question. This is the MVP as we have seen it so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just through 4.
But I'm not projecting forward.
Well,
season ends today, and this is my MVP.
If you want to, you take that wherever you want. But this is from what we have seen so far because the answers are going to be very, very fun, I think. And let's just start with the MVP, and let's start with your MVP, Raj, because
Well, I picked Josh Allen at the beginning of the season, and Josh Allen's had a fine season. So my guy is Allen. I think that Jaden Daniels
As a matter of fact, he just won AFC Offensive Player of the Month. So there you go.
Josh Allen? Okay, all right. So I think this is a very good pick. The guy is buzzing right now. He's got Buffalo to 3-1. They faltered earlier on in the season, but they look like, without a doubt, the team to beat in the AFC East. The Jets are a joke. New England's going to be picking 1, 2, or 3 this season. Well, the Jets might not be a joke at the end of the year, but right now they're a laughingstock after losing to Denver. And Miami doesn't have a quarterback. They're going to run away with the division. The guy's thrown for 800 yards, 7 touchdowns. He doesn't have an interception yet. Now, if I'm correct, is it just 2 fumbles on the season? Might have 3, but 2 fumbles on the season, one of which really hurt the team. He's my guy. He's my MVP. But I think Jaden Daniels has something to say having the Commanders at 3-1.
Josh Allen, 70 of 101, so 69.3% completion percentage so far this year. 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions on the season. 814 total passing yards. I'm going to go to a very weird space because this definitely is. It tends to be a quarterback award.
We are doing Offensive Player of the Year.
That's right.
So
that's right.
If you want to give it to quarterback, there's another award you can give it.
Correct. And that's going to be my non-quarterback award. Come on down, Sam Darnold. The Vikings 4-0. Sam Darnold this season so far, completing 68.9% of his passes, leading the league, 11 touchdowns, just 3 interceptions. 932 passing yards, which is right around roughly 10th in the league. He has been a revelation. I mean, if there's a comeback player of the year too, he might win that as well. He has been great for a team that nobody really saw coming to this level. And certainly we all thought that J.J. McCarthy would be starting at quarterback for them right about now. But his injury put him out for the season. Sam Darnold is having complete renaissance of his career. And he is playing great. So my quarter pole MVP is Sam Darnold. KJ.
So at the moment, my quarter pole MVP is going to be also, I'm going to take Raj's overall MVP, and I'm going to call him the quarter pole MVP right now, Josh Allen, because
my guy,
Josh Allen is absolutely cooking. And I think Josh Allen really has a chance. If the Bills go 13-4, which I'm predicting they will, and they will be the number 1 seed in the AFC, then there's no reason why he won't win it. They're running the ball more than they ever have, and he's as efficient passing the ball as he's ever been. So, I mean, look, it's Josh Allen or nothing right now.
He clearly doesn't need it, but you know who would look good in a Bills uniform right now?
Who?
Devontae Adams.
Oh, I know. And well, you know what's funny about you know what you're saying that too is, okay, I actually actively loved what Buffalo did in terms of just moving on from Stephon Diggs, kind of taking that wide receiver room and making it everybody kind of equal. I mean, you do draft Keon Coleman. You want him to be some sort of a significant player, if not just a star, but he's not there yet. And so you got Shakir. There's a lot of different options. But I think in that Ravens game especially, it was kind of like they kind of needed.
They're missing something.
They needed number 1.
They can run the ball. They've got 2 tight ends that can catch, and now it is all on Allen's shoulders, and he's shown he can shoulder the load for now.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to do it in the playoffs? That's the question about the Josh Allen legacy right now is, can you get the Bills to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, they got to figure that out. They got to find a guy, and maybe he'll grow into that over the course of the season. But that was an eye-opening beatdown that they took at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens, and it just popped all the questions back in my head about, am I gonna believe in Buffalo just to then be let down by Buffalo again in the postseason?
So getting smacked by Baltimore, does that bring you to a possible Offensive Player of the Year pick so far?
No. And this is super controversial because Derrick Henry has been amazing. It's just that Baltimore didn't. They forgot that he was there for the first 2 weeks of the season. We're not going to use him at all. And then you use him, he looks great. I am going to go with Nico Collins, wide receiver, Houston. I mean, if you're not paying attention, the guy has just been crazy good. Second in the league in receptions with 489 receiving yards. Leads the league, and he's got a couple of touchdowns as well. I thought in this particular his glow up from last year to this has been among the best in the NFL. And Tank Dell was getting a lot of the receptions last year until he went down, and then Nico Collins just appeared on the scene, and he blew up, and he has got nothing but better. Nico Collins for my offensive player of the year at the Quarter Bowl.
I was going to take Saquon Barkley, who I think has been a wonderful fit in Philadelphia, and if he's going to save Nick Sirianni's job, like if anyone's going to save Sirianni's job, it's not Jalen Hurts, it is Saquon Barkley, because he's your chance to get into the playoffs this year, is run that guy and hope to God he doesn't get injured. He can do everything out of the backfield. He looks explosive. He's not utilized all that much in the passing game, which I think is a mistake from Sirianni in that offense. You need to utilize him more receiving
especially
out
when
of the
there's
backfield.
no A.J. Brown.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. They're not doing that enough right now, and that's the reason why I think it is it's a usage thing that I'm giving my offensive player of the year through 4 weeks to Derrick Henry. They didn't use him in the first 2 weeks, and the dude is still averaging 120 yards per game on the ground. He ran for 199 last week. He had 185 yards from scrimmage in the past 2 weeks. He's leading the NFL in combined rushing and receiving touchdowns. 5-1 is what he has right now. Yeah. He looks like he is 2 years out of Alabama. It makes
and
no
he's 30.
It makes
Isn't
no
this the age
sense
when their running back is supposed to go away?
that especially a guy who's been utilized as much as he has.
Yep.
Like he was guaranteed 300 touches a year. Guaranteed.
Yep.
378 in 2020, 349 in 2022, 280 last year in Tennessee when we all thought he was starting to fall off. Nope, the dude's just put up, 6,000 yards or rushing years in his career thus far in 9 seasons. And the only ones that he hasn't thrown up 1,000 yards have been injury-plagued years in his first 2 seasons in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. That's it. Mm-hmm. The guy's a monster. Yeah. He's my offensive player of the year. It's just a bit ahead of Saquon, and the reason why it's not Saquon is because he's not being utilized to the best of his ability.
KJ?
I am going to go with someone who's super underrated, and I promise you guys would never guess this in a million years. Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he's going to emerge as the offensive player of the year this year because I understand his stats right now underwhelming. 14 receptions, 239 yards, 4 touchdowns. I mean, that's not anything too crazy. But when it's all said and done, because of how much Kyler's going to look for him, he's going to be close to 15, 16-ish 100 yards. And I think Nico Collins will tail off just a tad because when Tank Dell comes back, some of those targets will be split. Joe Mixon's not healthy. Dameon Pierce is not healthy. So when they get whole again in Houston, some of that production will tail off for Nico Collins. Marvin Harrison Jr. is him and James Conner and nobody else. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr. has a legit chance of raising all boats to the point where, I mean, he has the potential of being a generational receiver. And I think it all starts this year. I think he could realistically get to about 1,500 yards and put himself in that conversation.
Ooh, I love it. Love it. Yeah, they forgot about him in week 1, too. And then they just started throwing all the footballs to him. So it's and look, Trey McBride has been out. I don't know if he's going to come back this week. It's not. Look, when you come in with the fanfare that Marvin Harrison Jr. did, your ability to live up to that. I mean, it's a tall task. And he has done that so far, and I don't see why that changes for an Arizona team that, quite frankly, can look at themselves and say, hey, we can win this division. They got a game against, I believe, the 49ers this week, and if they can get that done, then they look really, really real. So it's a fun one.
The offense taking a step back against the worst D in the league was not what they needed.
Mm-hmm.
14 points against that defense that's pretty tough.
Yeah. Defensive player of the year. I'm going to stay right at home, guys. Patrick Surtain II. Because of this. This is what he's done against these wide receivers. DK Metcalf in week 1, 24 routes, just 3 receptions, and 29 yards. Against George Pickens, who ran 11 routes against Patrick Surtain, 1 catch for 16 yards. Against Mike Evans, who ran 24 routes against Patrick Surtain, 1 catch, 8 yards. Garrett Wilson ran 28 routes against Patrick Surtain, 2 catches, 22 yards. And that is it. He is the modern-day Revis Island. You will not get a catch If you are lined up against this man, it has helped the Broncos defense be just completely amazing. And then you have Riley Moss on the other side, batting down balls and making plays on the ball as well. The Broncos defense, as Raj has already said early in this show, is one of the best in the NFL. And the best player on that defense is PS2. He's my defensive player of the year.
3 receptions, 29 yards week 1 against DK Metcalf. 1 reception, 16 yards against George Pickens in week 2. 1 reception, 8 yards against when he was lined up against Mike Evans in week 3. 2 receptions for 22 yards in week 4 when he was lined up against Garrett Wilson. He was going to be my pick.
But? Is there a but coming?
There's a but.
Oh, it's coming.
Guys, Aiden Hutchinson is a freak.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
That guy is a mutant.
Yep.
In Detroit.
Yep. Had 5 sacks in one game.
5 sacks in one game. He leads the league in sacks right now. He is untouchable. I think he's the best pass rusher in the league right now, and it's a league that still has TJ Watt in it, which is crazy for me to say.
Yeah.
He's got 40 pressures in 4 games.
That's crazy.
He averages 10 quarterback pressures a game.
That's bonkers.
That's dude, that's better than Von Miller in his prime.
Yep.
That guy, he's my leader, and I think the only reason why I'm giving him the edge is because that Detroit team should win the NFC this year. They look
like the best team,
They
right?
should be in the Super Bowl this year, and
Yeah.
I think that Aiden Hutchinson is going to be one of the main reasons why they get there. On the opposite side of the coin, Surtain and his defense is going, listen, you guys thought we were going to lose 13 games this year, and we're not going to.
Yep.
And I'm the reason. I'll take Hutchinson by a fingernail right now. Surtain needs a couple more turnovers.
Okay.
I know he doesn't get targeted a lot because he is such a shutdown blanket corner,
Yeah.
but you also need to.
Yeah,
You got to pick a ball off
you gotta
every
pick
now
him
and
off
again.
every.
You got to pick a ball off every now and again.
Yeah, the Broncos talked about trying to move him around a little bit. Prior to the season, VJ said this, which was trying to move him around a little bit so that he has the opportunity to make plays when the offense isn't quite paying attention to where he is on the field at that point in time. He hasn't been able to do that yet, but certainly a shutdown corner. KJ.
I am going to go Aiden Hutchinson as well, and it's this simple for me. Name the last DB that's won Defensive Player of the Year.
I know. I can't even do it.
What was the year?
I don't
Oh, you
know.
don't know.
Correct.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I know. It's usually, this award is usually
Darrell
like.
Revis ever win it?
It's usually
Champ
like,
ever win it?
it's like who has the most sacks?
Darrell probably won in 2009, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, this award goes to the most sacks. That's what it does. So if you're an edge rusher, if you're a linebacker, and you get to the quarterback, that's how this has rolled over the course of this. Give us a quick name. Oh, you get the same thing for you, Aiden Hutchinson. All right. That was fun. We didn't get to our Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Year.
Troy Polamalu, 2010. It's your last defensive back to win it. Bob Sanders won it in 2007. Charles Woodson won it in 2009.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There you go.
That's crazy. Got a question for you guys to ponder as we go into break. Should Deion Sanders be the National Coach of the Year? We'll talk about that next. All right, so tomorrow, Dempsey and Company will come to you live from the grand opening of Desert Donuts. Yeah, Desert Donuts. Cook-to-order donuts. We've had them here in the studio. They are so good. They're so good. Small batch coffee also served cold or hot with specialty flavors. It's located on 8501 East Arapahoe Road in Greenwood Village. Look, get ready to meet your new favorite meal. Desert Donuts. Can't wait. We'll be there from 10 a.m. to noon. Me and Coach will be there for you. So come on down. Say hi. Get a donut. We all like it's Friday. It will be Friday.
A donut and a dessert coffee?
Right. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What is you doing on Friday?
You guys know me. You know I like my sugary coffee.
Listen. Rod, you gotta have it.
I gotta have it. Ice cream in the coffee.
That's what I'm saying. Get you a late morning snack at Desert Donuts, and then you can head out of work early about 2:30 to somewhere in there. Head to Joe Willie's. Hang out with the boys.
That is true.
Correct.
I know you're not a coffee guy, Demps, but
No.
KJ, you are.
Yes.
Are you a donut dunker? You dunk your donuts in your coffee?
No.
I've never. I feel like that's a weird thing to do. I don't want
I'm
crumbs
not looking
in
to
my
make
coffee.
I'm not looking to make my bread soggy. Okay, like give me a nice moist bread. Don't give me soggy bread. Like you'll piss me off.
So do you even dunk your bread in like a soup?
I prefer crackers.
Are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saltines are the little shell-looking things.
If I have the opportunity to get the shells, give me shells.
Yeah,
give me shells.
guy.
No
All
doubt.
right, now here's the question: crackers or shells with your chili?
Crackers.
Crackers.
Because you can
Yeah.
you can crush them into
Yeah,
like
correct.
a powder,
That's
and then
the
you
right-
make the chili a little bit thicker.
That's
Okay.
the
way
right
to do
answer.
it. That's the way to do it.
Wait, is that you're a shells guy?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not with my chili. I was just
And then-
asking. 'Cause I've seen people do it, and I was like, okay, well that's different.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. I do like your idea of let's just follow the shows from and the personalities from this radio station around on Friday. You can do that starting with us at Desert Donuts from 10 a.m. to noon, and then you can move on to Joe Willie's with PhD on Broadway from noon until 3, and then you can just show up at a high school football game later on.
After having a couple of pictures of Coors Light, just showing up to a high school football game that you got no stake in the game. You don't even have a nephew that's playing for Arapahoe or Grandview. You're just licked up.
That's right. That's right. Go to Grandview High School. Arapahoe at Grandview. Andy Lindahl and Mike Sanford will be on the call. That game starts at 7:30 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So yeah, follow us all around. And hey, look, today's Thursday. So if you want to just head on down to number 38 in Rhino, correct me, and Lindahl will be there today from 3 until 6. So see, we are a station for the people. We're out there for everybody. I just want really quickly before we get to Deion Sanders. I think this is an interesting conversation because for a player like Patrick Surtain, I know he was my quarter pole defensive player of the year. The odds that he ever wins that without being a high interception guy are probably pretty low because there's just too many people out there sacking the quarterback, too many pressures, too many other players that are getting opportunities to intercept the football, that are putting up those kind of stats. But my question is this. We are in an era of analytics, the golden era of analytics, basically, in sports is what we're in. And I think especially for defensive players, I've seen this in the NBA, but for players like Patrick Surtain, your next-gen stats, the ability to see how many routes were run against you, and then understand that this is the amount of receptions that player had in yards. To me, it's giving people a better understanding of what an impact is, the full impact of a player like Patrick Surtain on the field. Can analytics of that sort ever get a player to a space where they absolutely win this in the face of other players who, with your eyes and with normal quote-unquote stats, are putting up huge numbers?
You'll eventually get there. We're not there yet. Like you have to pair the perception that you're the best corner in the league, which is widely accepted by players, by media members, and I think by fans, that like Pat Surtain's the best corner in the league. Everyone's saying it already, but you do have to pair it with a with an impact stat,
Mhm.
whether that's forced fumbles, returns, straight up interceptions, or even sacks. Like
Yeah.
you look at Stephon Gilmore, and thank you to Ryan for doing the research and the break for us. I missed one player in the last 25 years that have won Defensive Player of the Year that was a defensive back, and that was Stephon Gilmore in 2019 when he had 6 interceptions, right? And he was at the top of the league there. Troy Polamalu in 2010 had 7 picks. Charles Woodson was in 2009 when he won his back-to-back years, by the way, for defensive backs to win Defensive Player of the Year, and he picked off 9 balls to lead the league, right? Like, it's a sexy stat. Do you have to lead the league in order to win that award? No, you don't. But you have to have a couple of them. It's not a hit on, for me, it's not a hit on Pat Surtain. Like, the guy's a freak. And there's a reason why he doesn't have that many picks, because, well, the ball doesn't get thrown to his quadrant of the field.
Yeah.
His half of the field. It doesn't get thrown over there. But if he wants to win it, or as a fan base, you desperately need him to win that for the national recognition, you're not, and I don't think you'll be at the point in his career where, like, just straight up analytics and word of mouth is going to win that award.
Yeah.
He has to pair that reputation with 4 picks, 5 picks, maybe a return. One of those two.
Which is what he had when he was a rookie. 4 picks, 70 yards on those returns, and a touchdown. But this is how it's gone. This is how good he was. 4 picks year 1, 2 picks year 2, 1 pick year 3, 0 so far right now. However, Pro Bowls in 2022 and 2023 with 3 combined interceptions because he's that good of a player. But offenses, especially now, like offenses just back in the day just didn't throw away from a player the way they throw away from really good corners now, because they just manipulate the matchups out there just a whole lot better than they ever did in the past. And so this is what you have going on. It's just an interesting conversation to me. I hope for him that he's able to get enough opportunities to pick some off and then really figure into this, because what he is doing is really, really great stuff out there on the football field. Meanwhile, a team that's not on the football field this weekend will be the University of Colorado. They are on a bye. They are 4-1 this season as one of the quote unquote surprises of college football. I don't know how surprising they are given the talent, but given the fact that they only won 4 games last year, they have now equaled that entire total so far this year. It brings me to this question. Should Deion Sanders, should we do it? I'll just ask it straight away. Should Deion Sanders be the National Coach of the Year? Is he the National Coach of the Year right now?
No shot. Not right now.
Okay.
He's trending, but they have to beat Kansas State. Like, you got to win. They have to win 9 games for him to be in that conversation, but no shot right now. You haven't beaten anyone outside of going on the road at UCF and smacking them. You haven't beaten anyone like of consequence, right? North Dakota State doesn't factor in. Colorado State, bad football team. Baylor, bad football team that you had to have a Hail Mary in the last second to win it, and you also dropped one on the 2-yard line to play before.
Right.
You should have lost the game. It was amazing. We'll always remember that game. Like that is a highlight reel thing for years for CU Buffs fans. It was awesome. You have to beat Kansas State, and you would have to scare the living crap out of Utah if they're healthy.
Yeah.
For you to get there. But has he done enough to unseat, Kalen DeBoer and what he's done with his mega high expectations at Alabama and have them jump over Texas in the AP poll this week to number 1? No, he hasn't. Has he done enough to jump over Josh Heupel in Tennessee, who's a top 5 team?
That would be
who has a great
correct.
defense.
Yep.
Has he done enough to jump over Kurt Signetti at Indiana, who's 5-0 with a bunch of no-name players? Like, I think the answer is no. But if they continue to win, he'll get there, and it starts as early as next weekend at home against KSU. You win that game, he's now in the conversation, because CU then vaults into the playoff conversation.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You have to start beating ranked teams, start beating teams that are clearly thought to be better than you. Colorado has done exactly what they're supposed to do with this schedule that they've had so far, and that's beat the teams in front of them, teams that are comparable or worse than them. They have been able to do that for sure. I'd throw Mario Cristobal is doing obviously a good job in Miami as well. There are a number of teams that are off to really good starts. Iowa State and BYU.
You keep Mario in there?
Yeah.
After what happened at Virginia Tech?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think
I
they
don't
should
think
have
you and
lost
I
that
had talked
game.
about it. They should have lost that game.
They should have lost that game.
I
yes.
can't believe that call got turned over.
Yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. I'm with you 1,000%. There was not video evidence to overturn that call, and it got overturned. And that was so Miami continues to be undefeated because of that. But it's weird. All right, let's take a break, and I'll ask one more CU question before we get right back into Broncos. Listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's in willhitewins.com. That was apparently not easy for me to read. Welcome back into the program. Chris, Raj, and KJ here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 into hour number 2 of the program. Got a couple of things here for you. We know that Colorado's off this week. They play Kansas State next week, ranked, I believe, 20th maybe. Colorado favored to win in all of their remaining games except for one this season. And that one is Kansas State coming up in a week from Saturday. They have the second best odds to win the Big 12 now. The second best odds prior to last week were UCF winning the second best odds to win the Big 12, only behind Utah. The question is, how realistic is it that Colorado can win the Big 12 in year number 1 and go straight to the college football playoff?
I don't think it's that realistic. I mean, sure, you're favored November 16th at home against Utah right now, but if Cam Rising returns and is fully healthy, are you still favored in that game? Probably not. Unless, I mean, who knows?
Unless they've run the table.
Unless you run the table
Yeah.
and the defense continues to look good and you're not pulling wins out of your behind like you did against Baylor and North Dakota State. Maybe you turn the page and turn the corner in UCF. Like, that could have actually happened, but a lot of it hinges on next Saturday's game at Kansas State. If you can win that thing, the hype train goes through the roof. They're probably ranked not only in the top 25, but I bet you they might jump even to 20 if they can win that game, and it looks convincing.
Yeah, that would be the week. You know, when we're asking the question, can Colorado get into the rankings? That would be the week. So if you beat Kansas State, you do it by 10 or more points. Is 10 too little? Too close of a margin?
No, I mean, you're home dogs.
Yeah.
So unless it's the only way that I look at that game, and maybe the pollsters would look at it this way, is like if you have another Hail Mary situation where it's like you should have lost the game,
right?
But by the grace of God, you won.
You won, right?
That's the only situation that I could look at that and go like, oh yeah, they're not really going to move up that far. But a field goal win, a touchdown win against a ranked opponent,
yeah, just any kind of win, yeah, basically.
That would be like your first legit. Like, how legit's the TCU win last year? That's the question now. How legit is that win? Wasn't the same team that was in the Frozen Four. We talked about that earlier in the college football playoff the year prior.
Right.
Completely different. Lost like 12 starters.
Yeah.
How legit is that? That would turn into the marquee win for Deion Sanders. Next weekend, home against KSU. If you can win that thing, I think that's Deion's flag, where I know he used it early, and he used it too early last year, is, do you believe now? Do you believe me now? That's when you can use it. You beat KSU at home, dude, you're in.
Yeah.
You can say that.
You believe now?
I still think it's a pipe dream for them to do it, but again, as I said what I said this almost an hour ago. Expectations and predictions in preseason are meant to be moved. Goalposts are meant to be moved based off of the data that you get during the regular season. If you don't allow yourself to move goalposts based off of how teams look during the season, I look at you as a small-brained person.
I think that there's a scenario that Colorado's is definitely in the college football playoff. These teams, the Big 12 largely is a conference of teams that win at home. And your most difficult games left are, except for Arizona. Arizona is that team that's hanging out there, and it's the week after Kansas State. That's so much tougher than it appears to be. So the Arizona game is definitely can be a place where you trip up too. But look, your schedule is Kansas State, Arizona, Cincinnati, at Texas Tech, Utah, at Kansas. Kansas has fallen completely apart. That was a team that began a lot of people, a lot of experts in their top 25, and they are 1-4. And then Oklahoma State with the running back who was awesome last year. can't even average 100 yards per game this year. There's these teams that are having offensive power outages, and Colorado might just be ripe to take advantage of that. And if they're able to take advantage of that, then all of a sudden you're in a space that I think none of us thought that they would be at the beginning of the season. You want to hear something cool? So we know the Alabama-Georgia game was an instant classic, right? Alabama gets out to the big lead. Georgia comes all the way back, takes the lead. Then they throw the ball all the way down to the freshman wide receiver. He makes two Georgia guys collide, and then he scores the game-winning touchdown. Georgia loses.
It's the coolest thing I've seen since Reggie Bush put a ball behind his back.
Yeah, so cool.
Coolest thing I've seen in college football since that happened.
Yeah.
And that Reggie Bush play is ingrained in my mind.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That little left to right juke
Dude,
and just whoop!
Reggie Bush, he was so good.
He was a freak,
He was
man.
so good.
Those teams were on. Like, you look at Lendale White became an afterthought on that team.
Yeah. And he was so good. He played in the NFL.
Played in the NFL for a long
I
time.
know. He was a good player in the NFL. Yeah.
Those teams were unbelievable. Reggie Bush was
So Kirby
what a
Smart,
highlight reel.
and we were just talking about coaches of the year. So Kirby Smart, who has won that before, was talking to his team after that game. Obviously, a very heartbreaking loss to Alabama. But this is how you handle that if you're a coach.
One moment short. One moment short. But I want every one of you, to think about how you feel right now. Think about how you feel right now. Okay? Right now, how you feel. Because how you respond to this tells me everything about who you are. But you know what? We better get better. Team on three. I love every one of you, man. You're fighters. You're fighters. Team on three. Team on three. 1, 2, 3. Team.
That's great coaching, man. That's it. That's a team that Kirby Smart loses to on a regular basis. And for him to have to stand up there again in front of his team again and have to explain to them why they lost to Alabama again, but to have that response, I just thought that was awesome.
Question though, right now, you think about Georgia, you go shoo-in for the 12-team football playoff, right? Shoo-in.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed. Doesn't matter that they lost to Bama. They're still in the top 5. It was a great game against two teams that should face off against in the playoff. They still have on the road at Texas. 2 weeks later, they're on the road at number 12, Mississippi. And then they come back home to take on the Volunteers, who were a top 5 team ranked one spot ahead of them.
Oof.
How many more games can Georgia lose and still get into the final? Still get into the playoff?
That's a really good question.
Could you lose all 3 of those and then be all instant classics like they were against Bama and still get in? I think the answer is no. But 2 out of the 3?
Probably yes.
Probably.
Because they will get, and they probably should, but the SEC, this is how it works in the SEC. If Georgia, let's just say they lost all 3 of those games, all that you would hear coming out of the SEC and everybody who loves and follows the SEC is, but Georgia is better than this team over here. Yeah, they have 4 losses. Doesn't matter. They're better than, and at some point, what you do on the field has to actually matter if you're losing those games. We can't just continue to look at a team and say, well, but they're probably better than these teams over here. Well, like, how many losses do you get?
Eventually, there's too many teams, though. That's the thing. Because all of those teams that I just listed off, those would be 4 conference losses.
Yep.
So you would then think, if all holds true, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and Texas are all in the playoff ahead of Georgia. They're going to be the 5th team that gets in. I don't know if I actually see that thing happening. I think they would have to, you could lose 2 out of the 3 of those games, and the 1 win would have to be completely dominant.
Yeah.
Completely dominant. I didn't even mention Missouri was a top 10 team.
I know.
So at that point, you're the 6th SEC team into the playoff. There's not enough spots.
There's not enough spots. No, there's not. That would not happen.
Well, so what's while we're already on this, what's the maximum number of SEC teams that can get into the 12-team playoff?
I think 4. I mean, look, you just got to look at it like this. I mean, the top 5 spots are already conference champions, 4 conference champions, and the group of 5, the best group of 5 team, which is probably going to be Boise.
You get 1. You get 1 out of those 5, and there are now 7 at-large bids.
Correct. And out of those 7, I would say 3 more could probably go to the.
3 more could get in there, but
Yeah.
like the Big Ten's no joke. Ohio State's as legit a national championship
Okay, let's just say they win the conference. Then who else in the Big Ten? Yeah, in the Big Ten.
Oregon,
Yeah, okay.
Penn State. And that's probably it for me.
Yeah. So that's the SEC is going to get over on the fact that the Big Ten has great teams at the top, but you start to trail off a lot in terms of its depth, unless Nebraska continues to win. Like I know there's a lot of like Nebraska's not that good, but they're pretty good. They're 4-1 right now. They're 4-1.
And a good loss.
Yeah, exactly right. And if they are able to get a couple of victories that maybe weren't expecting, maybe they hop into the conversation a little bit. So I don't know.
I didn't even mention LSU, whose only loss is week 1 by a touchdown to a top 25 team in USC.
Yeah. Yep.
Even losing 2 out of the 3 would be tough.
Mm-hmm. It would be.
They would have to be 2 Alabama-esque losses where the game is unbelievable and you were right there. Flip of a coin if you win or you lose. And then your one win would have to be a blowout of a bona fide top 10 team in either Mississippi, Texas, or Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's how Georgia gets in with 3 losses.
Yeah. ACC is probably going to get
the field's too deep. Nah, I think the ACC gets a team.
Well, they'll get the conference winner,
and that's it.
It'll be Miami,
and
obviously.
That's it. But Clemson has been playing. Have we checked in on Clemson since they lost to Georgia?
We sure have, and we'll check back in when they play Miami.
Clemson's going to Clemson, man.
I think they've scored no fewer than 50 points in every game since then, right? Isn't that their schedule?
They hammered Stanford 40-14 last week. I don't believe in Dabo.
Clemson?
I don't believe in Clemson. I just don't. They found a way to screw it up in recent years. I think they're done.
Yeah, like
one team out of the ACC, and it's Miami.
Not to mention their quarterback name is Klubnik. Like, come on, man.
The Avalanche play tonight. Who are they playing tonight?
Vegas, in Vegas.
Okay.
The results don't matter. The points are made up. It's whose line is it anyway, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... there is breaking news for the Avs, though, that just happened a few minutes ago. Pierre-Edouard Bellemare, former Av, who left after the 2021 season and then joined the Tampa Bay Lightning and lost in 6 games to his former team, the Avs, in the Cup final that ensuing year, was signed to a professional tryout contract this year. He has been released from that PTO. So unlike Jack Johnson a handful of years ago, he will not make the team on a PTO. That opens up a bottom 6 spot for someone on the roster.
Named?
I hope it's Callum Ritchie.
Mm-hmm.
Callum Ritchie looks like he should be on this team. Ivan might make the team. They really like him.
Yeah.
Ivan. He has 3 names. Ivan.
The
Czech player.
Yep.
Or Czechia is what they're called now. It may have just been a guy who's lost a step, couldn't keep up with the pace of the team. Unfortunately, that was a guy that I had slotted in to make the squad and be a bona fide penalty killer. Does that mean that Logan O'Connor has to play PK minutes now? I think it does.
Yeah, maybe
I think
so.
that forces it. But Bellemar's gone. That game tonight, Vegas and the Avs, I think 3 more total.
Is that what they have? Why do they play so many preseason games in hockey?
Because the camp is so quick.
Is that why?
It's like you just get directly into directly into the season. Like you open up camp and 3 days later you're playing a preseason game.
Yeah.
It's insane to me. Preseason they've played 4 games, they've lost every one. They have two remaining.
2 remaining.
1 at Vegas and 1 at a neutral location against Utah. Is that like in Utah neutral?
Yeah. Yeah.
You see some of the seats there at that rink?
Yeah. Bad.
There's thousands of obstructed view seats. Not like you have to look around a pole.
Yeah.
But you are sitting behind the net all the way up in the bleeders. So looking down at the long section of the ice, and you can't see the attacking zone directly beneath you.
Because it was made for basketball.
Dude, it ain't good.
Hey, quickly, Raj, can you explain to me why we have a regular season game tomorrow in the middle of preseason?
Because they're out in Europe. They're playing in like Germany or something.
I don't like it.
No, not a fan of it?
No, because that means at some point these teams are going to have a stretch of rest that no other team has. It just randomly for no reason.
Yeah, there's an actual game, right? Buffalo in New Jersey. 11 a.m. NHL Network it's the Global Series. I don't know where it's being played. There's a lot of Swedes on Buffalo's team, so it may be in Sweden.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll tell you, baseball does this. Doesn't baseball do this from time to time when they play some games somewhere else in the world before everybody else plays?
Yeah, like Japan, didn't they? Yeah. Oh, it's in Prague. It's in Czechia.
Yeah. Avs and Vegas tonight, 8 p.m. on 92.5. KJ's NFL Notes are next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, it's the time of the show where KJ takes us around the NFL. Biggest stories happening in the NFL today. KJ, what's story number one?
Well, obviously, we are going to listen to this man say this.
Yeah, I'm just focused on Denver.
Antonio Pierce, earlier yesterday, I should say, was talking about Davante Adams and saying, basically, I am on to Denver. So Sean Payton, he was asked about, how do you prepare for when you don't know what the status of Davante Adams is right now. And he told a story about DeMarcus Ware back in the day going off of 3.5 sacks and a fumble and all of that stuff. And it led to a question later in the press conference from our own Darren D. Mac McKee. As Darren and Sean get well acquainted with the rivalry that's known as the Broncos versus Raiders.
Yeah. It's been a rough run for the Broncos against the Raiders. I know it's before your time.
No, but fair question. Look, it's a division opponent. This is our first chance to play a division opponent. Last year, we finished 3-3 in the division. I can't recall a team that has accomplished anything worthwhile, finishing 500 in your division. And then you take a team like Las Vegas. There's a long storied history, and certainly I appreciate that, especially with our fans. And so, it's our job to play our best football this Sunday and get ready to play.
KJ.
Yeah.
That is growth from Sean Payton.
It sure is.
He's growing I'm so proud of him. Last year, it wasn't his hump. It wasn't his hump.
It wasn't our hump.
This year, it's a fair question.
It wasn't our hump.
And D-Mac was
he didn't let D-Mac finish the question.
Well, he
either.
didn't, but
how pissed off D-Mac must have been.
Yeah, but D-Mac was also he was so prepared to be. It's like, I know it wasn't like you haven't been here for all of it. He's like, don't worry, D-Mac. I'm gonna put these virtual arms around you and show you how much I've grown. It's amazing.
I had 2 middle fingers.
What an answer.
It's like a kid's got a something very valuable and fragile in his hand that you don't want them to have, and you know that your kid likes to throw things, and you just creep towards the kid and you talk to them very nicely and slowly, and oh my goodness, that's such a pretty cup that you have. Do you think I might be able to see it? And then at the last second, you snatch it out of their hands before the kid can, launch it over his shoulder and shatter it into a million pieces. That was D-Mac with Sean Payton in that answer.
I love that answer so much.
I love the way he basically was good.
You know what would even have been better is if he was just looking into a camera, because right at the end he talked to Broncos fans. He said, "I know it's like a game that our fans care about." Like that was the perfect Sean Payton answer. He should just bottle that up and just answer like that all the time. Okay, I'm sorry. I just ruined the entire. I'm sorry. KJ. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You're good, dude. You're good. No, I just had a simple question for you guys. In the modern day, we know what rivalries used to be, but in the modern day, what makes a rivalry a rivalry?
Oof. Well, you got to have hatred. Hate has to exist. Probably got to a fight or two there on the field, and then you have to kind of go back and forth. Also, you probably need to be in the same divisions just so that you're seeing this team a couple of times every single year. Broncos Raiders, when I was growing up, man, that was crazy. But what a crazy good rivalry it was. Broncos, the AFC West was great. The Seahawks were in the AFC West when I was a kid. It was like all the iterations of the teams. They were really good rivalries.
It has to be competitive as well. The thing hidden in there is Sean Payton said, I don't think I've ever seen a team do anything of value finishing at 500 in the division, which means if he thinks his team can do anything of value this season, they're going to go at least 4-2 in the division, which would bring them to 6-4. In the non-divisional games that still hold, you think 10 wins gets you into the playoffs this year?
Yes.
Can you find 4 wins in the non-divisional games remaining on the schedule that I have right in front of me? Week 7.
Carolina.
At New Orleans.
I still think no.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Week 8, home against Carolina.
Yes.
All right, so now you're at 7 wins. Week 9, at Baltimore.
No.
No. Week 11, home against Atlanta.
Ooh, that's a game that might be gettable.
Might be gettable. Might have a rookie quarterback playing against you at that time as well.
No, dude, Justin Simmons is going to do everything he can to absolutely eat Bo Nix's lunch.
He doesn't hate people here. There's no ill will. There's no revenge coming from Justin Simmons. He's too nice of a guy.
Well, listen, a coach asked him to, see if he can restructure a contract. He said no, and I think he's going to show him why he was worth every cent.
So Atlanta, yes or no? At home.
Yes.
So now you're at 8 wins.
Oof.
Home against Cleveland, week 13.
Well, yeah, they're a dumpster fire.
So the answer is yes?
Yep.
You're at 9 wins now. Your final 2 non-divisional games.
Uh-huh.
At home against Indianapolis, December 15th. On the road at Cincinnati, either on December 28th or 29th. So the season comes down to
Indy.
Indianapolis at home, December 15th. You win, you get into the playoffs.
Hey, that might be the Joe Flacco revenge game. These teams in the AFC.
It's a lot of wins, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot of wins.
I know. I still can't get we asked the question about CU and can you see a path there? I can't get myself to 10 wins with the Broncos just quite yet, but show me a couple of good offensive performances and I'll be able to dream that dream. KJ, what's next?
Like I said, football's my thing.
Lamar Jackson, this past weekend, he responded after they won to fans who are in his DMs and who are tweeting at him regarding fantasy football, parlays, and all of that silly stuff. He said, "This is a team sport. I'm not out here satisfied when I throw for 300 yards, but I took an L. If I throw for 50 yards and we win, that's blank, blank, blank matters. Y'all stop commenting on our socials about the yards. Y'all FanDuel and parlays ain't hit." And then he went way into detail about it during his press conference on yesterday.
Saw you hit back on social media. Some of the critics, if you will, people complaining about
some BS,
stats and parlays and stuff. What prompted you to do that?
Cause you gotta understand, we human too. We seeing that we going in there, we trying to win games. All our life we played football. We got to this the highest level, the professional level, to win games, and not to help people parlay. We're not betting on the games. We can't even bet on games and stuff like that. So we're not worried about that. And I don't believe we're going into games worried about stats either. We're worried about the W column, the win-loss column. We're not trying to lose. So we go out there and just try to do what teammates do, try to help each other out. This guy might run someone else on the route to get this guy open. Just being team players, and we don't dwell on parlays. But I see a lot of people like to make comments in our comment section or in our DMs. But then when we address them in our DM, they want to make it public. So it's it is what it is, man. We trying to win.
Are the players in a lose-lose situation here?
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they are because. But you know what? I'm gonna backtrack that. I'm gonna say they're not in a complete lose-lose situation because, right there at the end, you had Lamar Jackson say something to the effect, "Well, if I respond to you in the DM, and then you want to make it public, but I don't think anybody is going after Lamar Jackson for having that view. So
certainly not.
So he's not paying for it. So it's not a lose-lose because I mean we talked about this at length, me and you right here on this program.
Yeah, you guys know my stance on it.
A few weeks ago. And so I don't know. I mean, I think if somebody wants to get after you on your social media, you ought to be able to get back after them on whatever platform that you want, and it should be fine. But these players, I know there was a question about Kyle Pitts to Raheem Morris, the Falcons head coach, because Kyle Pitts has just basically caught almost no passes. And his was something like stats are for losers. Like we're trying to just win games here. Meanwhile, people were like, well, I might want my bets to win as well. Like, everybody's got an agenda. I don't know, Raj. I think the players are fine.
You know my stance on it.
Yep.
Do I think that people who dive into the DMs to criticize players on their performance based off of the money that they, lost for that fan are scumbags? Yes, I do. I think you're a scumbag if you do that. But on the other side of the equation, and there's nothing that's ever going to pull me off of this. You make millions of dollars to play a game. It comes with the territory. Bummer. If you don't want to have to deal with people in your DMs, go sell insurance, man. That's it. You make millions, and sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of your privacy. And yes, you are human. You are athletically mutated. And I say that with the highest esteem of professional athletes. I tell that to Tyler Plumas. I go, no one's 6'10". I look at Scotty. I go, you're a mutant. You're different than the rest of us. You're still a human. But when you make millions of dollars, man, and you are a public figure, unfortunately, you agree. That is a social contract that you agreed to. You're going to have to eat some crap as a result. Does it make it any less gross? No, it certainly doesn't.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now, earlier in the show, we were going through our quarter poll awards, and yes, we know it's not 17 games. We know it's not an exact quarter poll, but this is where we are in the season. We did not get to our Rookie of the Year and our Coach of the Year, so let's get to those right now. Let's get to them right now. Rookie of the Year. Now, I think for you guys, this might have been your Offensive Player of the Year. Rookie of the Year for me, obviously, is going to be Jayden Daniels. I don't think this is particularly close, unless you're a Malik Neighbors fan, which he is making it kind of close. But what Jayden Daniels is doing for a football team that nobody expected anything from this year, now you can look at them and go, can they win the NFC East? Because everybody else is having a lot of issues, and they seem to be the most stable. Answer me. If I would have said to you just 2 years ago, that in the NFC East, the most stable franchise in 2024 is going to be the Washington Commanders, could we even have gotten there?
It's amazing what changing ownership can do.
I know.
Getting rid of Snyder changed everything for that organization.
Yep.
And they seemingly hit on a quarterback. Did you know, and this is from Ari Mirov on My Sports Update on X, the Commanders have put together more scoring drives in 4 games than Jayden Daniels has incompletions this season.
Yeah.
They have scored on more drives than the times the football has hit the ground. 23-19. It's insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts. The guy looks great. He's got the highest completion percentage through his first 4 games in NFL history at 82%, better than Tom Brady.
Yep.
He's the Rookie of the Year right now, and I have a feeling he's going to be the Rookie of the Year at the end of the season. You and I chose Caleb Williams at the beginning of the year. Coach Sanford, Jayden Daniels.
Jayden Daniels, yep. Yeah, he's looking great. KJ.
I am, too, going to go with Jayden Daniels. I mean, there's no other option, which is also why I laid out my case earlier for why Marvin Harrison Jr. will have to win Offensive Player of the Year, because Offensive Rookie of the Year is locked in by Jayden Daniels. I mean, the fall off he would have to not win that award would be historical.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. All right, Coach of the Year. For me, it's wait, we just gotta laugh. Let's explore the laugh. Raj, the floor is yours.
Well, do you guys know who my Coach of the Year pick was before the season?
Who was it, Raj?
It was Doug Peterson of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have yet to win a football game. It's the guy who's going to get fired before anyone else in the NFL this year. That was my pick for Coach of the Year.
Raj, who was my pick for Coach of the Year?
DeMeco Ryans.
That's what it was? Really?
DeMeco Ryans. Both you and Mike chose DeMeco Ryans for offensive for Coach of the Year.
Okay. It's going to be Kevin O'Connell is who it's going to be. I can't stress this enough. That man, I mean, he is the best coach in the NFL. I mean, with all due respect to Andy Reid. What he's doing with Sam Darnold and what he is able to do with just players. Even if you think back to last year and just all the quarterback issues that they had, and they were fairly competitive still. Even, I mean, the Pastronaut was competitive for them. He walked right in and won a game for them. He's doing a great job. Obviously, I got Kevin O'Connell now, and I think that is the way it's going to end up at the end of the season. So I'll have to scrap my D'Amico Ryans preseason prediction. KJ.
So I am going to go with Dan Campbell. I think this is the year where Dan Campbell gets over the hump. They have the most explosive offense in the league. They have everything at their disposal. This defense, when it gets healthy again, they're going to step right up into at least top 15. I won't say top 10. And that'll be good enough because I think the Detroit Lions are on track to go something crazy like 14-3, 13-4 because there's really no one in their way to stop them except Minnesota, maybe.
Yeah.
And if they beat Minnesota, then they're already over the hump. So I got Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell he's just a coach. He's just a player's coach, and he just gets it for the most part. And it shows on the field. Those guys, they trust him just as much as he trusts them. So I got Dan Campbell.
And then on the text line, Matt LaFleur would like a word here, fellas. He is also a great coach. I mean, like the NFC North right now.
You guys are
with the exception of Eberflus, is crazy with this coaching talent.
You guys are leaving out Dan Quinn. The preseason over-under on some books for Washington win totals was at 5.5.
Yep.
A lot of them, the majority of them were at 6.5. But there were some books at the beginning of the season, 5.5.
Yeah.
You know what their over-under is right now?
What?
It's sitting between 8.5 and 9.
Shut up,
There
Riley.
has not been a larger jump in preseason over-under odds through week 4 over-unders.
Yeah.
In terms of win totals than the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Dan Quinn's the guy.
Yeah, I just wonder how many people think it's Dan Quinn versus Jaden Daniels. And that is what I think is going to get Dan Quinn in a little bit of trouble in terms of this award. Speaking of odds, we have head-to-head against the spread. We will do that as we close out Dempsey and Company next. As a reminder, tomorrow we will be live from Desert Donuts, 8501 East Arapahoe Road in Greenwood Village. Coach and I will be there eating donuts because that's what we're going to do. And they are really, really good. We've had them here already. Cooked to order donuts, everything from plain to ridiculous. Small batch coffee served cold or hot with specialty flavors. Get ready to meet your new favorite meal at Desert Donuts. I don't know how many donuts I should have, but I'm in danger. If you just put me next to a bunch of donuts, Raj.
You're going to go to the gym for 3 hours afterwards anyway and work it off. Like, come on, let's be real here.
I might.
I think you can afford to house a half dozen donuts. Not all of us can do that.
I might do it, man. It's gonna be hard for me to have willpower sitting in front of all those donuts this weekend. As programming notes on the radio station on Saturday, college football coming your way. Number 9 Missouri at number 25 Texas A&M. That game's at 10 a.m. here on 92.5.
It's the only top 25 matchup this week.
Yeah. It's college is. We got to get to a space where there's just more of those each week. But I don't know how you would do that. Sunday, Cowboys at Steelers. 92.5 here at 6:15 p.m. That's a Sunday night game. The Cowboys at the Steelers on Saturday. On Saturday night as well, we got the Rapids action. As they are down to the last couple of games in their season. They did lose yesterday to L.A., 3-1 in a game that just kind of got away from them in the second half. But you can listen to them this weekend against Seattle on 92.5. That's going to be 7 p.m. pregame, 7:30 start for that game as well. Incidentally, the Nuggets begin their preseason tomorrow at 10 a.m. Against the Boston Celtics in Abu Dhabi. You've been watching a lot of those videos go by. Looks like it's been fun. Everybody's riding camels and having hawks fly over them and doing all the things. I don't know where the basketball is being played, but it seems like everybody's having a great time out there in the super hot, scorching sun in Abu Dhabi. So Nuggets and Celtics tomorrow, 10 a.m. as the Nuggets open up their preseason slate. Okay. As we do most Thursdays, let's get to head-to-head against the spread.
All right, we forgot about this last week. Sue me. It was Nuggets Media Day, and I had too many things going on, so I forgot. So, through week 4, although we've only played through 3 weeks, here are our standings. Mike and I are both 6-1-5. Demps, you have a lead at 8-1-3 through 3 weeks of play, thanks to you going perfect in your week 3 matchup. All right, 4 games. We pick them every single week, including the Broncos game. We'll start with the Jets and the Minnesota Vikings, the early game because they're playing overseas. Jets plus 2.5 point, I'm going to say road dogs, but everyone's on the road in this game. I've got the Jets covering the 2.5. I think Minnesota comes back down to earth just a little bit. I'm not saying that like their magical run is over. The Jets need a win. They absolutely need a win. So I'm going to take the points. I think they get this thing done outright.
Yeah, it's an interesting game to me. It's going to be one of the better games of the weekend. I mean, if Minnesota is who they've shown to be, then, and I'm going to believe them right now. I'm going to believe they are who they have shown us that they are. I am taking Minnesota just to win straight away in this game.
Again, that game early on Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. I'm not going to pick tonight's Buccaneers-Falcons game. I'm not too interested in it. I love the line, though. Arizona +7 on the road at San Francisco. Still without Christian McCaffrey. That's been the big issue with him is, like, can he stay healthy? Obviously not to start this season with the lower body injury. Arizona needs to bounce back after only throwing up 14 points against the worst defense in the league. Is Kyler Murray for real? Is San Francisco for real without McCaffrey? Give me Arizona to cover the 7. I don't think they win the game.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I just wonder.
7's a lot of points in the NFL, man. A lot of points.
It is. It's just that the Cardinals. I just wonder if I believe them. I mean, they go on the road and they get beat pretty good. I'm I'm gonna take the 49ers to cover that 7.5. I think that they're going to win. I think it's not going to be particularly close, even though the Arizona Cardinals show a little bit of fight, but I'll take the 49ers here.
Coach Sanford has the 49ers as well in that game, so I'm the odd man out. All right, moving into what I think is the most intriguing game of the week outside of Broncos and Raiders. Baltimore minus 2.5-point road favorites against Cincinnati. Baltimore at 2-2, Cincinnati at 1-3. Has Burrow figured it out? I think the answer is yes. Cincinnati always starts off slow, but they can't afford to lose another one. God forbid it's a divisional game against a bitter rival. Give me the home team to cover the 2.5 points as home dogs.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Baltimore Ravens because I think who else has it figured out is the Ravens defense. The Ravens defense was okay, and then it was really good against Buffalo. And then the running game was, should we give the ball to Derrick Henry at all? And then it's like, oh yeah, he's still really good. We're going to give it to him all the time. I think Baltimore now understands just exactly who they are, both offensively and defensively. Unfortunately for Cincinnati, you're trying to get right in a situation where now you got to play these guys. I'll take Baltimore in this scenario.
You and Coach Sanford, again, lockstep with Baltimore on the odd man out with Cincinnati. And then it brings us to our fourth and final game, the Vegas Raiders plus 2.5-point dogs on the road here against your Broncos, who are playing in the best uniform in the National Football League, bar none. Like it should just be the uniforms. And if they go out and they break this 8-game streak against Vegas and they hammer them like 2 scores the way that I've been saying all morning, I think it's a 2-score victory for the Broncos as 2.5-point favorites. They should have a petition to make the damn Orange Crush uniforms the actual jersey. I've been pleasantly surprised with how they've looked with the New Jersey overload.
They look good.
They've looked fine.
They look good.
They've looked fine. They don't look as good as the throwback uniforms. Those things are sexy. I think they're going to win by 10. Denver.
Can I give you a everybody's going to run me out of town take?
Oh, no.
No, this is not about the game. The new uniforms look better than the old ones.
No, it's crap. That's complete crap.
I stand by it.
It's nonsense. What?
Yes. Yes.
You guys are
that blue
clueless.
Is
it looks good.
You like the new...
Okay, I'm going to pick the game. Raj is so mad right now. Okay.
I'm not saying the New Jerseys are bad, but they're nothing in comparison to the throwback Orange Crush uniforms. Nothing.
Okay. I have the Broncos.
I'm so upset with both of you.
I know you are. I can see it.
It's funny. I'm such a... I'm not a jersey guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not the guy to wear jerseys. I hardly own any of them.
Yeah.
But I'm so passionate about jersey design. I don't understand, like, where the disconnect is with me.
Yeah.
That, like, I can look at you and I think that, like, I think a little bit less of both of you right now because of that take.
It's okay.
I do.
Okay.
I'm upset with both of you.
Put me down for the Broncos in that scenario. You know what's funny? I just think I might have just been kidding there. When those uniforms came out and everybody, so many people were like, "Oh, what is this? These uniforms are terrible." I think the Broncos do look better than everybody thought that they were going to look.
They look way better than I thought.
Yeah,
when they first came out, I went, "Oh no, this is a joke." But
correct.
Ryan and Steve Reed, they're saying, "Hey,
yeah,
the new uniforms
are better. They're good. They're really good." Okay, that's going to do it for us today because we love you. Thank you for joining us. Raj, you're the man.
Bye, guys.
I love this 2 hours every single day. I tell you the guys this all the time. I want you to remember these words from me. I love these 2 hours every single day. Thank you, KJ. We love and appreciate you.
All right, one quick thing on the way out. Antonio Pierce gets a 8-year show cause penalty as when he was the assistant coach at Arizona State. And that was because of the same thing Jim Harbaugh did, trying to bring players in on COVID-19 restrictions.
Oh, yeah, they
did that. The NCAA is just not having it. So
that was Herm Edwards too, as the head coach there.
Exactly. It was all under his watch. So 8-year show cause ban for Antonio Pierce with Arizona State.
He's never going back to college anyway.
Tree to forest.
Yes. All right. That's going to do it for us. PhD is next.
Hey,
got to press on.
No. It's
the blue one.
Well, right off the bat.
Oh, you all right?
Oh no, but the light doesn't work. So we'll bring the guys in and we'll make sure it's a blue light.
Didn't you break that light like about a month ago too?
I don't know. Little too hard on the touch, I suppose. But here we are. We are going to go.
You can't curl 40.
Well, I could curl 40 once. I can curl 12 ounces. I can tell you that, buddy. I got that down. Figured that one out in my life. We are going to call Carrie Ann, the awesome in-game host of the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi. So
she's in Abu Dhabi?
She's in Abu Dhabi.
Is in Abu Dhabi. So we are going to get a Nuggets update from Abu Dhabi.
Scott said she's in Abu Dhabi, like she's there and I'm not.
Well, Carrie Ann, not only does she do an amazing job as an in-game host, but she's also the Nuggets marketing director. So I assume
well, there you go.
There's there's a lot of things there going on, and it looks pretty cool, man. I will tell you. And we did get to the bottom. And I don't know if we have the audio or not, Dan. I should look on my little. Yeah, maybe. We know if Jokic has ever ridden a horse or not.
Oh, did we ask a question or something?
The question was asked.
Holy cow! If I lose this bet,
and we have the answer.
You lost this bet.
I lost this bet. No freaking way.
I'm not saying if you've won it.
Well, I think Scott just told me I lost the bet.
Well, you know,
Nikola
it's funny.
Jokic owns 100 horses and he's never ridden one.
Scott doesn't know. He's not sure.
Yes, I do. It's funny, D-Mac. Those things we send to each other to prep for the show, I actually read and watch. So, yeah, I do know.
Scott, I'm playing along here. I've already read it. I'm just playing a game.
Okay. All right. So we'll get to the answer of this is going to take a deep dive to go into because it is fascinating. But let's go to Abu Dhabi. Carrie Ann is with us. This is wild. Well, I guess I shouldn't be amazed by telephonic communication, but we are in Abu Dhabi. Carrie Ann, how are you?
Yes, hello. We are in Abu Dhabi. I'd say good morning to you guys, but it's 10 o'clock at night over here.
Wow. All right. Can you just run us through the past 48 hours? What it's been like to be with the Nuggets there in the desert?
Yeah, it has been, I called it like a fever dream last night because it just seems so surreal that we're here. And the team has been amazing. They invited us out to a huge dinner last night. There was camels, there was falcons, there was rookies singing karaoke, which is always a favorite of mine. So it's just been incredible.
Talk about some of the things of perceptions and reality. What were some of your perceptions, and what's been the reality, Carrie Ann, for this trip you're on?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Coming over here, I've never been to the Middle East. I was kind of researching it, kind of looking it up, talking to people that had been here, and it is so clean. It's so nice. The people have been so friendly. Everywhere we go, people have come up to us, said how much they love the Nuggets, they love the NBA. We got to go to the Grand Mosque today. We got like a private tour of the Grand Mosque here, which is just outstanding. And especially being at the arena all day, obviously I'm still here right now. We're doing rehearsals for tomorrow. And it feels like a second home almost already. It's been so great to be here and really get to experience the culture, meet the people, and be a part of Abu Dhabi.
Are you the host? Are you doing kind of the same stuff you would do in Denver and Abu Dhabi?
Very, very same, yeah. And then so Boston brought their in-game host in as well. So I've got my co-host Mel from the Boston Celtics here, and we're playing contests. We're talking to fans. We got a giant tic-tac-toe game we're going to play tomorrow. So it's a lot of fun. And then we got a lot of legends coming in town as well. I don't want to give away who it is. You'll have to watch the broadcast to see.
Okay.
But some special and familiar faces as well coming in for the game.
Did you get on a camel with the fellas, and what was the top speed?
I did. It was absolutely incredible. You can't even believe how big they are. They're so much taller than like a horse. I would guess my top speed was maybe about 3 miles per hour.
Okay.
It was slow going.
Yeah, it's exhilarating. I mean, it sounds exhilarating.
It was, but yeah, we were so high off the ground, and it was so funny just the way the camels kind of dipped down for you to get on and off of them. was really steep. I was kind of afraid I was going to go tumbling off of it at one point in front of like the entire team and really embarrass myself, but I saved the day. But yeah, getting to see like the whole team, the staff, both, Josh and Stan Kroenke rode a camel, which was amazing. They were having a great time. So truly once in a lifetime experiences.
Well, it sounds kind of fun. And then you got two of the premier teams, to be honest with you. The last two NBA champions are there. What as far as basketball, and we saw some, pre-Olympic exhibition games happen there. In fact, Joker was there with Serbia earlier this summer. What are you getting from the vibe as far as fans in that region?
Yeah, I think fans are just fans of the NBA. They're excited we're here. A lot of them have talked about how they came out to the games last year. In Dallas and Minnesota were in town. And I'll tell you, between the teams that are here at the arena, there's been a lot of smack talk between organizations. Reigning champ, former champ, meeting again here. So I think it's going to be a lot of excitement going on in the arena. Just a lot of NBA fans. They got the NBA store here at the mall, right here on Yas Island, right down the street. And you can tell with the signage around the town, lit up, NBA posters everywhere, posters of everyone from Nikola to CB to Peyton, just walking around town. You're seeing our guys' faces everywhere around here.
Are there a lot of Americans that live in Abu Dhabi?
It's a lot of cultures from everywhere around the world. I mean, I talked to a lady this morning from Paris that's living here now. Obviously, you have all the local people here, but we just ran into some Australians at dinner a couple nights ago. It really is like a blending of a ton of world cultures, and most everyone we've run into speaks English too. So it's been great. We've got to really, talk with people and get to know them and ask questions about the culture and really get to feel like we're part of it.
All right. Did Jokic get on a camel?
I got there a little bit later, so I think I saw a photo, but I didn't actually see him on the camel myself. But I did see Peyton Watson Instagramming on the back of a camel a lot and having a great time.
If you had
Can confirm.
If you had to guess, would you guess that Jokic rides horses or not?
Okay, so he had this story last night about how he's never actually ridden a horse.
Right.
He's only driven them from the cart, which I found wild to think about.
You and me both, Carrie Ann.
Yeah. So he said that, and we all kind of stood there stunned, like, what did you just say? So I think a camel was the first large animal that he's actually ridden on.
The timing of it was unbelievable. They're out there on the world's largest carpet, getting on a camel, which that carpet is the biggest carpet I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Getting on a camel. Just yesterday, I got in this debate with D-Mac about whether Jokic actually rides the horses. And I'm like, of course he's ridden a horse. He owns 100 horses. How has he not ridden a horse? Next day, this just happens to come out on its own.
Yeah, and Carrie Ann, by the way, I said without knowing this interview previous, I go, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's ever gotten on a horse because size-wise, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense. And so that was really remarkable to hear that he might, according to him, he's never been on a horse.
I mean, I think that means he's listening to your guys' show and he just had to tell you wrong, right?
Yep, no question.
He was like, you guys got it wrong. I got to lay down the truth.
I got one more quick question. Two of the big names that the Nuggets added this year, obviously Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric. First time that you've kind of get to be around them and see what they're like. Have you had any communications with them, and how have they been on this trip so far?
Yeah, so I actually met them both back in Denver on Media Day. Got to spend some time with them, and they were both fantastic, true professionals. Russ actually blew me away. He came into the room we were in, shook everyone's hand, introduced himself. I was like, yeah, no, we know who you are. Yep. But yeah, they've both been fantastic. And then last night, even at dinner, I'm sure there's a clip on the internet of it, but Russ and DJ were up dancing with the rookies, making them sing, having a great time. You can just tell the camaraderie is already there. It just feels like he's already a part of this locker room. And he's excited to be here with the guys.
I tell you, Westbrook is going to give AG a run for his fashion money. That's for sure. Ain't no doubt about that this year.
Yeah. Him and Peyton Watson, I think. Those two. Those are the two fashionistas. they're going to go head to head. We're going to get some good outfits out of them.
All right, Carrie.
Peyton needs to fashion his game up a little bit this year, not his clothes.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll get to the basketball here in a second. Thank you, Carrie Ann. We really appreciate it. And it's just fun to talk to you in Abu Dhabi. It's crazy. And best of luck with the in-game hosting over the weekend. I think that's wonderful. I'm glad you're there.
Yeah, amazing, guys. Yeah, it's been quite the trip. So I can't say thank you enough to the organization for having us out here and Abu Dhabi just in general. It's amazing. So thank you. I'm going to head to bed so I can get ready for the game tomorrow. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Carrie Ann Byron, the in-game hostess with the mostest, doing the same. That is really cool. They're doing that. Celtics have their people doing it. I saw Jamal Murray got a temporary sleeve tattoo. Temporary.
Got the henna tattoo?
The what?
The henna tattoo.
Don't know what that is.
You don't know the henna tattoo?
I don't.
It's like the 2-week-long fake tattoo.
Oh, okay.
It'll last for a couple weeks.
All right. So that's not a for realsy when you see that with Jamal tomorrow. Just a heads up. That's a henna tattoo. I'll take your word for it.
I don't know if that's what he did, but
he got a fake tattoo. I just called it a fake tattoo.
Okay.
It's going to come off, but it's a full, I don't know. It's a full sleeve. I just don't, it's Sunday.
Wait, what is the sleeve like to honor Abu Dhabi or something?
No,
What's
he
on
just
the
said
sleeve?
he got it because they were offering it. Like they just I don't think there was much thought behind it. Like, hey, would you like it? Sure, why not?
Okay.
And now I got a full sleeve.
Cool.
But, there's that. Let's get to the audio, though, of Jokic and the horse. This is mind-boggling, earth-shattering news. Go ahead, Dan, play it.
Have you ever been on a camel?
No, I've never been on a horse, to be honest. I'm just driving them.
Scale of 1 to 10, how much you're blown away by that factor. We'll play it one more time, Dan, real quick. Jokic, who's obsessed with horses, telling everybody he's never been on a horse. Dan?
Have you ever been on a camel?
No, I've never been on a horse, to be honest. I'm just driving them.
Yeah.
Just driving them.
Now I just think he's a giant fraud. Yeah. I mean, he acts like he loves the horses, never ridden on a horse. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
The reason I was hesitant is because in all these years, Scott, Tyler, I've never seen Jokic on a horse. I've seen him,
driving the buggy, but I've never seen him on one.
Right.
Scott?
Well, I was there with you yesterday. My vote was that he's never ridden a horse either. One, it's most in European countries is more the English style riding, and when you're a 7-foot dude in an English saddle, that don't fit. A Western saddle now you can get the stirrups lower and so on and so forth, and you could probably fit it a lot better. But I could not see Joker with his knees up around his chest riding a English style horse.
And it always hit me on those buggy horses. What is it called? What's the real sport? It's not buggy horses.
I don't know.
It's
Chariots.
Sprinters or something like that.
It's something.
Gladiators.
It's all right. Never mind. On those horses, they always looked a little smaller to me than the traditional thoroughbreds.
They are. I just cannot believe that we had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
And this happens to come out on its own, unrelated to anything to do with our show.
Unrelated.
24 hours later, we get the answer to this thing.
Yes, one more time, Dan. I like the music.
Have you ever been on a camel?
No, I've never been on a horse, to be honest. I'm just driving them.
Amazing.
The racing here in the United States, we call it harness racing. In the United States was big out the Meadowlands. Remember, they used to harness race out the Meadowlands, and the little buggy is called a sulky.
There you go.
My God.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank God we've got Scott Hastings on this particular show. So, Tyler, I guess you owe me a coffee.
In Colorado, and not Abu Dhabi.
Did we actually bet a coffee?
I think we did.
I don't think so.
Let's get to some
pumpkin
sounds
spice latte
from the. Hey, by the way,
I got a PSL this morning. I'm not even a PSL guy. That was only my second ever PSL this morning.
I told it was like eating 4 donuts.
It was pretty tasty.
I bet it was. 4 donuts would taste pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And we are out of coffee pods here at the.
Well, Scott needs to buy us more. I mean, Scott bought the last box, so naturally he set the standard. Now we got to wait for Scott to buy another box.
Not just a box. Scott bought a case.
A case.
Yeah.
But I think there was others
right?
imbibing in that. Dan says, yeah. Who else was imbibing and imbibing?
I'm not going to name
that,
names, but I did see other people here. sneak in some of your
So
pods that
people
you
are
bought
going
for
into
us.
D-Mac's office.
Invading my office.
And stealing Scott's coffee.
Without permission.
Hmm.
No, not only.
Well, we know Sean Brennan took. He said one, but I think it was one. I think it was one a day.
He said
I think
one.
it was one a day was what Sean Brennan was doing.
I mean, that was a full-on like Costco-sized box. That was a big old box of
It
coffee.
surprised me that it went away so quickly. But
Well, what's Man that runs the morning show?
Steve Nelson?
Oh yeah, I bet you Nelly stole a couple.
I don't know. He's working on his like third Coca-Cola. I can see it right there. I'm looking to my right. I don't know. He might be a. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you can trust Nelly. But you know, thieves in the night. Who knows? But you know, that's just something else going on. Just all the machinations here at Altitude Sports Radio. We'll get into the Broncos. Oh, different tone from Sean Payton yesterday, fellas. Different tone about his hump. And maybe it's 2 humps. We can stay with the camel theme. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney Auto Group's Truck Month is happening now with their lowest prices of the year. So whether you're tackling mountain roads or city streets, they've got the perfect truck for you. Okay, these are massive savings on Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. These Colorado-ready trucks, they are built tough. Ford tough, from hauling gear for any adventure. Whether it's bikes to skis, they can do it all. They're incredible vehicles, and they come with a 3-day money-back guarantee with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. From Fort Collins to Pueblo, where do you need to go? Get there with Mike Maroney. Browse their incredible inventory at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. It's quick and easy to find your ideal truck at these unbeatable prices. But Truck Month goes quick. And the lowest price of the year, they do end soon. So come on now, get it done. What are you waiting for? Go to Mike Maroney Auto Group or online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Bam, bam, bam.
Hey. So tomorrow morning, Scott, you are doing the game with Kaz.
Yeah.
Ray Didio.
And Sunday morning, 8 a.m. On the way to church, you can listen to the game on Sunday right here, too.
All right. And you got that with Kaz as well.
Well, we got a little breakdown, rundown for today. Look at this.
What are we oh, there you go. There you go. What are
my TV producer, Scott Bay, just gave me a rundown for the show we're taping today.
All right. All right. You want to talk
Good to
about
have
that?
rundown.
You want? I know it's a bit more serious topic.
Yeah, we're going to do a special for Dikembe Mutombo. I'm not sure exactly when it airs. Scotty's still in the room. What? So tonight
very
at
cool.
Or tonight at 6, they're going to air it on Altitude, and then 7 o'clock, Game 5 of the Sonic series.
Oh, very cool.
And also Game 5 of the Sonic series too. They're going to show.
That's
so
on
they're going to show. So you're going to do on Altitude, right? So they're going to do the special,
right?
That we're taping here at 3 o'clock, and then they're also after that they're going to follow up with that Game 5 of that Sonic series.
That'd be great.
So that'll be a great tribute to Dikembe, and we also get to break George Karl's heart again. So
yeah,
there's it's a combo meal.
I heard George was going to come in when I'm not sure he had enough time, but George goes, you guys always call me to talk about that game.
Yeah, we love George.
Tough legacy, but we will speak today with LaFonso.
Okay.
Dan Issel sat down with Tom Green. We're going to show part of that.
Oh, very cool.
That Masai presser I showed you guys, I sent you guys the other day.
Very emotional.
Got emotional.
Yeah.
And the great Robert Pack we're going to have on the show today as well. Part of that team that beat Seattle.
Well, really, really cool. Boy, that's tonight on Altitude, huh? Super cool.
Yeah, we're going to tape it at 3 and turn it around. It's going to be on air at 6.
Goodness.
How about that?
Oh, wow. That's quick.
Right.
Well, right on. I look forward to watching that tonight. That'll be a nice little appetizer. So we get that. You also got Thursday Night Football on. The Broncos, they changed something, and I'm kind of digging why they did it. So Sean Payton and the Broncos fellas are really leaning into the science of sleep, recovery, and training. So they moved everything back, not because the game is at 2 o'clock here. They're trying to just make up for lost time from coming back from the East Coast to Denver. Remember when you said, Scott, what will be really interesting is coming back from a game. And you see that in baseball. You've heard about that in hockey and basketball too. Like, it's not just, where you go, but how your body recovers as you come back. That's why the Broncos changed things.
So
what do you think about that?
But what does that mean? Does that mean that the day doesn't start until later?
That's right. They're just
so
doing,
what time does the day start? Do you know?
They backed everything up by an hour or so, and they're doing that this entire week to recover.
First team meetings usually between 8 and 8:30, but you come in before that, you get your workouts in, you do whatever, right? Like I used to get to the facility probably about 6 to 6:15 every day, get a workout in, team meeting by 8 o'clock. So if in theory they're bumping that back by an hour, say team meetings start at 9:30 now.
They're basically trying to keep everybody on the same schedule they've been on for the rest for their body, not just a day or two, but for the entire week. I thought that was pretty cool, guys. I thought that's pretty cool.
It's a science thing, but Tyler, I bet you I am in sync with Tyler. Guys that were getting in facility at 7:15, guess what? They're still going to get in facility at 6:15. So it's nice. You get a little extra time probably before your meeting and stuff. But I'm not most guys in pro sports in this era, not my era, this year. I mean, there was times I was putting practice gear on my car to pull up to work for like 5 minutes before practice started. This year is not. I don't think it's like that very often. So
those days are done.
I don't think they'll change their routine, but it'll help them out as far as maybe not rushing.
To me, this is actually this is another layer that is compounded because of the Greenbrier trip. Had you just done a normal week and had you gone out there for the game, you wouldn't be doing all this. But because you spent an entire week on East Coast time, now they're trying to readjust.
2 weeks, really, right? Well,
10 days.
10 days. 10 days.
Yeah,
That's right.
okay. All right. Okay, cool.
I'm just
I don't
explaining
know.
why they're doing what they're doing. It's not going to stay like this necessarily the whole year, but they're making. Listen, man, I love anything that you say physically. We have research, we have reasons for what we're doing, and like Sean Payton said, hey man, there's like 30 reasons that go into winning a game. I do believe him on that. But if you can tell me there's a smarter way to do this thing, it's not like it's make or break, but this one element makes more sense for us to do, man, you're going to win me with that argument every single time. I mean, I love it. And it's not make or break, but they're saying this matters more in recovery. And you guys are right. Back in your days, even you, Tyler, which wasn't that long ago, Scott, never mind you guys. I mean, you guys were on like commercial flights, and even now with the NBA, there are some turnarounds that are less than 24 hours, Scott. There are. And I think that's pretty stupid overall.
Well, it is, and that's why you'll see teams, and we've done this more lately traveling with the Nuggets, where you'll play Friday night in Denver, Saturday night in L.A. They'll spend the night in L.A. Saturday and not fly back till Sunday morning. Which on one hand, you're like, well, come on, man, because now my one day off Sunday, I'm spending half of it flying, or at least a few hours of it, right? So, but yeah, they do a lot more of that around the league, of especially on back-to-back or 3 and 4 night type situations.
Hey, it's cool, man. I mean, that's cool. They got a reason why they're doing it. Fine. I guess is all I would say is fine. I know I personally – I'm just such a creature of habit, man, that I don't like when my routine gets changed.
Yeah, but you wouldn't like going to the Greenbrier either.
No, I wouldn't have. No, I would not have liked doing that. And also, just as a family dude, it's a small thing. It's a dumb thing, and I know it's just an hour. But as a family guy, I would always rather start early and be able to finish the day earlier so I get home to the family.
Listen, I'm sure the guys can keep whatever routine they want. But the team itself is saying, listen, we can do this same thing in just a different way to give you the option.
Yeah.
And then you go from there.
I mean, that's cool.
And meanwhile, you listen to Sean Payton, and it's a whole new world with Sean Payton. He's like a new guy now on certain things.
No, he's not. He's doing what Sean Payton does. You know this is the circle of life with Sean Payton, right?
Yep.
Game. I'm nice guy. I go to the game. I'm mean guy. I feel bad for being mean guy. I'm nice guy at my next press conference. Later on in the week, I get a little bit more tight. Press conference after the game, I'm a jerk again. Now I feel like a jerk, so now I'm going to be nice at my next press conference. It's a circle of life.
You don't think he's like a whole new world though? Like it's
no. You already bought into that once. You could buy into it again.
Well, here he is about his hump and about the game and. He's saying this?
Yeah.
It's been a rough run for the Broncos against the Raiders. I know it's before your time.
No, but fair question. Look, it's a division opponent. This is our first chance to play a division opponent. Last year, we finished 3-3 in the division. I can't recall a team that has accomplished anything worthwhile, finishing 500 in your division. And then you take a team like Las Vegas, there's a long storied history, and certainly I appreciate that, especially with our fans. And so, it's our job to play our best football this Sunday and get ready to play.
Come on, man. That's a long way from it's not my hump last year against the Chiefs.
He did do the typical Sean Payton, don't let him finish his question, though.
He did.
Sean is the king of interrupting the question before the question is done. No. Okay, well, fair question, I guess. No. Okay, deep breath. Fair question. I got to do right. I was a jerk before.
I blew this last year.
Now I'm going to be nice. But I'm really actually irritated because I already said no. And that's my first indicator that I think your question, I think you're a big old dum-dum.
You know what he was saying, Scott and Tyler? He's just giving a nod to the fans that, like, he realizes being here for, okay, I'm supposed to hate the Raiders. Like, this kind of matters here. Just, we're wearing throwback uniforms, right? We're honoring the 1977
They're
team.
changing the whole stadium and everything for the retro vibe.
Dude, it's cool.
They got the big old D that everybody loves.
Yep.
That's
hey, and you know what? We're finally going to get to wear orange at home.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
that is a Sean Payton deal, by the way. Broncos have never worn white at home.
Do you know why?
I do know why, because it was 80 degrees.
That is right.
We couldn't dare wear orange or blue at home in 80-degree weather.
This is another nod to science and that sort of thing. Dude.
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you why.
Are you kidding me? Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That is the reason.
It was September. It was September. We were wearing white in September, and it was like 80 degrees.
Okay.
Is light orange that much more reflective?
Wear your home jerseys.
You guys can be upset about it or, get off my lawn, but that's why they did it. They did it because it's
buck tradition, because we don't give a crap really about your organizations or the fans' love and interest.
I'm with Scott on this one, man. We are the Denver Broncos. We wear our home jerseys at home. We're not the Dallas Cowboys. We don't do that. It's not that hot. We don't live in Florida. We don't have humidity.
Okay.
Who gives a rat's you know what? I promise you, as a player, that white jersey made zero effect.
Okay, doctor. All right, PhD, Dr. Columbus.
Hey, Scott, when you're out there in a wrestling match, did you ever care about what color shirt you were wearing? Or is it just hot and sweaty?
Hot and sweaty.
Okay.
You're hot and sweaty no matter what.
All right, science guys. You guys know better, right?
I got my vaccine.
Okay. Good for you. I mean, what can I tell you, man? It's that's why it exists. It's October, so you can wear darker colors.
God, because September couldn't survive that one. No, September. Boo.
Well, I'm just telling you, the reason it happened was because of that. That literally was the reason.
I knew the reason. I told you the reason.
You're just upset about the reason.
I'm aware of the reason. I just think it's dumb.
You realize
real fast.
It was the hottest. Hold on a second. It was Chris Bianchi. I saw him. It was the hottest September total in Denver, Colorado history. Chris told us
I don't care if it was 90 degrees. Put on the orange.
Hey, Mr. Quote Science that really hasn't read anything about the science. Can I ask you about the science?
I don't know anything about it. I'm just telling you
what. You just killed.
Hey, just trust the science. Just trust it. Somebody said this is a good idea.
Well, what can I tell you?
The most reflective color pigments is the pigments in white. So I get it is the most reflective color because its pigment reflects are light. That's white. Guess it's also on the spectrum of reflecting the sun's rays.
Couldn't be orange, could it?
Orange.
No way. No way.
Nerd.
So don't give me this BS. You want to support whatever you're trying to support.
Put on the home jerseys.
Orange has reflective properties also.
Get off my lawn.
Because you know what's funny? Those guys out there working, they wearing white helmets or orange helmets and orange
vests.
Oh, okay.
Orange vests.
Oh, and by the way, guess where we did wear orange?
Where?
In Tampa. That's where we got to wear orange.
They get to choose the
colors. Did they win
colors.
that game?
Hold
on. Did they? Hold on. I know.
Did.
I understand Tampa.
They did.
My point is, you wore orange in Tampa. Did you seem to overcome it?
They did, but
yeah,
they don't
sure
get
did.
a choice in that particular circumstance.
Did it affect? Did they play a terrible game because they
played
were orange?
They played great.
It was
how did they
bristling
do that?
hot up in Seattle, and we had to wear white. It's so hot in Seattle.
Well, again, it's
overcast and
God
cloudy.
forbid they wear orange in humidity.
Why are you guys yelling at me about this?
Because you're the supporter.
I'm just telling you what's going on, man.
Because you blindly believe in science.
Listen,
okay.
When my jock itches, I don't scratch my foot.
Thank you. That's a good line right there.
Just give me a second to diagnose and absorb that one.
Yeah, think about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're off to a wonderful start on the show here today. People are angry on the text line too about
They mad at Scott?
It's orange.
I don't know. If there's science about the Earth being flat, would DMAC believe the Earth is flat? I guess I would if there was science behind it. Yes, Cody. I guess the science is overwhelming for quite a long time about the circumference of the Earth.
Can I just
though.
explain what's on
Thanks,
top of your
Cody.
body? You've got like a 5-pound helmet on your head. Okay, I've got pads, shoulder pads on top of my body.
Oh.
I'm wearing leggings underneath my pads. I've got pads on my legs.
Yeah.
I've got cleats on. Okay, whatever the color of the jersey is affecting my temperature 0%.
UCF lost to Colorado because their jerseys were black.
Yeah, good point. Why would you? How dare UCF wear black at home?
On the text line, guys, it has
Florida.
nothing to do with orange. It's because the Steelers wear black. No, my friend. I'm going to hit you with a Jokic, my friend. The home team gets to choose what color it wants to wear, and it goes from there. So that's the way that operates, and the Broncos.
And historically, the home teams always wore dark at home.
Traditionally,
and
yes.
In NFL.
There's a couple
and
teams
dark
that
at
don't,
home and
but-
white on the road, and then the NBA is just the opposite. The NBA is always white at home, dark on the road.
No, I swear the NBA has no rhyme or reason to anything.
Do you guys know what happens in Major League Baseball? This is a good one.
No.
The pitcher gets to choose the uniforms, except for certain specified, like,
Well,
you
that's
know,
a cute tradition.
where you have to wear these license plate things.
So you're telling me 100. So you're telling me 204 times this last 2 years the pitchers chose wrong.
I guess so. I guess
204 times we were wrong.
You know, there was some baseball thing the other day, and they were showing Rocky's highlights from Matt Holliday's. Did he touch it? Did he not touch it? And that great play-in game, which was so exciting. And I'm watching the game, and they're coming out of the Padres dugout. And I guess I forgot it, but I was reminded quickly. There's Bud Black losing another big game there at Coors Field, coming out there for the Padres to talk to Trevor Hoffman. I was like, that's what Bud's really done the best there at Coors Field. Lose games. And there is another reminder.
Oh, just hate. Just pure hate.
He still has his job today, fellas. That is amazing.
Yeah, newsflash, he's not getting fired.
Hey,
yeah,
by the way, D-Mac, feel free to jump on that Kansas City Royal train.
I'm with you. Hey, congratulations. I do like the Orioles because of Adley Rutschman. But that being said, I love you more than Adley Rutschman, and I'm pulling for the Royals the whole way in the series and for the playoffs. Why not? You love them. I know you're into them. They're a great story. They're a small market team, just like Colorado. They have built themselves up, gone to the bottom, and built themselves up again. If they can do it, why can't Colorado? So I'm with you, Scott, all the way, bro. Like, let's go Royals.
Because of great management. That's how you do it. You know you're going to take it on the chin for 4 or 5 years, but it's 4 or 5 years, not 20.
And by the way, the rubber will meet the road theoretically with the Royals and the Tigers, hopefully, right, at some point. But I'm rooting for the Tigers, too, because of Spencer Torkelson and what they've done, going from the bottom, building themselves back up. And F the Astros, that's for sure. So I'm with you all the way, man. And I would love to see a Royals-Tigers ALCS, man. Like, let's go. That would be great. Because I hate the Yankees, too. So let's
I'd like to see a Royals-Dodgers finals with the Royals winning.
Let's go. And like Shohei goes off and loses to the Royals.
Yeah. Bobby Witt Jr. matches him the whole time.
Let's go, brother. Sign me up. I'm with you. And I'll wear Royals gear for you, man. I can get on board that. Hey, man. And Kansas City's, you get me into a little baseball rant here. Kansas City's history with baseball is so freaking awesome. Going back to the 70s, 80s with Brett and Quisenberry. And, I mean, we could go with, like, Bobrovsky, the Mad Hungarian, and, you go Bo Jackson, who was a star there.
Frank Cook, John Mayberry, Freddie Patek.
Oh,
Rojas.
5'6" shortstop.
Willie Wilson.
Dude, getting rolled up by the tarp.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there's history, but I'm being serious here. There's history in Kansas City baseball that we should have here in Colorado. It pisses me off that we don't. And Kansas City can have it right down the road. Seriously, it should happen here. Go Royals! I'm with you, bro. Go Royals!
We ain't even gone back as far as the old Negro League and the Negro League museums there in Kansas City.
I bet they love, and you know what? I got to give them props too, the stupid Cardinals. That whole up and down from whatever that road is, I'm sure there's a highway everybody talks
70.
about. Oh, it's 70? Really? That's it?
I think it's 70.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm dumb. Geography. Kansas City, St. Louis. If these cities, these crap hole cities in the middle of nowhere, well, the country, can have success.
God's country.
Okay. Why can't you have that success here in Colorado? Seriously.
Haven't you ever heard of altitude? You can't play baseball at altitude.
Okay. And on that note, see, I had my own get off my lawn moment there too. Frank White. People are just, hey, let's go. I'm pulling for Kansas City. Let's go.
Mailman Fonz, if Sean Payton tried to scratch his butt, D-Mac's lips would be in the way.
Wow. You think I'm just sucking up to Sean, huh?
No,
Is
that's,
that what I'm
that's for
doing?
Mailman Fonz.
No,
That's
but
not
do you,
for
do
me.
you think that's what I'm doing?
That's not for me. I'm just saying what
If,
Mailman said.
if that was true, then you'd see a slap tickle fight between Sean Payton and Kevin Shockey. No, he's mine. He's mine. He's mine.
Well, it's like, don't forget about Bo Nix.
It's another great guy.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Okay, it's PhD on 92.5.
That's a lot of pink. Hey guys, I want you to feel your best. I really do mean that. I know how it goes in life. You get a little bit older, your workouts just kind of suck. You can't get anything out of them. You feel tired all the time. You're run down. Well, I bet you your numbers are not where they're supposed to be. So go visit my friends over at Revitalized Health. Tyler Plumbus here. Revitalized Health is the best in the industry at what they do. Whether you need help with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, or medical weight loss options, they're going to come up with a customized game plan for you, just like they did for me 7 years ago. And you're going to feel so much better. I promise you, I would not keep going back for 7 years unless they're making a huge difference in my life. So I want them to do the same thing for you. They will come up with that game plan. It'll get your numbers where they belong to be. And you're going to be thanking me that I sent you on over to Revitalized Health. With 3 locations, Revitalize is close to you no matter where you live. Find them online. Let them know that Tyler Plum sends you on over. And find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. You can find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Founded in Boulder in 1976, perfecting pizza and libations ever since. They are incredible. And check this out. Old Chicago has beat the buy one, get one with a 3-fer. And this deal may be the best you've ever had. Come on now. 3 of your faves for only $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, or spaghetti with sausage, and then you throw on a salad and a decadent dessert. For a 3-fer like no other. That's a 3-course meal for just $10.99. Get exactly what you want. Have that 3-fer at Old Chicago. Find your closest Old Chicago by simply going to oldchicago.com. Hey, yo. Did you guys see that Bill Barnwell from ESPN has put out it's kind of like the quarter pole awards. Pretty funny. Like who the MVP is, offensive player of the year, whatever. And if you've seen it, you've seen it. That's cool. But if you haven't, I'll give you. We'll have a fun little quiz if you haven't seen it. Have you seen it? I'll just ask.
I have not. No.
Scotty, have you seen it?
What is the video of?
It's not a video. It's an article by Barnwell of ESPN.com of the NFL, like the MVP, offensive player, all that sort of stuff.
No. I don't believe I read it.
Okay. Who do you think he's got?
I know who Barnwell is. He's this red structure in the middle of Kansas.
Okay.
What do we start with? MVP?
Yeah, let's do MVP. Who do you think the MVP of the league is, according to him?
Right now?
Right now.
I got two two dudes in my head.
I got one.
Okay. I'll give you the top three too, but go. We'll start with who won.
Either Jaden Daniels or Josh Allen.
Okay, Scott, what do you think?
I go Sam Darnold.
It was in order. Number 3, Barnwell. This is just one guy's opinion, but it's interesting. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen 2.
Jackson's 1. Or I'm sorry.
Lamar Jackson 3.
Oh, okay.
Josh Allen 2. Jaden Daniels, your MVP so far of the league.
And this was before this week games, right? This was probably written over a week ago, and Josh Allen lost. Jaden Daniels had another good game, but they're not even going to mention the guy in Minnesota?
Well, Barnwell did not.
The one article I did read, they had Sam Darnold as league MVP.
Darnold is up there in conversation too.
Yeah, I mean that's a totally fair candidate, and his coach is absolutely going to be in the running for coach of the year so far, I would imagine.
Barnwell's coach of the year so far is Kevin O'Connell. So to your point there, comeback player of the year, he has J.K.
Oh, hold on. Are we guessing? No, but
do you want to guess?
You just said it. That's all right.
Oh, no, I got more. Who do you think is, the offensive rookie of the year, actually? That's
got to be Jaden
Daniels. Defensive rookie of the year.
Boy, I don't really know on that one.
You wouldn't.
That one's tough. Who's standing out on defensive rookie?
Don't even worry. Kamari Lassiter of cornerback for the Texans. You wouldn't know it. Defensive player of the year so far. I thought if there was
a Watt or Crosby could have been up there, but he didn't play last week.
Aiden Hutchinson.
He's got Aiden Hutchinson is 2.
He's 2.
He's 2. He's got Fred Warner, linebackers of the 49ers at number 1.
All right.
He's good too.
But no Broncos on this list.
What?
I don't know if you're surprised by that. No. He's got Derrick Henry as the offensive player of the year.
Really?
So he's separating the MVP from whatever, but he's got a running back there.
I know he had a really big game in the last one, but has he been balling all year long?
I guess so. And he's got
Sam Darnold has to be then the comeback, right?
Comeback player of the year. He's got Aaron Rodgers at 3, Joe Burrow at 2, and J.K. Dobbins at 1.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's going off the injured,
Well, J.K. Dobbins has been balling, so I think that's fair. But the fact that Sam Darnold isn't on that list.
Yeah, but was Darnold physically hurt last year? Or is he just emotionally damaged? I mean,
is that what it has to be?
I think he's.
Are you saying mental health is not important?
Oh, no, of course I am not saying that. I take that very important. But it looks like Barnwell at least is going.
Wait, I'm sorry. It was Aaron Rodgers, then who?
Then Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
And J.K. Dobbins.
To me, Sam Darnold absolutely fits the category of was Joe Flacco an injury last year when he was in the running for it?
Nope. He was not.
Sam Darnold has 11 touchdowns, 3 picks.
Do you think Sam Darnold's individually the best story so far of the NFL this year, or the most surprising story?
Well, I think Jaden Daniels. Oh, okay. The most surprising,
best story.
Best story to me is Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Most surprising, I put him in that category. Sure.
Scott.
I don't know how you give a second pick in the draft is surprising.
True.
Or third, what was he? I don't know how that.
That's why I called him the best. Yeah.
I think Darnold's the most surprising story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a surprise if not the best because listen, there's 2 other the Jets and Carolina both wrote him off.
And let's face it, if J.J. McCarthy was healthy, would Sam Darnold even be playing right now?
I think he would. Yeah, I think that was always the plan.
Okay, all right.
Who knows? But I do think that they intended on him playing.
Now, here's the thing that the Minnesota's going to have to look at.
That's
Did
right.
they sign Darnold to a 1 or 2 year deal?
Just 1 year. $10 million for 1 year.
And so now you got to decide if you make the playoffs, have a little success.
Yeah.
He continues to play like he's playing right now. At the end of the year, do you say, well, we got J.J. McCarthy?
You're
don't.
in a great spot if you're the Vikings on this, because McCarthy's stock will be very tradable if you need to. So I'll still say it was a good deal to get him where you did. You just kind of lucked out. I mean, when they got Trey Lance and he was, basically a bust, they were smart and lucky that Brock Purdy worked out the way they did. So you do get value off these guys.
Yeah, if you get to that point at the end of the year, you're a playoff team with the Vikings, you give Sam Darnold the 3-year Baker Mayfield type of deal where it's really a 2-year deal. You pay him it's probably going to have to be $40 million per year. But you just structure it as like a $75 million deal. That's basically what it is. You can get out of it in year 3, but you got to hold on to him. And then you know what you got? You got yourselves the next Jordan Love situation where he gets to learn for two more years.
We return with a dip back into the Nuggets and what's going on with them in Abu Dhabi. As if you missed it, Nikola Jokic with one of the more stunning revelations of all time. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac. I tell you, if you want to get something cute, maybe a puppy or a goldfish. Puppy's probably cuter than a goldfish. But if you want something tough and ready to rock the mountains, Mike Maroney, Ford in Longmont at 3rd and Alpine, they've got your back. They have brand new Ford F-150s being sold with their lowest prices of the year. Truck Month is back and bigger than ever. So get those bike racks together. I was looking at my skis just the other day. I can't wait. Cannot wait. And it would be amazing to put them on the back of a Ford F-150 with payments lower than you can even imagine. And Maroney means more. What does that mean? Get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Truck or any vehicle of your purchase comes right to you anywhere in Colorado. That's how Maroney means more. So start planning your endless adventure. Truck Month savings, they are limited time. Reserve your truck now at Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. Hurry in 3rd and Alpine and see my friends at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. All right, I want to revisit this revelation. We have No Dumb Questions coming up. We have Adam Schefter coming up. We can go back to some of the Broncos stuff from yesterday. That was pretty interesting. But this Jokic story it deserves our full and undivided attention as the Abu Dhabi game is tomorrow. And again, this is from Nuggets Twitter. Go ahead, Dan. Roll the.
Have you ever been on a camel?
No, I've never been on a horse, to be honest. I'm just driving them.
Play it one more time,
Just
Dan.
driving them.
Just play it one more time.
Have you ever been on a camel?
No, I've never been on a horse, to be honest. I'm just driving them.
Just driving them. Nikola Jokic, how many horses does he own?
How obsessed do you think the entire world thinks he is with horses? Very, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's over like 10 or 12 horses, right?
Oh, I think he's way over that. He's got his own stable.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, Scotty. You grew up on a farm or something? How many horses are in a stable?
It depends the size of your stable. There's one barn stables. There's or one stall stables.
Hold on. Time out. You can have wait. You can have a one-horse stable? You've got to have more than one horse to have a stable.
No.
Wouldn't that just be a barn?
Yeah,
like
or
a one
shed,
horse.
or just
well, the stable's just where they live.
How about
so Scott's right here. That's just where they live. They live in the stable.
Yeah, the stable is where they do. But I've seen setups where it's like a almost like a tiny house, and one side is a stable for the horse, and the other side is for the.
I think you guys have both been there, but where Thunder lives, it's a pretty damn cool setup, man.
So is that a stable?
Thunder's got a one-horse stable in the basement.
That's a stable.
In the basement of the house. Like, you just go downstairs.
We're doing No Dumb Questions
and you go
early.
into Thunder's stable.
We're doing No Dumb Questions early.
He's got a stable at Mile High.
Okay. No Dumb Question early.
Yeah.
Tell me exactly what constitutes a stable. If I throw a bunch of hay in the corner of this studio right here, do we have a stable?
Is it secured so the horse can't get out?
There's a door that does. I'd be very impressed if that horse could open this door. I can barely open this door.
You know what? You could turn that studio into a stable probably.
So I need a restraining thing and hay?
Otherwise you might have a corral.
Is the difference between a corral and a see this is where I envision a stable being multi-pen to be a stable.
Well, that's a horse barn.
A stable. Look at that.
The stable is the room.
The stable's just where that horse
the horse
is.
barn. Yeah.
Like that one horse, that is a stable.
Oh, here we go. Barn versus stables. Yeah. Stables are structures used to house and care for horses, not horse.
No.
Horses.
No, there could definitely be a one-horse stable.
Well, not according to PennDutchStructures.com.
No. Yep.
Yeah,
it says horses.
Yeah, you're wrong.
You have horse barns.
They usually consist of individual stalls.
Yeah, it's a stall. It's an individual stall for one horse.
Stall.
No. You guys are wrong. You need more.
So I've seen a one-stall horse stable. Would that make you feel better?
No.
Look, I feel dumber. Just from whatever we just talked about.
I did say it was No Dumb Questions.
Okay.
So
I do feel dumber, though.
I clearly set it up the right way.
Joel Dreesen, I think, has 3 stalls in his little
stable.
Then he's got a stable.
Thing.
He lives in a condominium? What'd you say?
Barn-dominium.
A barn-dominium?
Hey, you want to go down a rabbit hole? I've done it. Go look up barn-dominiums.
You got to be kidding
me. They're pretty awesome. I've seen them.
I would love to have one.
What's a barn-dominium?
Well, it's Aaron Gordon's pad in a barn is what it is.
What do you mean?
Like, think about what Aaron Gordon has.
Yeah, the coolest place of all time.
And you do that in a barn.
It's like a living area. It's the whole place shaped like a barn, but it's the inside. You walk into the house. And some of them have stables and stalls hooked to the other end, or where you can keep your toys and stuff.
Does that mean you live with the horses?
Well, you can. The ones I've seen anymore now, that you might have a 4-wheeler or something.
Barn-dominiums.
But it looks like a barn. Do you know where the term barn-dominium started?
That I'm looking at it right. No, I don't. Tell me.
It's like in Connecticut or someplace. Some dude coined the phrase.
So you build a barn and you stick a house inside of it. All right, that looks damn ass cool. That
Right?
looks amazing.
Right. Aren't they
actually.
cool?
Yeah, they are really cool. So it's a big barn. Boy, the Amish would love this. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Except there's electricity in it.
They would have to be all wood.
Well, they could just build more windows. I mean, they'd figure it out. No, they look cool as hell. But where does the horse play on the PS5?
Wherever he wants. He just roams. Horse sleeps in your bed.
It'd be funny if the horse was just like, seriously, just it's open.
Yeah.
Just, you're living there. The horse is living there.
Yeah.
You just keep everything. He's not penned in. He's already in a barn. Why would he be penned in? He's in the barn already.
That's his house.
He's in his house.
You're living in that horse's house.
Hay off a granite countertop.
You think people would just say, you know what I'd like to do? That horse, that guy's got it made.
Hey, dudes live with pigs. Why wouldn't you want to live with a horse?
Who lives with a pig? Don't talk
all
about
sorts of people got pigs.
Don't talk about wives. That is not a joke that makes any sense. That is not funny.
Wow.
Name one person who lives with a pig. Go ahead. Name one.
My niece.
She lives
Eddie
with
Albert.
a pig?
She has a pet pig.
What'd you say? Kenny Albert?
Eddie Albert.
Oh, Eddie Albert.
She's
Green
got
Acres.
She's got a pet
Remember
pig.
Green Acres?
Yeah.
Get him every time.
I do remember Green Acres. Ba-da-ba-da-bum.
My daughter wants one because my niece has one.
I'm telling you, on Green Acres, Scott is right. On that TV show, the pig just came and went as he pleased inside of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why was he always wearing a suit, by the way, if he wanted to live out on the farm there with Zsa Zsa?
Oh, yeah.
The pig was wearing a suit?
The pig did not wear it.
Eddie Albert was.
Okay. Did you
What
really
was
just
the
ask
character's
the pig
name
where-
in that? Was it Edie Gourmet? Not Edie Gourmet.
No, it was Zsa Zsa. It was Zsa Zsa Gabor.
And Eddie Albert.
What was the family's name? The Clampetts were Beverly Hillbillies.
What show are you guys talking about?
Green Acres.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Dear.
Dan?
Lord.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it?
Hey, Tyler, I love you, but if you're honestly trying to, your back support is sitting at home with Bob Marley and a blunt as you're, being cultured and in touch with
Scott,
things.
I just
you need to
looked
fix
it
a
up.
different guy.
It was in 1965. Okay, 1965. Forgive me for not going back and watching sitcoms from 1965.
Well, I'm sorry. Dan wants to chime in here, obviously. We hear the Dan
It was
music.
65 to 71. I bet your dad knows about it.
I'm sure he does because he's 79 years old.
What year do you think I was born?
Oliver Douglas.
Is that what it is? That the character's name?
Yeah.
Oh, I would not have known that.
I would have forgot that too. And his wife Lisa.
Dan, you just want us to talk
So
about?
it's a show about a pig.
Well, the pig
No,
is part of
it's
it.
It's about city New York folks all of a sudden going out to like Redneckville country and trying to live.
Yeah, they discover what.
That's called
what
City
was
Slickers.
What was the
Right,
famous TV series in the last 4 or 5 years where they lost everything in the city and they end up having a dumpy hotel, and so all these socialites had to come.
Oh,
come
You
and
can't say it on the radio.
it's Ville.
Shizzle.
Yeah.
Shizzle Creek.
Shizzleville.
Well, it's Shizzle Creek is the name of it.
Yeah. Shizzle Creek.
Yeah.
But that's basically Green Acres modernized, right?
That was a great show, though. I'm
It
not
was
gonna
a
lie.
great show. It was.
It's
yes.
Green. It's Green Acres.
Yes, it is. It's
40 years later.
It is fish out of water. It's not the most original Hollywood tale, but that's Shizzle Creek was really funny. I thought.
I did too. It was very funny, but it was Green. It was
It's
Green Acres.
It's Green
in
Acres
a different format.
It's Green Acres at a motel. It's the same thing. Beverly Hillbillies. It's the same thing. It's all the same stuff. Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Same thing.
Don't let me get into Petticoat Junction.
Okay. All right, we'll take a break, thank God, and get back into No Dumb Questions. Adam Schefter will join us at 1:40. It's PhD. You don't get smarter, but you just killed 10 minutes of your day on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. When you get a little bit older, of course, it becomes a bigger factor. But, younger guys, even in their 30s, may suffer from ED. It's simply a medical condition like any other. And for most men, it's fully treatable. So if you're dealing with this lousiness, Here's the answer. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Listen, man, I don't need to hear about bad stories when good stuff is right around the corner. And having good sex is part of the story you deserve. So get to my friends, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations, very convenient for you. The office is terrific. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Call 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago. Find Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. They are the absolute best. Yeah, we're a little bit earlier here because Adam Schefter's coming up a little bit earlier, so we're looking forward to having Shefty with us. So here we go. No dumb questions, Scott. Come on now.
I just had an interesting take. One of the guys, I'm here at the studios at Altitude TV Studios, and a guy was asking me, he knew I'd lived in Atlanta for 10 years ago, who would be the sports patriarch of Atlanta? And forever I would say it was Hank Aaron, right? I mean, that was like the beloved father of all the sports. I mean, Hank Aaron walked in a room, whether it was in basketball or football, it didn't matter. That was Hank Aaron. But he's gone now, right? He's left us.
Mm-hmm.
Who would that be? Well, Denver's kind of easy. Is it still like John Elway and Joe Sakic?
Yes.
Is Nikola Jokic stepping up there now as far as being maybe, since he's current? Is he the sports patriarch?
Well, doesn't
of Denver right now?
Doesn't patriarch sort of imply like pastimes?
No, patriarch's kind of like the father that everybody looks up to.
Depends if you know what Green Acres is or not, Scott. For example, Riley Odoms and Steve Foley are going into the Ring of Fame this weekend for the Broncos. Good for both those guys.
Byron
right?
was
And about time.
Right? Okay. How many Broncos fans, in all honesty, know who Steve Foley and Riley Odoms are?
The ones that are footing the Bills.
Older guys, yeah. So when you're talking about patriarchs, sure, if you're a younger fan, Jokic is that it? He's the father of what you
Sports
believe.
in town right now. And McKinnon, I guess you could throw up there. Let's
Sure.
see if Bo Nix could have 4 or 5 years of success, and maybe Bo Nix takes over because of the popularity of the Broncos. But
there's no way an older person would say Jokic, or they go right to Sakic. And frankly, it's Elway. If you want to talk about
He's
guy.
the only answer. Like there's no debate. John Elway, if you're talking about like one singular defining patriarch of Denver sports, it's John Elway.
well, and that makes sense.
Hockey fan's going to have a problem with you on that one. Hockey fan, you just pissed off hockey fan.
That's fine, but the reality is, and I don't say this as a shot, hockey's not as big as football is. And so that John Elway is always going to be bigger.
Okay.
You disagree with me on that?
I just am sensitive to the hockey person with steam coming
Okay,
out of
that's
their
fine.
ears
You
right
can
now.
be sensitive to hockey guys.
Right
but
outside
am I,
their toque.
but am I wrong about hockey not being as big as football?
You're not wrong about that.
So if you go to Quebec City and say, who's the sports patriarch figure in Denver, what are they going to say? John Elway?
No.
Oh, well, that's okay. Fine.
If you go to
That's a pretty
Scandinavia,
that's a pretty unique question.
Well, first of all,
if you go to Paris, if you go to
first of all, the answer is going to be en français if you go up there to Quebec City. So
if you go to a city that doesn't know anything but hockey, I get your question. But I think we are kind of talking about if you live in Denver, are we not?
And listen, and I'll ask because the guy used Hank Aaron as an example. Did Hank Aaron transcend baseball?
Hank Aaron did, yes.
See, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, even with the Falcons in the NFL in there, I don't think there's ever been a bigger sports hero in Atlanta than Hank Aaron.
Sure.
I do have a no dumb question for you guys, kind of moving just to the side a little bit. No dumb question, but are you bothered that the San Diego Padres, and I have an audio sample for you, have embraced all the small things as their song? This is in San Diego. All right, you get the idea, right?
Is this a new thing? Have they been doing this for a while, or is this a new thing?
They've been doing it a little bit, but they're getting more attention because of the playoffs, obviously. And Tom from Blink-182,
they're from there, so it makes a lot of sense.
I'm with you. He gave a guitar to a dude who hit a home run. Sorry, I don't know the name.
Can you name the high school that they went to?
I cannot.
Poway.
Does it bug you guys that the Padres now have this as their thing? Does it bother you?
Not really, because I think it's an easy, catchy song. I saw Colorado State was trying to do it also, by the way. CSU was trying to do it at their football games. Does that bother you?
I got to admit, it kind of bothers me. It does kind of bother me, yeah. It's kind of like, hey, get your own thing, San Diego.
Yeah, but if you think about it for San Diego, that makes a whole lot of sense, dude. Those are the hometown boys. Blink-182 is hometown.
Find another song.
What again does San Diego stand for?
Ask Will.
Can we say that here? I don't know if we can say that here. Can we say that?
Oh, no.
A Wales,
special
place.
Yeah.
That's right. San Diego.
All right.
San Diego.
I've seen somebody ask this question a couple times, so I'll go ahead and ask it because it does bother me also. No dumb question. Why do managers wear a uniform in baseball? Why is a grown man playing dress up?
I know the answer.
What
I
other
know the
sport?
answer.
What other? Okay, fine.
There's a reason.
Okay.
Do you want to know the real reason?
I do, but
you're going to say it's dumb.
I wasn't done ranting, but go ahead.
Oh, you got more?
No,
I just know this.
You've interrupted. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Well, it's because it's the only sport where the manager goes out onto the field to play.
Not true.
That's
Not
what I
true.
would assume.
That is true.
Not true.
It is true.
NFL head coaches go out on the field to play all the time.
They do not.
They absolutely do.
They do not.
They don't go to the 50-yard line unless somebody's hurt.
No, they go out when somebody's hurt, but they do not go out during active play.
They go out and yell at referees all the time.
They do not.
Well,
Yes,
okay
do.
then.
They break rules, Tyler, but they do not go out to the field to play, to call a play, or do anything else.
To take the quarterback out.
That is correct.
Fine, but to say they don't go on the field is wrong.
They don't. They are not allowed on the field to play during the course of play as they are in baseball. It's just
But
true.
anymore, they don't wear a uniform. But does not everyone wear a team logo stuff now and polyester pants and stuff?
What does that have to do with anything, anyways? Who cares if he's going out on the field to play?
This is where you can yell at people. Yell at the
why is
clouds.
a grown man playing dress up? Why does he need a number? Why?
Okay.
Because some people care about history.
I'm just telling you the reason.
Hey, Scott, back in the day, they used to wear ties and a suit on the sideline as football coaches. Do they need to go back to that?
I'll give you one. Not all managers in baseball have followed that rule. A couple in the
Is that right?
In the history of baseball, Connie Mack was a very famous manager who wore a three-piece suit. This is back.
So it's not a rule then. Like you don't have to wear it.
It is a rule. Connie Mack just didn't care. And then you go to the real big history of baseball, and there have been other managers throughout time that have bucked the trend, but it is incredibly rare. I mean, it might be like 3 or 4.
Think about this too, D-Mac. We just talked about patriarchs of cities. How many back in the day, now I'm talking back in the day, how many of the managers came straight from the playing field, right, and also became managers of teams?
Right?
All of a sudden,
sometimes they played.
Well, our guy Pete Rose was a player manager.
He was, as was Babe Ruth, as were a lot of guys back in the day, as was Ted Williams. I mean,
That's
it's kind of
wild to me. I mean, I know
crazy.
Mike Shanahan used to have player coaches. He had a couple
Special
here in
teams
Denver.
guy, yeah.
No,
Gosh,
and he also had a defensive back that was the DB's coach.
All right, yeah, it's
Did
weird.
you guys hear the audio? Speaking of Pete, a while ago, I think I sent to you that some reporters asked him, "What would you hit against today's pitching?" He goes, "I don't know, 185, 190." And they said, "Well, is pitching so much better?" He goes, "Now," and he goes, "No, I'm 82."
That's a hell of a line.
All right, Adam Schefter will join us coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's EMAC for Old Chicago. Have a 3-for at Old Chicago from pizza, calzones, or burger or spaghetti, plus add salad and dessert. A 3-course meal for just $10.99 anytime.
We liked him a lot. The year I was out, I went out to Georgia. I did a couple speaking engagements, went to a practice. He was an underclassman. The bigger tight end for Pittsburgh was coming out, and I remember watching him and then watching Bowers. My son at that time was a coaching or scouting assistant, student assistant for TCU. And this was 3 weeks left in the season. Lo and behold, those two teams met in the championship game. He's one of those joker tight ends that, that can move in space. You can see and feel his football IQ when you watch him play. He's got exceptional hands. He's savvy. And there aren't many players, from Napa, California. I remember in the combine interview just being surprised, but he's definitely someone that can give you headaches.
That's Sean Payne about Brock Bowers. Have you guys taken a peek at the injury report yesterday from the Broncos and the Raiders?
Talk to me.
I'm just telling you this, guys. If the Broncos...
Well, there's a bad hamstring going on over there.
Well, there's that, and we'll talk to Adam Schefter about that just here in a couple minutes.
I know Max is very unlikely to play. He's dealing with the high ankle sprain, and he has not practiced so far this week. What other big-time players are we talking about?
I don't know if they're big-time. It depends on how you determine big-time, but I'll tell you this. Tyler Bidet is out for the Broncos. He didn't practice.
Okay.
That was it. J.L. Skinner was limited. There are 9 guys from the Raiders, 9 that didn't practice yesterday, and 3 more dudes who are limited.
Well, his starting left tackle didn't practice. Colton Miller, that's a big one. Max Crosby.
I'm sorry, not 9, 11. My bad. Not 9, 11. Yeah, Crosby's dinged up. Myers dinged up. McAllister's dinged up. Miller, like you just said. Munford and Sons are out yesterday. I mean,
they're a good band.
Well, not if they got a toe.
Their right tackle's out also. Their right tackle and their left tackle has not practiced this week.
McAllister, is he there? So Miller. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Munford. Taylor Munford Jr.
Munford and Sons ain't playing. Colton Miller's hurt.
I heard Devontae's going to be playing though.
Really? Where'd you hear that from?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm joking.
All right. So, again, and we'll have Adam on in a little bit, they are beat up. They are so beat up. And I don't know if you caught this news with Antonio Pierce. I don't even know what this is. An 8-year no-show, some sort of weirdo college suspension. Did you hear about this one? He just got banged by the NCAA for, massive cheating scandal during COVID with Arizona State. It's why basically everybody lost their job around there. Herm Edwards, Ray Anderson, their athletic director, Antonio Pierce moved on, and he was in the thick of all of it, breaking all sorts of rules. Whether you thought the rules are stupid or not, it doesn't matter.
Everybody got banged during COVID. Air Force got banged during COVID.
Well, Antonio Pierce just got hit with this. I've never even heard of this before. An 8-year no something, whatever. I should look it up on ESPN.com. But I'm telling you,
no contact.
Yeah, gosh, some sort of weird deal. Here, it's like the headline here on.
That's devastating for a dude that's coaching the NFL now, right?
No, it's not. But all right, here we go. It's just another thing of, are you sure you hired the right guy there? That's where I'm going.
Right.
Like it's,
did you get caught up in the emotion?
Correct.
Yeah.
And like, this is a guy, he was slapped with an 8-year show cause order because of violations when he was an assistant at ASU. The NCAA referred to it as a, quote, scheme orchestrated by Pierce to circumvent restrictions during COVID. Pierce facilitated impermissible recruiting contact with 35 prospects, including tryouts, football facility tours, and entertainment. Okay.
It's funny when things go bad, how people like to dig up some dirt and throw it on the victim crawling around, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I will say, I warned of this last year when Antonio Pierce, they had a rebound effect, man. That's what happened. That organization was getting beat down by Josh McDaniels because Josh was doing his deal. Then you get a former player who takes over as the interim head coach. Hey, this guy gets us. This guy understands what we're going through. They all rebound. They fall in love with the guy. And what really happened with Antonio Pierce was I think that Mark Davis was looking at Rich Bisaccia and like, hey, did I make a mistake there?
Right.
Rich Bisaccia takes over as the interim head coach after John Gruden gets fired because of his emails. You know, he has success, comes into town. Now we've twice had a Raiders interim head coach beat the Broncos.
Better than the original head coach.
Correct.
And we screwed up not hiring the first guy.
Correct. And so now Mark Davis is like, oh, man, should I actually have kept Rich Bisaccia? He did a good job. Antonio Pierce now gets hired because he didn't keep Rich.
Yeah, on the Sean Monson text line. Just real quick, our coach was suspended for the NFL for a year. Okay, I gotcha. But Sean Payton's also won a Super Bowl as a head coach, too. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
Well, don't you dare talk about Sean. Don't you dare say something negative about Sean D-Mac.
Go ahead, Scott. Yes.
Didn't Antonio Pierce win one as a player?
I don't know. So what? I mean, what does that matter?
Well, so what did Sean Payton won one in New Orleans?
Okay. Really? It's the same thing? When he won as a player and when he won as a coach is the same thing?
No, I'm just saying there's validity behind the name is all I'm saying.
Maybe make this more simple. It's a shizzle show out there in Raiderland this week. I'm just saying.
And if you are to lose this game this week, it'll be the most devastating loss in the last 5 years.
I agree.
It is.
I actually agree.
It is, but they've already done it to us twice. Twice they've come into town, and we've been pointing the finger. Look at the disaster going on out there in the Raiders.
Okay.
They just fired their head coach. They just got the interim dude that comes into town. We've been through this twice before, so call me crazy if I don't want to fall victim to it for a third time.
Hey, man, anything can happen any given Sunday. I totally get it. But give me a break this year.
Yeah, but this one's different because this isn't just drama. Last year, the last couple years, it was drama with the head coach. Now it's drama and it's injuries. And it's the best player on the team isn't going to be playing. So you got Devontae Adams, who's got his hamstring or whatever, faking his deal. But then you got Max Crosby, who's out. You got both of your starting tackles that are out. I haven't even gone through this list to see how many of these guys actually are starters on that team. I'm sure at least 2 or 3 more of them are actual starters, right? So you're probably down 5 starters for the game. There is a lot going on.
You got to win. You got the throwbacks. You got
we got the throwbacks.
You're back at home after being away for 10 days. You're going
to
work.
Reflective orange.
You got reflective orange
going on.
Thank God we got that reflective orange.
You've got starting work an hour and a half later than normal. I mean, for all that.
We got a week-long vacation at the Greenbrier. You're rested. You get extra sleep.
I see Adam Schefter joining us now. We really appreciate Adam being on with us for a quick minute, literally a quick minute earlier this week when that was incredible. All sorts of stuff going on at the same time. But look at him. He's nice. He's poised. He's relaxed. He looks fantastic. He looks like he's ready to cover basketball full time.
Hey, that's because he's ready to come and join me in the NBA for a year or so. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Hey, I'm going to guess on the list of stories your wife might have looked at you cross-eyed at dinner, that was probably up there. That was probably up there, Adam.
Shit, I don't know what's wrong with my dogs here. Something just happened. There must be a squirrel in the backyard. You hear these dogs howling? It's unbelievable. Hold on one second. I got to see what this. Hold on one second.
Wow. We really have this.
Well, take the camera with you.
Wait a second.
Can we not take the camera with you?
Yeah, he might be getting robbed right now.
Hey, what I tell you, you get him during the week, and you're gonna mess up the next show. Way to go, D-Mac.
Look at that. Sometimes the heat in the kitchen just gets a little.
5 dogs here, okay?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What is going on?
5 dogs.
Why?
You have 5 dogs.
Why do you have 5 dogs, Adam?
It's like I tell everybody. I wanted 1. My wife wanted 5. We compromised. We got 5.
That's great.
Hey, before we get into football, obviously, let's talk about the rumor this week with you maybe doing this inside stuff with the NBA.
Well, it's part of the reason I came over to Altitude. I figured it would help my learning curve coming over to the NBA, right? And one of my great regrets in life is that I didn't get to cover Scott as a player, because that would have been awesome getting to cover Scott as a player. That would have.
Just call Mitch. Call Mitch, and Mitch will tell you all about that journey. Yeah, he'll tell you all about that.
Should we take these rumors seriously or not? What should we do with this stuff there, Adam?
Well, I love my job, and I've done it for a long time, and I'm not planning to leave it anytime soon.
Okay.
But I love news. I love news of all kinds.
Yeah.
And so if it meant doing some more NBA, that would be interesting to me.
Okay.
Okay. That would be interesting. I'm not, and by the way, like there are ways that it could happen. There were some preliminary conversations, nothing that got very far.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's realistic right now. I think if Woj had waited till the end of his contract, our contracts were of matching length. If he had waited till the end of his contract and he'd walked at that time, and I would have covered the NFL at that point for 38 years.
Wow.
I would have been. I would have had not that I don't now, but I would have had even more of an interest in doing the NBA, and I think it could have been feasible to do.
Interesting.
And I'm not going to not try to dabble in that when I can. There's zero pressure. There's zero NBA expectations. But if I can get some NBA stories, I'm certainly going to do that. So I'm all into that. I love that. Like I said, I love the NBA. I love news.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, like there have been people that have done other sports. It's not like it's never been done before.
That's right. No doubt.
Look at that.
Well,
Look at that.
Hey, Adam, you and I were working together when a basketball guy was covering football.
That's right.
Yeah. It happens, right? Like, by the way, Will McDonough, who was the first great newsbreaker, he did all sports.
He did?
He did all sports.
Adam, can I give you a fun fact about Will McDonough? He played baseball with my dad at Northeastern, and he was a catcher when my dad was a pitcher on the same college baseball team. And he wrote about my dad pitching for Northeastern while he was a student on the same team. How about that one for you? That's a cool little fact, right?
Will McDonough is one of my idols. Love the guy.
Yeah.
Had the occasion to meet and talk with him a few different times. He helped get me into the Boston Marathon. That's how I got in DMAC from Will McDonough, which killed me.
That's right.
We've been through this.
That wasn't the one you almost died in when you overdressed. Was that the New York Marathon?
No,
that was the Boston.
I remember that.
Ran it with DMAC.
All right, let's get to football news. What's the latest with Davante Adams? Why don't we just start there and we go through everything else? But Davante, what's the latest?
Yeah, well, I think we start with the fact that he's not expected to play Sunday against Denver, right? Like that's the most important thing to Broncos fans right now, right? And I do also think that eventually he's going to get traded, so he's going to be out of the division, I expect. And we'll see where and when he gets traded, but the Broncos won't be facing him, I don't believe, on Sunday. And I don't think he'll be on the Raiders for a long period of time. So I don't think he's getting traded in the next few days. I don't think he's going to be traded by the start of the weekend. He's got that hamstring injury. I don't know that teams are going to trade for him when the hamstring injury sidelines him and it costs you about $1 million a week to have him on your roster. You know, they could just wait another week. So I think after this week, talks heat up a little bit.
Well,
I think at some point in time, a trade gets done.
There's been a lot of reports out there that there is a trade that is close with New York. Some of them are saying it might even be a three-way trade. False stuff. Okay, tell us anything you know about it.
There is no trade agreement in place between the Raiders and the Jets. I mean, the two sides have spoken, and I think there's an understanding of what it would take, but the Jets aren't even sure if they can do anything or would do anything right now. So, like, it's way premature to say there's an agreement. You know, here's the thing, you know, with these jobs now, back to the job thing. Like, there are a lot of people on the internet that just put out things. And I got someone texting me, all my, crazy Jet fans. Is it true? One of my Jet fans, is it true? You know, somebody tweeted out that there's an agreement in place between the Raiders and Jets. And I'm like, not to my knowledge.
Right.
And the more calls I've made, the more I know, no, there's definitely not an agreement in place between the two. Definitely not. Now, could they eventually come to terms? Absolutely. Are the Jets in play? Yes. Is something going to get done? It might not. Would Davante like to be in New York? I think he would. I think that they probably are the favorite. It doesn't mean something is done or getting done. We'll see.
Is this an Adams problem or a Pierce problem that's going on right now with the Raiders?
Good question.
I believe there's more Devontae Adams for a few different reasons. Like, I think that he wants to be with a quarterback that he's played with. I think he wants to try to win a Super Bowl. I think he believes that they're not going to win a Super Bowl. He doesn't love the quarterback situation. I think you look at his contract. He's got no hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Oh.
And Devontae Adams has been traded
to the Jets.
No, hold on 1 second. Chiefs now have placed wide receiver Rashee Rice on injured reserve, meaning he's out a minimum of 4 games.
Wow. And Mahomes hit him by accident. Mahomes just found that out, that it was a friendly fire on that one. Wow. Okay. Adam, when are the Chiefs going to start sucking? When can we get through with this, Chiefs thing? It feels like they're always hanging on by a thread, but yet they just win. It's getting annoying.
Well, listen, what do you think that everybody in the AFC West dealt with for years when John Elway was playing in Denver? See, it reminds me so much of that. There were so many teams that talk so much about that. I remember talking to the Raiders and Chargers and Chiefs at owners meetings and various functions.
By the way, are you tweeting? Wait a second. Are you literally tweeting as you're talking right now? Is this happening right now? If I go to Twitter, am I going to? Oh, that is awesome.
And who says men can't double duty?
That is awesome.
Listen.
Wait, I'm
listen,
watching you on Twitter. Yeah, go ahead.
And you go now watch on Instagram because there it goes on Instagram.
There it is right there.
Boom.
There it is right there from Adam Schefter.
He forgot to tweet live while on Altitude 92.5, but that's
he
all
can
right.
talk. He can do a radio interview. He can do a radio
That
interview
is awesome.
and tweet at the same time.
That was freaking awesome.
But ask him to find the ketchup bottle in the refrigerator. He's lost.
Wow, that's a different one.
That's right. That's 100% accurate.
Hey, wait!
That's
I want to interrupt this interview from Adam Schefter to report news from Adam Schefter. Chiefs have now placed wide receiver Rashee Rice on injury reserve. That's from Adam Schefter. Now let's go back to Adam Schefter. What kind of impact is that going to have on the Chiefs, Adam Schefter?
Well, I think that they knew he was going to be out an extended period of time. We just didn't know exactly how long. And we still don't know how long he's going to miss, other than now it's going to be a minimum of 4 games. And he's going to undergo more tests on his knee next week once the swelling goes down. So we'll see how that goes. But he's going to be out for an extended period right now.
Hey, Adam, I do want to follow back up here on the Von Miller information. Von's a very close, dear friend of mine, and it's always hard to process information on a dude that you know and love, and just it's hard to even understand the stories. But it does seem like you got a little bit further information since last time we talked. Where are we at on the Von Miller stuff, and why now with the NFL with a case that I think went away for the most part. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I think the league looked into the allegations that he assaulted his pregnant girlfriend in November 2023 during the Bills' bye week in suburban Dallas. I don't know what the league found, but whatever the league found, the league felt like it was a violation of the personal conduct policy worthy of a 4-game suspension. Don't know what it is, but clearly the league would not act that way if it didn't feel like it had sufficient evidence to act that way. So that's what I can say about that.
We've got to let you go, but just to sum up, no new news on Devontae Adams, although out. Rashee Rice, also on IR.
What about Crosby?
Do we have something new on Crosby?
Nothing yet. I know that he was dealing with a high ankle sprain. I know he suffered it at the end of the game against Baltimore, tried to play through it. They held him out last week. I don't know I don't know what's going to happen with him this week. I have to check. But I would guess it's 50-50. I didn't even see whether he practiced yesterday. I'm going to guess he was either no practice or limited practice is my guess.
Adam, we can get you on your journey for breaking huge news in the NBA. We just found this out, but we're happy to pass it along. I don't know if it's worthy of tweeting, but despite his passion for horses, we have found out Nikola Jokic has never ridden a horse. Just found that out. So,
well, I know this. Last week we had our fantasy NBA draft lottery.
Yeah.
I was praying for a top 4 pick so I could get Jokic, Doncic, Victor Wembanyama, or SGA. And I drew the 6th pick, which I'm not really pleased about.
Who'd you take?
Well, the draft is Wednesday, October 16th. So I'm going to guess I would love one of those 4 guys. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the guy at number 5, I've already done my inside information, is going to take Jason Tatum or Anthony Edwards. And then that would leave me with a choice of either probably Greek, who doesn't shoot threes and is not good at free throws, or Tyrese Halliburton?
Hey, don't forget, John Morant's coming back this year.
We like him that much, Scott?
If his off the field, listen, one of the experts like you have them second in the Western Conference this year. So they think, hey, when John Morant's healthy and is not going to strip clubs, he's probably the best point guard in the NBA.
Adam, in their championship series, I know we gotta let you go. Of all the teams that the Nuggets played, the most impressive player to come into Ball Arena was John Morant when he was healthy. Like Scott's saying, he can be.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. He plays so aggressively that it feels like he's often hurt.
Well,
and then there are the questions that Scott's raising, like the maturity issues. I think we'll say that, the maturity issues.
Yeah.
All right. We really do got to let you go because you're going to be mad at us. But go ahead. List your 5 dogs' names. Go ahead. Quickly. Go.
In age order.
Okay.
Ella, 18. She's blind and deaf. She's lost her hearing and vision. We call her Ella Keller now.
Okay.
Benny. Benny, he's 15. He was diagnosed with cancer in February.
Oh.
Poor puppy. The doctor said 2 to 3 months to live.
Uh-huh.
And he's next September, and he's hanging in there, knock on wood. Bailey, who's got arthritis in her back and can't move her legs, I have to pick her up to go to the bathroom. And then the 2 pups.
Oh.
Yep. We got Ella, 18, Benny and Bailey are 15, and then the 2 pups, Apple and Brady, they're 4 years old, and they're a lot, and then we love, and they're our kids. I mean,
that's awesome.
We love
That's
them.
awesome. All right, Adam. Well, let's go be on TV, and you can talk about Rasheed Rice and Nikola Jokic not being on a horse or whatever you want to do. It's up to you.
Well, we got Scott. Who we can take at 6? Who we can take at 6, Scott?
I'd look hard into John Morant.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and then Zion, but again, Zion, that's an injury thing too. But if Zion stays healthy, that guy's a beast too.
Yeah,
you haven't missed Steph. You haven't missed Steph Curry either. Steph Curry's going to hit 200 threes.
Well, he's unbelievable, but he's also older. He's unbelievable. He's fantastic.
John Morant. You're older and you're better than ever.
John Morant, I'm looking at his number. I mean, he's an unbelievable player.
Adam, you're in no rush. You're in no rush to go on TV.
See you guys. Okay. Ain't going. I
See ya. I gotta.
He keeps doing that to us.
I gotta take
we
you
keep trying to give him back.
I gotta take you behind the scenes. He's not giving me a choice. We were told emphatically. Dan can confirm. It's like Adam's on a strict. It's got to be this. It's got to be that. Right? Dan, am I lying on this?
53.
Right, and it's Adam that keeps pushing it back further and further, which is fine by me.
He likes talking to us more than the viewers on ESPN.
Yeah, you turn on ESPN, he's going to be on in like 3 minutes talking about Rasheed Rice.
It's good to be the king.
Too funny. All right, well, 5 dogs. Oh my Lord.
Well, no basketball.
Dude, is that
dude?
Do you call Adams? I mean, is it Adam's house or is it Heaven's waiting room for the
I know,
dogs?
good
right
Lord,
there?
that is a lot of adult diarrhia coming out of those dogs.
That is a Hallmark movie, just Adam's backyard with the dogs. My Lord. Oh my God. I mean, there's going to be some sad moments in that household coming.
Hey, it makes you want to go home tonight and watch All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Oh my God! Wow. 5 dogs, 3 of them not doing that good, just hanging in there for dear life.
You ever had an older?
Kind of like this show.
Did I tell you guys what we spent on the cat to make Ross, a day?
Well, I can only imagine.
Oh.
$7,000.
2,300.
It was $7,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God you've got 12 lives.
Hey. Tell me about it, man. It's not gonna. I went in the next day asking for
Scott,
more.
You want to know why I started a podcast? You can spend $7,000 on a cat.
Oh yeah, you think that came easy? What do you think? You think that's just like magic money?
No.
Let me tell you too. When the wife looked at me,
you're a leader, man.
Wow. Can I tell you something? It wasn't even discussed. Like the other option was not even discussed. It was like, okay, here's the credit card. That's it. And I looked at that credit card going in that machine, and I was just like,
"Oh boy!"
And the alternative was $175.
Mm-hmm.
How much bullets got?
26.
I look at that cat now with love.
Yep.
Because we love our pets. That's what we love.
Hey, that cat
That
better
cat
live
ought to be
another 20
sleeping
years.
with you, right?
If that cat
Yeah.
doesn't live a minimum another 20 years.
Dude, I'm feeling bad. I'm getting my washing machine fixed right now for $400. I'm feeling horrible about that.
Trust me. Yes, I understand all of that. You're getting your washing machine, no dumb question, fixed for $400. Why don't you just go buy a new washing machine?
How much do you think a machine costs?
Because the new one's like $800.
Yeah, I know. Really? Your washing machine's that good fixed? You just get a new one.
Yeah, if it's a half or more of a new item,
Just
don't
get
you
a
just
new
buy
one.
the new item?
I think you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the long-term warranty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you
It
doing?
Had a drain pump had to be it broke.
Yeah, put the washing machine out of its misery.
The
Just
new
get a
one's
new
drain
one.
pump's going to work.
Right.
Well, listen, you spent $7,000 on a crippled up cat, and you're getting mad at me for spending $400 on fixing a washing machine. That's going to give me,
Hey, Scott.
I guarantee you, 7 more years of life.
Scott,
Come on now.
Ask him how much a new cat would have cost.
Yeah, they're free. $50 to register down to the Denver Dumb Friends League. Speaking of what, that could be the name of this show, Denver's Dumb Friends.
Well, maybe not. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. It's PhD on 92.5. The Broncos are getting ready to play the Raiders, but let's turn our eyes a little bit to Abu Dhabi. Scott, tomorrow you and Kaz on the call. It's on AM 950. I am curious what questions we should look at, and I'm not going to take preseason all that seriously. Looks like the fellas are having a good time out there, but what should we take seriously when it comes to the Nuggets? And then I got a Travis story for you in a little bit, but let's focus them on the Nuggets.
You want to make sure that the starting unit has a chemistry that's working. I heard somebody on it was on Lindahl and Craigman's show or not, but they were talking about if you've looked at the numbers, and everybody's all worried about Christian Brown. If you look at his numbers when on the floor with the starters, and it was like top 5 in the league. I mean, that's how good his plus minus or whatever the analytic they were measuring. So you want to make sure the starters on the same page. And I think it's key coming into the first game of the season when it gets going against Oklahoma City at Ball Arena that you have a bench that you're comfortable in and a rotation that you're fairly sure of. And then I said this the other day. This is a big year for this regime's last 2 or 3 drafts. Someone stepping up big time. And, whether it's Christian or Peyton Watson or Julian Strother or Tyson or, who it is. Obviously, you lose Holmes from this year because of the torn Achilles. But I think they got to have somebody in their draft class the last couple of years have got to blow up and really surprise somebody, in my opinion.
Any of the guys this year you like a lot? Young guys, rookies?
Well, Holmes, I'm talking with somebody the other day. They really, and it's too bad he tore his, we saw it, right, with the first game of Summer League, tore his Achilles. In fact, he walked by us. Remember that?
He did. He was
I was told when he walked by limping, he had just gotten out of the boot, and he usually wears it more times than not still. But they say his rehab's on schedule, going good, everything else. But I was told by some people that they were really expecting him to eat 12 to 16 minutes or something like that this year. They were really going to count on that. So that's kind of a blow. But listen, I think if Strother and Peyton Watson, I think those two guys, if they blow up and can average 10 to 12 somewhere in there, have those games once in a while where they drop 23 or 24, 8 one game, 12, 14, 10, 12, 16, 22, 8, but they can play in that consistent little range right there. I think it's going to do wonders. Listen, Denver didn't win a championship last year because they had no bench. If we're being real honest, Reggie Jackson got worn out because he had to play too many minutes early in the season when Jamal was hurt. And Peyton Watson digressed as the season went on. He was great till about the last, third, D-Mac, don't you think, the last third of the season?
Yeah,
he kind of digressed a little bit.
Yeah.
And they just didn't have anybody else. Zeke got hurt again. Vlatko might be an interesting guy to watch.
Very. Yes, agreed.
Because he always plays well, but the last 2 years, same thing, he's gotten hurt. So,
But he said he's 100% healthy. He talked about that at media day. I've seen some highlights of him in training camp so far. He looks good. That could be a let me ask you this one. Who has a bigger impact for the Nuggets this year, Trey Alexander or Jalen Pickett?
Trey Alexander.
I think so too,
right?
I
think he's a better player.
I do too. And it was pretty cool in the summer to watch what he was doing. And Strother too. But I thought Trey Alexander had a great summer. What are they saying about him, though? And I know I don't even know if he's going to start with the team. But what are they saying about him?
Well, I think he opened some eyes in Summer League. And if you go back and look at it, and listen, it's Summer League. A lot of people are excited about Zach Wilson in preseason, and I don't know if we've seen that. I'm not even sure if the majority of Bronco fans even know what number he still wears. So he was good in Summer League, but that's Summer League. This is a whole different level. I'm sure he'll get some time, but I think he's a two-way player for him, right? So he'll spend most of the time. But I'm going to go back, and I didn't even realize this because Hunter Tyson, same way, right? I mean, he'd come in. You know, he was the Red Auerbach cigar, right, for Michael Malone. He'd put him in blowouts, and there's Hunter jacking a three and doing Hunter Tyson stuff. Did you realize in the G League last year, Hunter Tyson averaged 26?
That is crazy.
Come on
insane.
Now. Yeah, so maybe Hunter Tyson's a surprise this year.
You think so? Because how does he get in the mix though? Like, for who? Where?
You have to go. You have to go small ball second unit. Saric is your 5, and can he be a 3-4 swing guy in there? Can he eat some of those minutes?
I don't know, man. That means he's playing ahead of Vlatko and Peyton Watson, and I think he's going to have a hard time getting on the court this year, man. I do. I like him a lot.
He might.
But I don't know how that works, man. We'll see.
Hey, by the way, where's the game being played? Is it on top of some skyscraper or something? Like,
I don't know.
Is it like some ridiculously cool spot out there in Abu Dhabi?
Well, I guarantee you they've got arenas there that have been well probably the same place we watched Serbia USA play that exhibition game this summer, right?
Oh, there you go.
That would make sense. This is actually Jokic's second time there this year.
I'm just wondering if it's like got gold-plated seats or something.
The game is tomorrow at 10 a.m. You can hear it on AM 950, and Scott will be on there with Kaz. And when you're done, we'll be at Joe Willie's on Broadway starting at noon. So, Scott, busy day for you tomorrow. We'll see you down at Joe Willie's.
I got to hop on 25, head on down to Broadway.
Well, we'll come on down, get you some good food there. We'll just chill out and talk about football. But I'm definitely curious to – I always love watching when the teams get back at it. Just see them run around a little bit and you see what's what. It seems like the trip has been a lot of fun for the guys so far. So I think it's just nothing but net positives.
Here's a no dumb question, and preseason's always tough. Preseason in the NFL's tough. Spring training in baseball's tough to kind of really digest what your team's going to be. Harder to discern what your team is going to be in hockey or NBA?
Hockey. Hockey by a freaking mile.
You actually get a lot out of the summer league. I mean, obviously you're not playing your starters and everything, but you learn a lot about the young guys, don't you?
I think they don't have a damn clue about what's going to be what with the Avs right now. Not a clue. I think there are so many questions. I don't think there's a lot of questions with the Nuggets. Not like the Avs. Every team's got questions. But hockey by a mile, Scott. I mean, we know what Jamal and Yoke and AG and MPJ are going to do. We do. We really do. And that's your team. We have no clue what's going to happen with the Avalanche. Georgiev gave up 6 goals the other night. Thank you, Dan Tanner. That's your problem because you went to that game, you and all the producers. But, I mean, your starting goalie gives up 6 goals?
In a preseason game.
In a preseason game? And, like, he's playing the whole game? Like, why?
Well, But we've also seen all-star games where your starting goalie gave up 15 goals.
Why the hell is he in there for the whole game, though, in a preseason game like that? What's the point here? What is going on? Other than the fact, I guess in hockey, you need to condition being on the ice, for that length of time. I guess. I don't know.
I joked about the arena being gold-plated.
Is it gold-plated?
Well, it's not necessarily. I don't know if you can see that. The whole exterior is at least gold themed.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks unbelievable. I got something for you guys real quick, and I know we have Let's Football Go coming up. Do you guys care about uniforms? Do uniforms matter? Because let me tell you, being over at the Broncos yesterday, the whole vibe there yesterday was about these uniforms, and the players were pumped.
It's fun. It's fun to do something unique. You know who's crushed uniforms this year is the Colorado Buffaloes. I hated all of the uniforms they wore last year. All the new ones this year have been on point, man, and they've done like a handful of retro-themed jerseys. But retro themes, it's always going to crush it, man. I mean, these NFL teams, they must make more money off their retro jersey sales in like one day than they do on the rest of the year combined.
All right, so if you're pumped up about your uniform, would you want to trade jerseys?
Well, you can always get another one.
You can?
I mean, you can't get a game-worn one, but you can always get another.
Isn't your game-worn one a little bit more special? Isn't there something with the game-worn jersey for you? No?
If it's just a regular game, no.
I thought it was funny when Cortland Sutton, I think, was taking a shot at the Raiders a little bit yesterday because he was asked about trading jerseys.
Say it again?
Somebody wants to trade shirts with you after the game. How does that work on this one?
It would have to be a very... it has to be somebody, you know, it would take a very special person on that team for me to give them a Broncos jersey and for me to take a Raiders one home. I think I only have one, and it was definitely something that you know, I was happy that I was able to trade with him, but yeah, it's not too many divisional jerseys that gets changed around here. It's like I said, it takes a very special individual for me to take that booger home.
Who was it?
It was, I can't tell you. I appreciate y'all.
I think the reason the Muggles were laughing there is I think we all felt he was talking about Davante Adams. Like, there's only one special guy that I would trade with, so it's kind of a low-key, very low-key, but a little bit of a low-key rip.
But don't you have to flip the coin? If you ask Davante the same question, would he say it has to be special? Who would he change it over with Denver side?
Pat Surtain.
You know what? I think so. I think so.
Yeah, and
I don't know why he was embarrassed to say whoever it was. I mean, I think he was afraid of taking out the fan base or something, but who cares?
Yeah, but I think that was Cortland's way of just kind of, because he had a sly little grin on his face too, because he knows they all understand what crap is going on there.
Well,
with
if you're a wide receiver trading jerseys with Davante, that's cool, right? That's cool,
right? And that's it. And he's laughing because he realizes, well, that ain't going to be the case on Sunday, is it?
The first time I ever heard about trading jerseys out in the NFL, and I forgot the guy's name. Who was a great wide receiver for Houston all them years, wore number 80?
Houston, number 80.
Billy
White.
Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson. And we had a week practice there, so we're down there with the team, and I was talking with Rod, and it was Andre Johnson's rookie year. And Rod would swap out, and that's when I learned that Rod liked to swap out with other wide receivers that wore 80. So he'd swap out 80 jerseys with a lot of other players. And there was a lot of good wide receivers at 80.
That's cool.
And he told me, he says, I'm getting that kid's jersey because he's special. This kid's going to be special in this league. And it was his rookie year. And I thought, wow, okay, Rod, you know, you always talk about great sees great, understands what that is. Rod knew in a week training practice, training camp practice in Houston that Andre Johnson was going to be something special. And he turned out to be something special, didn't he?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I never traded a jersey a single time. Not once.
How does that work even?
Well, you take it off.
I look for guys, but the guys at the end of the bench always had mustard and buttered popcorn stuff all over their jerseys, so I didn't want to swap out for one dirty jersey for another.
I mean, you people think that you get all those jerseys for free. You don't. When you give your jersey, you have to pay $500 to get a new one.
What?
So, yeah. So every time one of these guys gives up their jersey,
it's $500.
They pay the team $500. Well, I mean, don't quote me on the figure or whatever, but it was definitely multiple hundreds. Yeah,
wow.
And then you got to pay the team to get a new one back.
Well, Von Miller one game in Denver got jokers.
What?
I think Von Miller brought a jersey in. He swapped a jersey, I think, with Nikola Jokic.
Do the NBA guys have to pay for their jerseys if they swap jerseys?
Yeah, but I don't think they're 500. But I think that Sparky. Yeah, you got to order them. It was 275 or something like that. 235.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I got to pay for a new one.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that was the custom.
I mean, is Pat Mahomes, who just traded his jersey,
look at
that famous photo?
Yeah.
That's one of the all-time greatest
Wait
photos.
a second. Is that real?
No.
That's
point
been
is
the
about
big.
the refs.
That's the huge memes that's been going on. Yeah.
Yes. Now, when Pat Mahomes gives up his jersey, do they charge him? I don't know.
The meme is, if you're listening, Mahomes doing a jersey swap with a referee and having the zebra jersey and the ref having the Mahomes.
I saw a meme the other day. I was
That's
watching
funny.
on
That's a
Instagram, and it was, hey, a Kansas City Chiefs fan just got his new favorite player's jersey, and the guy's opened a box. He pulls out the striped jersey and everything. So yeah, that's the new hit thing to talk about right there.
The Thursday Night Football is tonight. Our guys, Nate and Andy, are at number 38 in Rhino. If you want to join them for Thursday Night Football, we'll be out at Joe Willie's on Broadway tomorrow from noon to 3. And Dempsey and company are at Desert Donuts. They're doing a show from the donut shop tomorrow.
Those donuts are legit.
They were
though.
unbelievable.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
they've been over here twice with a box of donuts.
Yes.
And I love me a donut now, and those are special.
All right, we've got Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey, everybody looks forward to the idea of getting a new vehicle. It's exciting, right? But you kind of dread the process of buying that new vehicle because it's a long, cumbersome process. It doesn't have to be that way anymore. Go to my friends at Phil Long Ford. You will find the new or pre-owned vehicle of your dreams because the inventory of Phil Long Ford is as strong as it has ever been. Cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, pickups, electric vehicles, whatever you're looking for, you are going to find it with my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, like I said, they respect your time, so they're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. You don't have to worry about haggling. You're going to get the best price. The interest rates are solid. The incentive deals are incredible over at Phil Long Ford right now. So do yourself a favor. Go to Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your entire weekend looking for a new vehicle. Go to one car dealership. You're going to find the car of your dreams. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very, very long time. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL because I have a great relationship with them. You're going to develop a great relationship, and you're going to keep going back. Shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Hey, it's D-Mac for the Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. I tell you, they are doing some amazing deals right now. Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. So whether it's getting out to the mountains for some leaf peeping or mountain biking or whatever you're doing, the ski racks, think about them. They're coming on soon, no doubt about it. Well, you can go in style and comfort and safety with a brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Maroney Chevy GMC. That's 2 dealerships, 1 big truck month. And Maroney means more. You can get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in our beautiful state of Colorado. That's right. From Denver to Durango, they'll bring the truck or any vehicle you purchase right to you. Get truck month savings now at Mike Maroney Chevy GMCs in Longmont, Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. Fantastic. Reserve your truck now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
That should be like a bumper sticker. When my jock itches, I don't scratch my foot.
Yeah.
Or T-shirt or something.
I'm not sure that I really understood it. I just thought it was a good line.
I don't think it was meant to be understood.
Yeah. I just thought it was a great line.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud Squints, Tanner, what's first?
All right, we are going to hear from Sean Payton here in just a second on what he thinks the Broncos have improved on most through the first 4 weeks of the season. But let's hear from Terrell Davis. He was on the Rich Eisen show today and was asked about How has Bo Nix looked to him the first 4 weeks of the season, and what does he dislike about the rookie quarterback?
Yeah, you just said it. It's 4 games, right? And I know we all want him to show and look like he's the 12th overall pick immediately. We want instant gratification. It's a process. It really is. And I try not to judge anybody until I see more of a sample size. But I will say this, though. You do watch and you want to see moments in a game or throws or something more consistently that looks like that 12th overall pick. So far, we haven't seen a lot of him. He does play well when they kind of go with a more hurried up offense, when he's allowed to just react. He seems to play well on that.
Okay, so TD says, you want to see more moments from Bo Nix. Have you guys seen moments from Bo that lead you to believe he's got something else, next level to get to?
Oh, all I know is TD must be a hater of Bo Nix. I mean, God forbid him say he needs to see a little bit more. Tyler's the biggest hater ever on Bo Nix for saying it. I'm out on Bo because I said I got to see more.
Yeah, it sounds just like you there.
Yeah.
Well, listen, the 29-yard pass to Cortland in the middle of the one touchdown drive in that entire game was the best throw he's thrown all year, including the back shoulder we saw in the game before. That was his best throw. That was a throw that he looked like he stepped into, that he believed in. I saw a camera angle from behind Bo Nix. I mean, he threw him open. He threw it to where he was going to be, not where he was. I need to see a handful of those throws every game, and then I think you'll know he's arrived.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I agree with what Terrell Davis had to say right there. That was my frustration going from Game 3 to Game 4. I get it. There were elements. I get it. Aaron Rodgers struggled. Aaron didn't struggle as much as Bo Nix did, despite whatever anybody's going to tell you. He did not. I wanted to see a little bit of progress, right? So this is where I'm at with Bo Nix. Is I'm gonna analyze the film that we've seen. We're not even close to good enough yet. It doesn't mean he can't get there. It doesn't mean that I'm out on Bo Nix. I'm not out on Bo Nix. But the level that he's playing at right now, it's going to be tough to win football games, no matter how well your defense plays.
You guys are just going to be filled with regret when he leads the Broncos to a massive 20 points and they win by 5 over the Oakland Raiders. That's right. I said Oakland. No respect for them.
Yeah.
It'll probably be like 20-15. And then it'll feel like, here's my hot take on this one. Final score will be Broncos 20, Raiders 15, but it's going to feel like the Broncos have dominated the game from start to finish.
Okay.
All right? And everybody can just chill on Bo because he's got a ball from Cortland that he stuck in his house, and it's going to be fine. That was a weird moment, by the way, when Bo Nix was like, what are you doing with the ball? Because he's, the ball. There's one touchdown pass. He's got one touchdown pass. It's going to be in the house unless my wife gets sick of looking at it. I'm like, he's 24. He's talking about his house and his wife and, the ball. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're 24, dude. Oh, do you have that, Dan? Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Oh, it'll be at the house. Hopefully it'll be up for a while until my wife gets tired of it, I guess.
I don't know, man. You're 24. You got a wife and a house. I don't know. Is that just me? Am I being silly here?
I don't know. That doesn't sound weird to me.
It doesn't sound weird to you? Scott, no? I'm 24. I got a wife and a house. Dan, does it sound weird to you? I'm 24 and I got a wife and a house?
Makes me jealous.
Okay, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton.
Which part?
All of it, Tyler. All of it.
What would you... All right, no dumb question, Dan.
I'm a homeowner.
You're a what?
Homeowner.
Okay. Wife or a house, what would you rather have?
Ooh, good question. So if I choose wife, am I homeless?
No,
you're just where you are right now.
Well, he technically does own a house right now.
Thought it was like condo, no?
Yeah,
I would go house.
He's paying a mortgage.
Yeah.
What do you need a house for? I mean, really, what do you need a house for?
What do you need a wife for?
Well,
okay.
Fair point.
Next story, Dan.
Hey, hold on. Hey, D-Mac, I'll tell you, have you seen his wardrobe?
Tyler or Dan's?
Well, same boat.
Wow.
What's wrong with
same
my wardrobe,
boat,
Scott?
Same boat, different paddle.
Scott, I don't know know if you or me or anybody should be commenting on wardrobe day in day out. Now I know you're all fancy right now. I know.
Scott's got the weirdest wardrobe of
But
all
on
of
the-
us.
All your
on the-
bro
I mean, Scott's like
America.
yoga pants that I can't tell. Are they
Yeah.
capris? Are they shorts? Are they? What the heck are they? I mean, nobody's got weirder clothes than Scott Hastings.
Got 12 bro tanks with eagles on them.
Yeah. I mean, the TV wardrobe is tight. The TV fit is good. It's really good. Solid.
Yeah.
But the day-to-day
Yeah,
Scott
but
is-
when I don't have to dress up, no, I'm in sweats and t-shirts.
or whatever that yoga. What are those things?
Lord knows.
I don't. Oh, you're wearing them right now. You are wearing them right now. He's wearing them
Capri
right
sweats.
now. He's wearing them right now with a dress shirt and a tie. Oh my Lord. Next story, Dan.
All
Help
right, let's
us.
hear from Sean Payton. He was asked yesterday, where's the team improved the most through the first 4 weeks of this season?
Well, I think the last 2 weeks, we've defended the run better and we've run the ball better. That's one thing that I think is noticeable, and that's encouraging.
Do you guys agree with Sean there that the run game and the ability to stop the run have been the biggest two improvements so far this year?
Yeah, definitely last week. You look at what was going on. I don't know, was the defense bad in the running game in the first couple games? I don't recall them like being bad, but they've obviously been tremendous overall. In rush defense, pass defense, it doesn't matter. They've just been a tremendous defense. Offensively, if you were looking for signs of improvement, they did get better, and it wasn't just Javonte. Look, the Jets' defensive line was very aggressive getting up the field, north and south, so the Broncos took advantage of that. There's a couple ways you can take advantage of aggressive pass rushers. You do it with draws or you do it with traps, and the Broncos did it with the traps. They allowed those guys to rush up the field. They blindsided their ear, and they created gaping holes for Javonte Williams to run through. I saw a lot of progress in the running game, and what made me happy was not just that Javonte looked better, but that the offensive line looked better.
Well, I'm trying to look it up. They ran. Let's talk about their offense first of all, and this will help Bo Nix. They ran for in Tampa Bay 136 yards in that game, and against the Jets 126. That helps Bo Nix. You started the season with 99 and 64 in your first two losses. So they've done something now, a formula that shows that they can win. I'm with you, and I have to look at the box score for that Seattle game. It never felt like they just ran over you with everything. Let's look. No, it's not popping up.
It's a common refrain.
I know, right? Well, that's why you go to the Rocky Mountain.
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Revitalized Health's pretty good.
Well, whatever you need. Whatever you got to get going, one way or the other.
But here's my only problem with what he said. And here's my problem also of why he was grumpy those first two games. Since he's benched Russell Wilson last season, his offense, the genius of offenses, has averaged 15 points a game. That's not good enough. But you know what he's gotten, especially the last 2 weeks when on the road? He's got a top 2 or 3 defense in all of the NFL. He's got an historically good defense in the NFL. And instead of not just embracing VJ and that defensive coaching staff and those players, that alone should make you happy because that defense is allowing you to grow a quarterback, as Terrell Davis has said.
No doubt.
That is going to show more as each week goes on and on and on. So by not embracing this defense and not automatically saying, listen, our biggest improvement, we got a long way to grow on the offense. Now you flip the question. But right now defensively, we're playing at an elite level that's given our offense a chance to really grow into who we want to be. Boom, there's your answer.
I love it.
And he refuses to give anybody else any credit because the defense is playing better than the offense. Everybody knows.
Yeah, it's a little weird to be jealous of your own defense.
Team.
It's kind of odd.
Well, it is, and it's a really unique situation here in Denver also. Vance Joseph used to be a head coach here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not saying that Sean has a complex about that by any means, but it is weird.
Hey, the coordinators speak today in about like an hour. Vance Joseph should walk up to that podium like he's Conor McGregor. You know what I'm saying? He should just be chest pumped out. That's right. Just going back and forth, man. I mean, if you want to talk about a redemption story, are you kidding me? I mean, it's been a pretty awesome month, especially when you consider that he probably almost got fired last year at this time. It's pretty amazing, man. It's incredible.
Hey, I'll tell you this: if you ever met Vance Joseph, you'll fall in love with the dude. He is a engaging personality.
Yeah, he's
very
a good dude.
engaging. Big smile, big laugh, makes you feel like $1 million. He's a great dude.
I agree. All right, next story, Dan. If you got
Actually,
something,
we have some sound here from VJ walking up to the podium today.
Okay.
I do not give a who the opponent is.
Hell yeah, VJ.
That's right, VJ. Be proud up there. He's having. I understand that today VJ's having the time of his life.
Yes, he is. Where's Sergio Dip these days?
He is just calling soccer games where he belongs. Calling soccer games. He's really. By the way, he is. You realize he's a big star calling soccer games in Mexico, right?
I don't know anything about Sergio Dip.
He's
I legitimately asked the question.
He is a star sort of guy for ESPN Deportes. I'm not even joking. Calling soccer games.
Okay.
Why they did that particular night?
That trio. It was
oh my
Rex,
God.
It was
Beth Moen.
Beth. Oh my gosh, was that the worst trio of all time?
And Sergio Dip.
No, that has to be the worst trio of all time.
It was such a terrible broadcast.
I'm sorry, but Beth was horrible.
Well, she still does games. She does games every weekend.
She's a little bit better now. I guess maybe that's something to do with the combination, whatever.
I'm
But
just
she
telling you.
was horrible.
All right, what else you got there, Dan?
All right, lastly, fellas, Tyler, you brought this up yesterday. Tyreek Hill tweeted out, woke up to trade news, exciting. That was the tweet from Tyreek Hill yesterday. Pretty cryptic message. A lot of people were asking questions. Is he happy in Miami? Do the Chiefs bring him back, especially with the news Schefter just dropped on us live on our show that Rashee Rice is going to the IR and going to miss at least the next 4 weeks? Tyreek Hill was asked about that cryptic tweet from yesterday.
You know what, man? I'm just focused on right here and right now.
No, you're not.
We got a beautiful team here. And I want to be a part of it. You know, we got a great situation here. My family loves it. I enjoy it. The weather's great. The fans are great. So we got a beautiful situation here, man. Obviously, you know, my parents always taught me, you know, control the controllables, and I only can control so much. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, we all know the NFL is a business. Whatever happens, happens. You know what I'm saying? So moving forward, I would love to be here. I love being here. You know, I love the guys. I love my locker mate, Javon Holland. He's a maniac. He's the guy. You know what I'm saying? He brings me nice snacks sometimes. You know, so.
Why do I always, whenever I hear a wide receiver from Miami, I automatically think of the TV series Ballers?
Right. You know, your old partner, Ryan Harris, used to say that was the most realistic NFL films, video, whatever of all time. And I'm like, in what world is that realistic? That wasn't my life. I didn't experience that life.
Do you want me to point out the holes in Ballers? I watched every single episode.
Or was it Any Given Sunday? It was one of those two you said that about.
Well, Any Given Sunday is much different than Ballers.
Not a whole lot.
It's a whole different thing. I mean, it's literally a whole different thing. Was he talking about Any Given Sunday?
Well, the lifestyle isn't a whole lot different in neither one, is it?
Ballers is terrible, and I'm sorry because our boy Stink was a big part of Ballers.
Well, I thought it was a good show. It was
good for about 6 episodes, and then it fell apart. It really got bad. It got really bad.
I liked it.
Once he tried to own his own team, if he just stayed an agent, it would have been better.
Yeah, the cool part was him being an agent. It's just kind of like he was like Ari in Entourage. You know, that's the cool part.
Did he write that show, The Rock? Did he?
He was a producer of it. I don't know if he wrote it.
Okay.
But he was a producer of it.
Because it did resemble his real life. He did go out and buy an NFL league. Not an NFL league, a football league.
A lot of TV shows start strong, and then they get into their second or third seasons, and it's just like, we really didn't think we'd still be here. And you can, that show's just like that.
The strength of that show was his sidekick in his
Rob Cordroy.
Yeah, the other agent. That was
the bald dude.
That was he crushed it.
Yep. Right.
I would say Any Given Sunday though, 80s and stuff. That reminded me of Lawrence Taylor, and he was in that, right? So that felt like it was pretty real.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Ryan was probably talking about Any Given Sunday, not Ballers.
One of the two. I can't remember.
I was like,
although Ryan did say that he knew of a guy that had a house like that wide receiver did.
well, all right. Here's why I like shows like that. I want to see that lifestyle. I want to think.
You want to think that that's how we live our life?
Not you, but like the stars of the team. Yeah, I want to think.
Oh, why
them.
can't I live that life?
Nobody wants to watch a TV show about guys hanging on to dear life and nervous about is Josh McDaniels going to cut me or not? And hey, we're moving to Detroit. No, we're not. We're really going to Seattle. And guys are yelling at me in Washington.
Wow.
Playing in a 2x8.
Yeah, I mean,
I did make it 8 years.
No, you sure did. And there were 3 really good ones in there, and you got a ring.
There were 4. Okay, 4. I started 4 years. Okay.
No, man, I do not mean to. You had a great career. Are you kidding me? People would die for the career that you had. It was amazing, but it's just not worthy.
No, I like it better when you make fun of me.
It's not worthy of a TV show, bro.
Journeyman. Life of the Journeyman.
Hey, you could be.
Who's going to make the Journeyman
listen,
TV show?
If you want to be the turtle of the TV show, if you want to be like that other guy, some comic relief, but I want to see the guys in the mansions, driving the cars, living the life. I mean, come on, man. That's kind of cool. That to me is cool. I think.
If you've ever read the book The Twos, kind of an autobiography about John Matuzak. Ballers and Any Given Sunday seems awful true.
See, if I'm being honest, Scott, I envision NBA players living the baller's life.
Are you sure?
That's how I picture NBA players on the road.
Are you sure Ryan wasn't talking about Playmakers on ESPN?
I don't even know what that is.
Well, that's the one with the wives and stuff, right?
No, Playmakers was so good and so realistic. The NFL said you can't do it anymore. Playmakers was supposedly so realistic, the NFL got it eliminated. Well, look it up if you're not familiar with it. It was really interesting.
I'm looking at the cover photo. I've never seen that show.
Yeah, it was on ESPN for a while, but the NFL was like, nope, we're not having this anymore. Because they got into some really interesting topics.
Yeah, that was like
there.
About a year, and they basically said, if you want part of the TV rights, this show goes away.
That's right. And they got rid of it. The NFL got rid of that TV show. They would have let Baller stay on the air forever. It's really not a big deal. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, the day you start to realize you're losing your hair is a bad day. You start searching the internet. You're looking for answers. What can help me? You start wasting your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, and the potions. And all of a sudden, your pocketbook is a bit thinner and your hair is still getting thinner at the same time. Well, why don't you do something about it? My friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. That's what I did. Advanced Hair's got the incredible, groundbreaking Advanced FUE. And that's going to have your own natural hair guaranteed to start regrowing the very next day. Your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. What could get better than that? Are you getting that kind of guarantee out of all the other out of all the other voodoo stuff you're buying? No, you're not. Go to Advanced Hair. They're going to get you fixed up right. They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. So whether you have a receding hairline, bald spot, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair is going to address all of those concerns with their simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. Guys, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. It's guaranteed. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. It's why I let them address my hair loss, and it's why you should do the same. Get a free consultation by calling 720-459-HAIR, and if you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
It is a fascinating topic. And hey, listen, wherever you are listening to us, we really appreciate it. In fact, it's so easy and easier than ever to check us out on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Get into some weird situations, guys, and maybe you can reflect on it throughout your careers. When an assistant coach is getting more credit than the head coach for success. I don't know if that's happened a lot for you guys or you've seen it throughout your careers, but you realize that's exactly what's happening with the Broncos right now.
Yeah.
VJ's getting all of the credit, rightfully so, not Sean. What do you think that's like behind the scenes?
Well, behind the scenes, and Scott, I'd be curious your thoughts. I mean, behind the scenes, I don't think it's an issue. I don't. I do think it bothers Sean Payton a lot internally. And you know what? I'm not even judging Sean Payton for it. I'm not. Because, look, if you're being honest, we all care about our own performance. We do. And after the end of the game, man, it's a conflicting feeling. When you go out there and your team wins, but you perform poorly, and you get in that locker room and everybody's jumping up and down for joy, and you are too because you're happy the team won, but internally you're kind of dying because you gave up 2 sacks and you're wondering if you're going to get cut and traded to New City, right? It's a conflicting feeling. So I'm not judging Sean for having those feelings, but what makes it a bit unusual is voicing it externally, right? You usually hide that. You usually act like I'm as happy as every other guy in the room. But behind the scenes, I mean, I don't think that there's drama brewing because of it. But, Scott, I guess curious your thoughts.
I think assistant coaches are usually the more liked guys within a team structure just because they usually have more hands-on with the players than, say, the head coaches usually do. But the good head coaches that I've ever been around, and I will go to my grave saying that Eddie Sutton and Chuck Daly are at the pinnacle of as far as great basketball coaches. And do they have an ego? I'm sure they do. We're going to talk about Dikembe Mutombo, one of the most humble guys I've ever been around in my life, and yet also one of the most humble guys. And it's an art to be able to have enough of confidence in what you are, what you stand for, and who you are as a person and or a coach, and not mind it when others are getting credit. In fact, the good coaches I'm around do nothing but shower praise to those assistant coaches. The ones that don't usually don't have a well-balanced inner confidence of self and humility, in my opinion.
You know who's had this issue going on for years now is the Dallas Cowboys. They had, first it was Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator, who was rumored to be taking it over. Then they brought Dan Quinn in, who was very like Jerry Jones didn't even hide from the fact that this was going to be our next head coach of the Cowboys. And you got Mike McCarthy sitting there like, well, what the hell, dude? Like, what am I doing? Dan ends up leaving to go get a new job eventually, but they've done that on their own.
I think the craziest one of all time, though, was the 86 Bears with Buddy Ryan and Mike Ditka.
Right,
when they win the Super Bowl and the defensive players carry Buddy Ryan off the field as Ditka's being carried off too. I mean, it was they won a Super Bowl, but you know what? It died. That dynasty died quickly.
I think there was a degree of it going on in 2015
with
Wade. I mean,
really?
Wade was
interesting.
Wade was a rock star, man.
He was.
He was an absolute rock star. And I don't know if I've ever told this story on air or not, but Wade, that year, I don't know if you guys remember this, but that was the year that Wade Phillips, after every game, would put out some funny little tweet that was quirky about the Packers and the cheese and whatever else, you know? And there was a day that Gary Kubiak stood up in front of the whole team and he was like, all right, fellas, I'm all over all you guys about what you're putting out there on Twitter. Be careful about what you're saying. But it's a little tough when our defensive coordinator is putting that stuff out there too. You know, but it was playful. It was playful, but you know, behind every joke is a sense of something serious, right? So I think there was a hint of it going on then.
God, I did hear a rumor about Wade that year. Go ahead, Scott.
Well,
Sorry.
listen, Wade was tight with his players. I mean, you remember after he won the Super Bowl and he's wearing
2 chains,
Talib's chains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you never saw it surface. You never saw it surface with Gary when he talked to the media. If they won a game where the offense stunk, but the defense kind of came to the rescue, you didn't see Gary all upset and down.
Right.
He didn't wear that. He didn't wear that on his shoulder.
Right.
That's really true.
He was humble enough. And listen, and Gary'd be in that category as far as guys. I know he's got an ego and is confident, but is still humble enough to give praise to others when they deserve it. Coaches that can't do that aren't my cup of tea.
Well, we'll see. Listen, in fairness, Sean Payton was in a good mood yesterday. He was fine. He was cool with that. He was a little bit more humble about the hump and the rivalry and all that stuff. So he was, but he was upset after the game. No doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. And it stings a little bit. But VJ will speak here in just a little bit, the real head coach of the team. So we'll hear what VJ's got to say. I mean, it's the disparity between the offense and the defense is sick right now. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And it's the defense that's winning them these games right now. And they are solid top to bottom at every single spot. Even with injuries, they're as good, if not better.
There won't be tension inside the locker room until they're losing games. As long as they're winning games,
everything's cool.
It's okay. But it manifested in 2016, if you remember.
Sure,
2015, everything was great. Defense finally is still rocking and rolling in 2016. They're not winning games the way that they once were.
Yeah.
And now you've got TJ Ward down there on the sideline screaming at the fellas, you got to keep Talib, telling Russell Okung to shut up in the locker room. Everything's cool as long as you're winning.
All right, we are out at Joe Willie's on Broadway tomorrow from noon to 3. The boys are out at number 38 in Rhino as soon as we're done. The Broncos are about to get on the podium and speak, so we'll have the latest news for you there. And, Scott, how about a plug for what you guys got going on Altitude TV tonight?
Yeah, don't forget tonight at 6 o'clock. In fact, I'm running to go tape right now. We're doing kind of a tribute and special show for Dikembe. And then following that at 6 o'clock, they're going to have that iconic, we talked about it yesterday, right? That iconic Game 5.
Awesome.
Against Denver and Seattle, the first 8 to beat a 1, and they're going to play that on Altitude tonight, too.
All right, we just keep rolling. And tonight at 8 o'clock, Altitude After Dark with myself, Vic, and Mike Sanford. Digital version as we get ready during Raiders Week. All coming at you. Don't go anywhere. Nate and Andy live from number 38 in Rhino coming up next.
All right, welcome in, everybody. It is Craigman and Lindahl. We are getting looked at by people, and we are live at number 38. Not number 37, not number 39, number 38 today. Brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey.
What are you getting?
Dew and a brew, my friend.
Boom.
That's the order. It's that simple. You go right to the bar at number 38. You say hello to them. You say Dew and a brew, and they will take care of you. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Pick one up tonight here at number 38. Thursday night football. Bucks, Falcons this evening. Atlanta 2.5-point home favorite, but that's your Thursday night football matchup tonight. Plus, we got another good baseball game tonight. Mets Brewers game 3. Game 3, winner take all game 3 for a chance to advance and take on the Phillies. So that's coming up tonight as well. Only one of the 4 wild card series going to a third and deciding game. So that matchup coming up there this evening, and then we'll get the DS series started here on Saturday. Andy Lindahl, how are you, pal?
Oh, fine.
Good. Today is a big day, my friend.
Why? Tell me why.
I don't know if you realize this or not.
Tell me why.
Did you know that today, Thursday, the 3rd of October, year of our Lord 2024, is the beginning of a run of 55 straight days of either an NFL or an FBS football game on our television?
I had seen that little note.
It starts this very evening. That's right. We get some of the smaller conference stuff going Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week, FIU Liberty on Tuesday, and New Mexico State and Jacksonville State on Wednesday. That's the Aggies out of Las Cruces. Just lost to the Lobos last week. But there you go. If you are just a sicko for the game of football, and I'm assuming most of our audience is, if you so choose, you can watch it on your television for the next 55 consecutive days.
I'll take it.
All the way up until the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, there's no games.
Really?
Yes. But
why? What happened?
I don't know.
Petered out?
Apparently Thanksgiving Eve is not a night that football is enjoyed.
No, that is crazy because we'll have our traditional 3 Thanksgiving days offered by the NFL.
Sure.
Don't we have a Black Friday game this year? Wasn't that a big thing in the new contract?
Yes.
We get a Black Friday game.
No Gray Wednesday games.
No
I don't
Gray
know what to tell you.
Wednesdays.
Yeah.
No,
nothing like that. That will be your day off.
So now, technically, Nate, how many straight days did you say?
55.
55. We'll have 59 of 60 days with football.
With football.
Maybe even more.
Good math.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5. So 60 days.
Yes. Of football in your life.
Of 61.
In your
So
face
why did we
pie.
screw up Wednesday? Somebody get something scheduled Wednesday. We can't get a Wednesday somehow?
Move a game.
What is going on?
There's got to be a weather delay or something that we can move to the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. But either way, here we go. 55 consecutive days. Football season is completely here. Thursday night football tonight.
I like how you put that. Hold on. So football season is completely here.
It's completely here.
What threshold do we have to cross?
This
so
is the
it's
threshold.
completely-
7 days a week means
That's
completely
it?
here.
Okay.
Yes. Did you watch any football
When?
last night? I didn't.
No, I didn't.
I didn't.
I don't even
No.
remember what I did last night. I think I had those baseball games on. I did a podcast with Scotty.
Padres Braves, that one became entertaining. It really did. It was Pods had to white knuckle that thing to the finish. Also, as you watch that, and you're watching the fans at Petco, and they're waving the yellow washcloths, and they're going nuts, and the people are jacked. It's the closers coming in at the end. They're all holding up the cell phone flashlights and everything like that. It's just the energy is incredible of playoff October baseball there in San Diego. And all I could think is just like, why do we have to be cursed with the Rockies?
Wow.
Wouldn't this be so fun? Remember what it was like when we had playoff baseball? Like, in all seriousness, okay? And I know Rocktober was – it was unexpected and unsustainable and all those things, although the 09 team was great. The 10 team was great, except they blew it at the end of the year. But, like, this city – I mean, Andy, you remember 2007 in a run to the World Series. Like, this city was gripped. It was pumping. It was electric. It was unbelievable. The amount of excitement that there was over postseason baseball here in Denver, Colorado, and at that time I hadn't had it since 1995. Here it is, and it's just like, could you imagine a world where the Rockies were the slightest bit relevant and had a chance to be a part of all of that? Like, I know baseball, it doesn't like grab everything the way that football does. There's a freaking Bucks-Falcons game tonight. That's like, it's a national point of discussion on a day like this. Like, we get it. That's what football does. But baseball, that's your city wakes up and goes nuts. Look at what they're doing in Detroit right now. That team was dead and buried, and then they're on their own Rocktober run right now, basically. They've already moved on to the ALDS. That team is incredible. Motown is just they're all over that team. Wouldn't that be fun? I watch that, and I watch it with envy, what it's like to see a town going nuts for good baseball in the fall.
It was kind of a pain, to be honest with you. Had more stuff to do. Had to actually go cover some things. Gave a couple more nights up. Yeah, it'd be fun, Nate.
It'd be fun.
Playoffs of any type are fun.
Yes.
But you know what? First, don't we have to just start with easy-to-watch baseball in the summer?
I mean,
you
just
can't even get that right.
Relevant baseball, interesting baseball, a commitment to actually winning anything.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
It is. I remember the days fondly. 27.
San Diego used to be an afterthought. They're going nuts out there last night.
2007 was a lot of fun because it's really the only time we've got the extended taste of the baseball, of the playoff baseball.
Right. Yeah, all the other trips have been good to see you, and don't let the door hit you.
I had a chance to speak to some kids at Rock Canyon. Believe it or not, there are youngins that still want to do the media.
Do they call it Rocktober?
They would like to.
Over at Rock
Canyon. Are you
Canyon?
kidding me? I bring up certain things. I brought my buddy Jason Hirsch to speak to him too.
Okay.
I was doing the math. Pretty sure
you
most
did show
of the
and
class.
tell with an ex-big leaguer?
Pretty sure most of the class not alive. Because think about it.
Yeah.
It's 2024. Rocktober was 2007.
2007 never even happened for them.
I don't know who was senior. I don't know what the group, but seriously, probably not a ton of 17-year-olds in there.
Yeah, didn't care.
No, they were alive. They were literally just born when it was happening.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they were
only extended playoff.
Maybe mom and dad were really excited about that.
Well, yeah,
big
maybe
win
that's
over the
why.
Diamondbacks.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's where it showed up.
Did Holiday touch the plate? I don't know, but I know something touched.
Well, I know that. Well, yeah, it did. Yeah, that had to hurt.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah, look, I've only experienced it the one time.
Yeah,
I talked about it with Jerry, with Dan Issel. I brought up, I distinctly remember being in, I guess it was first year of college or whatever, when the Nuggets went on the famous run against Seattle, and feeling the energy through the radio inside McNichols Arena as John Elway yelled Mount Matumbo or whatever the heck he yelled.
Yeah.
There was that kind of palpable. I remember thinking in Coors Field after they got rid of the Phillies, and Todd was out there. Todd hadn't done, but I remember Todd walking out after the sweep of the Phillies. And yeah,
the two arms
that,
in the
that
air.
was the Arizona series, right?
Yeah.
Just Todd was even staring at the crowd, taking I don't think any of us had really experienced that kind of energy in Coors Field. It was unbelievable. It was as loud as a Bronco game, and I'd say that because the Broncos Stadium had 40,000, 30,000 more seats. And you got that kind of noise and enthusiasm.
163 was the single most exciting sporting event I've ever attended in my
it was
life.
incredible. It was incredible.
It was unbelievable.
Well, I mean, didn't you attend the old Nuggets win?
I did.
Something about a little trophy.
No, I did. But Game 5 of that first off, Game 5 was hideous.
That's true.
It was
a rough watch.
It was a rough watch. There was the great fourth quarter. There's no doubt about that. The nerves in the building, but also it was Game 5, and the Nuggets were so much better than the Heat. They were winning the title. Okay, there was no denying it. Series was 3-1, but they had already won 2 in South Beach, full dominance. That's the thing about 163 was the stakes were so damn high as that thing goes to extra innings of you lose, you're finished.
Right.
You're toast. So it was a little bit different. And again, Game 5, I remember Bruce Brown's finish in the paint in the fourth quarter. That was there was a massive explosion when that went down. but like I've never seen a ballpark, and I'm sure most of the listeners right now, honestly, most of them were in the ballpark that night. Like when Holiday was called safe at the plate off the sac fly from Jamie Carroll, I've never heard an eruption like that in my life. Like if anybody is ever just like, Denver's not a baseball town, my behind, okay? I was there for it. I watched these people go absolutely insane. You know, people complain all the time of like, why do you go out to the ballpark and you just sit there and you drink beer and chat with your friends? Because there's nothing worth watching on the damn field.
Right.
That's why. Okay?
Yeah.
Like that's what drives me nuts about this stuff. And again, like I'm pretty locked into playoff baseball right now. I'm pretty excited about it, and one of the thoughts that I have is the reminder, especially in San Diego, of all places, as they're going nuts, and that club is great, and they're about to play the Dodgers. That series is going to be awesome. But man, I'm watching it, and I'm going like, because you can see in the crowd, like, you know, upper deck, last row, seat in the corner, it's filled all the way to there. That's what it looked like. That's what it was like in this town. And yet, and I know I'm just griping for the sake of griping, but I truly am jealous that other towns that are, you know, no more like baseball traditional powerhouses than Denver, they're fired up about this stuff. Why can't we be?
You know why.
I know why.
You know why?
I know why.
Because we're not trying. We don't have a farm system. We've got a manager that, think about this. If we're really going to dig in on this, I mean, you want to be serious about it. I know we got to kind of wrap up the point, but we got a manager that's now got back-to-back 100-loss seasons on his resume. I like the guy. Doesn't matter.
Lame duck.
Doesn't really matter. You've lost back-to-back 100-game seasons, and there is no talk about there's going to be a change or not.
Nah.
Even the national media isn't even curious what you're going to do here right now. That is a problem. So until that changes, until there seems to be some rudder on the ship, all we're going to do is sit here and wish of what we could have.
Put a
just
rudder
like
on
that
a ship.
vet going down the street.
That's me. That's me wishing. I'm over here just being Johnny Wishy. That's all I am today. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We're out here at number 38. That's right. Get a Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey at number 38 for Thursday Night Football tonight. Win some awesome autographed football merchandise from Bill Sports Collectibles and other great prizes. Get a Dew and a Brew Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl hanging out here and telling you a little bit about Colorado Off-Road. So if you're looking for any kind of truck or 4x4 accessories for a vehicle you already have, Colorado Off-Road's the place. If you're thinking about getting a new vehicle, and you know, again, I noticed another new registration plate today. I feel like stuff is going on in the automotive world with the interest rates. I know that the car companies have taken stuff into their own hands as far as buying those down and make it a little bit easier for you to afford. And so maybe you want to, if you're like me anyway, you want to worry about the most affordable monthly payment possible, and that may mean not getting all the goodies on the vehicle or the truck or 4x4 that you're looking at. There's no need to worry about that. You can get it all taken care of over at Colorado Off-Road. Great place to go and get off-road accessories. They're known all around town. That's Jerry and Wendy Jones. They've had this business a long time, coming up on 25 years as I talk to Jerry. And if you need a little help as to what it is that would work best for your truck or 4x4, he'll have a great conversation with you and point you in the right directions. We're talking about things like bed covers, you know, step rails, floor mats, remote starts as we get to the colder time of year. If you're a contractor, you need your trucks upfitted or some work done, he can do that for you. And the plows will be coming here pretty soon. I mean, at some point it's got to snow, right? I guess it's finally a little chillier today, but as plow season draws closer, he can do that for you as well. Colorado Off-Road's located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, that is the order right here at number 38. Plus, we have got some awesome autographed football merchandise from Bill's Sports Collectibles to give away tonight. Thursday Night Football Watch Party, Tampa Bay and Atlanta. A little NFC South in your face this evening. It's all presented to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Grab a Dew and a brew all football season. Real quick on the Bucs. We watched them 2 weeks ago get spanked by the Broncos in their own building. They bounced back in a big way, beat Philly last week. Baker Mayfield, like for its entirety over 4 games, has been wonderful so far this season. They've been really banged up on the defensive side of the ball, but Baker is really putting up nice numbers right now. I saw this. He's right now, after Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels, he's the 3rd highest scoring fantasy quarterback of the season so far.
Baker Mayfield.
Baker F. Mayfield. I don't actually know what his middle name is. But yes, Baker Mayfield has put up those kind of numbers. Here's the question. Are the Bucs actually good, and was that Bronco game the classic overlook a young team blip?
Man, I struggle with the Bucs, honestly.
Yeah.
Here's what I think they are, and I think I even said this after the game happened, so I'm not changing my take here. Yes, I think, they did not take the Broncos seriously. And look, man, the reality is the Steelers are laughing at what the offense was the week before. Okay,
Right.
That got out nationally. The corners are over there chuckling to themselves at how pedestrian and simple the offense seemed to be in its route schemes. So, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that the Bucs got a hold of that, watched the tape, and maybe on a hot day didn't take it as seriously as they should have. Not to mention they were missing Antoine Winfield Jr. They were missing their nose tackle.
Vita Vea.
Vita Vea. I almost said Gerald McCoy, wrong nose tackle. So, yeah, I think there was a little of that going on. I would also say, though, that the Bucs to me are your typical. They're what most of the NFL is. They're your average around. They're good enough to be a couple games above 500 or a couple games below 500.
They're the kind of team that
goes.
their win total could vary anywhere between 10 or 7 and 10.
They're the team that shows you it's ridiculous that the Broncos haven't at least hit the old mediocrity point after 8 years. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Maybe they are. They were 8-9 last year. They're 2-2 right now.
Fair enough.
Maybe that's what the Broncos are.
Right, but I mean,
maybe they're comfortably mediocre.
And maybe they keep that going. But how you didn't get here sooner is just kind of because that's what the league is set up for.
Right.
The league does not want any one market. They don't want a Browns forever. Right? They don't want what the Niners were prior to Shanahan getting there. Mm-hmm. They want everyone taking their turn being good because it's good for business. And for some reason, we just, we've struggled to kind of get that figured out.
Don't get to do that around these parts.
Well, I mean, look, we've been good with
Maybe
our
it's gonna
defense.
happen.
Yeah, hey, man.
Maybe it's going to happen. VJ's got something cooking right now. If you lean into the run game, the NFL is actually rediscovering run games, and at least in the second half last week, Sean Payton showed that he's willing to do some of that. Maybe this is a Broncos team that can give us a week-to-week level of entertainment this year. Because let's be honest, if you win 8 this year, in a season in which your total is 5.5, you're very clearly rebuilding. That's overachieving.
Yeah,
now, you're also screwing your own draft position, but at least on a week-to-week basis, there's something there.
Here's the deal. Do you think Sean Payton will allow it? Here's my thing about Sean Payton. Here's the conundrum that is Sean Payton.
Okay.
Will he ever accept that he truly is a heavy-run team? And I don't know that you have to necessarily be that with Bo Nix, but, I mean, we keep saying it. You can't tickle 30 in throwing attempts.
Right.
Or go north of that.
Right. He was
you
at 25
do have to
last
accept
week.
You've got to dial back some passing attempts. I know you'd love to get back to. We'd all love you to get back to your New Orleans passing proficiency.
It's not what you are.
We're all begging for it. But between the quarterback not being ready and certainly not being as close to Breeze as you've made it out to be, and the supporting cast not being what you had there, the closest thing you probably have to what you had in New Orleans is maybe the offensive line. Mm-hmm. Okay? Maybe the offensive line. I think they're getting better. I think that, if you're willing to run the football, you can probably improve a little bit there. But, I just, again, he's so mad after the game last week. That did not feel like a coach. You didn't give the vibe of the coach who just found a way to get the 10-9 win. 10-9 may suck, but it doesn't suck as much when you're the guy that won the game.
That's a magnificent win last week.
On the road.
Right.
I mean, come
you
on.
beat Aaron Rodgers last week on the road. Exactly.
Right.
It was second straight East Coast game. That's a marvelous victory. I don't care what the score is. I don't care what it looks like. The fact that you were able to come out on top in that game, that your defense put up the goal line stand when they needed to, that your offense put together the touchdown drive when they needed to, the game-winning field goal drive, which was pretty much all off the run game. That was an unbelievable Javonte Williams drive that they put together. Throw a damn parade for that victory. That's a tremendous Broncos win. And it's a game, and we said it the other day, that they lose constantly before the start of this season. Maybe this year's a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe it is a little bit different. Now, some of what they're doing with the blitz, listening to some of the experts, they've got to be a little bit careful of trying to do that. Could be a little bit rough trying to get Mahomes that way, for example. Mahomes usually eats against the blitz, but who knows?
But Aaron Rodgers usually eats against the blitz. He has his entire career. Now, he can't move, but still.
It's gonna be interesting to watch how this goes, because if you want to truly win as many games as possible, there's a way this team's shown you how to do it. But throwing the ball 30 times just isn't it. So.
Right now, these are your top, really I'll call them your top 6 teams in the NFL in rushing attempts so far this year. Number 1, Baltimore. Actually, three-way tie at number 1. Baltimore, New Orleans, and Pittsburgh. Okay, not terribly surprising to see Pittsburgh on there with the way that they like to play and the quarterback that they have. But, like, Lamar Jackson, who, by the way, I should add, Baltimore right now is number 1 in passing DVOA. That is all efficiency because they're not putting up big passing numbers. Like, if any fantasy football owner that has Mark Andrews or, hell, anybody, Zay Flowers, anybody on that Baltimore offense knows, like, they're just not going to give you any volume. They don't throw the ball all that much, but when they do throw the ball, they do it incredibly well. They're at 138 rushes so far. New Orleans at 138 carries so far this year. Some of that is they had 2 blowouts to start the season. Pittsburgh's at $138. That's their identity. Washington's at 134 right now in terms of rushing attempts through the first 4 games on the year. Jaden Daniels has been very efficient, but not massive volume going on there. Green Bay at 130. That's a couple of Malik Willis games in there. Hell, even Detroit's at 129. And that's one of the best passing games in the entire NFL. And they're looking at it and going, let's run the ball. Let's lean into it. Let's win games in that way. This is a different situation right now in the NFL, and yet where's Denver? Scroll down. 103 rushing attempts through the first 4 games of the season. It's just, it should be more. It could be worse. By the way, the Raiders have the lowest total of rushing attempts through the first 4 weeks of the season. But the fact that Denver's middle of the pack with Bo Nix as their quarterback, that I would like to, honestly, I would like to see the passing numbers drop and the rushing numbers increase over this next chunk of games for the Broncos.
But do you think they will?
No, not really.
Because this is the bit of the stretch. Again, it's the bit of the stretch where I think you should be able to get some better passing numbers, I would think.
Yeah, maybe the second half of last week backhanded some sense into Sean Payton.
Maybe.
Best I can do for you is maybe. Do you want the latest weird piece of Raiders news this week?
Yeah, what now, other than half the team is apparently on the injury report?
Antonio Pierce was slapped with an 8-year show cause order because of violations that occurred when he was an assistant coach at Arizona State. Most of the violations were related to what the NCAA referred to as a scheme, I love this, scheme, air quotes, orchestrated by Pierce to circumvent restrictions in place during COVID. Pierce facilitated impermissible recruiting contact with 35 prospects, including tryouts, football facility tours, and entertainment. I wonder what happened with the entertainment. It was also determined he directed an assistant to engage in tampering with a player, enrolled at another school, and traveled out of state to observe and meet with prospects during a recruiting dead period. Quote, in arriving at an 8-year show cause order for Pierce, the panel emphasized his role as the ringleader in orchestrating the recruiting violations, close quote. That's kind of flattering to be called a ringleader. Yeah, pretty good time to jump and get an NFL gig, huh? Jim Harbaugh's like, hey, game recognizes game. That's
Yeah.
not bad.
Nice timing, guy.
Somewhere Pete Carroll is getting in on that,
Going,
on that group
done that
text.
move.
Yeah, get the hell out of college football. Antonio Pierce can't go back for at least the next 8 years. So hang on to that NFL job. Spoiler alert, Antonio Pierce will not be the Raiders head coach in 8 years. I don't even know if he'll be the Raiders head coach in 2 years.
I was about to say 8 years. I mean, I would say 8 games, but there's no way Mark Davis is paying. Did he get out of paying McDaniels, by the way? Do we know?
That's a great question.
Because wasn't that kind of the hang-up as to why McDaniels hung around as long as he did?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Mark had to those TV checks are pretty good. They can eventually afford to swing it. Yeah. I bet McDaniels is getting his. Because they had to fire him.
I know. They had no choice.
He fired
But this
somebody
isn't
to get
going
paid.
so well either.
2-2.
Here's what I absolutely hate. This has felt like too many Raider weeks before.
Okay.
This feels like the guaranteed Bronco win.
Sure.
Bisaccia, I can't get over the Bisaccia one. Because, again, the Bisaccia, the hiring of having to put Bisaccia in there came absolutely out of nowhere. John Gruden's emails get leaked, boom, he's gone.
Right.
I mean, at least, like, if Antonio Pierce were to get fired in a month, the way this has gone the last week or two,
I can't imagine.
No, he won't. But my
Right,
point to the conversation is, it wouldn't shock you.
Yeah.
This is not going well.
Right.
The best player hates him.
Right.
He's liking posts. This seems all like not coach behavior. Not shocking. Again, when John Gruden was dismissed of his duties, they were rolling.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's just out. And nobody saw it coming.
Right.
And the Broncos still couldn't get a freaking win over them that week. Was that the last Vic Fangio year? Because that wasn't Haxie, right?
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Because McDaniels had what, 2 or 3 years? 2 or 3 years before he got let go?
Yeah. Devontae Adams, like outside of the Baltimore game, and you could be like, well, it's Gardner Minshew. What kind of passing game do they have? It's not like he's put up massive numbers so far this season. He's had an okay season. He has a touchdown through the first 3 games. He's 32 years of age. He clearly doesn't want to be there. Like, I get why teams are in heavy pursuit of Devontae Adams right now. You know, there's a lot of places you think about it. Like, if he goes to Washington, it can be, you know, wide receiver 2 with Terry McLaurin on the other side. Like, that's a good situation for them. If he can go to the Jets and be, you know, the complement to Garrett Wilson from the other side. I get why these teams are asking about it right now, but like, and I know there's a gravity that comes with a player that great being out on the field. I don't know how much Devontae Adams being out of this game helps the Broncos.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I say it in this way.
They've got this injury report where I don't know who's playing. They may be playing the preseason Raiders.
Yeah,
Sunday.
Yeah, no, they're extremely banged up, and yet I just keep coming back to it and just going, oh man, this doesn't set up well. I'm with you. This feels like a game the Broncos should win by a touchdown at home.
Yes.
It feels like it.
It should be the perfect game to celebrate that 77 team.
Yep.
You're in the throwbacks. You see they're going old throwback field painting, too.
I saw that.
They're going to do that.
It's pretty nice. Yeah. No, I like the throwback uniforms, all that. Vibes should be good, 2-2 team. You're finally back home in front of your crowd.
You're finally wearing orange.
Exactly. They should smack the Raiders, which gives me no confidence whatsoever
because
that they're going to.
That's been the last 5 years of this team.
Right.
Now, in fairness, it's not all been Sean Payton.
No.
But, you know,
it's not his hump.
But again, they had this group had a crack at Antonio Pierce, interim coach last year, with who was playing quarterback. Was that Aiden O'Connell that found a way to take down the Broncos last game of the year?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So yeah, that guy can't move. Minshew last week, 14-24 for $130. They did run it 29 times for 152, and that's against a pretty good Cleveland defense. Alexander Mattison and Zamir White combined to go for $110 in that game. You know, Zamir White hasn't been good with the bigger volume of carries so far this season, but, you know, if you're the Raiders, you lose Devontae. they still have some talent on their offensive line. Like their game plan should just be real simple of just you double tight this thing. Brock Bowers is going to be your most explosive weapon in the pass catching game, and then you run the hell out of the ball. That's got to be the Raiders' game plan right here because of what we've seen. If you're dropping back to throw the ball too much, Vance Joseph is going to tee off on you.
Yeah. See, I could see this being another defensive game.
Yeah.
I'm curious about Max Crosby. We didn't get any real update on Crosby, right? If Crosby plays, that's going to be a problem.
He claims he's playing.
Right.
But also, he's a guy that's going to claim that he's playing every single
I was going
week.
to say, why would you give them any heads up? You don't have to plan
for me. And somebody would have to double check this, obviously. He said last week was the first game he's ever missed.
He might be right. I don't know. You're right.
Who am I to doubt?
He's never missed a Bronco game. I know that. He's always a problem when he's in there.
He's always quite noticeable. Yeah, this right now, if you're too confident in the Broncos right now, it feels foolhardy. Now, I say all of that, and the Broncos could go out and do to the Raiders what they did to Tampa Bay. Who knows? Okay? The funny thing about the NFL, but the better you feel about a game, then that's the situation where I step back and I go, oh, man, this thing's going to be a squeaker, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to come down
Maybe
to the
it won't
fourth quarter.
be. Look, maybe for once it just won't be. I certainly would take it, like you said.
Sure. Does it ever happen that way, though?
Well, with the balance of what we've seen offensively, why would you feel like anything's going to be easy?
Yep.
My simple question.
Yep. You shouldn't. It's the Denver Broncos. We're live out here at number 38. Andy, I saw a great story about a Serbian reporter covering Nikola Jokic, and there's a part of this story that you will find very near and dear to your heart because I did as well. We'll tell you all about that coming up next with the Nuggets in Abu Dhabi. We're live at number 38. Frank Schwab of Yahoo coming up at 4. Nick Kosmider at 4:20. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Irish punk rock. Perfect mix with Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey. Get one out here at number 38 today, a Tullamore Dew and a beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew. Stop by and see us. We have Andy Lindahl. We have 5 pairs of tickets to give away today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show to see Boston's own the Dropkick Murphys coming up Tuesday night at the Fillmore Auditorium. I want to give away a couple of pairs of tickets to that show right now. We'll give away 2 pairs on this question. We're going to do a little Dropkick Murphys trivia.
We got a guy that texts all the time named Murph.
Maybe
It's
Murph.
close. We got that's a Murphy.
Perhaps Murph can win.
Murph isn't short for anything other than Murphy, right?
We're rooting for you.
There's no like Murph Estanza or something.
Murph Stradamus.
We're going to do this a minute. Just give him the question. Just give him the question.
Murpholomew.
Murph What's the question?
Here we go. 303-504-0925. You want to text your answer in to the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets on this very question. This is for a chance to see the Dropkick Murphys Tuesday night at the Fillmore Auditorium on Colfax. Beautiful venue right here in the heart of Denver, Colorado. Dropkick Murphys trivia. Andy, 2-time National League MVP, hit 398 career home runs. Absolutely none of them came as a member of the Colorado Rockies. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text the answer in. Name that player. Again, 2-time National League MVP, 398 career home runs. None of them came in purple pinstripes. 303-504-0925. Text the answer in right now. 2 lucky listeners that text in the correct answer will win a pair of tickets to see the Dropkick Murphys Tuesday night at the Fillmore Auditorium. Think you got this one?
Oh, I do.
You feel good about this one?
I will tell you.
Yeah.
The theme of the game is key.
It is quite key.
That is your best hint.
Quite key.
Right?
Yes.
Because I was like, who in the heck is he talking? Although someone did guess Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant has found a way to hit a home run or 2.
He's hit 17 in a Rockies uniform.
So he doesn't count.
Yes.
Remember the name of the game.
Yes.
Remember the band you're going to see, and that might clue you in.
There you go, everybody. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now to the Shop Mazda text line. That's to see the Dropkick Murphys Tuesday night at the Fillmore Auditorium. We'll give away a pair of tickets on this question. Okay. So the Nuggets are over in Abu Dhabi, right?
Riding camels.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
It looked like, and it was funny, they asked Jokic, I think this was from the Nuggets X handle.
Okay.
Have you ever been on a camel? He goes, I don't even ride horses. People mistake that I ride the cart behind him.
Right.
But
He sits on the buggy.
He doesn't swing the big 7-foot leg over and then drag the feet as he tries to ride a horse. That'd probably look pretty funny.
Have you ever ridden a camel before?
No, but I've heard, aren't they? I did notice they had the mouths wrapped because they can bite and they spit and all that.
Yeah, they're not very nice.
I've heard they're not friendly. They don't seem to enjoy their work. There's Sean Payton's of
they're just like
service animals.
It's hot out here.
Yeah.
That's all they can think.
So, and then it was funny because Russell Westbrook, each guy was on the second seat, it looked like, of these things. Did you notice that? I wonder if it's just because of their size that they had to sit a little farther back. But yeah, Russell Westbrook looking on steady. Peyton Watson laughed and said he was going to add that to his resume as camel rider now, or
camel jockey
or something that he put on there.
They race camels, right?
I would assume.
I bet Jokic could get in on that.
What don't they race?
Get into camel breeding? It's a great question.
Wolves?
In Matt Paradis' hometown in Idaho, they used to race porcupines.
What?
That was what the town was known for.
I do think I remember that now. I talked to him about it once.
Yeah. I watched a video of it, and I talked to Paradis about it. They would hold giant Rubbermaid plastic garbage cans, and as long as you kind of held one of those between you and the porcupine, and you could sort of guide it in the right direction, then the porcupine would eventually get to the finish line. But they're not natural sprinters.
Now they're looking to poke you with the quills.
Yeah,
or do they? It's not like they're
they're just confused,
pulling one out and trying to
more than anything else. They're just confused. So they're over in Abu Dhabi. Yesterday was media day. okay, for the Nuggets and the Celtics. And they're doing according to Bennett Durando's piece in the Post, they're doing the amount of media that are there to cover this thing. This is 2 preseason exhibition, don't count for anything games, is just absolutely massive. Like the amount of both Asian and European media that is there to cover the NBA, this is sort of their one crack to be able to talk to these guys. So Bennett tells the story of a Serbian reporter by the name of Nikola Stojkovic, okay? And he works for an outlet called Mozart Sport in Serbia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not, but it looks like Mozart. And he was in Paris for the Olympic Games. He covered Team Serbia all the way through. I didn't realize this. Jokic never spoke to the media. He did not talk to reporters all through the Olympic run.
Really?
Yeah. So he just there was no requirement for it. Jokic was like, I'm cool. I don't need to deal with any of that. And so nobody had a chance to be able to talk to him over there. So this dude, Nikola Stojkovic, he needs to talk to Jokic. He's a Serbian reporter. Nikola's the biggest thing in their country. So he flies to Abu Dhabi, which is, air quotes, close to Serbia. It's a 5-hour flight, okay? But that's close enough.
Closer than
It's closer to
Denver.
Denver. Exactly. Exactly. So he's over there. And Bennett tells a very relatable story here. Nikola Stojkovic is in the scrum to talk to Jokic. The biggest scrum of any Nuggets player, obviously. Again, there's a ton of European media there. And he was getting elbowed. Somebody was trying to elbow him out of there. He said, here's his quote. This is from the Denver Post. I had one guy who was, holding his phone, his microphone, and he was like jabbing me with his elbow. I was like, man, what are you doing? And he was like, move. I stood here first. Okay, I can maybe turn myself so you can get a little bit closer, but don't jab me like that. Apparently, the Stojkovic dude, the Serbian reporter, big fella. As Bennett put it, he'd be running at power forward if there was a pickup game for the local media.
Right.
Big fella. And so he had to get position and box out, but he kept his position, and he managed to ask 3 questions to Nikola Jokic, and he got one of the most fascinating quotes of the entire thing from Jokic. Did you hear what he said about the loss to Team USA?
No.
Nikola Jokic, quote, probably the biggest defeat of my career. We had a big chance. In the end, they beat us. People from the stands will probably see it as a normal defeat, but for those who played it, it was certainly one of the toughest defeats in our careers, close quote.
Okay.
They led that game for 3 quarters.
They did.
They had a substantial lead going to the 4th. They got blown out in the 4th because Steph and Embiid went off.
But they would have needed Nikola to play the whole game.
Yes,
because we saw the plus-minus.
Right. Well, that was in the round robin game. This was the medal game.
Oh, okay.
That he's talking about.
Okay.
Biggest defeat of his career. It makes perfect sense to me. It really does. I understand why, for him personally, that would have been worse than Game 7 against Minnesota. Now, everyone in Denver is like, you blew a 20-point fourth quarter lead.
Yeah, but I got to be
bad.
honest with you. When you gave me the quote, I didn't think back to the Minnesota thing because, again, it was the semis. Now, had he said a gold medal game was the biggest defeat or
this was
an
to go to the gold
Olympic
medal
loss,
game.
A medal round.
Same round. I mean, it was the semifinals.
But just saying that's the biggest. It's not like they've lost a Game 7 to lose a championship. You know what I'm saying?
True.
God,
Game 7 though, 20.4.
Yeah, but again, I know.
Oh, it's brutal.
See, I feel like I'm setting up to stand on the other side of this. Scotty certainly doesn't agree with me, and I don't know. I think you're mixed about it, but I'm telling you, Jamal Murray was not healthy. I think he proved it when he got to the Olympics. So I don't feel like they lost a chance at a trophy because I just don't think they would have been able to put it all together healthy enough. You know, KCP was a little funky with his ankle too. It would have been nice to move on. It certainly would have been nice not to blow a 20-point lead to your rival.
They'd already beaten Boston twice.
But it took everything they had. And if Jamal's
maybe
not
Dallas
Jamal,
gets him. Maybe Dallas
someone
gets him.
has to convince me that Jamal was going to be Jamal again, though. He didn't shoot well the whole playoff.
I will say this. I don't think it was nothing was guaranteed at all. If they win that Game 7, it's not like fait accompli. They were just going to go win an NBA championship. But I think they would have had a shot.
Fair enough.
I would have given him a good puncher's chance with the best player in the world.
But see, Nate, it's like, to me, the Broncos choking it against the Steelers in 05 when Mike Shanahan owns Mike Holmgren.
Yeah.
You know, and you're playing a very just kind of all right Seattle team. Yeah, that to me is more crushing. People are convinced. I have this argument all the time. People are convinced 2012 would have won the Super Bowl, despite the fact you couldn't hunt down barely moving Joe Flacco, but you were going to go handle Colin Kaepernick and all. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I just feel like this Nuggets loss.
That Ravens team was
is akin to that.
mediocre, though. Oh,
Okay, but the Niners team,
Matched up,
again,
got 'em
you
that
couldn't
day.
beat the mediocre Ravens team, but
Got
you were
'em
going to
that
handle the Niners? I'm just saying.
I still think 2012 would have won the Super Bowl. That's one of those things I hang on to. That team was good.
You guys go ahead.
That team was complete.
You go ahead.
Can't prove me wrong. That's the best
Yeah,
thing about
we'll
that
never
take.
know. That's the one thing. We will
That's
never
right.
know.
We're out here at number 38. I just also laughed about getting elbowed in the media scrum.
I was waiting for you to tell me who was it.
We don't know.
I
Some
thought
camera guy.
that was going to be the payoff.
Some
I thought you
camera
were going
guy.
to tell me that it was like Nicola's brother or something. There was some fun connection.
Just some camera guys
It's
elbowing
just some dude.
Serbian's like, I got to get my questions in, okay?
Was it an American camera guy?
I have no idea.
Has anybody gone with them? Did any of the TV stations send media?
Was it that one smelly guy that used to work here
Well,
in Denver?
Oof. Oh.
I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Well, I think we all got our complaints finally heard. Please, we are in closed quarters. Do you mind bathing?
We're going to talk to Frank Schwab, national NFL pundit for Yahoo Sports. Get his take on the Broncos start. That's coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. 16-plus years of innovation in the production and service of e-bikes sets Rad Power Bikes apart. It's why they are the undisputed industry leader. Rad Power Bikes. They've been in Denver now for 3 years. They have a service and showroom over at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yard. Stop by because you can test ride any Rad Power bike in the line. And these guys are going to help you out. They're going to get you set up with the right e-bike for you. Rad Power Bikes are built for everyday use. So if you need it for commuting purposes or if you need it for hauling purposes, Rad Power Bikes are perfect for you. You can replace your expensive car, ditch your car insurance, everything else. And you know what you get? You get an extremely fun e-bike. So stop by Rad Power Bikes at 3863 Steel Street. You can test ride any bike in the line, and they're so affordable, guys. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it even more affordable. Go to AltitudeSportsRadio.com and find out how you can win a Radster Trail e-bike. That's Rad Power Bikes. It's hour number 2. We're out here at number 38 for Thursday Night Football, Tampa Bay and Atlanta. Let's talk some football right now. This is unbelievable, by the way. Our next guest, he's just a local schmo, and yet the guy's got his own PR staff booking his radio interviews right now.
Right.
Unreal.
Right. I know, big time.
Exactly.
Far from when he had a quote at his desk that said, "Can't do suck, can't really do."
I'm
from
getting
Clinton Portis.
I'm getting emails from PR people being like, "Would you like the opportunity to talk to this brilliant NFL mind?" All right, let's find out how brilliant it is. Here he goes. Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports joins us right now on Crackman and Lindahl. Hi, Frank. How are you?
You know, I mean, here's the thing. The tables have turned because I was going to come on and wonder why you guys were booking me through the PR guy. I'm like, these guys have known me 20 years. Why didn't they just text me? I did not realize he reached out. And the funniest part, so I get the, hey, and also these two guys might want to talk to you about the Milwaukee Brewers because they heard you're a fan. And I'm like, yeah, they're probably because they heard me talk about baseball nonstop in the Broncos media room for years and years and years. So I was totally confused why neither of you guys just texted me like usual, but
no, it's
anyway,
more fun this way,
good talking to
Frank.
you
No, I
fellas,
like
for sure.
I like that you have people and our people have to talk to your people, okay? That's all of our
my
egos
goodness,
need that jolt,
yeah.
okay?
Frank, you're not the first
Yeah.
one to put up a barrier between us. I mean, it's fine. It's all right, guy. You means you made it.
Go through the people.
Yeah,
All right,
go
Frank.
through my people, please. Yes.
Yes,
That's how-
your people, by the way, were very accommodating. They were absolutely lovely. So,
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
Frank, let's start here. You wrote an interesting note in your power rankings this week. It's hard for cornerbacks to win Defensive Player of the Year, but Pat Surtain is playing at a special level, shadowing number 1 receivers and erasing them from games. We know it's almost always a pass rush award. Fred Warner very well could be on his way to winning that award so far this season. It's we know it's tough for corners, but it's Stephon Gilmore did it. If the Broncos defense continues to do what it is doing, does Surtain have a puncher's chance?
I don't think so, but I think he should, and I'll be happy to start the campaign because he's been awesome. Like you guys have seen it, we've seen it. He just takes the opponent's number 1 guy out of the game. It's just not a part of the game anymore. This is some Revis Island, or to bring it local, some Champ Bailey stuff going on where the other 10 Denver Broncos defensive players don't have to worry about their number 1 receiver, whether it be Mike Evans, Garrett Wilson, whoever it's going to be. Surtain is playing at that level of, and we hear the term all the time of lockdown corner. Yeah, it really doesn't happen that often, honestly. This guy's a lockdown corner, and I think T.J. Watt is probably going to, he's the favorite right now and all that, and Aiden Hutchinson has a bunch of sacks. And there's formulas for voters. It's the MVP goes to the quarterback on a number 1 seed, and Defensive Player of the Year goes to the guy who has 15 or more sacks. But I think the best defensive player I have seen through 4 weeks is Patrick Surtain, and as you kind of alluded to, this Broncos defense has been awesome the past few weeks. Well, somebody's got to get credit for that, and if this Broncos defense plays at this level for the rest of the season or even most of it, I think at some point you have to point to the guy who's the best player on that defense, and there's just no question who that is.
Can they continue to live this? I mean, Frank, you know the plight of this team, and you were in the middle of it during some fun years, but it's interesting because I keep waiting for the Sean Payton effect to show up on the offense. And it just feels like it's been a little bit of a struggle. Now, I realize he's working with a young quarterback in Bo Nix, but, a lot of stuff has been just throwing it outside, throwing it short, all that kind of stuff. Can they continue to be this good with this offense performing this way? Because at some point I'm worried that fatigue is just going to set in for this D again, Frank.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem. It is hard to live this way in the NFL, but some growing pains were to be expected. At the end of the day, Bo Nix, and I like the fit with him and Peyton. I think Peyton's an excellent coach, and he's going to get the most out of this team and that player that he can. But at the end of the day, he was the 6th quarterback taken in his rookie class, and asking him to be the day 1 starter and perform at a high level is just unrealistic. I think he's going to be quite fine by year 2, year 3, all that. But as a rookie, this was expected. The growing pains of this offense Nothing has been out of the ordinary. The defense has kept them in games. They're 500 right now. Could they continue? Could they be I know Broncos fans would rather be in the playoffs for sure after this drought, but could they be a 7, 8, 9 win type of team if everything breaks right? Yeah, they could for sure. And they've already, beat 2 pretty good teams on the road already, but I just think it's unrealistic to think that somehow the offense is going to click very soon and this team's going to go on and win 11, 12 games. I just don't see that happening. I don't see them making the playoffs this year. But if you can come out of this season with the belief that you got the right guy quarterback, Sean Payton's a little bit more energized. The defense obviously going to be good. We'll see if that's sticky from year to year. I think that's a successful year for the Denver Broncos. I know there's impatience because of this drought and how bad it's been the last 8 seasons or however many it's been since Payton retired. But it's a process right now. It's a building process, and the Broncos are just still really on the ground floor of that.
Talking to our buddy Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Frank, this is the first chance we've had to talk to you this season. What about just the bigger picture direction of this thing? When you were covering the Broncos, day to day, it was the Mike Shanahan operation. It was the Bolin operation. It's a very different – everything is changed. The uniforms are different. The owners are different. The coach is extremely different. There's a new rookie quarterback here that was drafted in the first round. When you just talk about the general direction that this thing is going right now with the Broncos, do you like it? Do you think that this thing is right now on the right trajectory back to being a decent NFL operation?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, looking at the picture, you go back to last year, the coaching search was sloppy. It was really uncomfortable and awkward, and then it just had to be like, okay, we need to dig ourselves out of this hole, whatever it takes to get Sean Payton. They got him. He's a really, really good coach. He might be in the Hall of Fame someday. And then the quarterback situation. Well, they keep saying they, had Bo Nix was their guy all along. Well, if that's true, then there should be some fruit out of this, right? So I think the direction's fine. Yeah, look, the Houston Texans were the most dysfunctional franchise in the NFL and maybe all of sports about, I don't know, what was that, 19 months ago or whatever? And then you hire a guy, DeMeco Ryans is a fantastic head coach and just nail the quarterback. And now they're a Super Bowl contender. So it can change very fast, and I think it will. I don't think it's changing that fast for the Broncos. I don't think Bo Nix is C.J. Stroud, but I like the direction. I think they're finally pushing to something positive. It's not signing Case Keenum, trying to get that together. It's not missing on some coaching hires. I like the coach. I like the quarterback. They have a superstar in Patrick Surtain. So there are some building blocks here, and it's just going to take some time. Look, the Russ thing set them back. Like, I know Broncos fans want to deny that. Oh, it didn't matter. All national pundits say the Broncos are terrible because of the cap space on blah, blah, blah. No, that is a factor. There are a ton of draft picks given up. There's a ton of cap space eaten up by Russ, and it's going to take some time to recover from that. But I think the building blocks are there where it might not happen this year that it's a playoffs. It might not even happen next year that there's a playoff team. But at least I can look at it anyway. I think most Broncos fans do, and say for the first time in a pretty long time, it seems like this thing's going in the right direction.
Why do you like Sean Payton?
I just think his track record is excellent. And I know he's gotten some criticism for his offense, but I just think he's working with a quarterback who probably shouldn't be starting right now. On most NFL teams, I think he'd be sitting and learning. He'd be Drake May. He'd be Michael Penix. And I know that, some people get on him for, there's no free snap motion and this and that. This is a guy who year after year after year with the Saints, and I get Drew Brees, yes, awesome quarterback. He was turning out fantastic offenses, and I think he's a great football coach. I really do. I think he was as good as the Denver Broncos could have done in that search last year. I don't think the game has passed him by or anything like that. I just think he came into a situation where, they handled it very clumsily with Russell Wilson, where he clearly didn't. He never wanted that thing to work. He was just out so quickly on that. But now it's kind of, you give him a little bit of time, get his own people in there, get a quarterback who he can mold and be in his image, and I think it's going to be just fine. His track record is really, really good. Like I said, depending on how this Denver
But it's
thing
with
goes,
Drew Brees. It's been nothing but crap since he benched. It's been a crap offense to watch since he got rid of Wilson. And we're now 6 games deep.
Yes, but I just think there's there were too many preseason expectations of Bo Nix.
But he set him. He's the one that set him,
exactly.
Frank. He's the one that wouldn't shut up about it.
But this was one half of football in preseason. It's like, okay, that's just not realistic to think this guy's going to be a Cadillac in week 1 of the NFL season. I think maybe he knew that. Maybe he got a little over his skis. But I do ultimately think, yes, Drew Brees was a great quarterback. I love Drew Brees. But he got the most out of Drew Brees, too. He took a guy who was 5'11" and didn't really have great success with it, turned him into one of the top quarterbacks of all time. Peyton had a lot to do with that. Brees had a lot to do with Peyton, too. It was a great marriage. And I think in the happy, best-case scenario for the Broncos, he does something similar with Bo Nix.
He's Mike Shanahan's all-time favorite NFL reporter. He is Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports. Read Yahoo Sports. Read Frank's coverage. Great betting stuff. He's got the power rankings every single week. Check it out. By the way, who do you like tonight, Frank?
The Milwaukee Brewers. Can I say that? Because that's the game I'm going to be paying attention to. Don't tell my bosses or our PR guy, but I actually like the Buccaneers. I think the Buccaneers are by far the better team, and the wrong team's favorite tonight.
There it is, everybody. Frank, beautiful work as always, buddy. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, just hit up my people anytime you need me. You know, I mean,
we will go.
Yeah, we'll hit up
people.
your people because it's more fun.
Yeah, no, Frank, go ahead and staff it out, Frank. It's fine. Thanks, Frank.
Appreciate it, fellas.
All right, that's our buddy Frank Schwab right there.
Does he have a mahogany desk now, too?
He does, yes.
Bunch of leather books that he doesn't know even what they are.
Frank's way too good for us now.
Nice bookshelf.
All right, we ready to give away some Dropkick Murphys tickets? Spring, who are our 2 winners here on Dropkick Murphys trivia? Get it? Who was it?
First 2 winners were Corey Hansen and Dave Ott.
Corey Hansen. He's the less heralded Hansen brother for you right there. And Dave Ott.
Boy, what do you have to do to get kicked out of the family band?
It's tough.
Weren't they all Hansons?
That's.
Or are you thinking maybe more?
Could be the hockey Hansen brothers. Could be the music Hansen brothers. Pick your favorite Hansen brother.
I mean, at least there's only 3 to a line, so that makes sense if you get kicked off that.
Yeah, Corey Hansen, just a terrible keyboard player. Sorry, you don't get to stay in the band. All right, the correct answer, Andy, 398 career home runs, 2-time National League MVP, didn't hit a single home run in a Rockies uniform.
Dale, don't call me Dropkick Murphy.
Yeah, that's right, Dale Murphy, everybody.
Could he have been a Dropkick Murphy?
How
many Murphys are actually in the Dropkick?
More like strikeout Murphy.
Whoa, hey.
At least when he played for the Rocks. He was a great Brave.
He was way late in the career.
Yeah. By the way, here's like a really fun thing on Dale Murphy. He's like a total indie rock dork.
Really?
Yes. He still lives in Atlanta, like he's bros with REM. He's just like he loves indie rock. He's like into like
Dashboard Confessional.
I'm trying to think of like who.
One from the Day.
No, it was Panic at the Disco. I think it was Panic at the Disco.
All
he was hanging out with. But there was a great feature on him on ESPN the magazine a number of years ago. And like his kid got into guitar, and Dale Murphy was just like, "All right, let's go to shows."
I got nothing to do.
Dale Murphy's cool. Who knew it? Yeah.
Good for Dale Murphy.
Old cool dad.
Dale Murphy.
So there you go. Dale Murphy. Congratulations, Corey and Dave. They're going to the Dropkick Murphys show. We'll have more Dropkick Murphys trivia for you. But up next, Nick Kosminer joins us, talk about the latest on the Broncos going into this Raider matchup. Good stuff with Frank Schwab. Keep it here. Let's get right to our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic out covering the Broncos this week as they get set for the Raiders, a showdown of a couple of 2-2 old AFC West rivals. Nick joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Nick, why might this game be Sean Payton's most important game as a Broncos coach against the Raiders?
Because they have to end this streak that really, when you look at it, makes no sense, right? Like usually when you have a team that dominates a division rival over the course of 4 or 5 years, it's usually because the team that's doing the dominating is just winning games in general. I mean, it makes sense to lose 16 games in a row to the Chiefs when that streak encompasses seasons in which they won 3 Super Bowls and made a 4th. The Raiders, if you take away their wins against the Broncos since the start of 2020, they're 24-36. So it's just this team that is not very good and yet has had your number perpetually. And you throw that in terms of where it is in the season. The Broncos enter October at 2-2, as you mentioned off the top. They got 3 of their next 4 games at home, all winnable games. And so if you want to do anything with this season, if you want to be, ahead of schedule, so to speak, with whatever this rebuild is, you got to win this game. And I think if you want to show growth in terms of just being able to handle business that you're supposed to handle, this is that kind of game for Sean Payton and the Broncos.
Yeah, Nick, in my mind, and, I know I'll go off reputation. We all know how tough the first 4 defenses they were facing were on this schedule, right? So you try to forgive. I mean, still, some of the offense was uglier than I expected, but nonetheless, you found a way to be 500 when it was done, so tip of the cap to you. This next 4, this stretch of 4 with Carolina in there. Now, I think the New Orleans defense is pretty good, and they'll be on the road, so we'll see what happens there. But the Raiders feel like half their dudes aren't going to play, and as you laid out, they're in a little bit of turmoil. I don't know how much healthier the Chargers are going to be, although they'll have the bye week, I think, this week. But this next 4, show me some offensive growth. Don't need 28 to 35 points, but let's start getting 21 a little easier, right? Isn't this?
Yeah.
Is it fair to expect more from the offense over the next 4 games?
No, I don't think so. And look, I wish that we had a game because look, you can't throw everything out from Sunday, but the more players you talk to this week, the more you kind of like just try to get a sense of exactly what it was like on that field. It was just kind of a weather situation that really impacted Knicks and the offense probably more than they anticipated. I would have liked to have seen them be able to have something closer to resembling like normal playing conditions to see how they responded off Tampa Bay, which, while it's certainly not a perfect offensive performance, was one that showed you some growth, certainly over the first 2 games of the season. So I'm with you, Andy. They need to show that they've taken a significant step forward or a step forward from what they were doing early this season. Because, look, this is a Raiders defense that it's had its injury issues. Passing-wise, they're, bottom third of the league in terms of most defensive passing metrics. You're at home. The weather should be good. Like, this should be a perfect opportunity for Bo Nix to start getting some confidence, to get a little bit of a rhythm, to build on some of the stuff that they did in the second half on Sunday. If you don't gain from here, that's again, it's going to be an issue because after this, the schedule gets a lot more difficult. Baltimore, Kansas City, back-to-back to start November. This is where you have to make some hay.
Talking to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. They're making the hay on defense. We know that, Nick. Is a top 5 unit in the league right now by damn near every single metric that you can find. Okay, Vance Joseph is doing it by sending the house an awful lot and being awfully creative while he does it. The question here is playing this aggressively, which is what VJ wants to do. How sustainable is it?
Well, I think it's sustainable for right now because of how well they're playing in the secondary. I really think that, like, Riley Moss has allowed them to play a lot more comfortable one-on-one coverage that is allowing them to be able to be more aggressive. They're blitzing at, to your point, Nate, the highest rate in the league right now, and that's because they don't have a big weakness in the secondary, and that's been a change over the last few years. So I think what's interesting about this defense is they're doing it at every level right now. They have the best defensive rush success metric in the league right now. So they're stopping the run. If you take away that third quarter for Kenneth Walker in Seattle, this team has been dynamite against the running game, and you add that to the fact that you have this kind of, while not any superstar pass rushers, you have a lot of guys that are able to win one-on-one matchups that you're creating more consistently because you have more depth alongside that defensive front. So to me, this defense is unique to some of the other good Broncos defenses during this kind of losing stretch because it's so complementary. They're doing it in a lot of different ways, and that's allowing Vance Joseph to push a lot of different buttons right now. So I don't think it's smoke and mirrors. I think they have a formula that's allowing them to really play complementary defensive football right now.
Yeah, good call on the Riley Moss competence, I guess is really what we'll call it. But he's played really, really well. He's had some flags, but that's the cost of doing business. We were just talking about this with our buddy Frank Schwab. Is there any prayer that Patrick Surtain could get any love in the Defensive Player of the Year race this year? I mean, he's 66-1 right now. When you look at the odds, what's crazy about it is Xavier McKinney, and I know he's putting up numbers, but that's another DB that's higher up on the list right now than Patrick Surtain, who I think is the best defensive back in football, and I don't even really know how debatable it is. Nick, what would the Broncos defense have to do this year for Surtain to possibly start to climb that chart?
Well, first of all, I'm going to have a word with Spring, making me go after Schwab. That's like setting Mariano Rivera to set up and then Sean Chacon to close when you got both those guys.
Sean Chacon. Wow.
I think that Pat Surtain would have to come up with like 3 or 4 interceptions. Like that's part of it that has to come with it. And the thing about his dominance right now is Frank hit it on the head. I was listening to that earlier, is that when you erase a guy and you literally tell a quarterback he can't throw to his best option, that sucks for that offense, but he's not going to try to do it. And so Pat Surtain simply doesn't get a lot of opportunities to intercept passes because he's blanketing these top receivers so well. And so, again, you have to have those counting stats ultimately to win an award like Defensive Player of the Year. I do think he'll probably end up with a couple of interceptions this year because he's playing that well, and he'll get a couple bounces to go his way, and teams will ultimately get into a situation where they have to target him. But I think that just because of the counting stats and all those sorts of things, I don't love his chances. But man, he's going to be at this rate a unanimous first-team All-Pro for the second time in 4 years. That's a pretty good start to a career.
Here's a counter, though, to that, all right? And you're right about that. Counting stats absolutely do matter. Here are counting stats that you can use, though. Everybody that's going to be voting for Defensive Player of the Year, they play fantasy football, right? They're all aware of this. I mean, right now, one of the go-to pieces of fantasy football advice that I hear pundits giving out every single week is don't play your number one wide receiver when they go up against Denver. And you go through the track record. DK didn't do anything. Pickens didn't do anything.
Wilson didn't do anything.
Evans didn't do anything. Garrett Wilson had 2 catches. He had 5 catches total, but 2 when he was going up against Surtain last week. Like, maybe this is the zig to the zag that you need. Like, okay, you don't necessarily have the counting stats, but there are numbers that can be cited for his dominance.
He's like the anti-fantasy hero, right? Like he's making your fantasy football afternoon suck, and that's a good reason to be. I mean, it really is incredible. And again, I just think the fact that they've been able to complement it so well, like that the Broncos are really high on what Riley Moss is doing. It's not been perfect. He's gonna get beat here and there, but they have not been beat deep this season. They're keeping everything in front of them. He sticks his nose in there as a tackler in a way that I think has been really impressive for the staff. So again, they just have a complement right now it's allowing Surtain's dominance to be even more, I think, obvious than it has been in past seasons because they have those weaknesses. Teams could still attack elsewhere pretty easily, and you say, okay, well, how much of a big deal is it? Well, now you're seeing how big a deal of it is because he's taking the best receiver out of the game, and then it's no picnic for whoever else you're targeting either.
Do they have an interesting decision when McGlinchey is healthy? Because Palczewski's playing pretty darn good, it seems, Nick. I mean, is it going to be tough to take that guy off the field?
Well, I think at the very least what it does is probably give McGlinchey the full time he needs to recover from that MCL. I talked to a physician after that injury, that can tend to be closer to a 6-week injury than a 4-week injury. I know he's put on IR. He's going to be eligible to come back, correct me if I'm wrong, going into the New Orleans game. But it's a situation where he can have that time because you feel pretty comfortable with the way Palczewski's playing. It also, I think his success has come with an overall, the offensive line has just been a lot better in general the last 2 games, both in pass protection and in run blocking. It's a group that was really, I think, had a look in the mirror moment after the game against Pittsburgh and said that, hey, we need to be better. Quinn Miner's got a game ball for his performance against the Jets. He's really turned it around the last 2 weeks. So it's an interesting question, and it's one of those things where if they fully get it going, you got to say, do you mess with it? But I think overall they've got enough stuff to do on offense right now to where they'll just kind of make those decisions when they come.
Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos for TheAthletic.com. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast, which you should be listening to every single week for every news and note you can possibly imagine on the Denver Broncos. It is a wealth of Bronco info. All right, Nick, as for the Raiders, absolute mess coming into this game, but it's not the first time that this has happened during this current Raiders win streak over the Broncos. This shapes up for a game with Denver back home after the East Coast swing and everything else where the Broncos should be in good shape, and yet I'm looking at this game and going, this thing is going to be a nail-biter in the fourth quarter. Am I way off? Should Denver handle their business and snap the losing streak against the Las Vegas Raiders?
I mean, they should win this game. I don't think they're going to be able to comfortably run away with it because that's just not the they don't have that level of talent on this team yet. Of course, they were able to do that more or less against Tampa Bay. I think if this pass rush can get going the way that it has the last 2 weeks, you have a chance to create an early lead. One stat for you guys. So Bo Nix, we know the -7 pass yards in the first half, but he's done something the last 2 weeks not even Peyton Manning did, and that's have back-to-back games with no interceptions and no sacks. I think that's something of a blueprint for where they are right now, that if he can continue to develop while having that kind of care of the negative plays, being adverse to negative plays. The Broncos are playing so well on special teams right now and so well on defense that they can control the field position game, and they have been doing that. The Broncos are second in the NFL right now in differential starting field position. So that they have throughout the season been able to get themselves in better position than they are putting their opponents in. And if they can continue to do that while also to the thing we talked about with Andy earlier, finding some of those shots against this Raiders defense, I think they'll have a formula to win a game, to end this streak, and then to really be able to look ahead and say, okay, rest of October, we have a chance to actually do something.
Nick, I guess it's still within the game, but not within the team. You've covered the NFL a long time. You covered the NBA prior, and I think maybe some of this stuff popped up in the NBA before it hit in the NFL. But did you ever think we'd see a marriage of a team and its best player break up because of a like on an Instagram post?
You just never know anymore. I mean, gosh, it's been a bad week for Antonio Pierce between potentially shoving your wide receiver out the door because of a social media like, and then also getting an 8-year show cause penalty at the NCAA, which I didn't realize that would even they could go that high. Certainly not a great week. Look, this thing has been simmering even before that, of course. Like, Devontae Adams hasn't been exactly like secretive in his desire to get somewhere else. It's kind of crazy. We talk about all the quarterback shuffling here. He's caught passes from 6 different quarterbacks since he started there with the Raiders in 2022, and not enough of them from Derek Carr, the reason that he went there in the first place. So it's not really a surprise that it's fallen the way that it has, but again, that's just another break. If you're a Broncos, if you're looking at it from the Broncos perspective, this guy, not going to be in the game. So Patrick Surtain gets to, shut down their second best receiver, and you should have a chain reaction from that. So again, the Broncos just have to take advantage of this opportunity.
Don't start Jacoby Myers this week in fantasy, everybody. Nick Kosmider. Subscribe to The Athletic. Read him right there. Also listen to his podcast. It is the Not Another Bucking podcast, and it is good. Nick, beautiful work as always, buddy. We appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right. Be good, fellas. Thanks a lot.
All right, that's our dude, Nick Kosmider, with us right there. We are live at number 38. Number 38. Downtown. It's all brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Stop in and get a Dew and a brew.
Digest that headline while you have a Dew and a brew. Basically, it says, I got to have a cookie. It looks like Antonio Pierce in those recruiting violations has been linked to Jaden Daniels' mother in some capacity.
Wow.
All
right.
Yeah.
Speaking of NFL players' moms, we got a story you won't believe. That we got to get to.
I was like, that's an awkward. Well, it is weird. It's almost as weird as that.
This story is unbelievable. We'll get to it coming up in a minute. But first, we got another question in Dropkick Murphy's trivia. Dropkick Murphys trivia. For a pair of tickets to
To
see
who?
the Dropkick Murphys on Tuesday at the Fillmore. This is Tuesday night at the Fillmore. Legendary Irish punk rock band out of Boston. 303-504-0925. Text your answer to the following trivia question right there at 303-504-0925. Andy, the football and baseball stadium, once known as San Diego Stadium, later known as Qualcomm Stadium, was known as what from 1981 to 1997?
Well played.
Again, the NFL/Major League Baseball Stadium, known as San Diego Stadium, and later Qualcomm Stadium, was known as what from 1981 to 1997? Text your answer in right now at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. 2 lucky listeners that get that question correct will win a pair of tickets to see the Dropkick Murphys on Tuesday night. But after the break, an unbelievable Rockhead of the day. It turns out that a Rockhead NFL player has a Rockhead for a mom. We'll tell you about that next. Oh, you looking at Mets money line in Milwaukee, or are you going to listen to our buddy Frank Schwab from earlier? The wrong team is favored tonight in Thursday night football. Well, perfect opportunity to open up your Sport Trade app right now. And if you don't know what Sport Trade is, well, it's a brand new app in Colorado that is designed just for you, that is bringing you a premium sports betting experience. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms, of course, do apply. We're talking about minus 106 main lines, instant in-play betting, fair cash outs, and a massive menu of props. Plus, it's the best live betting experience in the market. No spinny wheels. They're not going to change your odds. They're not going to reject your bet. Nope. At Sport Trade, they will accept your live bets instantly. Again, download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. We're out here at number 38. Mets Brewers about to get underway. Thursday night football just after 6. We got some giveaways tonight, courtesy of our friends at Bill Sports Collectibles out here at number 38. We got some autographed memorabilia, helmets, and whatnot.
We got it's a John Elway helmet. That's the month giveaway. So you give them a little QR code.
Okay.
And at the end of the month, we gave away a Javonte Williams one in September. So it's a beautiful John Elway one in a case, no less. Full-size helmet.
So we went from Javonte to Elway.
Yeah, doing all right.
That's not bad.
And then we always have the team helmets. So we've got, if you're a Bucks or a Falcons fan, surprisingly there are a few Bucks fans in Denver. Swing on by number 38 tonight, and maybe you'll win one.
They wander around.
We'll give it away at the half.
They're out and about. They wear eye patches. It's fun.
Did you see the Marshawn Lynch? He went in the ship.
I missed this.
Oh, I got to send it to you.
He was in the boat?
Yeah, first off, he dressed up like a pirate.
Good.
And then he kept running. He wanted to see how high he could kick his legs like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean. And then they let him shoot the cannons, and it freaked him out, and he ran around the boat and then shot another one. I mean, Marshawn Lynch is actually pretty entertaining.
Marshawn Lynch's life is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
He just gets to professionally be Marshawn Lynch.
All the pirate people from the boat. He was upset because there's no name of the boat.
I could see. Couldn't you kind of see Marshawn Lynch like developing into having like a Snoop Dogg type career?
Yes, totally.
Like at this point, like Snoop is just famous for being Snoop. He's at the Olympics. NBC is paying him a fortune to go everywhere.
He's making them let him have a dress coat,
and it's just to be him. Marshawn can do the exact same thing.
It's just so, for those of us of a certain age, from what Snoop was to what Snoop is now he's selling you minivans.
I know he's family friendly.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Martha Stewart in the kitchen.
What was that first album called again? I don't even know if we're allowed to say that on the radio.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You ready for your Rockhead of the day?
I am, because I love this story. I don't love this story because it's kind of sad. The guy's having a bad enough week without this popping up, but it is just how do you get caught like this?
Don't worry, Andy. That guy sucks. Rockhead of the day is presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. They are your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. So Rashee Rice has been put on IR. He's out for at least 4 weeks. Apparently, the Chiefs will not know the full extent of the injury until like next week.
Okay. Yeah, because they need the swelling to go down. This is a thing. My brother had that happen when he tore his ACL.
Yeah.
You know what's going on, but they need the swelling to go down for a better image.
So according to TMZ, Rashee Rice's mom, and we don't even have to say allegedly in this, she's right there on camera.
Yeah, there's no allegedly.
TMZ Sports has obtained ring footage of what one Texas resident claims shows Marcia Kearney, the mother of Rashee Rice, wearing, by the way, we should add, a custom Mama Rice number 4 jersey.
Right there on the nameplate.
She has been seen on television numerous times wearing this. Well, she's on a different kind of television now.
So is this after the game
it's
recently?
Somebody's ring footage. She's walking by a doorway, looks directly into the camera. She's inside an apartment building, walking down the hall. This is around 6:39 Central Time, September 29th, a few hours after the Chargers had lost to the Chiefs in L.A. You can see the woman in the jersey. She walks by the door, makes her way back to the door, slid a package sitting on the ground with her foot, and moved it out of the frame, or so she thought. She apparently did not travel far enough, and you can see this on the footage as she turns around. You can see the Mama Rice number 4, and then you also see her lift a box from her feet before walking away. She goes full porch pirate.
Yeah.
Andy.
In the Mama Rice jersey.
In the
and
Mama
shows
Rice
the name badge to the camera as well.
Number 4 jersey. Okay? And according to the report, the owner, the package, was 2 limited edition Chapel Roan records from Urban Outfitters. So no wonder Mama Rice was hot to go herself. She needed to get the hell out of there because she had just stolen some Chapel Roan records. TMZ Sports has reached out to law enforcement, who confirmed a report was made on Wednesday regarding the alleged theft. As for Rice, his season is potentially over due to an ACL, and it's not the only issue that he has had recently. So Mama Rice got some new Chapel Roan records and also gets to have the honor of being the Rockhead of the day, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
This is Chapel Roan?
This is Chapel Roan. Yes.
Did she know?
Limited edition vinyl, apparently.
I mean,
I don't know. It was in the box.
I know, but what's in the box? How could I not do it every time you say it?
Poor girl just wants her Chapel Roan records, and instead she's got Rasheed Rice's mom walking by and swiping them.
Like, you don't know that, though, right?
No, she just picked something up.
It's
off
just
the
a
board.
package?
Yeah. She didn't know what she was getting.
She's got to be super aggravated that this is what she got popped for.
Yeah, right? It wasn't even anything. I don't know how limited edition these Chapel Roan records are.
How hot is this song? I don't even know.
Chapel Roan's pretty big time right now.
Big time?
Yeah, she's pretty big time. Yeah.
You know
Massive
football. All I really know is football.
Massive pop star. Yes. You can't believe she was wearing the jersey. She was wearing the jersey and spotted on the Ring camera.
All for this.
All
the song's fine.
All for a couple of Chapel Roan records.
I would not get arrested for this.
Do we know, does she even have a record player?
I don't know. Well, that's a great quote.
She probably opened the thing and was like, what the hell am I going to do with this?
I mean, was it one where you go, that's a record, I'm taking it? It was just a package, right?
I can't imagine she had any idea what it was.
Well,
hilarious.
I hope
in the jersey.
I hope
she wore the jersey.
I hope this does something for
Speaking
you.
of NFL players' moms, yes, there is more news now about Antonio Pierce. Okay.
Boy, Mark got rid of that. Yeah, you could maybe get some Barry White out.
Former Arizona State assistant coach Antonio Pierce, with the help of Jaden Daniels' mom, violated recruiting rules during the COVID dead period. This was not in the original copy that we read earlier in the show, but apparently the report includes that Manders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels' mom, Regina Jackson, helped Pierce break the rules. Pierce arranged for or personally provided free meals, apparel, airfare, and or lodging for 27 prospects, often in collaboration with the booster, who was the parent of a then football student-athlete in the program. Former assistant Chris Hawkins told NCAA investigators that Jackson would use her credit card to book flights and lodging for prospects, and then Pierce would reimburse her in cash. Yeah, so she was the cover on all of this. Moreover, the assistant coach stated that he learned from other Arizona State football staff members, including Pierce, that it was best to operate through third parties and not do things personally so as to create plausible deniability. So there you go. They were using Jaden Daniels' mom's credit card to be able to arrange for visits to wherever, Andy.
Sure.
Yes. Let your imagination run wild.
Yeah, sure.
On where they were taking these kids.
Sure, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
uh-huh.
Well, there it is.
Yes.
I mean, it just keeps getting crazier and crazier. So
8-year show called. Now, this isn't going to affect him in the NFL at all.
No, it doesn't matter. There's no reach there.
League doesn't care.
No.
The NFL is a refuge for shamed former college football coaches. Just ask Jim Harbaugh about that.
Sure, but Antonio Pierce may want to try to keep this job because he won't be going back to college. Not for 8 years.
Not for at least 8 years. He's going to have to maintain employment in the NFL where, by the way, in the NFL, I guess outside of roster tampering, you can basically do whatever the hell you want. So he's in the right place now. Mm-hmm. Andy, what do we got coming up here?
We're going to talk to my man Bertrand Berry coming up. Bert, you remember Bert Berry at all?
Sure.
Bert's got a fascinating story. Maybe I'll even ask him about that. You know, the Broncos had a choice once to make between Monte Rager and Bert Berry. Both were kind of young, nice sack artists for them. They ultimately went with Rager. Bert goes on to Arizona, where I think he had his greatest success.
Yes.
But here's what I want. Let's talk to Bert, and I want to cover it a little bit in the 5 o'clock hour. I would like this to feel like a rivalry again. And one of the last great times the Broncos really got a nice surprise upset win, and that wouldn't be this week, but that wouldn't describe if they were to win this week. Bertrand Berry, it was late September 2003. They were wearing the all blues like a big blueberry, and Bert came out 2.5 sacks against Rich Gannon, Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, and I believe that's the team that went on to lose to the Bucs. Remember when John Lynch famously said, "Oh my God, we ran all their plays in practice" or whatever?
Yeah.
But that was that Raider team that was so good. But Burt Berry had himself a night on a Monday Night Football game against the Raiders. So we'll relive some of that.
All right, Broncos-Raiders discussion. Plus, you can still get in for a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys coming up on Tuesday night, 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now. The stadium in San Diego, formerly known as San Diego Stadium, and Qualcomm Stadium was also known as what from 1981 to 1997? Text your answer in at 303-504-0925. We'll give away a couple more pairs of Dropkick Murphys tickets coming up. We're live at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low T. What has been your experience with this at all? Are you experiencing it? Are you wondering if you're experiencing it? Everything we hear these days is about political races, but there's a far more important race that you run, and that's for yourself every day. It's the race to be the best that you can be. But if your libido is low, your workouts just aren't productive, and you've gotten brain fog or you're tired all the time, it may be that you're losing that race, and maybe even you feel like your best days are behind you. For me, the low T thing started with just the sleep problems in the morning. I've told you before, I would wake up ready for an active day, lots of things on the to-do list for the day, and a couple hours later would want to just go and take a nap. Not how I wanted to live. Went and had a visit with the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they were just, they told me they can help you, and I got on some testosterone, and of course it did help. If you have some of these symptoms, go take the low T quiz. Other things can be a part of it. It's a low T quiz on their website if you'd like. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, take 2 minutes, and then you can schedule a consultation while there with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit takes 30 minutes. They draw your blood, and a Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options. And if you make the decision to go ahead and start on testosterone, the $99 cost of the appointment is free. It's real easy to find these folks. Go to their website. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations to serve you. Pick the one closest to you. Give them a call at 720-440-7900.
Third hour of the show, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We're out here at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Grab a Dew and a brew for Thursday night football tonight. Tampa and Atlanta. Mets and Brewers about to get underway. Game number 3. It's all happening right here at number 38. Right now, here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, we are very pleased to be joined by 2004 NFL All-Pro. He was a Bronco from 2001 to 2003, including that great 11.5 sack campaign in the 03 season before he jetted off to Arizona. We're joined right now by big number 92, Bertrand Berry. Bert, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty good. How you guys
Hey,
doing?
Bert, we're doing well, man.
Please call me Bertrand. All
right, Bertrand.
I really don't like Bert.
All right, Bertrand. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I had to call you, man, because I was thinking about, we got Bronco Raider week. The spice isn't the same anymore. I'd like to get some of the flavor back, and I was trying to think of some of the newer guys that had great games, maybe even unexpectedly against some of the Raider teams. And I just remember you guys, I believe you were in the All Blues in a late September game as you took on that Raider team that went on to the Super Bowl in late September, and you guys made it you'd had enough of the Raiders, and you came out and you made a statement that night. You had a hell of a game that night. What do you remember about that 2003 matchup, I believe, first of the year against the Raiders?
Yeah, well, I remember we did rock the all blue, but we had come out in warm-ups in the white pants, and Coach Shanahan allowed us to go back and put the blue pants on and really kind of make a statement because, the year before, Rich Gannon and company had set a record. I think he had like 22 straight completions on Monday night the year before, and I remember Rod Woodson had a interception that he took all the way back, and it just wasn't a great showing on Monday night, and we wanted to get that bad taste out of our mouth. And fortunately for us, we were able to jump on them pretty early. I was fortunate enough I had a sack on the very first play of the game, and I'll never forget that. It was the only time I ever did that, and we just knew we had a really good team, and if we could just stay healthy, we could do some things. And we felt really good about the matchup against them, and we came out from that first play, and we never looked back.
Bertrand, you mentioned having a sack on the opening play of the game. This Broncos defense has actually done that 2 weeks in a row now, coming up with sacks on the very first play of the game. They did it against Baker Mayfield. They did it against Aaron Rodgers this past week there in New York. Offense is so much about precision and execution. Defense is so much about momentum and just whipping the guy in front of you. When you make a big play like that early on in a game, what does it do, not just for you as an individual, but just an entire unit?
Well, the one thing it does is energizes you. It gets you that confidence in that you can go get after these guys, and they're not the mighty offense that they were the year before. Obviously, Rich Gannon went being MVP and getting to a Super Bowl the year before. We just knew that this team wasn't quite the same that they were the year before, and we wanted to attack them early. We thought we had some matchups that we could exploit, and again, we had a great game plan, and we came out from play one, and we were aggressive. We didn't sit back and wait for them to dink and dunk and throw the ball all over the field. We wanted to go after them, and fortunate for us, we got the call we wanted, and we were able to execute as a team.
How spicy was it then, Bertrand? I mean, was there still a hate for the Raiders? I know that, you're in Arizona now, and it just feels so different. And I'm not trying to act like even back in the early 2000s it was necessarily as maybe hated as the 70s was and all that, but there is just nothing. It just feels like there's nothing to this thing anymore. Bertrand, how spicy was it with Mike Shanahan and his old grudge when you guys were doing this thing?
It was real, and I think it was real for us. We knew that they didn't like us, and we didn't particularly like them. And obviously, having former teammates play over there in 2003, that was extra incentive with Romo and a couple other guys. But we just felt like this is one of those division games. These games count twice, basically, on the schedule, and they're always important towards where you're trying to go in a season. And anytime you get a rivalry that has that kind of history and a team that's as accomplished as both teams were, there's going to be that battle to reign supreme in the AFC West. And so it was very real. We felt it. It was tangible. The crowd gave us lots of love coming out, and the blue pants really gave the stands an extra boost, and we fed off of it from play one, and we tried to get after them as best we could and make sure that we let them know it was going to be a long day. It wasn't going to be a repeat of what they had last year or the year before.
We're talking to the former Pro Bowler Bertrand Berry here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. He was a Bronco from 01 to 03 at his Raiders week. We're talking about Raider week memories. The Mike Shanahan rivalry with the Raiders and the personal touch that Mike had against that franchise. Fired by Al Davis, famously. Mike always loved to remind everybody that Al owed him some cash. That was always a part of it. How much did Mike Shanahan try and juice you guys up for this game?
He didn't have to juice us up for it. We knew the history of it. We knew how he felt about the organization, and we all had a lot of love and respect for Coach Shanahan. We all played hard for him, and so he didn't have to say very much about it. It was very well documented, the history between he and the Raiders, and so that only made it even more of a let's go get this one. And you know, for Coach to have those type of feelings, have that type of history, anytime that you have a chance to stick it to the other team, you definitely want to do that. And so you know, the Raiders is just one of those teams. You know, a lot of people you either love or you hate those guys, and you know, that says something in and of itself. But you know, we wanted to go out there and play hard for Mike because we knew how much it meant to him on a personal level. But like I said, again, you know, we've all been there as players. We've all been fired, cut, whatever you want to say, and you have to go and play against former teams and stuff like that. And there's always going to be a little extra juice when there's a backstory. And so we wanted to do that for him and also help ourselves and get ourselves in position and to get in the playoffs. And, you know, all in all, it was a great night, and I was glad we were able to go out there and get that win.
Bertrand, how hard was it for you to leave here? You and I have never really got a chance to chat about it. You were one of my first guys you were the first athlete that I knew wanted to get into the media when we were done. You were so friendly in the locker room. You were always patient explaining things. When we had Stink and Doc's show, you even came out and hung out with listeners, and we went and watched Lord of the Rings, and it was way too long. I was worried your knee was going to lock up and you weren't going to be able to walk out of the theater. But I know you wanted to stay here. It's funny because you talk about some of the, you know, facing your old teams. Was it hard to leave here because everything went so well for you in Arizona? Did that ease some of it?
It was very difficult to leave. I'll never forget the opening day of free agency. I drove to the complex in Denver, and you know, I couldn't get in the front door. And you know, I really felt like we had a team that was going to win a Super Bowl the next year, and at that point, you know, Denver represented a very emotional place for me because my career was dead before the Broncos gave me an opportunity to play again, and so I really wanted to make good on the chance that they took on me back in 01, and I really felt like we had a team that could win a Super Bowl. I love my teammates, and the team got along with each other, and so I was fully prepared to stay and make Denver home. And unfortunately, the business side of it mandated that wasn't going to happen, and so I had to go elsewhere. But no, I had no intentions of ever leaving Denver, and it was a situation where I didn't really have a say in it, and I had to accept it.
That portion of your career, and if I'm not mistaken, you were in the CFL for a year. Between your stop in Indianapolis and then when you were acquired by the Broncos, and you know, you're a double-digit sack guy by the time you go to Arizona, and then you put up your all-pro season. But how did you do that? How did you kind of reclaim – I mean, I say reclaim your NFL career. I mean, you flat out turned into a star. We're looking at this Bronco defense right now, and it's top 5 in the league, and we kind of joke of just like, man, who are these guys? And yet right now, this is as good a defense as there is in the NFL. We see a guy like Sternad go out last week and have 2 sacks, hadn't played a defensive snap in 3 years. How were you able to sort of reestablish yourself and then turn into a star NFL player?
I had to make a decision. I had to realize how important the game was to me, and not having the opportunity to play, it relit a fire that was I don't know if it had been blown out or if it had dwindled because of the situation in Indianapolis, but it was definitely a reigniting for me when I came to Denver, and I knew the next time that I would be fired, I probably wouldn't get another chance. So it really changed my whole approach to the game, and I'm thankful for that opportunity in Denver, and I'm thankful for being out of the league that year because I had to change the way that I approached the game. I had to change the way that I looked at practice, the way I looked at training and off season and everything. And so it allowed me to really embrace everything that came along with being a professional football player and what that truly meant to be a pro, how you train, how you take care of yourself. And, those lessons were all learned in Denver. And, to the Rod Smiths and the Shannon Sharps, my teammates back then, Tom Nalen, all those guys, man, I got nothing but love for those guys. They will always be my brothers. I will always have love for them, and I will always appreciate what they were able to pour into me. And Jacob Burney, coach, and just a lot of different guys, that John Tierlink, there were just so many that were very key to the second act of my career because I made a vow to myself that I would never have the game taken away from me. The next time that I didn't play would be my choice. And I tried to play like my hair was on fire, like it was my very last play because unfortunately I kind of lived that out already and I never wanted to experience that again. And so it was a blessing for me. And my time in Denver was times that I will always cherish and look at fondly. And I'll always say, what if, in 2004, what if we'd stayed together and, we tried to make a run. And that's just, I talk about that with some of my guys from back then. And we joke about it, but on a serious note, I really felt like we had a chance to really do something.
Real quick, before we let you go, appreciate the time, Bertrand. I know you were around the Cardinals when I think you were there a little bit when Vance Joseph was there, right? And then we got Zach Allen here now. Are you surprised that all these guys are having the success that they're having here? Zach Allen feels like one of the sneakiest free agent signings in the league last year, the way he's playing right now.
Well, I wasn't there with Vance, but I've known Vance over the years, and I've been around Zach when he was here with the Cardinals. I wasn't playing by the time, I'd already been retired for a few years by the time they had come around. But when I was doing a little media for the Cardinals, I spent some time around him. And Zach's always been that guy. He's a sponge. He wants to learn everything that he possibly can about the game and about, being the best player that he could possibly be. He was constantly searching for ways to get better. And it was just a matter of time before he finally took off and got his opportunity to really shine. And can't be happier for a guy like that who works his tail off and is so dedicated to the business of being a professional. And Coach Joseph, everywhere he goes, he just seems to be very workmanlike in his approach and be very successful. So you know that at some point it's going to happen. It doesn't always happen when you want it to, but those two individuals, there's no surprise. From their time here in Arizona to where they are now with you guys, we knew that they were going to be great players. It was just being in the right position and at the right time, and they seem to have found that in the Mile High City.
Yeah, it's working out quite well. Bertrand Berry, the former Colt, Bronco, and Arizona Cardinal on Raider Week, joining us here on the program. Bert, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, Bertrand Berry with us right there. Big number 92, 11.5 sacks in that 03 season before going off to Arizona. Put up 14.5 in 04. Incredible season.
Yeah, it was. And you know what I was thinking? It was Monte Rieger. It was actually Reggie Hayward. Now that I look back at some of the stats from that game that they were making their decision, I remember Reggie was their draft pick. Reggie was a younger guy. Reggie had shown some stuff. But I did have, I'd have conversations with Bertrand. It struggles because I did call him Bert early. I never knew he didn't like it till just right then, so I have to retrain my brain. But, Bertrand wanted to be here so bad. Matter of fact, I think he started doing a show with us at one point, and we would just, how it is. You just have honest conversations in the break. And I know the contract is on his mind, man. You said it, 11.5 sacks. Really thought he played well enough that he was going to hang around, and they made a different decision, and in the end it did work out for him because he did go on to be an All-Pro in Arizona.
It is also just a quick reminder, by the way, if any NFL player ever says they're not thinking about their contract, they are lying 100% of the time.
Yes. And that's a guy that wanted to be here. I mean, that was the thing. You hear it in his voice. He thought he had settled down, and so it was a little bit too bad.
Yeah. Bertrand Berry, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We will do that next. Guys, have you gotten on an e-bike yet? Oh, my God, these things are so much fun. You can get on an e-bike. It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter what kind of physical condition you are in. You don't got to be rocking any spandex or anything like that. You just get on an e-bike, you hit that throttle, you get that pedal assist scooting you along, and you're going to have a good time. Well, we have got one of the best lines in the industry with us here on Altitude Sports Radio. That is Rad Power Bikes. Yes, Rad Power Bikes. They are super easy to ride. They're an industry leader. So comfortable. Anyone can ride an e-bike. Rad Power Bikes have the best in the industry. And oh, by the way, these things are great year-round. You can get a fat tire e-bike. You can ride this thing in any kind of inclement conditions, rain, snow, cold. Rad Power Bikes can handle it all. They're customizable, super low maintenance. You can get 50 to 60 miles per charge. Plus, Rad Power Bikes have an all-new Safe Shield battery. They're UL tested and certified, the safest batteries in the industry. Massively affordable, guys. Go check it out at radpowerbikes.com. Plus, with Colorado's e-bikes tax credit, you can save $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. And yes, Rad Power Bikes does honor that tax credit. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/radster and you can register to win a Rad Power Bike. But go check out their service and showroom, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Test ride any bike that they have. That's Rad Power Bikes. We're going to get into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL here in just a moment. We're out here at number 38 for Thursday night football. Tampa Bay and Atlanta. Mets-Brewers just underway. No score, bottom first. Francisco Lindor doubled in the top half, did not score as the Mets failed to plate a run against Milwaukee. So game 3 of that series in the wild card round. The only one to go to a third and deciding game, a rubber match, if you will. All right, we're going to get to the high five here in just a moment. But first, we have to give away another pair of tickets to the Dropkick Murphys show. All right, Andy, on the last one, we were giving away 2 pairs of tickets on the question. The stadium, formerly known as San Diego Stadium, then later known as Qualcomm Stadium, was known as what from 1981 to 1997? Do you recall?
Jack Murphy.
That's right. It was the Murph. Jack Murphy Stadium there in beautiful San Diego.
For some reason, I always imagined Jack Murphy had the face of Dan Fouts. Don't know why. Bearded man.
I could see
just
that.
Hanging out.
Yes.
Why was it Jack Murphy? I always wondered. You know what I mean? Like, who's Jack Murphy? Should I know? He had his own stadium. Did he just build it? Was he the architect? Did he draw up the?
In the early 1960s,
okay,
local sports writer Jack Murphy, the brother of Mets broadcaster Bob Murphy, began to build up support for a multi-purpose stadium for San Diego. In November 1965, a $27 million bond was passed, allowing construction to begin on a stadium which was designed in the brutalist style. Construction on the San Diego Stadium began 1 month later. When completed, the facility was named San Diego Stadium. So I guess it was basically his idea.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
I don't have a stadium. I don't have a street.
Died in 1980. San Diego Stadium was renamed San Diego Jack Murphy Stadium by a 6-2 vote of the San Diego City Council. And then eventually they would, sell it to Qualcomm, and it doesn't get to be Jack Murphy Stadium anymore. We only honor you until there's money to be made.
Until there's money. Had you ever stepped foot on it? On the field of that place?
I did, yes.
In any of your workings?
I did.
It's kind of a cool stadium.
I thought the place was awesome. Now, I went to it like when it was in its throes of death.
Right.
Okay.
Near the end.
Yes. I covered a New Mexico-San Diego State game because San Diego State used to play their home games at the Murph, a.k.a. Qualcomm. I remember going back, walking through the tunnels, going to the locker room. Rats the size of Shih Tzus were walking around that place.
It
was
well laid out.
Woo, that place was a capital D dump. But I remember it had an open-air press box, which was really cool. However, San Diego State football, this was before they were even worth a crap. Andy, there was maybe, 4,000 people in a giant NFL stadium. You could hear somebody sneeze across the way. It was that empty and cavernous inside the place. But there was a ton of history there. A ton of Super Bowls were played there.
Yeah, I remember it for a couple of things. I really did think it was a cool field. I remember in 2015 being there and the Bronco fans being so prominent. That was a Brock Osweiler start.
Yep.
They actually were heckling. First off, they were heckling the Charger cheerleaders, almost making one cry. Second, in the taller end zone, because they had an end zone where you probably remember the stands were a little bit higher, right? They weren't necessarily field level. They were more like you were looking down a little bit
kind of
more.
A wall, yeah.
Oh, yeah, good call. Almost like a wall. And it was so loud, Phillip Rivers couldn't function because of all the Bronco fans there. They just owned it the last year. But the final thing was, I remember there was the one tunnel that we had to go in to leave basically one tunnel for players and media to all access in and out. Whereas in Power, there's 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I was running back to get some from the broadcast booth, and DJ Fluker comes running out of the locker room. And he's just on a, jog on his way to the field, and we're passing each other. And all I could think of is I'm about the size of a DB. And if Homeboy came coming around the corner and my job was to undercut him so that somebody else could make the tackle, I'd quit the sport. The dude was, for those who don't remember, Alabama guy, 6'5", 340.
Yeah.
340. And here
Massive.
comes 340 moving and moving as fast as I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are just different. They're just different.
Where when Derrick Henry gets into the second level.
Right.
And you're a 190-pound corner. No, I'm making a business decision.
No, I like my collarbones intact.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do this.
Exactly.
By the way,
I'll try and clip his feet,
right.
but that's all I
you
can
try
do.
to trip him.
Yeah.
Get a hand out.
And he'll step
you
on
might
you.
break your hand. Bonus points for you.
Okay.
You can have the last pair of Dropkick Murphy tickets.
Okay.
If you could tell me what DJ stands for.
In Fluker?
I never knew this, and it's hilarious. It's so great.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh, I want to know now.
You don't have a guess?
I have no idea.
According to Wikipedia.
DeAndre Jordan?
Danny Lee Jesus Fluker. Born March 13th, 1991.
Are we sure it's not Jesus?
Danny Lee Jesus Fluker.
Sounds like something you'd say when you're pissed off. Jesus, Fluker.
It does sound like a BYU guy who couldn't hold up and then let one slip when angry.
All right, who are our winners, by the way, Spring? Jack Murphy Stadium. Who are our winners?
Morgan Carter and Angelo Martinez.
Morgan Carter, 2 last names, and Angelo Martinez. These guys will be going to see the Dropkick Murphy show Tuesday night at the Fillmore. One more pair of tickets to give away before the hour is up. Right now, let's do football news. Go Spring.
Time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The man of the week, Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator, talking to the media today. He was asked, does Patrick Surtain have to guard the opposing team's best wide receiver at all times? Will Vance Joseph put Surtain on Brock Bowers this week, who was drafted just after Bo Nix? Here is Vance Joseph.
I mean, sounds like BJ's answer is basically none your damn business. I'm not going to tell you that, but also,
who else is left?
Yeah.
Jacoby Myers?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they are not a ton of elite weapons going on in that offense right there for the Raiders. They're banged up right side of the offensive line. Both of them missed practice today. This should be setting up nicely for the Broncos.
Should be.
Should be.
But after 5 years of this
Emphasis on
stuff,
should be.
Cannot take it for granted. By the way, so Spring, I know you don't do all the cutting of the tape, maybe like you did once upon a time. Is Vance not giving us the did we not get a Surtain?
I think
did we not get the name question
Brock Bowers
before he starts talking?
I think he's gotten away from that crutch.
It's kind of a bummer. I
dis-
missed it. I thought we were going to get new batches of stuff.
Maybe we can get back to that place. I don't know.
I'll take a deep dive.
Okay.
I'll
Maybe
see
he's
if
listening to the
we've missed
questions
some.
better these days.
Or maybe he's listening less. He just because I mean, look,
Autopilot?
He heard the question, but then, like you said, he basically was like, "Yeah, I'm not telling you."
You know, kind of to that point, like he's been a coordinator for longer, so he spent more time at the podium. He had 2 years as a head coach. Do you remember how shaky he was at the podium when he first started as the head coach of the Broncos? He was over his skis as an NFL head coach at that time in his coaching tenure. His introductory press conference, he was as nervous as could be. Clearly, like, the years have served him well. I think that Vance Joseph, and if he keeps coaching this defense the way that he is, he's going to get other head coaching opportunities. He's the classic example of a guy, Andy, that I think if he ever gets another crack at it, is going to be improved the second time around.
Oh, I fully agree, and I bet you the thing he's going to insist the most, I'm keeping my own damn staff.
Yeah.
I won't, or I should say I'm naming my own staff. Got it? I'm not having you tell me who's my OC. I'm not having you tell me who my offensive staff is. Remember when he was practically begging Mike McCoy and then had to beg Bill Musgrave, to quit playing 3 wide and quit not. Look, that defense wasn't as playing as well as the defense is now. But my God, his offensive coordinators, they both just had to play what they couldn't block. Why? That's where it started. And I hate saying that because I loved Mike McCoy. But my God, I'll never forget Mike McCoy, 2017, wasn't it, when McCoy basically lost the job because end of the year they're playing the Bengals, remember? And Brock Osweiler, after ball security's job security, threw a pick trying to hit Cody Latimer, and it went the other way because they were in 3 wide on the goal line for no stinking reason.
Sure.
Unbelievable. You don't remember it like I do. I was like, oh, my God, this team sucks so bad.
I tuned out so hard of the 2017 season. That team was awful.
God.
God, that team was awful.
That was the only topic I had, according to radio rules.
I am elite at blocking out the last.
Because you didn't have to wake up that morning and go, hey, we're only allowed to talk Broncos because we're on an only Broncos station. So, what do you know? It's the worst sports topic in town. Let's discuss.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, current Raiders head coach, former Arizona State assistant coach Antonio Pierce, with the help of former ASU quarterback Jaden Daniels' mother, violated recruiting rules during the COVID-19 dead period in 2020. An NCAA Division I committee on infractions panel today handed down an 8-year show cause punishment to Antonio Pierce for his violations at ASU.
The impermissible contacts included tryouts, tours of the football facility, and entertainment, including taking a prospect's parents to a gentleman's club. The violations also included travel expenses. 8 recruits involved ultimately enrolled at Arizona State and played in 19 games.
Hold on.
You got 8 dudes out of it. It's not bad.
A prospect's parents, period. Or plural, I should say.
Oh, you gotta,
to a gentleman's club?
You got to show mom and dad a good time as well.
Nice.
I mean,
nothing else has been more perfect.
You're selling the parents just as well as you're.
I guess if mom's in to go, they've got a hell of a lobster. I don't know.
Yeah, she's going for the prime rib dinner. Getting a seat on the rail and requesting more A1.
Was the prospect in the show my 2 dads from the 80s, and so they all went?
Also, could have been that situation, I suppose.
Somehow there was no blood test available to figure out who was actually the one dad.
Wasn't Paul Reiser on that show?
Yeah, but I don't remember the guy with the floofy hair. Sweet beard.
God,
the
I
Kenny
used to
Loggins
know
looking
his
guy.
name, too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
How could you forget?
This is going to bother me. All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, so Davante Adams is like 99.9% not playing on Sunday. Sean Payton's still accounting for the possibility. However,
DeMarcus Ware, I don't know if you've ever heard that story.
Exactly. Davante wants to go play for the Jets. He wants to get traded to the Jets, traded to the Saints, perhaps play with Rodgers, Carr, a couple of his former quarterbacks. Several teams in on Davante Adams, but Derek Carr talked at Saints practice today. He was asked if he wants to play with his old friend Davante Adams.
All right.
Was he trying to backpedal away from any tampering penalty at the end of that?
I think so. I was going to ask. The coaches aren't allowed to talk about it. Is he really allowed to talk about it? I'm glad he's at a tarmac so he can get on a plane and go recruit him right away. And I don't know, did they start a motorcycle next to him too? Where in the hell did they do that media availability? They just go out on the highway? Is that what he said? He goes, hey, we're going to talk about Davante. Let's go step in the street. I'll talk to you guys, but I'm not on team property.
No, I think
so apparently we're okay.
It's unusual to hear a snowblower at this time of year in Louisiana.
Yeah, dude,
but
it sounded like the guy had one of those sidecar motorcycles, like they were going to make their getaway or something. Good God, there was a lot of background. I know you love that's what I pick up, but I cannot get over how many different vehicles did someone get a jackhammer? It was like a bad Austin Powers bit right there. Did the Saints know he was going to talk about it, so they just started every loud thing possible so you couldn't actually
he's
hear him
tampering.
talk about
Fire
it?
up the engines. He's tampering. You just get the jet out here. Just fire that whole thing up. He's going to get us fined right now. Damn it.
Clear Maverick. Fly by Maverick. My God.
Yes, Derek Carr would like to have Devontae Adams. Andy, I swear to God.
Does your rad power bike sound like any of that?
It's way smoother. Way smoother. Andy, you know me. I tour every site every day. I go through stuff. I'm looking for things to the show. I'm just reading background. Every site right now has like top 8 teams that could trade for Devontae Adams, top 10 teams that could trade for Devontae Adams. I laugh because one of them was top 11 teams that could trade for Devontae Adams. I'm ready for the top 31 teams that could acquire Devontae Adams.
I want to know the team that's going,
Right.
I mean, it's all right.
I'm good. I'm all right. You know what else is that I didn't realize about that? He has no trade clause.
He controls it all, right?
No, he doesn't. Absolutely not.
He has no trade clause.
Whoever the
Okay.
Raiders, not a no trade clause. Like I'm talking to my kids.
He's devoid of a trade, no trade.
Exactly. Kind of a double negative
Sure,
there. But you
right.
follow what I'm saying.
He has no control.
They can just take the best offer and just ship him out. Now, Devontae can try and use any kind of leverage and say, I won't report or anything else like that, but why would he do that?
Well, couldn't you
Also,
say...
presumably, whatever team is trading for him is a good team.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could also say I won't redo my contract, but you said it's just like the team can just cut him anyway because there's no guaranteed money, right?
Yeah, they just got to pay him the prorated portion of his deal this year, which is like $13 million.
Do the Raiders need a team to help them to kill some of the guaranteed money, or probably not?
No, not really.
Well, then all right.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't think that one through.
No, go ahead.
LeBron James wants to know what your problem is.
Swing the deal, okay? Get him out of there. There you go. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Kreckman and Lindahl getting you ready for Thursday Night Football this evening. But we'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I got to ask you something about the Nuggets before they play in Abu Dhabi tomorrow. What am I missing about the 24-25 Denver Nuggets? I'll tell you what I mean next. Thanks to everybody out here at number 38. This is the spot to watch Thursday Night Football with us. Although right now, they got Brewers-Mets out on the big screen outside. This place rules. Number 38 in Rhino. It's all brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Grab a Dew and a Brew tonight right here at number 38. Watch Thursday Night Football and obviously watch some wild card baseball as it is going on. Andy, I asked you the question. What am I missing right now on the Nuggets? So a lot of season preview stuff is coming out. And you know me, I'm clicking on it. I got to see it, right? And what's so funny is, okay, for example, I click on Ben Rohrbach in Yahoo. Good NBA writer. Okay, I'm reading his stuff. And the first big question on the Nuggets' upcoming season, can the Nuggets stem the tide of attrition? And Bruce Brown and Jeff Green left last year. KCP is leaving this year. Christian Brown didn't step up enough. How do they overcome the loss of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope? Then I'm reading John Hollinger in The Athletic, and he's looking at teams that he thinks are going to finish below their projected win total. He lists Denver as one of his 5 teams. At 51.5, he likes the under. He says that he's worried about Denver. And, you know, he focuses his concern on Jamal Murray's health, the guys behind the Big Four. What's Julian Strawther going to be as an NBA player? All that. What am I missing here? They still got Jokic, right? Still got Jamal, still got MPJ, still got Aaron Gordon. The 4 of them, when they were together on the floor last year, were a plus 13.2 net rating. In over 1,000 minutes, it's not like it's a small sample size. This is as good a top 4 as there is in the entire NBA. The Nuggets' top 4 are all basically top 50 NBA players, top 60 at the very least. And you're going to fill in around it with other dudes. That's the modern NBA. What am I missing here on this team? I think the Nuggets still rule. I think as long as you have Nikola Jokic, the best player on the planet, on your team, it's like Peyton Manning, plug and play 12 wins. Nikola Jokic, plug and play 50 victories when you put that guy out on the floor. I think people are making so much out of the ancillary parts of this roster, they're forgetting the part where the Nuggets' Big Four is a championship-winning, certified awesome Big Four that basically anyone else in the league would kill to have.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I think there's been too much overreaction really going on for a while. But, you know, look, we did miss Bruce Brown last year. There's no doubt about that. We knew we would.
They still could have won the title.
They still could have. You know, I just that 20-point, it's a collapse. There's nothing else you can describe it as. A 20-point collapse in your building that started, late in the third quarter? It sticks with people. I think that caused everybody to forget about what kind of team they were consistently through the season.
Yeah.
The fact that they were the number 1 seed till they had the weird loss. What was it? In Memphis, is that the one that cost them? San Antonio, that cost them the number 1 overall seed.
Yep.
So people tend to forget that. Look, they have to
they
sooner
won
or later.
57 games last year.
I know. But
Jamal
this is what they're going to do.
Jamal had a great year. He was hobbled at the end.
I do think that, again, the collapse cobbled together with what happened with Jamal. Jamal was a big topic during the Olympics. There's no doubt about it.
He
The
was.
health looked bad. Now, again, I think there's an overreaction to it, but I'm not surprised. This is also the same group of media that basically scolded them for not making any moves at the deadline when they couldn't make any moves because of the apron that they were in.
Could it be simply, the Jamal Murray reaction, overreaction, what it is, okay? And look, the thing I'm about to say is not terribly complimentary of Jamal Murray, but also it's why I'm not that worried about Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray might just be awesome when he plays with Nikola Jokic, okay? And that's all right. There's nothing wrong with being, option B in the best pick-and-roll duo in the entire NBA. There's no shame in that whatsoever. When he tried to run the second unit over the last couple of years, it wasn't always necessarily great. He didn't have to go and kill it for Team Canada. Well, guess what? He plays with Jokic in Denver.
Right.
And when he does play with Nikola Jokic, he rules.
Yep.
this is a team that has Nikola Jokic, who's the best playmaker of his generation, Russell Westbrook, who is one of the best playmakers of his generation, and Jamal Murray, who has become an outstanding passer in recent years. The ball is absolutely going to pop. Look, do I have a little bit of concern about where the three-point shooting is going to come from on this team? Yeah, but also Julian Strawther was drafted to do just that. It's going to be his job to step up and fill some of that role. Christian Braun, I don't think he's going to be a massive volume three-point shooter, but also he's gotten better as a three-point shooter every single year. Some of this dialogue that's going on right now about, oh, man, I'm out on Denver. I don't know if they're contending anymore. Are you people drunk?
Now they're just ready for the next. It's what happens.
Okay. Okay.
You know that. Everybody's excited to see what Oklahoma City will do again.
Three-time MVP.
I get it.
Firmly in his prime, who almost won a gold medal for his nation single-handedly against the best team on the planet.
I get it. But you know this is how they work. They're just ready to move on and talk about other folks. And,
by all means.
Hey, look.
Sleep on the Nuggets at your own peril.
Even ESPN had some up there about the summer of disrespect for the Boston Celtics. And how they'd even maybe get their run, too.
They've had a very strange summer.
They've had a very strange summer, but at the same time, the Nuggets and the Celtics have been darn good the last few years.
The best two teams
and everybody
in the
would
NBA.
love to see those two maybe cap this all off
I agree.
with a matchup in the finals. Hey, by the way, if you are a Nuggets fan, and
you
why wouldn't you be listening to us if you were, we're not. Altitude TV has a tribute to Dikembe Mutombo tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and then following that show, they're going to put on Game 5, that famous playoff win with the iconic Dikembe grabbing the ball, holding it high in the key. We talked to Dan Issel about it. I believe he's on the show. Robert Pack's on the show. Whole lot of Dikembe's former teammates talking about Dikembe Mutombo. It'll be a good watch on a Friday night if you don't want to participate in the how many days in a row?
55.
There's a Baker Mayfield fan. 55 days of football in a row.
That's right.
You got time. We got a Bucks helmet out there you can register to win.
It all fires up tonight. Thursday night football, Tampa and Atlanta. Plus, I think we got a couple of college games tonight as well. But 55 consecutive days of football.
It's tonight at 6.
Tonight at 6.
Sorry.
Okay. Tonight at 6.
Tonight at 6. You're still interrupting all those hours of football.
Tonight at 6. Tune into Altitude TV, everybody. There you go. There you go. That was our show today. Thanks again to Frank Schwab. He was fun.
Nah.
Thanks again to Nick Kosminer.
Bertrand Berry.
Bertrand.
I can't.
Bertrand.
I'm going to have to not call him for a very long time because I can't.
Hit that second syllable, Andy.
B-Train.
Yeah.
Just go B-Train.
Okay. That'll do it for us. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Look forward to talking to you then. Come on out to number 38 tonight. Watch Thursday Night Football. Tullamore Dew. Get a Dew and a brew right here at number 38 for our wonderful remote engineer, best in the biz, Jesse Trujillo. For Spring Back at the Shop, for Andy, I'm Nate.